Volume 7 Part 1, Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 326 The march begins. Wang Zhong put down the phone and immediately picked it up again. Pick up Kubinka. Soon the call was connected, and on the other side was Pavlov, 1st Mobile Army. I am Chief of Staff Pavlov, please speak. Wang Zhong, order the troops to mobilize and prepare for battle. Pavlov was shocked. Prasen came nearby again? So fast. Wang Zhong, no, we are preparing to fight them. The Sukhayabali front requested reinforcements. They were defeated by the enemy's new tanks. Some divisions have collapsed. Immediately form an advance team, with the newly arrived 16th Tank Destroyer Battalion as the main body, strengthen the support troops and elite infantry, as well as 8 anti-aircraft guns and the Army's Shenjian Battalion, and, you look at the allocation, in short, guarantee we can all get on the train and head to the front in one day. Pavlov, how many wagons can there be? Wang Zhong, let's see how many carriages you can bring with General Chekhov. Push it to me again. Pavlov exclaimed. Wang Zhong, be happy, now you can get a lot from my reputation and my relationship with General Chekhov. Then why don't you? Wang Zhong, I have many things to do, so I have to focus on the military. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Pavlov to protest. As soon as he hung up the phone, Vasily said expectantly, we're finally going to attack. Show those bastards in Yebeo a good look. We are not free money. Wang Zhong smiled, they must have been fooled by the camp's organization. While talking, the time traveler who traveled through the year recalled the time on Earth. There are many pseudo-military fans on Earth, half full of water, thinking inertia, thinking that battalions are smaller than regiments and brigades, and countless marketing accounts rely on this to eat up the traffic of pseudo-military fans. The most common approach is to say that a certain armored battalion of Santoku destroyed 2 Soviet tank brigades, a total of 6 battalions. So half a bucket of water shouted that Sandeza was invincible. But true military fans will know something fishy at a glance. The Sandeza battalion is large. The number 4 battalion has 96 long tube no 4s. The Leopard battalion has large and small formations. The smallest one has 77 leopards, and the large one has 96 leopards. Tiger Camp is the smallest, with 45 tigers. Mazi's battalion was small, and Mazi's tank brigade only had 68 tanks. The battalion and regiment were mostly organized at the same level, each with 21 tanks. What's wrong with my 96 Changguan no 4s or 96 leopards eating up your more than 100 T-34-76s? Is there anything strange? If you break away from the establishment and only talk about things with numbers, it will basically be half a bucket of water. This is the case with the half buckets of water in Yebeo now. When they saw that Wang Zhong's division only had 1 tank battalion and 1 tank destroyer battalion, they took it for granted that this division had no armor strength. Because Ant also uses a small battalion, just like the Mazi on Earth, there are 21 tanks per battalion. But in fact, Wang Zhong's tank battalion is the main battalion. In addition to 12 T-34W tanks, each company of this battalion also has 4 cubic meters Grand Lee tanks. The reconnaissance platoon also has 8 jeeps with M2 Liuganma heavy machine guns. Then there is an Su-76. There are also 53 Grand Lees in the company with 8 stuffed in each, and 8 jeeps with 3 in each. In fact, it can be increased to 7 in each jeep, but this style of painting is too Indian, and Wang Zhong rejected it. 3 such companies formed a tank battalion. Therefore, although Wang Zhong's tank battalion is called a battalion, it has 48 tanks, 24 jeeps, and 4 Su-76s. Of course, the artillery, infantry, and scouts usually stay in their respective formations, but they only train together during training. When it comes to war, they will suffer a lot of logistics and combine them together. As for the 31st Guards Regiment under the 1st Guards Infantry, the half buckets of water in Yebeo looked at the regiment in the number, taking it for granted that this regiment only had 3,000 people. But in fact this is not the case at all. This regiment actually has nearly 6,000 combatants, and some of Ant's newly formed infantry divisions only have 8,000 combatants. Why are there so many people in this group? Because Wang Zhong brought a brand new concept and packed a lot of support firepower into it. Below this regiment, each company has 4 82 mortars, 8 M3 half-tracks, and 4 M6 wheeled destroyers. 4 82 mortars already have battalion-level firepower in some infantry divisions with poor equipment. And the 8 M3s are equipped with M2 Liuganma heavy machine guns, and one company has 8 heavy machine guns. Where can other divisions get such luxurious configurations? Not to mention the onboard 37mm cannon on the M6 wheeled destroyer. Wang Zhong actually wants M8 Greyhound and M8 Teapot. These two are not the same chassis, but they are not available yet. He can only deal with the M6 carrying 37 guns. All these vehicles need to be operated by people, and the mortars also need to be serviced. The result is that each company is much larger than the average infantry company, completely strengthening the company. At the battalion level, Wang Zhong became even more frantic. According to reports from the front line, during actual combat, the Plosin people will also delegate the divisional artillery to the infantry regiments. At this time, the Plosin infantry battalion in the main attack direction will be supported by more than 12 infantry cannons and even howitzers. Wang Zhong directly normalized this kind of decentralized support. Of course, he is not crazy enough to equip the infantry battalion with howitzers. That would be too much and unnecessary. The most important difference between an infantry cannon and a howitzer is the barrel. The barrel of an infantry cannon is very short and the outer wall is relatively thin. After all, most of the time it is used for close support and does not need to be fired too far. The shells do not require so much propellant, so naturally there is no such high chamber pressure. In order to obtain a range of more than 15 kilometers, the howitzer's barrel is long and thick. In order to balance such a heavy barrel, and also to prevent it from being blown to the ground by the strong muzzle blast when it is launched, howitzers generally have very heavy stations. Therefore, even if the caliber is the same, infantry guns are much lighter than howitzers, are more maneuverable, and can keep up with infantry regiments. And 76mm infantry gun actually has a mount similar to that of a 45mm anti-tank gun, and can be operated by 2 people when personnel are tight. The artillery battery of the Ant army was very small, usually with 2 platoons in a company, and 2 guns in each platoon. However, the artillery platoon created by Wang Zhong had 4 guns, and a battery of 12 guns, with a small number of 300 people. He crammed such a company into an infantry battalion, and the logistics are probably going to be cursed. But he still does it. Mainly because when he first fought in Upper Penier, the artillery failed to keep up, and only the vehicle-mounted mortars could keep up, so he was able to fight. Later, the enemy's heavy artillery in Luchtwaffe gave him enough suffering. After such an experience, Wang Zhong became insane. Why grind meat when you can blow up the enemy? The infantry is responsible for opening up the field of vision for the artillery. These artillery pieces have to be manned, so the infantry battalion under Wang Zhong's command is terrifyingly large. Counting infantry and artillery personnel, the ratio is almost 2:1. At the infantry regiment level, Wang Zhong assigned the regiment a battalion of M3 vehicle-mounted 75mm howitzers. Not to mention the mess of armored vehicles, fuel support, and a regiment of about 6,000 combatants. Such a regiment and a division are bound to not be able to contain too many troops, and the logistics will not be able to support it. This is not a game of iron ambition. Without infantry, the organization of the troops will be low. In actual combat, the extent of infantry losses before retreating depends entirely on the will to fight. Wang Zhong is confident that his infantry's fighting will is strong enough, and he also believes that the night school education that lasts for more than half a year has greatly improved the subjective initiative of the troops, and they can maintain their combat effectiveness even if they are broken up into small units. Then the next choice is natural: add enough support units to the infantry, and then dilute the force evenly. In the Battle of Arc, in the first 2 days, there were actually 2 infantry battalions in front of his position, and he managed to withstand the enemy's attack with the support of firepower. The remaining troops were reserves, prepared to be deployed in times of crisis, but in the end they were not used at all. The enemy was completely wiped out by supporting firepower. Therefore, Wang Zhong came to the conclusion that as long as the supporting firepower is sufficient, it is not difficult for a battalion with a determined fighting spirit to defend a regiment's defense area. And the benefit of equalizing the strength is obvious: the ability to resist artillery fire is greatly enhanced. Of course, for Wang Zhong's idea to be realized, the front-line infantry must have enough walkie-talkies, and at least the radios must be distributed to the company. Wang Zhong's regiment is equipped with many more walkie-talkies than a division, because the ordinary Ant infantry division does not have radios at its battalion headquarters and can only set up telephone lines. A large part of the walkie-talkies supported by the United States were swallowed up by the 1st Mobile Army. As a result, other troops also thought that the walkie-talkies were a good thing and rushed to get them. Although I don't know why they are a good thing, Rokasov, what the general wants must be something good. Of course, other units do not have as much supporting firepower as the 1st Mobile Group Army, so having more walkie-talkies is not that significant. As for the artillery regiment of the 1st Guards Motorized Infantry Division, that is even more incredible. Generally, the artillery regiment of the Ant Infantry Division can hold up 12 152mm guns and 24 122mm guns, with a total of 36 guns and 2,000 men. The artillery regiment of the Guards 1st Machine Infantry has 36 152 guns and 24 122 guns, a total of 60 heavy artillery pieces, and nearly 4,000 people serving them. This is actually a very scary number. Some people who have read too many street stall marketing accounts may think that such a small number of artillery is fooling someone. They may also say that Ami's division artillery regiment has 50 heavy artillery. Or maybe Santoku has 48 heavy artillery in one division. But in fact, Ami's divisional artillery consists of 3 105th battalions and 1 155th battalion. Although the 105th and 155th categories are both divisional heavy artillery, this classification is mainly because the long-barreled 105 is very heavy and requires a large tractor, so they are placed in it is convenient and safe inside the division. There are only 12 real 155 heavy artillery pieces in the Dahong division. The same goes for Sandoka. There are 12 SHF-18 150mm heavy howitzers in a division, and the rest are all 105. What's different about Santoku is that he has 150 heavy infantry cannons. Comparing the firepower of the guards with 36 152 guns and 24 122 guns, the firepower is already very insane. In addition to 36 57mm anti-tank guns, the anti-tank gun battalion of the Guards 1 machine infantry also has about 30 ZIS-3 self-propelled anti-tank guns, which is very different from the 12-gun anti-tank gun battalion of the General Infantry Division. Different places. There are also anti-aircraft guns. ANT's anti-aircraft artillery battalion usually consists of 16 37mm anti-aircraft guns. Wang Zhong's battalion has 36 37mm anti-aircraft guns and has been reinforced with 8 Crusader self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. All in all, the Guards has an infantry regiment, an artillery regiment, and a vehicle regiment, and the others are various battalions. In fact, it has more than 100 tanks, destroyers, and self-propelled artillery, which is equivalent to 2 tank brigades. It has more than 70 medium tubes of 75mm and 60 large tubes of over 122mm. It has a total of 66 57mm anti-tank guns, including vehicle-mounted and towed. It has more than 100 heavy machine guns, more than 200 light machine guns, and a total of more than 1,100 half-track trucks and tractors. The most excessive thing is the support capability of this division. It is equipped with 2 maintenance battalions and 2 rescue companies, split up and assigned to each tank company and tank destroyer company, and can complete moderate repairs of 12 tanks every day. For comparison, the maintenance capability of ANT's 1st Assault Army is to complete moderate repairs on 20 tanks per day. Yes, a group army is that bad. With so many things crammed in, the Guards became a local tycoon division with a total strength of more than 20,000 in one move. Then the military blinds in Yebeo pointed at the large number of battalions in the establishment and said what they must say. Eating free money. Perhaps thinking of this, Vasily sighed, there is really no way, it makes no sense to a layman. The key is that you tell these people that you can't just beep at the serial number. You have to count the number of vehicles and pipes. They are lying on the ground. You're cheating and yelling, if you don't listen, you're just getting paid. Wang Zhong shrugged, if I had known this, I would have changed the tank battalions and annihilation battalions into regiments. In this way, if you look at the infantry regiment, the tank regiment, and the annihilation regiment in the division, Yebeo's half bucket of water will feel like a division. There are 3 groups, which is very reasonable. Vasily laughed. Wang Zhong, of course, I myself feel from time to time that the number of infantry may be too small. But with such an exaggerated establishment now, logistics has become a curse. After all, the support units are all logistics gluttons. Adding 3 infantry regiments to the army organization might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Wang Zhong is still worried that his mobile army has so many 75, 122 and 152 tubes that it will not be enough to feed them, and it will run out of shells. Vasily, hey, in Luchtov, we artillery school students are still used as infantry, and we behave very well. Infantry is not a professional branch. Whoever picks up a rifle and lies on the ground to shoot, then that's the infantry. Wang Zhong said, you are right, the loaders in the artillery regiment are not all big-headed soldiers. Maybe because they are in the artillery unit, they have survived longer, and they are more reliable as infantry than the newly recruited recruits. At this time, the phone rang again in the room. Wang Zhong picked up the receiver, I am Rokosov. General Turgenev's voice came from the receiver, Rokosov, you should have known that the Sukhayabali front is in emergency, right? I have already informed the logistics department and vacated the carriage as soon as possible. Send your army group to Yarvik on the east bank of Sukhayabali, which is relatively safe at the moment. Wang Zhong, I have ordered the formation of an advance team, which I will personally lead. They can board the train and set off today. Very good, this is very good. General Turgenev paused, I am very much looking forward to the performance of your new army. After all, we have invested so many resources in your army group. Wang Zhong nodded, I will work hard. Well, good luck to you. The phone was hung up over there. Wang Zhong put down the receiver and looked at Vasily, I think it's better to put a pure infantry unit at the group army's military depot. It's just infantry and only provides food. It's next to the military depot and the supply route is short. That's right. There won't be too much logistical pressure. Vasily, I remember that Melania came with 4 more infantry battalions, with only basic weapons. How about turning them into an independent infantry brigade? Wang Zhong, okay, let Pavlov do the work. When we transport our regular army forward, we will complete the establishment of this brigade and finally send it over. Vasily muttered sympathetically, poor Pavlov. Chapter 327 Farewell to the Ant-Woman, Silver Update 410. Chapter 327 Farewell to the Ant-Woman, Silver Update 4/10. Wang Zhong called Pavlov again and told him about organizing the 4 Melania battalions into reserve infantry brigades. Pavlov, I want to organize the transportation plan of the entire army group, and you are going to give me more. Wang Zhong, the number of clerks you have now has doubled. They are all led by an old man who is a 6th level clerk. I think you still have great potential. Pavlov was silent for a few seconds and then asked, by the way, you want to lead the contingent yourself, right? The headquarters and I must be going with the last wave of troops. Who do you plan to have as your staff? Wang Zhong, deploy personnel from the staff of the Guards 1st Machine Infantry to form the staff of the advance team, and let Yegorov's chief of staff, Alexander Alexandrovich, temporarily serve as the chief of staff of the advance team. Understood. Alexander has good abilities. It would be beneficial to go to the battlefield in advance to practice. Pavlov agreed. Do you have any other instructions, Commander Lieutenant General Dovorich? Wang Zhong, no more. Oh yes, Yegorov definitely wants to join the advance team. If you stop him, just say it was me and let him go with the other troops in the division. After all, the 2 chief officers of the division cannot leave. And then let the military bishop lead the team. Leave it to me. I am the only one who can calm Yegorov's temper. Pavlov said. After all, he was originally Yegorov's chief of staff and was promoted along with Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, leave it to you. He hung up the phone and was about to talk to Vasily when the phone rang again. Vasily, I bet it's your majesty. Wang Zhong glared at him and picked up the receiver. I am Lieutenant General Rokosov. Olga's voice came from the receiver. Alyosha, the front line is in danger. It always feels like His Majesty the Tsar is very excited. Olga, Alyosha, your troops have finally come into use. Wang Zhong sighed, Your Majesty, our army's defense line has been penetrated. You shouldn't be so excited. I'm not like this in front of others, and I'm not afraid in front of you. Olga said in a coquettish tone. Wang Zhong, every minute and every second of my phone line is precious now. I don't know how many people are waiting to call in. Don't occupy my line. After he finished speaking, he was about to hang up, but Olga asked, Are you leaving today? Wang Zhong, yes, I set off with the first train of the first echelon to understand the battlefield situation first. Olga was silent for a few seconds and asked pitifully, Can I see you off at the station? Wang Zhong's first reaction was to say no, but he relented, Your Majesty, you are bidding farewell to the soldiers going to the battlefield. I am just one of the soldiers. Okay. Got it? You don't understand. You have to focus on the soldiers and don't treat me special. This is a qualified Tsar. But I'm still your sister. Why is my sister worried about my brother? Wang Zhong was speechless for a moment. After all, Olga was his younger sister, so he said it himself. After holding it in for 2 seconds, he said, But you are still the Tsar, so you have to distinguish priorities. After speaking, Wang Zhong hung up the phone directly without giving Olga a chance to refute. Vasily looked like he was watching a good show, through His Majesty the Tsar's phone. If I had a big mouth, you would be the Shadow Tsar tonight. Wang Zhong glared at Vasily, Damn it, you don't seem to be a big talker. Half of the rumors about me in Yebeo were made by you in the tavern to pick up girls. Vasily, I didn't get it. You're quite proud that you haven't picked me up yet because of my rumors, aren't you? Wait a minute, why haven't you picked me up yet? There should be many girls approaching you now for the title of Rokosov's adjutant, right? Wang Zhong asked with a surprised look on his face. Vasily shrugged, It's just because everyone is here for this title, so when I found out, I stayed away. I hope she likes me. Wang Zhong hesitated to speak, and finally patted Vasily on the shoulder. At this time the phone rang again. Wang Zhong picked it up and heard Ludmila's voice, I heard you are leaving. Yes, wait for me to come back. Wang Zhong said. Ludmila sighed, I originally hoped that the child could see his father for the first time. But, this is the fate of children born in war. Don't make it sound like I'm going to die. Wang Zhong said in a teasing tone. Sorry. I meant. I know, I'm just joking. Based on previous experience, We will fight on the front line for 1 to 2 months, and then we will retire to rest. In fact, Wang Zhong was going too far. In fact, the longest battle in Shastka last year lasted only a little over a month. The rest was only a few days of high-intensity fighting and half of the troops and technical equipment were lost. Modern war is composed of periods of rest and brief but violent conflicts. Wang Zhong has fully understood this. In fact, this point is also reflected in the Iron Hero. The divisions that have polished off the organization stopped to restore the organization. However, half a month of iron ambition passed in an instant, and no one noticed that the divisions that polished off the organization had taken a break. More than 15 days. Of course, the game cannot be taken seriously. When I take a break, I will come back to see the children. Well, Ludmila said softly, so what time does the train leave today? Will you go with the first train? Wang Zhong, the specific departure time is uncertain. But I will indeed set off today. I will go to the battlefield to familiarize myself with the terrain in advance. He said again what he had just said to Olga, and it felt a bit strange. After finishing speaking, Wang Zhong said, tell Neely to pack her luggage and come to the army headquarters immediately and leave with the first squad. You don't have to worry about that. When Turgenev called, Neely was drinking tea with me. Then she heard me and guessed what was happening. She immediately put down the teapot and left. Even didn't ask me for instructions. She may have been looking forward to going to the front line with you for a long time. Wang Zhong, that's it? This time when I go to the front line, I won't be hugging you. Can I use Nelly's steel plate instead? Don't cause trouble to Neely. Ludmila warned, as long as she hates her, you are not allowed to do it. And don't say the word steel plate in front of Neely. Wang Zhong, I understand, I understand. That's it? Just as he was about to hang up, Ludmila suddenly asked, has Olga already called? Madam, you are aware. Wang Zhong said quickly, it is true that my god-sister has already called. Will she see you off? It seems I have to go to the station too. Let me know as soon as you know the departure time, okay, dear? Okay. Wang Zhong answered honestly. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon on July 10, Ekaterinburg East Station, this is Ekaterinburg's special military railway station, next to the recruit training base, from where countless recruits rush to the front line in stuffy tank trucks. The military band stationed at the East Station plays Farewell to the Ant Women non-stop almost every day. The same is true today. Wang Zhong walked onto the platform, saw Pavlov, and asked, what did you load in the first car? Pavlov, you, your staff team, your horses, and various things that facilitate your reconnaissance, as well as a guard company led by Senior Sergeant Major Grigory, and finally there is someone responsible for arranging and coordinating the entire army group. The team of clerks for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, led by my 6th grade clerk. Wang Zhong looked at Gregory, who was also on the platform, and found that the Proton submachine gun he had captured had been replaced by a thickened barrel version of the thread-cutting machine. So Wang Zhong asked, Sergeant, is this gun easy to use? Gregory, awesome, this is the best weapon I have ever used. The only drawback is that the barrel is more complicated and requires special tools when cleaning. It seems that this gun is very popular with the Sergeant Major. Looking at the soldiers of the guard company next to him, they were basically thread-cutting machines. Wang Zhong was already looking forward to the scene of the enemy being beaten by these machines in the encounter. At this time, Gregory said, but the power of this bullet may not be very good. After all, the bullet speed is slow. I personally think the caliber should be larger, to the caliber of the Thompson of the United States. Thompson fired a .45 pistol bullet, which is 11.43 mm when converted into millimeters, a subsonic bullet of 11.43 x 39, the latter one is the bullet length, so it is really a weight launcher. Real thread cutters use large caliber ammunition because they are worried about insufficient power and insufficient armor penetration. As a result, I don't know whether the armor penetration has been improved, but the damage done to people by the bullets is amazing. Think about it, if you are hit by a subsonic weight and it enters your body and rolls around, then your injuries must be serious. Regarding the suggestions on the use of Gregory, Wang Zhong said, I will give feedback to the designer. However, the production of 9mm extended bullets involves a series of problems. Shortening the 7.62 standard rifle cartridge only requires slight improvements to the existing production line, but lengthening the original short pistol cartridge will take a lot of effort. Gregory nodded. Just then, his wife Aksanya appeared, Grishka. Aksanya rushed into Grigory's arms and buried her head on Grigory's chest. The soldiers in the guard company began to boo. Wang Zhong also joked, I almost envy you, Grishka. Everyone in the security company looked at Wang Zhong and let out mixed boos. After all, Ludmila is more beautiful than Aksanya. Then all the guards shut up and grimaced at the same time. Wang Zhong realized something and turned to look in the direction they were looking at. Ludmila, why do you envy him, Elisha, tell me. Wang Zhong, I'm not envious now. After saying that, he took a step forward and hugged his wife. At this time, the military band suddenly stopped farewell to the ant women and began to play the Tsar Ode. Apparently, Olga is here too. Wang Zhong took his wife's hand and looked towards the entrance of the station, and then saw Olga's guard of honor coming in. Olga herself walked onto the platform wearing a brand new summer dress with a blue ribbon hanging sideways, a crown and a scepter in hand. Wang Zhong let go of Ludmila's hand and saluted the Tsar. Olga looked at the military band, keep playing and say goodbye to the ant women. The military band immediately changed the tune, and Olga walked towards Wang Zhong and Ludmila with her head held high. My general, she said, I wish you success. Wang Zhong also said in a business-like tone, thank you. I will fulfill my duties and beat up the Prosenians. Olga smiled, you sound like it's your duty to beat the Prosens. Wang Zhong, it is. At this time, Wang Zhong did not notice that the soldiers of the guard company and Gregory boarded the car quietly. Pavlov came over and saluted the Tsar first. After His Majesty nodded, he turned to Wang Zhong and reported, the loading of the first train has been completed. General, please board the train. Okay. After Wang Zhong said this, he hugged Ludmila again and kissed her lips gently. But Ludmila was very proactive and hugged Wang Zhong's neck directly, imitating Susunzang. After the long kiss ended, Ludmila gently pushed Wang Zhong away, took a step back and distanced herself, be careful on the battlefield. Wang Zhong nodded, you should also pay attention to your health. He always felt that something was missing, so he thought for a long time and added, drink more hot water. No way, I'm at a loss for words. Olga coughed. Wang Zhong turned to the Tsar, saluted with standard court etiquette, and said, Your Majesty, I am going to the war. I wish you success. After speaking, Olga stretched out her hand. Wang Zhong didn't know whether kissing the hand was in line with court etiquette at this time, but if someone extended his hand, just kiss it. He bent down and kissed the back of Olga's hand gently. Then he let go, turned around, boarded the conductor's car of the train, turned around again, and looked at the girls on the platform. At this time, Nelly, carrying a large bag that was reminiscent of the item seller in the game, wearing a maid outfit and a boat-shaped hat, passed between the two people and rushed to the side of the train. Wang Zhong grabbed her hand and pulled her onto the train. Neely stood next to Wang Zhong and looked at Ludmila and Olga on the platform. Wang Zhong thought to himself, damn, what kind of hell composition is this? It looked as if Loli's mother and I had left, leaving one girl and two girls behind. At this time, the train sounded its whistle, and after the carriage shook for a while, it began to slide forward slowly. The band continued to play the Ant-Woman's Farewell amidst the sound of the whistle. Final response to compilation issues. In the first chapter of this volume, most of the content is actually about scolding those military illiterates who came to criticize the chapter I compiled. The military illiterates have no idea how many people are needed to operate so many technical equipment. They don't know about this vibranium. How valuable is the rich master? I was originally going to write a separate chapter to criticize it, but then I thought about it, maybe ordinary readers don't know how terrifying this vibranium-rich division and the army of 3 local rich divisions are, so I wrote it in the main text. Then, some people started to complain, saying that if I put 60 heavy artillery pieces, 200 plus mortars and infantry guns into a division, many divisions on the front line would have no artillery. They also said that this army accounted for 30% of Ant's heavy artillery, and that they could not supply it. Come and see what's going on in reality. Below is a photo of a page from Glantz's book Giant Reborn. The picture is not clear, so let me paraphrase it for you. In July 1942, the reserve artillery force of the Soviet Army headquarters had 323 artillery regiments and 26 heavy artillery battalions. Let's not talk about the heavy artillery battalion, which is mainly equipped with 203 and 280, but the 323 artillery regiments are all 122 or 152. You read that right, 323. Of course, these 323 regiments have actually been reduced compared to before the war. Before the war, one reserve artillery regiment had 48 guns and 152 guns. But by 1942, these 323 regiments were actually small establishments, with 20 guns of 122 or 152 guns. I pack 60 doors and I'm already short of them, okay. Some people may say that this is a reserve artillery regiment, and it does not need supplies. There are not many artillery regiments on the front line. Don't be stupid. The Soviet Division Artillery originally had 12 122 guns. The military artillery was generally an artillery brigade, with 24 152 guns plus 24 122 guns for a 48-gun unit. I just strengthened a military-affiliated artillery brigade into a division, which is exactly 12 plus 48 equals 60 guns. By the way, the artillery of Mao Zedong's headquarters will be strengthened during the implementation of the campaign to the group armies below for specific execution. You really have no idea about the artillery of the Soviet army. They even said that one division accounts for 10% of the heavy artillery firepower of the entire army. In the book, Ant's losses were smaller than Mazi's. In the first year of the establishment, Mazi killed 4 million people and captured more than 2 million prisoners alone. The book only lists 5 million casualties, and the wounded soldiers can return after recovering. These people return to the team as veterans who have been tempered by war, and their fighting will is different. In other words, Ant has at least 2 million more veterans than Mazi. In addition, retreating units are different from retreating units, and their technical equipment can be preserved. In order to test whether this kind of compilation can be used, I read 2 tomes by glance. One is The Giant with Clay Feet and the other is The Rebirth of Giants. These 2 books are not as refreshing to read as war history. Because I like to read war history as a story book. These 2 books are purely informational books, and they read like manuals. I still finished reading it. The following are the war histories and memoirs related to the Eastern Front that I have not yet put into my treasury. There are 3 rows below, and they are obviously older. I read them before writing this book. In the middle, Clay-Footed Giants and Rebirth of Giants were just read for this book. On the top, The Gates of Hell, The Oder Front and The Road to Berlin are ready to see. I also have the same number of books on the history of the Pacific War and the same number of books on the history of the First World War, and they have all been read. By the way, I also followed Fenrir War History and other relatively reliable war history research public accounts, and I read every article they wrote. I am indeed just a hobbyist, but I am a hobbyist who reads a little bit more. I think you are going to pick on me. You've read at least a third of these books, right? From now on, if you want to find fault with military issues in my books, you must provide screenshots of the book or diagrams, and indicate who wrote what page in the book. Another purpose of doing this is to identify truly professional military leaders. Many of my friends who are in the military command field are also reading this book, and their friends may also be reading this book. I may not necessarily know these people. So avoid accidental injuries. If you are really professional, you can choose, and I welcome you to choose. You must first prove your professionalism. Those who find fault without taking screenshots will be banned for 50 years. Chapter 328 Hub City Yarvik. Arvik on the east bank of the Suhayavali River is the easternmost big city in the entire Suhayavali River basin. Further east is the vast grassland with few villages. The entire 300 kilometers are all prairie. Originally, the church had a plan to dig a canal to connect the Suhayavali River and the Valdechu River, but during the demonstration, it was found that construction on the grassland was too difficult. At that time, Ant did not have the ability to guarantee such a construction project. So the church chose to keep developing for 20 years. When Ant was able to produce 20,000 tanks and arm 96 tank divisions, the church once again came up with the Dusty Canal plan. However, before the preliminary preparations were completed, the war began, and the canal plan had to be completely shelved. In this way, Yarvik became the last large transportation hub and settlement on the edge of the steppe, and it was also the supply center for the Suhayavali front. Once this place is captured, the front army will soon run out of ammunition and food. Originally, the industrial zones on both sides of the Suhayavali River were more than enough to supply a front army with hundreds of thousands of ammunition, but last year most of the factories were moved back, and now only the shells of various factories remain on both sides. So ammunition had to rely on railways. Early in the morning of July 11th, Prasen's bombers bombed the train station and train dispatching yard in Arvik, trying to disrupt the logistics supply of the Suhayavali front. The front air force made heroic interceptions, but several bombs still managed to fall into the dispatch yard, causing fires. At 10 noon, the fire was under control. At this time, the station master came out of the telegraph room and found the foreman of the platform workers, "Get ready to pick up the train." The foreman looked puzzled. "We have been picking up vehicles. We arrived at the 12th military column this morning. The workers have been working very hard to carry supplies and have not been affected by the fire. This is different." The station master looked nervous. "It's different. I just learned that the train that will arrive later is the advance team of a new group army." The foreman was overjoyed. "That's great. They can unload the truck by themselves, and I can arrange for the exhausted workers to take a rest." "No." The station master's voice rose an octave. "No. Do you know who is coming on the bus later?" The foreman hesitated for a moment and guessed, "His Majesty the Tsar." "Almost. It's General Rokosov." The foreman was stunned for a moment. "Eh? That Rokosov?" The station master glared at him. "Who else could it be? Now when it comes to Rokosov, it can only be that Rokosov." "Foreman, so, Are yesterday's rumors true? The front line has really collapsed? Otherwise, Rokosov wouldn't have come to the rescue. Station master, don't worry about the front line, let the workers be energetic. Don't worry, I'll show you. The foreman turned to the porters who were taking a nap and shouted, everyone, General Rokosov's train is coming into the station later. The workers were chatting about spanking, but when they heard this, they all turned around. Is it the Rokosov who killed 41 General Prozin? Right. I heard that he held a bloody red flag in one hand and chopped up 5% tanks with a machete in the other. I heard there were 7. Foreman, yes, that's that Rokosov. So the workers stood up one after another and stopped resting. You can fight it now, I was worried yesterday for nothing. Yes, I wanted to take my wife and children on horseback to the grassland yesterday. Prozin wouldn't chase me into the grassland, right? There are really very few villages on the grassland. During the Civil War, the Chongsheng sect gangsters hid in them. After the Civil War, they were wiped out several times but still not all, because the place is really too big and the population is really too small. Now, the gangs have hundreds of guns roaming around and make a living by hunting. Later, the church began to supply large sausages, caviar, and sparkling wine to the villages on the prairie, while charging high prices for the meat and milk produced by the villagers' cattle. The former villagers in the bandit gang saw that their families were living such a prosperous life, so they gave up being bandits and ran back. Then the gang grew smaller and smaller, and eventually disappeared. The locals have basically heard the story told by the older generation, so running into the grassland is an option. Of course, whether it actually works is another matter. Pull him down, do you know how to hunt? Don't starve to death and become food for wolves. Are there any jackals on the grassland? While the workers were all talking, the foreman turned to look at the station master. Look, don't worry about enthusiasm, everyone wants to perform well in front of General Rokosov. After all, the church is almost promoting him as a saint. This was heard by the workers, and immediately one of them said, isn't that a saint? I heard that General Rokosov ate the same food as the soldiers, and gave his beautiful horse to the wounded to ride when he retreated. These are terrible things. These are things that only appear in the stories of saints. Yes, yes. You see, there is no such thing in Suvorov's story, only the story of Saint Andrew. Not even in Kutuzov's story. Kutuzov is just a noble gentleman. Foreman, then what shall we do to this good gentleman, the great sage, later? Then there's no need to ask. If they didn't finish unloading their car in 30 minutes, we're being considered as negligent. The foreman looked at the station master again. Look, don't worry. The workers were so excited that the soldiers guarding the station heard it. The company commander on duty today asked the chaplain accompanying the army, do you know Rokosov is coming? I don't know. How could we be told this kind of thing in advance? What if it spreads to the Plosin people? Then it's not the dispatching plant that was bombed today. The enemy is definitely waiting to bomb Rokosov. The priest replied Road. The company commander was speechless. You're right, we really can't let the news out so early. At this time, the sergeant standing guard next to him said, yesterday, the ground staff at the airport said that an attack group equipped with fighter jets from the United States came in. It's very strange. The fighter jet has more bombs than the IL-2, and the engines are all air-cooled. I don't know what air cooling is, anyway, the airport ground staff haven't repaired it. Company commander, then how do these fighter jets fight? I know that aircraft need to be inspected once a day. The first-class soldier sounded like he was telling stories in a tavern, don't you know? That attack group also brought its own ground crew. The cockpit of the United States aircraft is spacious and can fit one more person. They just crammed a few people in there. 10 people, the rest came on a passenger plane. The company commander shook his head, this is obviously wrong. Can't we just send more passenger planes? It's true, the airport ground staff said it. At this time, the priest coughed and intervened in the conversation, Ivan, you went drinking yesterday, right? You climbed over the wall from the back of the barracks, right? The superior soldier's face suddenly turned pale. The priest asked kindly, who are you going with? Private Ivan, I won't even say anything if you kill him. Priest, do you think I don't know? But if you don't tell them, their punishment will be borne by you. Ivan was shaken. Just then, the bell rang, indicating that the train was about to enter the station. The switchman has finished checking all the switches and is standing next to the switchman's hut with a green light. The train whistle sounded from afar. The priest gave up questioning for the time being and turned his head like everyone else to look in the direction where the whistle came from. The train appeared in the distance and gradually approached the platform. The front of the car started to brake just before entering the station, and the wheels rubbed against the rails and sparks flew out. The train, which was gradually slowing down, slid into the platform, first the track repair car, then the front of the car, then the coal car and the anti-aircraft gun car. Behind the anti-aircraft guns is the tanker truck. There is a red flag on the top of the first tanker truck. The workers became excited when they saw the red flag. Look, there are words on it. The young workers, many of whom had graduated from the 10th grade, recognized the words above and read out, "A gift from the textile workers of Shepatovka, a gift from the workers of Shepatovka." This must be the general's carriage. The general actually lives in a tank truck. Look, is that the general? In order to ensure ventilation, a tanker truck usually has one door open when driving. The door of the tank truck with the red flag was also open, and there was a dense crowd of people. It can be seen that half of the people are officers and the other half are soldiers. The young man who stands as the dividing line between soldiers and officers has 3 general stars on his collar badge. 3 stars means you are a lieutenant general, you are a general. A worker shouted. He really stands with ordinary soldiers. Unlike the workers, the guards on duty focused on the weapons in the hands of the soldiers on the general's right. The superior soldier who had just been questioned by the chaplain narrowed his eyes. What is that? It looks quite beautiful. The company commander was also looking at the weapon. What's the matter with such a thick barrel? Is it covered with a water jacket like Maxim? How heavy is that? Although the priest accompanying the army is a priest, as a priest of a first-line company, he also knows weapons and combat skills. But looking at the posture of holding the gun and the tear marks on the shoulder strap, the gun does not feel heavy. The company commander continued to comment sharply, such a large magazine looks like 20 or 30 rounds. Is it a submachine gun? A new submachine gun? Private, I think Papasa is pretty good. Why do you need a new one? Company commander, look at the width of the magazine. It's obvious that the bullets used are longer than Babisha, and maybe have a longer range? In short, General Rokosov is also the chairman of the Ordnance Review Committee, so the items used by his troops will not be bad. At this time, the car stopped. The lieutenant general jumped out of the car and turned to look at the company commander and the priest. Are you interested in the new weapons equipped by our department? General Rokosov asked. The company commander, priest, and private nodded together. The general gestured to the senior sergeant major behind him. Grisha, demonstrate. When the workers heard Grisha, they were all shocked, because it was obviously unusual for a lieutenant general to call the sergeant major by a nickname, not to mention that the workers did not recognize the rank of the sergeant major. They could only tell that he was not an officer. Is a big soldier. At this moment, the descriptions in the church's propaganda such as being on an equal footing with soldiers suddenly came true, became tangible, and became extremely credible. The soldiers were paying attention to the weapons in the hands of the sergeant major. The sergeant major looked up, suddenly raised his weapon to the sky and pulled the trigger. The gun made a sound like a stick being used to spank a disobedient child. Everyone looked up in confusion, not knowing what the sergeant major was shooting at, and 2 pigeons fell on the platform. The superior soldier looked at the sky with his mouth wide open. How can a flock of pigeons fly so high and be shot down? The company commander looked at the sergeant major, or a waist shot. The sergeant major smiled and said, yes, this weapon is very easy to use. An experienced shooter can definitely hit someone by splashing water 200 meters away. 200 meters. The superior soldier exclaimed, the impact point of Babasa's waist shot at 100 meters is already as big as a building. When he looked at the weapon in the sergeant major's hand, his eyes were different. The Babisha in my hand suddenly no longer smells good. Chapter 329 Fighting Tigers and Going Up the Mountain. Wang Zhong was very satisfied with Gregory's demonstration. In fact, you can hit pigeons flying in the sky by shooting from the waist and splashing water, which is something most people cannot do. Of course, for ordinary people, the hit rate of a thread-cutting machine is definitely better than that of Babisha. The firepower in close encounters is the same as that of Babisha. It is more accurate than Babisha at long range. In addition, with a lower failure rate, this is definitely a good weapon. As for the low emission sound, it's actually not that important. Gregory and the others want a thicker barrel version mainly because it is stable when firing. No one in this era has realized the importance of silencer. Gregory lowered his gun and looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, well done, pick up the pigeons and take them around to ask around. Maybe they were raised by ordinary people and compensate them according to the price. Yes. The 2 soldiers immediately ran to pick up the pigeon and ran outside the station. Wang Zhong heard the workers whispering, did you hear that? I'm still paying compensation. This is great. If I were the owner of the pigeons, I wouldn't be able to demand compensation for anything. What would happen if the soldiers ate some pigeon meat? Wang Zhong turned to the workers, this won't work. We can't take advantage of the masses so that they will support us. He paused and changed the topic, today we have to work hard for the master workers. My army advance team and many trains will arrive today. Leave it to us. At this time, the soldiers of the guard company had taken down the red flag sent by the textile workers from the tanker truck, and the tall flag bearer stood beside Wang Zhong. The red flag, the general, as well as the soldiers and workers surrounding the general. This scene is particularly suitable for photography, but it is a pity that Wang Zhong's royal photographer is not there. Just then, a large group of officers, led by a general, rushed into the station. The leading general looked around and went straight to Wang Zhong. Lieutenant General Rokosov. Yesterday, the High Command only told me that a new group army would come to reinforce me, but it did not tell me that it was your teaching group army. Wang Zhong, teaching the group army. Ah! They all said that. The general was stunned. Wang Zhong, our official designation is the first mobile group army. Of course, this group army is also to test a new organization method. General, I heard that your army has nearly 300 heavy artillery pieces. Wang Zhong nodded. Yes, I actually want to stuff more, but I'm not sure if the logistics can provide it. After all, Wang Zhong's army is already very complex. It has everything. The cannons alone have 37, 40, 57, 75, 76, 100, 122 and 152 calibers. Many of the guns of the same caliber also use different ammunition. For example, it is also a 37mm gun, but the M6 destroyer's gun has different shells from the 37mm high artillery. Wang Zhong actually thought about replacing all anti-aircraft artillery units with Crusaders equipped with 40 Bofors, so that the 37mm shells would be reduced to one type. Unfortunately, the Crusaders sent too few, so they had to wait for the authorized Bofors factory to quickly start production and mass-produce 40mm cannons. In fact, Wang Zhong has reduced the supply difficulty as much as possible within the allowed range. For example, mortars, 120 mortars are too heavy, and Wang Zhong's infantry unit has a large number of 75 and 76 tubes, so he tried to only equip them with 75 and 76 tubes. 82 mortars. If this is not effective, then we will have to work hard on logistics and add a 120-weight mortar. In short, Wang Zhong's group army is undoubtedly the heavy firepower unit in Ant's army establishment. The Soviet army on Earth was also considered a heavy firepower unit 43 years ago. However, when the Soviet army executes an offensive campaign, the headquarters will prepare artillery reinforcements to strengthen it. After 1943, the Soviet army formed a frantic breakthrough group army, and the attached breakthrough artillery division had 144 152mm guns alone, which was very terrifying. Wang Zhong was not so frantic because he was worried about the lack of supplies. If the United States were more powerful and sent 10,000 trucks to Ant in half a year, he might really be able to build such a crazy artillery unit. It's all the United States' fault. However, the commander of the Sukhayavali front did not have Wang Zhong's understanding of transcending time and space. He obviously felt that 300 heavy artillery pieces of 122mm or more for a group army were too much. Not to mention that Wang Zhong's group army also has a rocket artillery brigade. Looking forward to your performance. He held Wang Zhong's hand. In this scene, it seemed that he was the lieutenant general and Wang Zhong was the general. Wang Zhong, what do you call it? Oh, I am General Andrei Ivanovich, commander of the Sukhayavali front. Wang Zhong introduced himself, Lieutenant General Rokosov, commander of the 1st Mobile Army. We all know you. General Andrei said, hurry up to the headquarters, and I will introduce the situation on the front line. Unload the truck and hand it over to the logistics commander of the front army. If you have any supply needs, talk to him. General Andrei pointed at the lieutenant general behind him. Wang Zhong nodded. I brought the advance team of the group army organization, led by. Wang Zhong glanced at his 6th level clerk. Led by civilian Colonel Karateyev, he will coordinate supply issues with you. Originally, civil servants only had civilian ranks, but since the war started, it has been discovered that civilian employees must also have military ranks. After all, agency attrition often occurs, and a new agency leadership system can be quickly determined based on military ranks. So the 6th grade clerk became a civilian colonel. The old man held his head high like a real soldier, but the military salute was still a bit nondescript as before. After asking the logistics person to connect, General Andrei made an invitation gesture, go to the headquarters. Wang Zhong nodded, okay, I will listen to your introduction to the situation first, and then I will set off to inspect the front line in person. General Andrei looked shocked, do you really want to personally inspect the front line? Yes. I thought it was just propaganda. Wang Zhong scolded seriously, how can this be done? In the newly written doctrine, I emphasized that the commander should personally observe the terrain if conditions permit. How can I do this if I don't set an example myself? General Andrei quickly made up for it, I thought that was what you did when you were the division commander. Now that you are the commander of the group army, Do you still have to personally visit all the areas where the group army operates? Wang Zhong, why not? Of course, when the establishment under my command becomes larger, it will be physically impossible to visit every area personally. I can only delegate the inspection of these places to division commanders. But I will still do the reconnaissance in the main breakthrough direction personally. An excellent commander must be extremely familiar with every plant and tree in the combat area. Even through plug-ins. General Andre looked at Wang Zhong with awe. I'm afraid I can't do it. I can't tell you that I am familiar with every plant and tree in Suhayavali. But I will try my best to answer your questions. Yes. This way please. Wang Zhong nodded, and then he left the station under the guidance of General Andre. Then he saw an old man shouting in front of a shop not far from the station, "You killed my most beloved pigeon. Do you think that you can just pay for it?" Wang Zhong raised his hand to signal the whole team to stop, and then walked towards the old man under General Andre's surprised eyes. Gregory immediately followed with the thread cutter. Wang Zhong came to the old man. "Old man. It was my guards who shot down your pigeon in order to demonstrate new weapons. I will compensate you." The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Zhong. "Who are you?" "I am." At this time, the old man saw someone holding a red flag behind Wang Zhong and shouted, "Wait a minute." Wang Zhong's self-introduction was stuck in his throat and he was embarrassed. The old man looked at his face carefully, and then looked at the 3 stars on the collar badge. You are Lieutenant General Rokasov." "Wang Zhong, it's me." "Oh. You don't know that people in Arvik have been in panic since yesterday. Everyone is relieved when you come. You want to beat up the hateful Prasen people, right? We have a lot of people here from West Kosalia. People, they all say that the Prasen people are evil, killing and raping everywhere. You have to stop them." The old man became more and more excited as he spoke and held on to Wang Zhong's hand. "I am a veteran, but I can't fight anymore. My children are all in the army. I gave everything to the church and the Ant army. Just to prevent the Prasen people from succeeding. Wang Zhong, don't worry, old man, but you should retreat as soon as possible, because we are not ready to completely block them yet." "Old man, are you not ready?" "Yes, so there should be some retreat. But don't worry, we will fight back soon this time." "Okay, I get it. Wang Zhong, by the way, regarding the pigeons, please accept our compensation." "Ah." The old man was stunned for a moment, then remembered when he saw the pigeons carried by the 2 guards, and waved his hand. "I don't know what pigeons they are, these 2 are obviously wild pigeons." "Wang Zhong, no, you'd better accept the compensation. It just so happens that you are about to retreat, and use this money to settle down in the rear." The old man looked touched. "What a good general, may Saint Andrew bless you." "Saint Andrew bless you." After that, the old man kept repeating this prayer and watched Wang Zhong leave with his people. General Andre waited for Wang Zhong to return and then said, "This is what the military priests have to do." "Wang Zhong, I didn't bring my partner priest here. Let's go to the headquarters." Suhayavali Front Army Headquarters. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the room, he saw a lot of enemy attack signs on the map. The enemy occupied area has been embedded in the Suhayavali Front's defense zone, and the forward is less than 50 kilometers away from Yarvik. "Wang Zhong, the situation is indeed very bad. General Andre, the enemy put in a new type of tank, and the war reporter on the front line took a photo. However, because no flash was used, the effect was not very good." As he spoke, General Andre pulled out a photo from a stack of documents on the table, placed it on the map table, and pushed it to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong picked up the photo. Although the shooting was indeed very bad, the whole picture was blurry and only the outline of the new tank could be seen. But Wang Zhong is still very sure that this is the Tiger tank. In the history of the Earth, the war started in September 42, and this world was 2 months ahead of schedule. Moreover, the Tiger's performance in the first battle was average due to too many mechanical failures. But these Tigers performed extremely well and almost killed the entire front army. General Andre said next to him, "Everyone who has seen this new type of tank is extremely afraid of it, saying that all our attacks cannot penetrate its armor, and its cannon can be used at a very long distance. Can destroy our tanks. Some people also say it can become invisible." Wang Zhong burst into laughter, saying that he was probably not someone who could drive the regular version of the T-34 if he knew how to be invisible. The 2-man turret T-34 was too blind, and if it was sniped by a Tiger at a distance of more than 1,500 meters, he would probably not notice where the Tiger was from the beginning to the end. These are all examples. "Wang Zhong, it seems that in order to stabilize the defense line, we need to deal with these evil Tigers first." Chapter 330 Old Rules, Former Enemy Reconnaissance, Silver League Update 510. Chapter 330 Old Rules, Former Enemy Reconnaissance, Silver League added 5/10. Since the enemy was less than 50 kilometers away from Arvik, Wang Zhong immediately decided not to waste time at the front army headquarters and led his troops to conduct reconnaissance of the former enemy. General Andrei persuaded him to stay. You have come a long way, so you should rest first. Wang Zhong, the military situation is urgent. It won't be too late to drive the enemy away from Arvik. General Andrei, we are on the east bank, and the enemy is on the west bank. Wang Zhong, but after the enemy captures the bridgehead on the west bank, all the logistics of your troops on the west bank will be cut off. General Andrei, you should be more anxious than me. The general hesitated for a few words, and suddenly thought of a reason. The enemy has advanced so far, it's time to stop and rest. The tank must need repairs. 55 kilometers from Yarvik, Yisk is under the control of the Plozin army. John Christopher climbed out from under his Panzer VI, tactical number 210, and shook his head at the driver. Everyone in the elite crew of Panzer VI is familiar with all battle positions and can swap positions at any time. For such an elite team, everyone can repair the car naturally. If one person can't repair it, he will replace it with another. Now that the commander has gone down to see it, it means that the whole group has already gone down to see it once. John, we can't handle this fault. Let's wait for the battlefield repair battalion to arrive. The driver nodded. I think so too. By the way, before the engine and transmission collapsed, I felt that the road wheels were a bit strange and wobbly. The ground here is worse than the ground in Belka. John stamped his foot. I heard it will be worse in the rainy season, but to be honest, this is already bad. It can't even be called a road in Caroline. The gunner sat on the turret of the tank, holding a cigarette, and said to the commander, you didn't participate in the war last year. I fought for 3 months last year before being transferred to the rear to participate in the testing of new tanks. At that time, the mules of the infantry division that cooperated with us, the horses, have broken their horseshoes and have to find a blacksmith on site to get new shoes. The gunner suddenly fell silent. John asked curiously, what's wrong? No, I remember what happened to the blacksmith in the end. After he finished shoeing the horses, he went home and saw someone raping his wife and daughter, so he rushed up with the horseshoe hammer and opened the heads of the 2 infantrymen. John, and a sergeant opened fire and killed the blacksmith's entire family with a submachine gun. John Christopher was silent. Others also fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, the electromechanical man broke the silence. Hey, it's just the death of a few inferior people. John glared at the electromechanical engineer and was about to speak when the driver kicked him and mouthed to the left side. John looked over and saw 2 guys with crescent iron plates on their chests, wearing large black leather trench coats and carrying submachine guns. Field military police are nicknamed chain dogs among ordinary soldiers. If they hear you questioning Prasen as a superior race, bad things will generally happen. John could only swallow the rebuttal that came to his lips. The electromechanical man continued, but those infantrymen are too shameless, and they are willing to treat inferior ethnic groups. I can't do it. I think they are too dirty. In addition, ants women are not as beautiful as our Prosan girls. Being in love with them is simply raping your own aesthetics. John didn't speak, his eyes followed the 2 field gendarmes. Just then the sound of an engine came from the west. Several people surrounding the broken tank turned to look in the direction of the sound, and sure enough they saw the dust raised by the tank's speed. Pilot, sounds like our counterpart, Panzer VI. As soon as he finished speaking, the number 6 tank with tactical number 217 and 8 infantrymen drove over with sparks and lightning. When passing by number 210, the commander of number 217 waved to John, company commander, we are chasing the forward troops. Be careful if you lie down again. John also waved his hand and warned him while waving. Don't worry, the maintenance camp has patted your chest with me. Where are they? John asked again. We're almost there, we're repairing car number 213 on the road. John recalled the bad position of number 213 and muttered, that was really fast. At this time, 3 other repaired Panzer VI tanks passed by the 210 car, and everyone greeted John. This is not only because he is the commander of this company, but also because he has just become the tanker with the most destroyed tanks in Prasen. After the 4 tanks drove past, John said, this way I can rest assured that there are 4 more number 6 tanks in the front. Gunner, the forwards should be able to see the Suhayavali River if they advance for a day or 2, right? The Rokosov-style defense line they boast is nothing more than that. It was easily broken through under our firepower. John also smiled, yes, except that the maintenance of the Panzer VI tank is difficult and time-consuming, and the failure rate is relatively high when it runs far. It is simply a perfect tank. This was unanimously agreed upon by all. Arvik, headquarters of the Suhayavali front of the Ant army. Wang Zhong, maybe you are right, but we cannot bet the outcome of the war on the enemy. We must hold victory in our own hands. I am going to conduct reconnaissance now and will contact you by radio. Give me a copy your radio call sign list. Okay, the general turned to the chief of staff and shouted, quickly give the lieutenant general a radio call sign list. The chief of staff turned around and shouted, confidential staff officer. Get the call sign list to the lieutenant general. Although the confidentiality level of radio call signs is not as high as that of telegraph code books, it is still kept by confidential staff and is supervised by inquisitors. The confidential staff officer came over with the call sign book and handed it to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong flipped through his book and asked, how long can this call sign be used? In order to prevent the enemy from catching the pattern, the call sign must be changed every few days. The confidential staff officer replied, 2 days, the call sign was just changed last night. Wang Zhong nodded and handed the notebook to Vasily, take it, I will also hand over the walkie-talkie to you later. I knew it. Vasily looked helpless. Wang Zhong said to the confidential staff, my call sign is Genghis Khan. Then, I'm going. He turned and left the headquarters. General Andrei took a deep breath and sat down, okay, I thought he was here to shoot me. The chief of staff reassured, the superiors also know that our retreat was not due to tactical mistakes, but because the enemy invested new weapons. New weapons. General Andrei exclaimed, I heard that Lieutenant General Rokosov's troops also have new weapons. They are called vortexes. I don't know what they look like. Because the enemy was still more than 40 kilometers away from Jarvik, riding a horse was a bit far and would be tiring, so Wang Zhong chose the Willis Jeep as the transportation vehicle for this reconnaissance. So far, the United States has shipped a total of 6,000 Willis Jeeps to Ant, and Wang Zhong intercepted 1,000 of them and gave them to his army. Each division in the group army has a motorcycle reconnaissance battalion, mainly equipped with Willis Jeeps. During wartime, this battalion will dismantle a bunch of reconnaissance platoons and strengthen them to the company level of the armored forces. There is also an independent reconnaissance battalion in the group army, which is hung under the column of the group army headquarters. In addition to these organic units using Willis Jeeps, there were a large number of Willis Jeeps at the division headquarters of each division and at the brigade headquarters of the Independent Artillery Brigade. Wang Zhong did not even consider these jeeps as cars, but as military horses. Although this thing burns oil, it only burns 11 liters of oil per 100 kilometers. Even if you add 98 gasoline, it only burns about 9 kilograms. A military horse can eat 10 to 12 kilograms of fodder, hay plus concentrate, a day. Of course, in an emergency, you can let the military horse eat grass on the spot, but that will make the horse thin and its endurance will be greatly reduced. Of course, military horses and mules are also necessary in the long run. After all, in a land like Ant, there will definitely be a lot of problems when running cars. But in a short-term decisive battle, Jeep's benefits are very obvious. Wang Zhong took the guard company and set off in a Willis Jeep, accompanied by an M3 half-track. He also changed his sunglasses and learned from General Patton in Jeep. When the advance team of 8 vehicles passed the Suhayavali bridge, Wang Zhong heard the neighing of horses from behind. When he turned around, he saw busy Faras chasing after him happily, and ran to the side of the Jeep to slow down. Started chewing on Wang Zhong's helmet. Wang Zhong was speechless, frowning and trying to drive the horse away. Gregory, it's so anxious, so just take it with you. Anyway, we'll be back in 2 or 3 days. So the strange force of 8 cars and 1 horse set off. Wang Zhong crossed the river and walked west along the highway, always maintaining a bird's-eye view to monitor the front. After driving for about an hour, Wang Zhong suddenly saw a red dot in front of him. He yelled, "Stop!" Vasily braked and turned to look at Wang Zhong. "What's wrong?" Wang Zhong stood up, held onto the windshield, picked up the binoculars, and looked into the distance. Actually, he maintained this posture and changed the angle of view. 2 kilometers away, a small convoy of 3 motorcycles and a half-track vehicle was parked in a manner. There is almost a platoon of enemies highlighted. The commander and loader of the number 2 tank all stuck their heads out. It was obvious that the vehicle was now unable to attack. But as long as the commander retracts, he can immediately fire the main weapon. About 2 squads of enemies were searching the main building of the manor, a 2-story building. I didn't see them occupying the commanding heights or setting up machine guns. The machine gunner was carrying the machine gun and chatting with the deputy shooter. There is another class of enemies who are rounding up the hens. The enemy in the last class is preparing to light a fire in the middle of the farm to cook. At this time, 2 Prussian soldiers suddenly emerged from the outer opening of the cellar, each holding a bottle of wine in their hands and shouting something to the others. Wang Zhong ended his observation and said to Vasily and Grigory, "There are enemies in the farm ahead. Judging from the vehicle, there is a platoon. They should not be on alert." Grigory immediately picked up the thread cutter. "Then let's raid them. I've long wanted to use the Pro Sense to try out my new gun. Damn it, Don't sound like a samurai who used civilians to test their swords during Japan's Warring States period. Wang Zhong lowered his head and asked Gregory, in the wilderness, how are you going to make a surprise attack? Gregory, if it's 2 kilometers, it's not enough to touch it directly. It will take at most 20 minutes to touch it. The green gauze tent on the grassland is so high that it can just hide us. Wang Zhong thought for a while and nodded, act. Gregory immediately stood up and observed the farm in the distance, then jumped out of the car and shouted to the back, first class, follow me, the rest will protect the general. Immediately, a squad of soldiers got out of the car, and under the leadership of Gregory, they formed a column and approached the enemy. Wang Zhong watched them walking through the tall grass from a bird's eye view. This feels a bit like a man of war. Unfortunately, Wang Zhong can't control Gregory and the others now, so he can only be a spectator. A bit like auto chess. Promote capable officers and non-commissioned officers yourself, and then let them fight on their own while you can only watch. 15 minutes later, Gregory found a scarecrow in the field to cover himself and poked his head out to observe the farm. Then he asked the soldiers to form a small circle in the wheat field, flattened a piece of land, and began to introduce the situation to the soldiers. After the explanation, the Gregorian team broke into pieces, and groups of 3 surrounded the manor from different directions. Gregory opened fire first, targeting the commander and loader exposed on the number 2 tank. The firing distance is only about 100 meters, and the strafing fire directly knocks down the target. Proson's commander fell backwards, his lower body stuck in the tank, and the loader flipped out of the vehicle, planting an onion upside down on the ground. The Plosin soldiers around the tank were surprised. The machine gunner on the half-track vehicle immediately turned his gun, but apparently the low sound of the thread cutter caused him to misjudge the direction of the bullet's attack. He actually pointed the machine gun in the completely opposite direction. Because the sound of a bullet hitting a hard weapon is actually not the BIU sound like in many TV series and movies, but a pop like throwing a cannon. When many bullets hit the wall at the same time, the sound was closer to the sound of pouring water into a hot oil pan, with a crackling sound. No wonder the enemy machine gunner misjudged the direction. Gregory's deputy gunner also opened fire, directly knocking down the machine gunner on the half-track. Others also fired, and the storm of bullets knocked all the enemies to the ground. The Prosens had no idea where the attack was coming from, because the thread cutter not only made less noise, but also produced less muzzle flash and smoke when fired. They started shooting randomly, then were knocked down by accurate fire. The battle ended in less than a minute, and finally only the number 2 tank was left, rushing out of the farm gate with the only remaining driver driving it. As a result, Gregory hit the rear body of the tank with an incendiary bomb. The tank burst into flames and slowly stopped. As soon as the driver jumped out, he was shot dead by Gregory. Wang Zhong was very satisfied. He could rely on the plug-in to see that there were still a few living Prosens in the manor. This time Wang Zhong brought the M3 half-track vehicle, which allowed him to put the prisoners into the vehicle and take them away. He no longer had to shoot the enemy in the shoulder and put them back. He can even bandage these prisoners. At this time, the walkie-talkie in Vasily's hand came from Grigory's report, Genghis Khan, our troops will completely annihilate the enemy. Please give instructions. Wang Zhong took the walkie-talkie and said, stand by, I'll be there soon. Genghis Khan is finished. Chapter 331. Wang Zhong thrust the walkie-talkie back into Vasily's hand, grabbed the thread-cutting machine from the guard, rode on busy Faraz and rushed forward. Seeing this, Vasily quickly ordered others to get in the car and follow. Busy Faraz heard the sound of the engine behind him, looked back, and then ran like crazy, almost throwing Wang Zhong off. Seeing this, Vasily urged the driver desperately, hurry up. Your internal combustion engine can't outrun a horse, are you kidding? So the driver also drove the wheels almost off the ground. 80 years from now it will definitely be on the traffic accident collection. At this time, over at the manor, Gregory was directing his team to gather the slightly injured prisoners, so the prisoners in the low stone wall of the manor saw this scene. A white horse galloped forward, red flags flying in the dust behind it. The Willis jeep was so small that it was hidden in the dust raised by the white horse. It was invisible and only the red flag was flying. Then the dust from the jeeps covered the convoy behind them. From the front, only the dust was flying, as if a large number of heavy cavalry were rushing along the dirt road. One of the captives exclaimed, a grey horse, whose name is Death, the vine was thrown into the great mill of the wrath of God, and the fruit was crushed, and the blood flowed out of the mill, even to the horse's bridle, whoever bows down before the beast and his image will drink the wine of God's wrath and be burned with fire and brimstone before the holy angels and before the Lamb. Others had no reaction when they heard the sentence, because the prisoner pronounced it in Latin. Only the priest who came with Gregory frowned and looked at the prisoner warily. Gregory noticed the priest's expression and asked doubtfully, what's wrong? This is a word from the Book of Revelation, a classic of the Zhongsheng section. The prisoner was still murmuring, he returned from the darkness, like lightning breaking through the dark clouds, bringing death and illuminating everything. Wang Zhong rushed to the door of the yard just in time, and Bucephalus raised his front legs high and howled loudly. The jeep behind braked and turned its steering wheel sharply, drifting to avoid busy Faraz, who suddenly stopped, and stopped only after hitting the low wall of the manor. Vasily stood up and shouted to the back with a walkie-talkie, "Stop, stop, stop. Don't hit us, there will be a car accident." Then amidst the sound of braking, more smoke and dust rose up, as if it was going to cover the sky and the sun. 8 cars created the smoke and dust caused by the movement of 100 cars. All the prisoners looked at Wang Zhong with wide eyes. The one who just recited the old classics continued to recite. Wang Zhong pulled up the gun belt that had just slipped from his shoulders to his waist while running wildly, and pulled the gun from his legs to his waist. Then he looked at the soldier Pu Lewison, who was chanting something, and asked, "What is he chanting?" "Vasily, I don't understand it, it's not Prosan." "The priest accompanying the army, it's in Latin." "General, you scared him into becoming a saint." "Wang Zhong, ah. Are there also Chongsheng sect among the Prasen people?" "Yes, but he was almost killed by Emperor Prasen. After all, Emperor Prasen wants to promote the theory that the light of technology replaces the favor of God." Wang Zhong suddenly discovered a blind spot. Prosan believed that the light of technology would defeat God's favor, while the secularists believed that various miracles were actually quantum mechanics. How could they be so similar? He decisively decided to pretend not to notice the matter and wait until Prosan was brought down before discussing these matters. "Wang Zhong, tell him to shut up. He has absolutely bad intentions in dragging me towards the Chongsheng sect." "Yes." Vasily immediately scolded him in Prosan, and the prisoner shut his mouth. Although Wang Zhong saw clearly from an overhead perspective that there were no casualties on his side, he still had to pretend. "Did you suffer any losses?" "Gregory, no, the enemy basically didn't notice which side we launched the attack from. After all, the gunfire was really small. But this gun is not suitable for capturing prisoners. These minor injuries were all caused by ricochet and were directly hit by ricochet. The person hit by the bullet was at least seriously injured." Wang Zhong nodded. "It seems that the first actual combat effect is good." "Gregory, of course, we didn't expect that having a small voice would have such a big benefit. The silencer was actually invented a long time ago, but there was no need for special operations in previous wars. The silencer was only used as a sports equipment on civilian guns, so that people who play with guns can reduce the disturbance to the people. Later, the United Kingdom established the Gamande Special Forces and immediately discovered the benefits of silent firearms, and silent weapons were widely used. However, Wang Zhong's troops still use thread-cutting machines for their performance, not for the sake of whispering. Gregory, unfortunately, due to production capacity issues, there is no way to completely replace Papasa with a thread-cutting machine. The manufacturers of Babisha and its brother Bobos are now mature, and the combined daily output of the two guns has reached a terrifying 6,000. And troops are now full of charging machine gunners. Ant's army also likes to give wave sand to new recruits. Anyway, you don't need to aim, just sweep it. Giving the new recruits Mosin Nagant has no effect. So now in Ant's recruit training, he first teaches Babisha scrubbing and clearing obstacles. After the recruits can successfully shoot all the Babisha bullets on their backs on the battlefield, they will be discharged, and there is no need to aim at anything. The Prosan army on the opposite side is just the opposite. Only veterans are eligible to use the MP38 and MP40. The new recruits honestly use 98K to pull the big bolt. Of course, this is because the Prosan infantry squad's firepower mainly relies on machine guns. It doesn't matter whether the big soldiers can hit people. But the thread-cutting machine obviously cannot be used like Babasa, and it is a waste of its performance for recruits to hold it. Wang Zhong was keenly aware that his previous approach of pursuing thread-cutting machines for the whole division was wrong. Thread-cutting machines should be regarded as rewards for veterans and old non-commissioned officers. In the future, recruits and ordinary soldiers in a platoon will use Babasa, and experienced middlemen seen a thread-cutting machine. Isn't that what happened just now? 12 veterans holding thread cutters beat the armored enemies until they were unable to fight back. Letting the new recruits use this weapon would definitely not be as effective. When Wang Zhong was thinking about this, Gregory interrupted his meditation. "General, I'm still waiting for you to decide how to deal with the prisoners." Wang Zhong immediately woke up from his thoughts, glanced at Gregory, and directly expressed what was in his mind for advice. "Grisha, you just reminded me with your words. It's a pity that the production capacity is not enough to replace Babisha. Now I pursue the idea is to equip all guards with thread-cutting machines, but is this really appropriate? Can ordinary soldiers use this gun to its fullest potential?" Gregory was speechless. "I don't think so. You really shouldn't give this gun to ordinary soldiers with little experience. The difference between them using this gun and Babisha may not be very big." "Wang Zhong, so this is what I think. I regard the thread-cutting machine as a reward for veterans. Only veterans who have proven themselves can use it. New recruits can only use babisha. Do you think this is good? Grigory didn't say anything, but the soldiers next to him started to make noises. That's great. We all have it, so carrying it into the tavern would be awesome. Damn it, can you please stop worrying about your pub? Wang Zhong suppressed his inner complaints and said to Vasily, Vasily, please remember to treat the thread-cutting machine as a reward for experienced soldiers, rather than a conventional weapon that is generally installed. Veterans can better utilize its performance advantages. New recruits should use babisha or Tokarev semi-automatic to gain experience. In addition, this distribution method can enhance the sense of honor of veterans, and at the same time encourage ordinary soldiers to be proactive. Vasily wrote furiously, almost stopping when Wang Zhong stopped. Wang Zhong, retell it again. Vasily immediately read it quickly. At this time, a guard company soldier asked worriedly, now that the guard's one machine step has issued so many thread-cutting machines, do we have to take them back? No, tell the soldiers, if you lose it accidentally, you will only get it with military merit. Wang Zhong said. At this time, the health worker who followed the guard company came over and saluted Wang Zhong. Report, there are 8 seriously injured people, 1 person died after rescue failed, and 6 lightly injured people have been bandaged. Wang Zhong pointed to the M3 half-track truck, put the seriously injured people onto the truck and transport them away. I want to interrogate the lightly injured people. The health worker saluted and turned around to organize the soldiers to carry the patient. Wang Zhong walked towards the lightly wounded soldiers and found that there were no officers inside. Where's the officer? As soon as he asked the question, Gregory handed over a 2-piece package of documents and a map package. He is dead, but I handed over his package of documents and map package. Wang Zhong gestured to Vasily, look what's inside. Vasily quickly browsed the titles of the documents in the file package, found an important one, quickly browsed it, and reported, this unit belongs to the motorized reconnaissance battalion of the said division of the Asgard Knights of Plosin. Their mission is to reconnoiter to Yarvik. Wang Zhong, Master Seed, did you mention the new tanks? No. Wait a minute, this seems to be a radio call sign list. Let me see, the call sign of this reconnaissance group is Shepherd, and there are 2 units also called reconnaissance group with call signs called Sled Dog and Hound. Wang Zhong, are there 2 more? We should call the Air Force to see where they are, just in time for the 4th Strike Fighter Regiment to practice dive bombing. Vasily, there is a unit called the Busai Combat Group mentioned here, which is the direct superior of these reconnaissance groups. Wang Zhong, it sounds like they are the vanguard of Saida Division. Vasily did not answer, but took out the map from the map bag, unfolded it, looked at it, and said, I think Yisk, 20 kilometers ahead of us, may have been occupied by the enemy's Busai battle group. This city it is 55 kilometers away from Jarvik and looks very suitable to be the central military station of our army. Wang Zhong, whether you want to do this or not depends on the results of the investigation. We have just come out. Gregory, next time you encounter the enemy's investigation group, try to find a way to capture an officer. There are some things that you can't do just by looking at documents and maps. Clear. Gregory replied while smoking, I know. Wang Zhong, Vasily, if there is nothing valuable in the document, we will interrogate the prisoner. Wait a minute, Vasily suddenly took out a letter from the document bag. The officer put the letter from home in the document bag. Let me take a look. He opened the letter home and began to translate sentence by sentence. Dear Catherine, in your last letter you expressed your concerns about the future of war. I also feel the same. The Ant people are learning war and becoming more and more difficult to deal with. The more difficult the battle is, the more difficult it is to fight. The more it shows that the theory that Prosan is a superior race is untenable. But today, a brand new weapon shattered my worries. It was so powerful, tearing apart the Ant defense lines with devastating force. I watched them crush Ant soldiers and tanks and bury the trenches. The Ants have no weapons that can penetrate its armor, and the Ants have no armor that can withstand its main guns. Catherine, we may be about to win the war. I am now in a city called Yisk, and my battle group has strengthened 12 of these new tanks. Unfortunately, 9 tanks broke down before they got to us. The logistics team has just repaired 4 of them and caught up with us. All 3 vehicles in the battle broke down again. Even so, it cannot hide the fact that this is an excellent tank. Tomorrow we will go out for reconnaissance, and the battle group will be led by 4 new tanks. We will undoubtedly defeat all enemies. Wang Zhong frowned because he seemed to hear the roar of the engine. He cut a perspective and saw the tiger's box-like body at the farthest end of his field of vision, about 2,500 meters away. Damn it! My biggest caliber weapon is the 12.7 square meters Laoganma. Chapter 332 Shock. After the shock of seeing the tiger passed, Wang Zhong's first thought was that the enemy still didn't know that the reconnaissance team had been eliminated. After all, the raid just now was too fast, and most of the enemies were killed before they could react. Although number 2 in the end was very brave, the one who survived was the driver. The driver couldn't operate the car radio, so he probably didn't send a message. In this case, you can change Prasen's military uniform and play a classic scene from anti-Japanese movies. Then Wang Zhong saw the tiger-style stop and obviously discovered a problem. But the wheat in the wheat field in midsummer is so high, and the tiger is still more than 2,000 meters away. How can it be seen? Wang Zhongzhen was wondering when he suddenly noticed that the destroyed number 2 was burning. It was broken, it was the thick smoke that exposed it. At the same time that the tiger stopped, more enemy units entered Wang Zhong's field of vision, including more than 5 half-track vehicles and 30 or 40 infantrymen. Wang Zhong made a prompt decision. He switched back to his own perspective and was about to give an order. At this time, the soldier on the second floor shouted, "The enemy! In the west!" Wang Zhong immediately ordered, "Everyone, use grenades to lay a booby trap on the spot. Quick! Vasily, write a sign in Prasen language, beware of booby traps." The soldiers who had been leisurely just now all started to take action. The priest accompanying the army asked, "What should we do with the prisoners?" Wang Zhong, "Tie them up and stuff them one into a car." Before he finished speaking, his eyes fell on the prisoner who was reciting the classics of the Chongsheng sect. He made a decision in an instant and pointed at the man, "If he stays, the empire will kill the Chongsheng sect anyway." In fact, Wang Zhong's decision was a bit selfish. He wanted to see how much fantasy this prisoner could add to his deeds after he returned to the empire. Just kidding, being praised as one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is super cool, okay. So this insane enemy soldier had all his weapons and equipment taken away, including his water bottle. The other prisoners were tied up and thrown into the back of the car. Then 7 Willis jeeps drove away. Vasily, who was writing the sign, got into the car last. He quickly jumped onto the started jeep and pulled the weapon rack behind the jeep's windshield to maintain his standing position. At this time, the Prosens had just completed their deployment and were advancing towards the farm. At this time, they would have to thank the Prosens for their strictness. If they were to rush over in their tigers, it would be terrible. Different from the situation in many people's minds, and different from the performance in many games, all veterans who have driven the Tiger recall that the Tiger's maneuverability is very good. Therefore, Tiger can completely rush over with its infantry, and at least the vehicles in Wang Zhong's team will probably not survive. After losing the car, the vast number of accompanying infantry will wipe out Wang Zhong's small unit. However, the Pulosan did not. They chose to stop and the infantry pressed forward to cover the Tiger. So 7 Willis jeeps drove away. From a bird's eye view, Wang Zhong also saw that the Prosens were frightened by the smoke raised by Willis. The infantry line actually stopped advancing and sent an SDKFZ 251 with a squad of infantry to check on the situation. Seeing the situation, Wang Zhong stretched out his hand, "Walkie-talkie." Vasily immediately thrust the walkie-talkie into Wang Zhong's hand. "Wang Zhong," Genghis Khan called to Attila. He shouted twice, and the reply from the front army headquarters came, "This is Attila, Genghis Khan, please speak. Provide fire coverage to the following coordinates." Wang Zhong relied on the plug-in to accurately report the coordinates of the enemies that were not completely out of sight. He repeated the coordinates twice, and then the front army responded, "Our artillery group cannot cover this range." "Repeat, it cannot cover this range." Wang Zhong frowned, but it was normal when he thought about it. His reconnaissance team had gone so far forward and had already left the coverage of our artillery group. Nowadays, the average range of howitzers is only 20 kilometers into the sky. "Wang Zhong, then let the Air Force deal with them. We will give the coordinates to the Air Force. Is there anything else you need?" "No more, Genghis Khan, is over." After speaking, he handed the walkie-talkie to Vasily. In fact, Wang Zhong was not sure whether the plane could catch these enemies. After all, there is no GPS positioning nowadays. If the pilot is in the sky and there is no dedicated navigator responsible for navigation, it is normal for the pilot to yaw. Even if there is a navigator, the flight will often go astray, and the farther the distance, the farther it goes. A single-seat plane can basically only navigate by landmarks. And now in this prairie, there really aren't many landmarks that can be used from the air. Therefore, Wang Zhong's request for the Air Force to attack was just a matter of luck. On the Prosensian side, the time is slightly ahead of time. Lieutenant Linden, commander of the No. 6 tank with tactical No. 217, first noticed black smoke ahead. He immediately issued a stop command and raised his binoculars to observe. However, the green gauze tent blocked most of the field of view, and the burning object was too far away. Linden watched for a long time without being able to see clearly what was burning. At this time, the company commander accompanying the infantry climbed onto the tank, lay on the edge of the turret and asked, "What's wrong?" Lyndon pointed ahead, "Smoke." The captain quickly picked up the telescope and looked in the direction he was pointing. "It looks like the vehicle is on fire. There should be a motorized reconnaissance battalion's reconnaissance group in front of us. Why don't we call them?" "Lieutenant Lyndon, I'm calling them to ask you to deploy your troops immediately and start conducting reconnaissance operations." After all, Lyndon was a lieutenant. He could not command the captain of the infantry, he could only make suggestions. "Infantry company commander, understood. I will immediately form my formation and search to the east." After saying this, the company commander jumped off the tank and began to shout for the infantry to get off. At the same time as the infantry deployed, Lieutenant Lyndon called the reconnaissance group that should be in the front while observing the direction of the smoke column. However, Lieutenant Lyndon received no response until the infantrymen were fully deployed. The infantry company commander climbed onto the tank again. "How's it going?" There was no response. Lieutenant Lyndon paused. "I'm afraid the reconnaissance group has been eliminated. It is more reasonable to think so. After all, the reconnaissance group has many radios, and it is impossible for all of them to have problems." "Company commander, then maybe the battlefield is ahead, and I'm going to start advancing." "Lieutenant Lyndon, I'll cover you. I'll start advancing when you advance 50 meters. Proson has been combining infantry and tanks for a long time, and he knows that such a high wheat field cannot allow tanks to rush forward alone, as it will be too easy for enemies hiding in the wheat to sneak attack." After the infantry company commander jumped off the tank, he repeatedly gave orders as he walked, "Go forward. There should be a battlefield ahead. Advance all the way until you can clearly see what is burning." The infantry began to advance, and Lyndon waited until they had gone 50 meters before giving the order to the tank detachment to advance. Now all 4 Tigers were incorporated into Lieutenant Lyndon's temporary arrangement and were commanded by him. The engines of the 4 Panzer VI tanks roared, pushing the heavy iron boxes forward. Lyndon's number 217 car may have collapsed a vole hole, frightening several voles to rush out of the mouse hole and into the wheat field. The Prosens moved forward cautiously, and suddenly a large amount of smoke and dust rose in front of them. Lyndon saw the infantry company commander raise his hand and make a fist gesture, which meant to stop advancing. The infantrymen stopped one after another and looked ahead warily. A few minutes later a half-track advanced carrying a squad of infantrymen. Lyndon watched these brave men nervously until they disappeared into the green gauze tent. Suddenly, Lieutenant Lyndon heard an explosion coming from the direction of the thick smoke. He quickly asked, "What's going on?" Infantry, what's going on?" At this time, he heard a Prosen man shouting in plain language on the radio, "Joseph was killed by the enemy's booby trap. This is a farm, and there is only a crazy scout inside who is reading the words on the forbidden book. There is a sign in the farmyard saying 'Beware of booby traps,' and it is signed Lieutenant General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov." Lieutenant Lyndon had goosebumps on the back of his head. "Lieutenant General Rokosov? Is it the Lieutenant General Rokosov who annihilated our army in its entirety and killed and captured a lot of generals?" Lieutenant Lyndon has little memory of the names of the ant people that look like trains. Moreover, the ant people also like to name themselves after saints. There are baskets of names with the same name, making it even harder to distinguish them. When he was confused, he suddenly heard the soldier who had just made a clear report shout, "Wait a minute, don't take my microphone." The next moment, an already crazy voice came from the radio. He came from the darkness, like lightning passing through dark clouds, bringing death and illuminating everything. All living beings on the earth had a premonition that the end of the world was coming. "Who asked the beast, and the beast whoever bows down will drink the wine of God's wrath. Don't you understand? Science is the beast and the image of the beast. Proson is going to die. And Rokosov is the harbinger of destruction, the incarnation of divine punishment. I saw it, I saw his left hand holding the boiling blood rolling in the air, actually it was the red flag stuck on the Willis Jeep behind him, holding the scepter of God in his right hand, referring to the thread-cutting machine." Lyndon pursed his lips. He suddenly didn't want to enter the manor, as if he would encounter something terrible if he entered the manor. So he used the radio channel of the armored soldiers to order other vehicles. "We are waiting outside the manor, waiting for the engineers to clear the mines. Without leading reconnaissance, we cannot move forward any further." While he was giving the order, the stunned guy kept shouting repeatedly, "It will bring us destruction. Destruction." The next moment, the crisp sound of gunfire ended everything. Then the original voice came back, "Company commander, I was afraid that he would continue talking, so I enforced discipline and shot those who deceived the public and shook the morale of the army." Then the company commander's voice appeared, "You idiot, you shouldn't have let him have the radio." Now the whole battle group heard it. Colonel Busey happened to hear this. Because the tank was broken down, John Christopher, who was temporarily staying in Yeisk, was also there. He was invited by Colonel Busey to have dinner with him. After all, the entire battle group was able to advance so smoothly because of the leadership of Captain John Christopher. This number 6 heavy tank company. Does this Rokosov have any mysterious power? After all, there really is a mysterious power over there. Could he? John Christopher hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice and asked, could he really be able to cut open a tank with a knife? You see, this scares people out of their minds. Colonel Busey shook his head. How do I know? I have never fought against him. But in Ixukov, in the officers' club, I heard a wounded man named Schleifen say that those people seem to be a bit evil. John Christopher frowned, and suddenly he said, wait a minute, we should call the Air Force to find him. Didn't the Air Force promise to give us sufficient support? Let the Air Force blow him up. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 333 Air Raid. At this moment, at the airport near Yarvik, the pilots of the 4th Attack Aircraft Regiment were huddled in the regiment headquarters tent, listening to the mission briefing by Regiment Commander Drachenko Grigojevic. As you can see, the general gave us the coordinates for an air strike, but we have just arrived here and are not familiar with the surrounding landmarks. We are not sure we can successfully fly around this coordinate point. So we can only slightly modify the general's overly specific order. Drachenko drew something like a water tower on the blackboard. This is the airport wind direction tower. There is a wind direction flag on it that you can all see. The coordinate point is in the direction of the wind direction tower. After you take off, you pass the wind direction tower and then turn in this direction. Theoretically, as long as there is no large yaw, the target mentioned by the general can be found. Immediately, a pilot asked, is it possible that a large yaw will not occur? Drachenko shrugged, maybe you have better luck today? In short, clear the field after takeoff and turn to this heading when passing the wind direction tower. Drachenko wrote 3 numbers on the blackboard, which represented the heading. Then blow up whatever you see, and shoot down enemy planes when you see them. Remember that the new aircraft is different from the Jacques. Don't get entangled at low altitudes. Fly at high altitudes. Go in and out quickly. It's 4,000 meters when you go down. It takes at least 3 days to get back. Kilometers. Hand it over to friendly Jacques 1 at low altitude. After finishing speaking, Drachenko threw the chalk into the chalk box and shouted, let's go. The pilots immediately stood up. Usually Allied pilots would hold a map board filled with mission briefings at this time. And pilots did not have so many formal things. They folded the map and stuffed it into their pocket, opened the bottle, took a sip of vodka, and then became arrogant. Walked out of the tent. The ground crew outside has hung bombs on the plane, started the engine and is listening to the sound. This is the fastest way to diagnose the engine status. The veteran ground crew will know if there is any dust in the engine that has not been cleaned. Drachenko came to his plane with tactical number 01, the 4 in front is the number of the flight group, and asked the ground crew leader, how is it? The team leader closed the lid of the fuel filler and gave a thumbs up, that's great. This is not an engine produced by us. It has a lot of problems. I think this thing can still fly for 500 hours at least. And obtained engine production authorization from Proson and the United States very early. However, the quality of Ant's own engines varies greatly, depending entirely on the mood of the factory master that day. Some can run for 4,000 hours without serious illness, and some can run for 200 hours. Just return to the factory for overhaul. However, these batches of the 4th Attack Group are all original United States engines, and the quality cannot be said. Drachenko jumped on the wing of the plane, climbed into the cockpit from the wing, turned to the team leader and said, then I'm going. The team leader picked up the fixed block in front of the wheel and took a few steps back, let's go. So Drachenko increased the throttle, the speed just now could not carry the plane with 2 big sweet potatoes attached to it. The plane slowly accelerated and taxied to the takeoff runway. Drachenko, tower, Regiment 4 is about to take off on the 1ST. The tower replied, the runway is clear, the ground wind speed is 3 knots, the visibility is good, and you can take off. As he spoke, Drachenko's plane taxied onto the runway. He braked at the takeoff line, checked all the instruments, and then looked at the wind flag on the wind direction tower before releasing the brakes and filling the throttle. The P-47, loaded with bombs, roared and rushed forward. And Air Force Airport is close to the battlefield, but there is no tradition of close air support, so they took off from the airport after receiving intelligence. The Prosen Air Force likes to hover on the battlefield for a long time, waiting for calls from the ground to provide immediate close support. However, different aircraft carry different fuel and can hover on the battlefield for different times. Stukas will generally leave quickly and return to the airport, while tactical bombers like the Dow 215 will stay for a longer time. A squadron of 4 number 215 aircraft received the radio request from Busey Battle Group and immediately began to search for General Rokosov, who was personally conducting reconnaissance of the former enemy. They soon discovered the smoke and dust raised by the racing car. Wang Zhong heard the sound first. He immediately adjusted his vision and saw a squadron of 4 Road 215s flying towards him. Get ready to shoot in the air. Wang Zhong shouted. The 7 Willis jeeps are equipped with M2 Liogama machine guns, which can interfere with the enemy's attack to some extent. Wang Zhong personally operated the machine gun of the jeep he was sitting in and turned the gun's muzzle. The others were still listening to the sound to identify which direction the enemy plane was coming from, but he was the only one who pointed directly in the direction of the enemy plane's incoming attack. Pilot, listen to my command. We must use our maneuverability to avoid the enemy. No matter how small the turning radius of an airplane is, it is still hundreds of meters. After all, the speed is determined there. Therefore, when a car and an airplane compete with each other, they cannot use their own speed, but must use their agility. Therefore, what Hanzong and Stuka Racing actually compare is their drifting ability. Hanzong may not drive fast, but he is definitely good at running 5 consecutive hairpin turns. Maybe he can beat Fujiwara Takumi without using the drainage ditch cornering method. While Wang Zhong used a plug-in to calibrate his strafing trajectory, he looked at the enemy plane's approach route. He estimated that the enemy could not make fine adjustments, so he shouted, "Turn left. Give the throttle." The Willis jeep turned sharply to the left, almost throwing Wang Zhong off, but fortunately he was holding onto the machine gun. The convoy behind saw this and followed Wang Zhong around, but the dust from the 4th car prevented them from noticing that the car in front had turned, so the 4th car broke out of the formation alone and sped along the original route. After a brief hesitation, the driver of the 5th vehicle followed the 3rd vehicle and ignored the 4th vehicle. The enemy plane's strafing created 2 rows of fleeting fences on the ground, and they caught up with the number 4 car running in the original direction. The guards and soldiers in the car were all veterans. Seeing that they were about to be shot, they immediately jumped out of the car, leaving only the machine gunner and the driver. The machine gunner was shot immediately, and the bullet that penetrated his body hit the driver. Then the car tilted sideways and fell to the ground. Wang Zhong glanced at the 2 survivors from an overhead perspective. It looked like they were injured and fell to the ground in pain, but the tall wheat fields just hid them. They could be recovered later when the enemy planes left. He retracted his vision, and then discovered that the enemy plane had turned. Wang Zhong immediately gave the command based on the direction in which the enemy plane was circling, "Turn right." At this time, Wang Zhong felt like a dive bomber manipulating a warship to fight an air attack on the ocean. He kept placing the warship across the enemy's attack route to ensure that the hit area was minimized. 4 enemy planes rushed over again. Because of the hovering, the enemy aircraft's speed is significantly reduced, so it has more room to adjust its course and launch a more accurate attack. Wang Zhong still ordered the turn at about the same time as the previous time, but the last car was still swept by enemy planes. The machine gunner and co-pilot were killed on the spot, but the driver was fine and drove the car to follow the team. The last remaining soldier pushed aside the bodies of his comrades, raised his machine gun and fired at the passing enemy planes. Unfortunately, in such a dynamic situation, the enemy aircraft are still intercepted horizontally, and the firepower of an M2 Liogama is not enough. Wang Zhong felt that 1 or 2 bullets should have hit him, but for a twin-engine tactical bomber so big, missing a vital point with 1 bullet would be the same as nothing happened. After the second attack, the enemy plane changed direction again. Wang Zhong suddenly felt that this shouldn't be the case. 4 people have been killed and 2 seriously injured. The enemy is so single-minded in attacking his convoy, and most likely they are coming after him. And if you are alone, it is actually not easy for the enemy to hit you, especially if you have a plug-in to actively hide. It's obvious what to do at this point. If it were Wang Zhong who had just time-traveled, he would never have made such a choice. At that time, he was an ordinary person from a peaceful society, and it was important to be a dead Taoist friend rather than a poor Taoist. But now he is a warrior returned from hell. So he released the grip of the machine gun and said to Vasily, "Come here." Vasily took over the machine gun without saying a word. Wang Zhong whistled, and Busy Faraz, who was just following the jeep, immediately accelerated and ran side by side with the speeding jeep. Wang Zhong jumped onto the horse and pointed at the red flag, "Give it to me." Grigory patted Vasily on the shoulder, "I'll do it. Go and give the red flag to the boss." 5 seconds later, Vasily removed the red flag and threw it to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong almost missed catching the red flag. He cursed, quickly held the red flag that was about to be released, and then said to Busy Faraz, "Convoy immediately." The horse immediately turned around and made an almost right-angle turn. Wang Zhong held the red flag high and ran wildly on the grassland, paying attention to the flight path of the enemy planes in the sky. The enemy planes were divided into 2 groups, 2 went to chase the convoy, and 2 came towards Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong pulled out the pistol that had killed 2 generals and was cleaned by Belinsky himself, and aimed at the enemy plane with one hand. The enemy started shooting. Without waiting for Wang Zhong's order, Busy Faraz turned around sharply and dodged the barrage of fire. Wang Zhong opened fire at the enemy plane that seemed to be very close. Of course, the closeness is just an illusion. In fact, the plane should be more than 100 meters above the ground, and it is absolutely impossible to hit it with a pistol. Soon enough, the tracer bullets falling from the sky penetrated 215's wings, and then tore them apart. The timing was so coincidental, it was like Wang Zhong's pistol broke the 215's wing. The P-47 that completed the attack pulled up with all its strength, while its wingman fired at 215's wingman. The two 215's chasing Wang Zhong rushed to the ground dragging thick smoke. Wang Zhong held a red flag in one hand and waved a pistol in the other, cheering for the P-47 that was climbing rapidly. Switching to an overhead view, you can see that the 215 chasing the convoy also gave up the attack and fled towards the Prasen airport, but the other P-47 had already occupied the attack position and began to dive. 215 has been circling for so many times, and its speed is already very slow. In air combat, if there is no speed, it is a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, whether it is a fighter or a bomber. The two attack planes easily hit the target with bombs hanging on them, and then began to pull up with bombs hanging on them. The convoy also stopped and began to cheer as the fighter jets took off. Drachenko heard the wingman asking on the radio, "What's going on with this team on the ground? Why are the enemy's 215 chasing them so fast that they have run out of speed? How many turns have they made?" Drachenko, "I don't know, it can't be General Rokosov's reconnaissance team, right? Focus on looking for the enemy's tank. It should be nearby." Chapter 334 The enemy plane went straight up and descended suddenly. Not long after Drachenko climbed to 4,000 meters, wingman Bayev shouted, "Is there anyone down there?" Drachenko flicked his wings, and sure enough he saw a small, almost invisible tank below. The tank was clearly stopped, so there was no dust, making it very difficult to see. Ivan, the number 3 machine, was a little worried. Could it be our troops? To be honest, it is impossible to tell which army is from the sky. If you rush in hastily, you may make a mistake. The reason why Drachenko was sure that the one attacking the ground below was the enemy was because the friendly twin-engine P-2 bombers would climb after dropping their bombs and would not fire cannons on the ground. Now faced with a ground target, Drachenko is in trouble. He decided to ask on the radio. The Eagle calls to the convoy below, "What brand of pickled cucumbers is good? What brand of pickled cucumbers is good?" No respond. At the same time, wingman Bayev said, "I heard a lot of very clear conversations in Prosen on the radio. I guessed it was the enemy." Drachenko was speechless and made up his mind, "Go down, we may not be able to explode it accurately anyway, let's explode it first." After saying that, he directly moved the control stick, and the aircraft rolled half a circle, then buckled down and entered a dive. He aimed his dive bomb sight at the tank, which was as small as an ant on the ground, and dived at full speed. The P-47 can pull up to a speed of 7,800. Ant's own wooden plane simply can't do this. Therefore, veteran Air Force pilots who quickly became familiar with the aircraft began to not even close the throttle when diving. This way, the aircraft was faster, climbed faster when pulling up, and was within the enemy's anti-aircraft gunfire range for a short time. Therefore, when the P-47 drops a bomb, it generally does not stop the fuel or deploy any speed brakes. It dives directly at full speed and drops the bomb at about 2,000 meters. If it is too low, it may hit the ground. The accuracy of bombing in this way is worrying. Firstly, the height of the dive is too high and the ground target cannot be seen clearly. Secondly, the height of bombing is too high and the speed of bombing is too fast. Moreover, the P-47 does not have a special dive bombing rack. When the bomb is dropped, it will be affected by the turbulence caused by the aircraft pulling up. In order to deal with the problem of low bomb hit rate, the 4th Attack Group used their brains to hang two 500 kg bombs and two 250 kg bombs on the P-47. Since I can't throw it accurately, I'll just throw 4 at a time. There can always be one shot that covers you within the range of power, right? This method of hanging bombs has an outstanding effect on soft targets. If a two-machine formation drops bombs and bombs a relatively dense marching column, the casualties will be upwards of 400, and a battalion will be wiped out. If the enemy is already deployed, it is normal to destroy 1 or 2 companies. In contrast, although the Stukas bombing is more accurate, it only throws 500 kilograms at a time, so the effect may not be better than that of the P-47. The P-47 can still fight in the air after throwing bombs, but the Stuka can only run away after throwing bombs. At this moment, 4 P-47s rushed towards the enemy on the ground carrying 8 500 kilograms bombs and 8 250 kilograms bombs. He didn't look at the altimeter at all and dropped the bomb directly based on experience. When he started to pull up, he looked at the altimeter, 1,500 meters, the drop was low. So he pulled the control lever back harder, as if this would make the plane pull up faster. The overload caused Drachenko's blood to run to the soles of his feet. Due to the lack of blood, his head entered a lightheaded state and his vision went dark. He could only rely on his last will to pull the operating lever tightly. At this time, when to release the control stick can only be determined based on experience. If you release it too early, the aircraft will not pull up and it will hit the ground. Drachenko-san counted 3 times and suddenly relaxed the control stick, allowing the tail rudder to reset under the action of airflow resistance. The dizziness gradually faded away, and the blue sky filled the field of vision again. Drachenko looked at the altimeter. It was already 2100 and the plane was pulling up. He leaned to his left and tried to look behind him to see the effects of the bombing. The bomb's fuse was timed for 1 second and should have detonated. Sure enough, Drachenko saw 16 dust clouds of different sizes on the ground completely engulfing the enemy's queue. Hit. In excitement, Drachenko asked over the radio, "Is everything okay?" No one slapped the ground, right? No. Boss, you pulled me up too late. I thought I couldn't pull myself up and would die for the country. Should we shoot a little? There are more bullets anyway. The weapons of the P-47 are 8 Browning 12.7mm machine guns. The firepower is unusually fierce, so it was able to cut off the wings of the Dow-215 bomber just now. This kind of firepower is naturally very powerful for strafing soft targets on the ground. Drachenko, no, didn't you see what happened to the 4% tactical bombers just now? If we indulge in strafing and reduce our speed to a very low speed, we will become the prey of 109. Now we have recovered height and speed, it's a good fight when it comes to 109. It can be said that 109 and P-47 have their own merits. It all depends on the height and speed of both parties when entering the battle. The 4 P-47s flew towards the airport. On the ground, Lieutenant Linden of the Prussian army opened the hatch and stuck his head out of his number 217 car. There was a mess all around, with wounded soldiers everywhere. The voice of the electromechanical man came from the earphones, "Damn it, the enemy might have thrown 20 or 30 rounds of heavy bombs. Not one of them hit us. It can only be said that these inferior people are just bad and can't throw them accurately." Without waiting for Linden to reply, the driver said, "Not necessarily. I saw that the track of the 218 vehicle seemed to be blown off." Linden immediately turned his head to look at the 218 vehicle, and indeed saw its driver checking the track. Lieutenant Linden picked up the microphone, 218, how are you? A bomb fell less than 30 meters away from me, and the track was destroyed, and the infantry hiding next to the tank was also destroyed. It looks really miserable. This is the first time I know that people killed by overpressure are like this. Can you still repair the track? Lieutenant Linden skipped the dead infantry and asked the most critical question. Whether it can be repaired depends on the results of the driver's inspection. The commander of the 218 was looking at the side on the turret. At this time, his driver suddenly looked up and said a few words. Linden asked, "What did he say?" "It's not just the tracks that are ruined, but also the first road wheel. His suggestion is to remove the tracks on the other side, and then have a Type 6 tank to tow us back. The Type 6 tank can also remove the tracks and be towed by other vehicles, but that will have a serious impact on the running mechanism of the Type 6 tank and easily induce more failures. Lieutenant Linden, this way you can't participate in combat operations for at least half a month. You know that our field repair battalion has not caught up, right?" The commander of the number 218 vehicle did not answer, but said a few more words to the driver. The driver shook his head, glanced in the direction of the platoon leader Linden, and lowered his head to continue fiddling with the tracks. "My driver said that it will take at least until the morning after tomorrow to repair it." "Lieutenant Linden, then you repair it here, and we will continue to move forward. We can wait for you in the village 20 kilometers away from Yarvik." The commander of the 218 tank asked hesitantly, "Do we still want to move forward? The enemy's air raids will become more and more frequent in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to him shouted, "Air raid! Enemy planes are above our heads and are diving." Linden looked up and saw planes with zebra patterns on their wings diving. These planes did not scream as terrible as the Stuka when they dived, but Linden, who had seen the power of a bombing, felt that this thing was much more terrifying than the Stuka. He quickly retreated into the tank and closed the lid, and then he remembered that his driver and mechanic were outside the tank. At this time, the hatch leading to the ground at the bottom of the fighting room opened, and the driver seemed to want to crawl in from under the car, but the bomb fell as soon as he reached in. Linden felt that the huge body of the number 6 tank was shaking. Every time a bomb exploded, the tank was like being slapped by an invisible hand, and the armor facing the explosion direction hummed. The difference between an air raid and an artillery bombardment is that an air raid ends quickly. After it became quiet outside, Linden pushed open the hatch again and got out. The enemy planes in this air raid were 5 times more than before, so the bombs dropped were also 5 times more. Lyndon saw that half of the accompanying half-track vehicle was burning, and a motorcycle seemed to be overturned on the ground by the shockwave of the bomb. The motorcyclist in a windbreaker lay not far away, motionless. Just as Lyndon was about to speak, he saw the captain of the 218 vehicle in the distance gesturing, which seemed to mean pay attention to the tracks of your vehicle. Bob, check the tracks. Lyndon ordered the driver. The driver, who had just entered from the bottom hatch, got out from the driver's exit on the top of the vehicle and jumped to the ground. He took only one look and reported, "Captain, bad news, our track is broken." "Lyndon, is there a problem with the first road wheel?" "At least I can't see it now." The driver shook his head, "But it is possible that it will break while driving. Repairing the track may take a day." Lyndon was shocked. After a brief thought, he called the commander of the accompanying troops. The infantry captain climbed onto the tank and asked, "What's wrong?" "As you can see, we are stranded. The good news is that only the track is broken, and one of the vehicles has a problem with the road wheel. The bad news is that we have to stay here at least until tomorrow night." Lieutenant Lyndon did not dare to say that he would stay until the morning of the day after tomorrow. The captain's brows twisted into knots. "The enemy bombed us once, and they will bomb us a second time. Lieutenant Lyndon, we can contact Colonel Busey and ask him to send anti-aircraft guns. Of course, it would be better if Colonel Busey attacked directly and took the village in front." The captain sighed, "Lieutenant, I have a bad feeling, really, a bad feeling." Lieutenant Lyndon comforted, "Don't worry, there are 4 Type 6 tanks here, and you have seen our combat effectiveness. Even if the enemy sends out 100 T-34s, they can't do anything to us. I'm not worried about this." The captain looked to the east, the direction where the enemy was. "I'm worried that the White Horse General Rokosov has come to us. He is a dangerous guy who has eaten up many of our troops." Lieutenant Lyndon said confidently, "Don't worry, with the Type 6 tank, he can't eat us. You can see that the ants don't have any weapons that can threaten the Type 6 tank." Chapter 335 for Future Victory, Silver Update 610. Chapter 335 for Future Victory, Silver Update 6/10. After Wang Zhong rejoined his troops, he decided to retreat to Trinka, a village 20 kilometers away from Yarvik. Firstly, it is indeed a bit late today, and secondly, I don't know how many enemy motorized reconnaissance teams are nearby. It is quite dangerous for me to encounter 7 or 8 vehicles and 100 guns. There is no guarantee that the enemy can be caught off guard every time. When arriving at Trinka, Wang Zhong found that the defenders here were building anti-tank gun positions outside the city. Wang Zhong pointed to the position and said, "Drive over." The driver immediately turned the steering wheel, and the Willis Jeep turned a more than 60-degree turn and rushed to the side of the gun emplacement. The major who was commanding the construction of the position immediately saluted Wang Zhong, "General." "Wang Zhong, how can you put anti-tank gun positions outside the city?" The major was shocked. "The artillery position should be placed in a place with a good shooting range. Is this the training I received?" Wang Zhong shook his head repeatedly, "No, no, you placed the position outside the village. Firstly, it is difficult to hide. You can see your artillery position here from a distance. The enemy's artillery skills are very good. You set up the artillery like this. They're 2 kilometers away and they're calling your name. Can you hit an enemy 2 kilometers away? No, you can't. Do you have any actual combat experience?" The major shook his head, "No, General, I am a reserve. You transferred me to the capital before, and then you drove the enemy away from the capital, and I was unable to catch up with the battle. Are you blaming the general?" Vasily asked. "No," the major continued, shaking his head, "how dare I blame the general? I have a cousin in Yebeo who is very kind to me. The general rescued them. Wang Zhong, according to the setup of your position, your cousins will soon attend your funeral. It's not a big deal if you die, it will kill other soldiers. The previous drills no longer work. I wrote a new defense genre principle, you must study hard." Vasily took out a pamphlet and handed it to the major. "You go back and read the new principles written by the general. Now, the general is here, and you can get on site teaching." After Vasily finished speaking, Wang Zhong pointed to the village behind and said, "Set the position to the edge of the village instead of outside. Use the low walls, latrines and other messy things on the edge of the village to disguise the position and let the position blend in with these. One body. This has 2 advantages, you know." The major shook his head, "I don't know. Try to talk about it." Wang Zhong has also been in school a lot, and now he is completely in the state of a teacher lecturing. The major looked at the low wall at the edge of the village and said, "It's relatively hidden. Anything else?" The major thought for a while and said, "It saves time? After all, there is no need to dig tunnels and pile sandbags." Wang Zhong, it's easy to move. If you place your position outside the village, you won't be able to run away if the enemy tanks rush up to you. Even if you dig a communication trench, it's difficult for artillery to move in the trench, isn't it? You set up the defense line at the edge of the village. As long as the courtyard is opened, you can form a perfect transfer channel, and you can even run with the cannon. Wang Zhong said and gestured. The major suddenly realized, I see, you all should stop. The general said that the defense line should be set up in the village. Wang Zhong, there is no need to dismantle the fortifications that have been repaired outside. You see, this gun emplacement is already in full shape. Just make a square table and add a piece of wood to make it a fake cannon. Although it can only waste the enemy's ammunition, it is of some use after all. It may also attract the enemy's artillery fire preparations, greatly reducing our army's casualties. You are right. The major nodded repeatedly. I will definitely reset the position and read your pamphlet when I get back. Go ahead. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he returned to the jeep and made a gesture, drive to the garrison headquarters. The major enthusiastically pointed the way, keep driving along the village road, in the big house opposite the church. Wang Zhong waved his hand. As the jeep drove into the village, Wang Zhong found that all the people in the village were worried. As soon as the car stopped in front of the headquarters, a woman rushed towards the car. With quick eyesight and quick hands, Gregory stopped the woman. What are you doing? The woman immediately grabbed Gregory's hand. I just want to ask the general, can this village be defended? Many broken troops passed by this village, saying that Ant is finished. Wang Zhong, we can hold it, but Ant, you still have to retreat. This may become a battlefield. You really need to retreat. The woman began to cry. All my belongings are in this village, especially the house, which has just been built. How can I let it go? Wang Zhong, my home is in Ixikov, which has been occupied for a year. My father and brothers died there. Auntie, who is not sad now? That's why we have to fight hard and destroy PU. The people from Los Angeles are rushing back. Woman, but we have been retreating, haven't we? Won't we retreat this time? Wang Zhong hesitated for a moment. Now that the strength of the enemy and ourselves are compared, there is really no guarantee that they will not retreat. The 1st Mobile Group Army came to the Suhayavali front mainly because it did not want the front to retreat too quickly. It had to be delayed until at least August, so as to ensure that it was already the muddy season when the enemy arrived at the Valdecho River. Using the pressure of mud on the enemy's logistics to attack the enemy is a method that is currently unavailable. Seeing that Wang Zhong didn't answer, the woman was about to speak when Vasily suddenly said, do you know who this general is? He is General Rokosov. If he said he would fight back in the future, then he would. If he doesn't stick to it now, that's fine. Forced by the situation, the general couldn't make them move forward last year at Yebeo City. Wang Zhong, okay, now it's true that we can't guarantee that we can completely defend it. There's no need to use my name to bluff people. The woman was not listening to what Wang Zhong and Vasily said at this time. She looked over the shoulder of Grigory who was blocking the road, looked at Wang Zhong, and exclaimed, it's you. Wang Zhong, it's me. The woman quickly wiped away her tears and said, of course I believe you. After all, you have arrested more than 40 General Prasen. Wang Zhong frowned, what's going on? I killed 40 generals and captured 40, right? If it continues to spread like this, I will single-handedly defeat all General Prasen. The woman continued, even if you retreat, you will only retreat after severely defeating the enemy, right? Wang Zhong, yes. Don't worry about this. And we are not busy leaving yet. We will fight here until mid-August, or even September. It's been taking so long. Then what do I have to worry about? Apart from the house, I can just take care of other things and transport them later. Auntie, you need time to transport your belongings. While the commotion was going on, the commander of the local garrison came out. He was a major general. When he saw Wang Zhong, he immediately saluted. General, Sergei, the commander of the 401st Provisional Infantry Division, is reporting to you. Wang Zhong saluted back. Why do your artillery set up positions outside the city? Shouldn't it be? I am following the defense rules. Wang Zhong interrupted him, that's already the old almanac, Vasily. Vasily took out a small book and gave it to the major general. This is the work of the general. Take it. Don't read it. Wait for the general to practice it for you. Generally, you have to go to Suvero after having achieved military exploits and been promoted. Only by studying at Husband Military Academy can you get this kind of treatment. Wang Zhong, Vasily, stop saying a few words and no one will think you are mute. Yes. Vasily closed his mouth. Wang Zhong, you can go back and read this book again. According to the results of my personal investigation, the enemy's new tanks may be only a little more than 10 kilometers away from here. Ah. Major General and Master were surprised. Did the enemy come so fast? Wang Zhong, it's already slower than last year. After all, this year my position is a little more reliable and no longer like tofu, I mean, butter. In addition, our Air Force should have bombed the enemy, which has a certain hysteresis effect. I don't think the enemy will arrive until tomorrow. In fact, it couldn't be reached, but Wang Zhong didn't know. Wang Zhong, today you can build fortifications overnight. Also, let me make a phone call, and my troops will come overnight. Wang Zhong asked Pavlov to form an advance team with the requirement that they all board the train within one day and fill the allocated wagons. So the advance team should be almost there today, and they can move to Trinca to participate in the defensive battle. The main body of the task force is a battalion of whirlpools, with a bunch of other chaotic coordination units. Tomorrow I will test how effective the Vortex is in fighting tigers. The commander of the 401st Division quickly made a gesture of invitation. If you want to make a call, please come this way. Wang Zhong nodded and walked into the headquarters, and Vasily followed immediately. Gregory made sure that the woman had no intention of continuing to rush towards Wang Zhong, and then walked backwards into the headquarters. Late night on July 11th, Jarvik, pub. Even when the enemy was about to rush over, Ant's Tavern was still doing business. Rather, it is precisely because the enemy is approaching so fiercely that everyone needs the tavern even more. The storytellers who were usually active in the tavern were now listeners, listening to a few old workers at the train station. Let me tell you, the troops of General Rokosov's first mobile army that were unloading their trucks today are well equipped. They all use a brand new submachine gun. They shoot at the sky with their eyes closed, and the bullets will hit each other automatically. Said an old worker. Immediately an old man next to him echoed, yes, yes, they are my pigeons, the fastest flying ones, but they were killed in one fell swoop. At this time, someone said, I heard that the Plozans have invested in new tanks. No matter how powerful the guns are, can they still fight tanks? Don't you understand? General Rokosov's troops are also equipped with a new type of tank. That tank has no head, so what do you call it? The barrel is so thick. I specially went to show it. At this time, the accountant at the station suddenly said, you guys don't understand what is the most valuable. Let me tell you, the general's troops have many antennas. This is the most powerful. Don't you believe it? Look at the 20th Guards Tank Brigade. Only one of their 4 vehicles has an antenna. The general's troops are all equipped with antennas. Every vehicle has one. Even in the car, there must be someone carrying an antenna. This army is much more powerful than ordinary troops. Today they marched out in great force. I bet the battle will be won soon. At this time, the tavern owner raised his glass, I'll treat everyone to a drink today, for the sake of future victory. At this time, the interest of everyone in the tavern was aroused, and they all shouted, for future victory. Chapter 336 Tiger Hunting Plan. Wang Zhong sighed. As soon as he entered the headquarters of the 401st Provisional Infantry Division, he frowned slightly, why are there so few staff members? The man whose military rank was Chief of Staff rubbed his chin and said awkwardly, there is too big a gap in staff officers. A temporary infantry division like ours usually only has so many staff officers, and there are not enough clerks. They can only be responsible for logistics and strive to ensure that all personnel teachers can have food. Vasily, General, have you forgotten the situation when we were still the 151st Provisional Infantry Division? Wang Zhong remembered that Pavlov almost died of exhaustion at that time, and his already bald head became even balder. You can ask the clerk of the local agency. The Chief of Staff shook his head, they have all been hired away. Now, except for the top soldiers, there is a shortage of other talents everywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, 401 Division Commander Sergei said, are you here to reinforce our defense? Wang Zhong, reinforcements. That's right, but we must first eat up the enemy's vanguard troops under our noses to create opportunities for annihilating a large number of enemies later. Sergei didn't seem to accept this change at once. Annihilate the enemy? Isn't it defense? Wang Zhong, destroying the enemy is also a kind of defense. If the enemy bursts in like this, it will be fine if there is no disconnection later. If the enemy is disconnected, doesn't it give us the opportunity to concentrate our superior forces to destroy the enemy who is out of touch? In fact, several of Proson's attacks last year had problems with disconnection. However, the strength of Ant's troops at that time was too low, and he planned to close the door and beat the dog. As a result, he was defeated by Proson. In the first week of the war, the former enemy commander keenly discovered a gap and commanded the tank troops to get in. As a result, he encountered the assault artillery battalion assigned to the infantry division. He thought it was a Proson tank. Ding Ding was fighting for a while, and he shot the artillery shells and did not kill the enemy's assault gun. In the end, the morale collapsed himself and escaped. Wang Zhong himself once commanded a reverse retreat, capturing the enemy's supply depot with a feint shot and then turning around and fleeing. This was his first battle in time travel. Therefore, Wang Zhong knows better than others that the Prasen people will be out of touch. Find loopholes and quickly annihilate the enemy. In order to quickly annihilate the enemy, you need to quickly gather superior forces in a local area. Wang Zhong's plugin is naturally suitable for finding places where the enemy is out of touch. As for quickly concentrating superior forces to fight a battle of annihilation, laughing to death, there was no force at all before, and the concentration was much smaller than that of the enemy. It's different now. However, the commander of the 401st Provisional Infantry Division could not understand Wang Zhong's thoughts. He said with a worried look, "We have never learned this. When we were in the military academy, defense consisted of digging trenches and fighting with the enemy repeatedly. Wang Zhong, this is of course part of the defense. In fact, I did the same thing last year and compiled several pamphlets. Commander Sergei, I actually have your pamphlet and read it, but I was in a hurry when I set out and didn't take it with me. But you didn't apply the contents in the booklet to the layout of the defensive positions." Wang Zhong pointed out unceremoniously. "Sergei, I didn't think about it for a moment. I just took over this division a week ago, and I was about to come here to set up defenses. I was so stressed yesterday that I couldn't eat. So I didn't even think of following the instructions in your book. Something to do." The Chief of Staff of 401 said, "He fainted from hunger last night. I think our division, from soldiers to officers, is all unqualified. When the enemy comes, we can only bravely use grenades to blow ourselves up against the enemy." Sergei immediately answered, "Yes, everyone is singing The Last Courage these days. I saw that the soldiers were still discussing how to choose the target for self-destruction when the enemy comes." As the original author of The Last Courage, Wang Zhong frowned, "No, I didn't write the song to ask you to blow yourself up. I am praising the courage of soldiers who burst out in despair." The original version of The Last Courage Sand Eating is a rock song with a bit of post-punk flavor, which is quite sad. But when Wang Zhong copied it, the arranger was Vasily. He had never heard the original version, so he changed it according to the lyrics. A war song. As a result, the chances of ant soldiers pulling glory bombs before being captured are now greatly increased. Some priests who accompanied the army even reported that some people chose to pull glory bombs even when they could obviously survive, which deviated from Wang Zhong's original intention. His original intention was to do his best to survive until there was no way out, and then he would pull the glory bomb. But now I don't care about that much. In the case of the 401st Division, it is estimated that if the enemy really comes, this division will be a division of self-destruction troops. Wang Zhong shook his head, "Well, your fighting will is worthy of recognition, so I won't say anything else. I will let my personal guard, Senior Sergeant Major Gregory, guide you in building defenses." Gregory saluted and turned to leave. The 401st Chief of Staff immediately pointed to one of his few staff officers and said, "Follow me, tell the Sergeant Major of the unit to do whatever you want." The staff officer trotted to keep up with Gregory. Just a few seconds after Gregory left, 2 soldiers from the guard company came in, obviously replacing the Sergeant Major. Wang Zhong continued, "My advance battle group should arrive soon. We need to figure out the movements of the enemy's advance troops as soon as possible, and then eat them with lightning speed. Do you have a generator?" The 401 Chief of Staff nodded, "Yes, the power supply for telegraph machines and other things is right next to it." Wang Zhong pointed at Vasily, "Connect our high-power radio station, use the code to send a telegram to the advance team, and ask them to leave here immediately. Try to arrive tonight, and tomorrow we will set off to eliminate the enemies we discovered. Those enemies have new tanks." Vasily ran out immediately, but Wang Zhong stopped him, "Wait a minute, we need to contact the Air Force to ask about the effect of the attack and the enemy's movements." Vasily returned the greeting and left in a hurry. Only Wang Zhong and the guards were left, as well as all the senior officials of the 401st Division. The division commander Sergei hesitated and asked, "Is the same thing true for your 151st Division at that time?" Wang Zhong shook his head, "Our situation is better than yours. We have non-commissioned officers and officers who have accumulated combat experience, and the basic personnel added to us are all military school students. They are temporarily recruited for emergency response." "That's it?" Sergei was stunned. "We have no experience at all. Suddenly we were told that the enemy had broken through the front line and asked us to set up defenses here. I asked the front army staff officer who gave us the order, 'Who are our enemies?' The staff said it was the Seed Division, but I later found out that it was the elite of the enemy." Wang Zhong immediately understood what Sergei was feeling at that time. It was probably the same as the popular emoticon before time travel, "You go and kill Sun Wukong." "Me." Wang Zhong reassured, "Don't worry, my group army and I are here, although only an advance team came. Of course, at critical times, we will still treat you as a reserve team and fill up the defense line, but we will not let you temporarily the infantry division when to fight the enemy's Asgardian knights. That's good, that's good. Commander Sergei was relieved. At this time Vasily came in. Report, the Air Force said that they conducted 3 waves of attacks. Judging from the wreckage and craters on the ground, the enemy has not moved. Wang Zhong, what do you mean by looking at the wreckage and craters on the ground? Vasily, that's what they said. They also said that a P2 reconnaissance type set off with a camera. They will take photos and send them to us today. Wang Zhong hesitated. Send it over. Vasily spread his hands. Don't ask me, I'm just relaying it. I don't know how they deliver it, but the airport is less than 50 kilometers away from us. It will be there in a jiffy. Wang Zhong thought about it and found that it was indeed the case. Vasily continued to report, the advance team has already set off from Yarvik. Except for the Group Army's front station work team led by the old school director, basically everyone is here. Wang Zhong, it's good if the vortex comes. When the vortex comes and confronts the enemy's new tanks' armor bullets, we can win. Otherwise, we have to make huge sacrifices to make up for the disadvantage in the armor bomb confrontation. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that Vasily still had something to say, so he asked, what's wrong with you? Vasily scratched his head, all the agency clerks have stayed in Yarvik. Now I am doing the work of the entire staff alone. Wang Zhong, you hold on first. When the advance team arrives, the current chief of staff Alexander Alexandrovich should arrive as soon as the guards move forward. Let him do it when the time comes. Vasily had a black streak and touched his hair. It's over, it seems I have to find a wife before I become the second Pavlov. Wang Zhong, Pavlov had a wife and gave birth to a lot of children. Vasily shrugged, then we found the reason for his baldness. After dark on July 11th, the village of Trinka, where Rokosov's temporary headquarters is located. The vehicles of the advance team drove into the village in a mighty manner. Wang Zhong looked at the convoy and suddenly thought that if the enemy launched sudden fire attacks like him from time to time, his losses would be great. Fortunately, all the enemy's heavy artillery should be left behind. Alexander Alexandrovich, the chief of staff of the advance team, came to Wang Zhong and saluted, commander of the army group Dava. 5 Eddy vehicles broke down during the march. I ordered the tractor to tow the one with the more serious malfunction back to Yarvik. 2. The vehicle with the minor breakdown is being repaired on the road, and I left a Crusader anti-aircraft gun to cover them. Wang Zhong returned the greeting and said, you did a good job. Let the soldiers work harder tonight and inspect the vortex that arrived here. Tomorrow we will set out to hunt the enemy's new tanks. Alexander, yes. At this moment, the sound of engines came from the sky. Wang Zhong cut his perspective and discovered that it was a Wave 2 biplane night bomber. It looked like it was going to land on the road at the entrance of the village. Wang Zhong, Vasily, are you here to send photos? The Air Force said they would send photos, right? Yes. Wang Zhong, let the troops at the entrance of the village turn on the lights. If they want to land, they will definitely land on the road at the entrance of the village. In fact, he was acting. From the bird's eye view here, he could already see the plane landing steadily on the road and gliding towards the village. It's not surprising that the Wave 2 can land on such a garbage road. The field airport where the Anders take off fighter jets is not much better than this. A piece of land is flattened and used as an airport. There is not even weeding on the runway. The Bo-2 biplane bombers' requirements for airports are even lower than those of fighter jets. When the plane stopped, Wang Zhong saw 2 pilots getting off the plane. It's a female pilot. Wang Zhong switched back to his own perspective and looked at Vasily. The Wave 2 plane may be flown by a female pilot. You must seize the opportunity. Vasily shook his head, unless you are not around, General, there is no chance for me. Chapter 337 Wang Zhong's combat deployment. The village of Trinka is not that big, and the 2 female pilots quickly arrived in front of Wang Zhong. Possibly due to the narrow cockpit, both of them are very slender, and even their height seems to be a bit shorter than the average female auntie. Of course, she is still taller than Nelly. The pilot walking in front was a lieutenant colonel, with long brown hair tied around the back of his head, exuding the aura of someone who had been divorced 3 times and had 2 children. The girl walking behind was obviously a little girl. As soon as she entered the room, she looked around curiously, and finally landed on Wang Zhong. Then she hesitated visibly. Wang Zhong joked, well, I don't look like someone who can kill 40 tanks and capture 50 generals alive, right? The pilot nodded repeatedly, yes, but she immediately reacted as if it shouldn't be right at this time. After all, no one can really kill 40 tanks, so she immediately shook her head, no, no. At this time, the lieutenant colonel in front of me who had been divorced 3 times and raised 2 children spoke up, Your Majesty General, I know you are used to playing with flowers, but you already have children, don't you? Wang Zhong, you are right. Where are the photos? The lieutenant colonel opened his portfolio, took out an envelope and placed it on the table. Wang Zhong immediately stepped forward to tear open the envelope and took out the photo to identify it carefully. I saw at least 2, no, 3 new tanks, and here is a suspected new tank. He said while turning over the next photo. The crater in the previous photo is still in the same place, and 4 tanks, the tanks didn't move. It was obviously the same place, but why didn't the tanks move? Vasily, why do you think that happened? Vasily, it's broken. Isn't it normal for a tank to break? Especially a heavy tank. The track may be broken, or there may be other problems. Wang Zhong nodded, you are right, the Air Force's bombing worked. In World War II, Tigers were rarely destroyed by the Air Force. On the Eastern Front, only 2, yes, 2, Tigers were clearly destroyed by air raids, and it was the P-2 that blew up the carriage carrying the Tiger when bombing the station. In fact, World War II-level aircraft are really ineffective against Tigers and Leopards. Most of the time, the track is broken, and it can be used again after repairing it. The track should be broken now. Speaking of which, in Haupener, KV number 67 was attacked by a Stuka. It also had a mechanical failure and could continue to fight. However, the airstrike caused the KV to lose its ability to move. In the end, Wang Zhong had to let the tank soldiers who had just become familiar with him cut off the rear and ran away with the remaining troops. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong strengthened his determination to wipe out this group of Praseens. Think of it as an anniversary gift to the comrades of tank number 67, although the time seems to be quite different. Wang Zhong feels that the heroes of tank number 67 will not mind. Wang Zhong handed the photo to Alexander and asked the female lieutenant colonel, have the specific locations of these people been confirmed? The lieutenant colonel opened the map bag and took out a map. The captain of reconnaissance type 2 has carefully confirmed that this is where he is. He also saw some wreckage nearby, as well as enemies who may be on alert, all drawn on this map. Wang Zhong nodded, very good. He turned to the temporary chief of staff Alexander and ordered, find all the platoon chiefs of the battle group here immediately. I want to plan tomorrow's operations. Vasily, take the 2 ladies to dinner. Vasily did not move, but reminded, General, you didn't even ask the person's name. Isn't that impolite? Wang Zhong looked at Vasily, turned to the 2 pilots and said, sorry, I was negligent. What do you call them? The female lieutenant colonel with bunded hair said, on the battlefield, military situation is the most important thing. There is nothing wrong with your approach, and I personally appreciate it very much. However, I really don't want to be called hey. You can call me when you need to address me. Smitanova. The younger girl whispered her name, Katya. Wang Zhong, Rokosov. We all know your name. Vasily interrupted, and then introduced himself to the 2 girls, I am Vasily. Wang Zhong, he is the son of a music professor, a man who has sworn to abandon music, a reproducer of Rokosov's improvised tunes, and a man who treats anecdotes about generals as a way to talk about picking up girls. Just as Wang Zhong was about to continue editing, Vasily said something of his own, and the terminator of the cesspit. Katya laughed uncontrollably, but immediately put on a straight face and pretended not to know anything. Wang Zhong, look, this girl is amused by you, why don't you arrange things for them quickly? Vasily said in a business-like tone, you 2, go this way. When he led the 2 female pilots out, the chief officers of each platoon came in and passed by each other. A platoon leader joked, Vasily, how is the mill owner's daughter? I saw you 2 that day, next to the water wheel mill. The sound of the water wheel was very loud that day. Wang Zhong was shocked. He didn't expect that Vasily had successfully hit the base. Good guy, this guy even lied about his failure before and didn't pick up a girl. With a straight face, Vasily led the 2 female pilots away. The platoon commanders smiled and entered the map room. Alexander, the temporary chief of staff, unfolded the map that had just been delivered and nailed it to the wall of the room with thumbtacks. Wang Zhong, everyone. As soon as he spoke, all the whispers fell silent. Wang Zhong picked up the photo on the table and showed it to everyone vertically, this is a photo just sent by the Air Force. According to the photo, the Air Force airstrike paralyzed at least 3 enemy new tanks. These new tanks just beat ours. The results of the battle between KV and T-34 were extremely exaggerated. It is said that the result was 30-0. Even Wang Zhong couldn't suppress the discussion at this moment. He could only flatten his hands and press down, okay. Okay. All the defeated tankers said so. We have to be lenient to the enemy, understand. And the Prasen military technology is indeed very advanced. It should have been a headache for the Carolingian heavy tanks during the Carolingian battle. It makes sense that they would develop a heavy tank. Now this heavy tank has penetrated the armor of the KV, which we had always considered impregnable, and blocked most of our anti-tank firepower, except for cocktail Molotov cocktails. As long as you throw it in the right position, basically even the tanks of this era can't stop it. It's not the Tiger's fault. Wang Zhong's words made the infantry platoon leaders laugh and the tank crews smile bitterly. Anyway, we have such a big piece of cake in front of us tomorrow. Do you think I, Rokosov, can let this good thing slip away? Tomorrow we will not only destroy these new tanks, but also find a way to capture one. Do we still have a tractor with a mission that can tow one? Remember, our mission is not to snipe the incoming enemy troops, but to extract teeth from the tiger's mouth. Tomorrow's battle must be fast. Eliminate the enemy's accompanying infantry as quickly as possible, destroy 3 of the 4 new tanks, and finally drag away one. Wang Zhong stopped and looked around the room. He found that many platoon leaders did not take the dangerous mission seriously, so he emphasized again, the enemy's large forces have arrived in Yeysk, only 55 kilometers away from Arvik. Let's start the fight tomorrow. The enemy is likely to rush to help immediately. This is the enemy's Asgard Knight Seed Division. Think about it, we in Oraki were able to hold off the Asgard Knights' attack with our solid positions. This time we don't have any fortifications to rely on. Most of the combatants who survived Aolikai are now the backbone of the Imperial Guards, so Wang Zhongke used the Aolikai battle as an example. Wang Zhong, you must not have the thought of underestimating the enemy. You must show leniency to the enemy. Do you understand how to show leniency to the enemy? He scanned the entire room, and after making sure that most people had put away their proud expressions, he said, then, based on our direct encounter in the afternoon and the Air Force's photo reconnaissance, I have made the following arrangements. Wang Zhong took the pointer and patted the map on the wall. The enemy is here. At 4:30 tomorrow morning, a reconnaissance team flying a Willis Jeep will set off. You need to drag 2 big brooms behind the car and sweep up the dust on the road while running wildly, creating a lot of smoke. This will allow the enemy to misjudge our strength and make them more cautious and wary when rushing for reinforcements. A platoon leader said, if it had been another general, we would have questioned it. But you used a wooden sign to deceive the Plozans, making them think there was a real minefield. So we actually think it's possible to use the retro tactics. Wang Zhong smiled slightly and did not respond to the compliment. Instead, he continued to draw on the map, we still have a total of 31 vortexes. 30 vehicles. Alexander interrupted Wang Zhong, another one has a mechanical failure. I'm not sure whether it can participate in the battle tomorrow. Wang Zhong, 30 vehicles. This is just right. It can be broken in half and used. One detachment is responsible for destroying the enemy's new tanks and testing the power of our 100 gun. The other detachment is ambushing at this location. He drew a line between the enemy and the larger enemy forces further to the rear. The vortex is mainly used for sniping, but it will also deploy a certain number of infantry. After all, the vortex is not efficient at anti-infantry because it only has 1 anti-aircraft machine gun. Wang Zhong paused and continued, leave the attack on the surrounded enemy to the infantry. After the vortex destroys all the enemy's armored vehicles, it will use high explosive bombs to support the infantry. At this time, a platoon leader asked, you just said you wanted to capture a new tank. Wang Zhong, I will not let my soldiers die in vain just to capture the tank. These powerful words made many veterans show expressions of appreciation. Wang Zhong said like a leader, do you have any more questions? If you have any questions, ask them immediately. Everyone looked at each other and finally shook their heads. Wang Zhong, very good, then we will proceed according to this plan tomorrow. Yes. Everyone answered uniformly. Chapter 338 The situation in the early morning of July 12th. After the meeting, the soldiers of the advance team began to borrow brooms from fellow villagers. The brooms made by fellow villagers are relatively simple, just dry a lot of wheat stalks and then tie them together. When sweeping the floor, hold the broom at an angle and press the broom hard against the ground, so that the wheat terrier will stick to the ground by itself, and most of the dirt can be swept up with one sweep. The soldiers loaded all these borrowed brooms into the back of the Willis Jeep. That night, although Wang Zhong ordered everyone to take time to rest, most people couldn't sleep at all. Soldiers from the advance team chatting together could be seen everywhere in the village. Trinka village is a relatively large village, but a temporary infantry division and an advance team were suddenly crammed in. The houses were simply not enough, and many people in the advance team were originally resting in the open air. Wang Zhong himself slept very peacefully, and fell asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed given to him by the commander of the 401st Division. In the dream, Wang Zhong dreamed that he was driving a fighter jet and fighting fiercely with the Prasen Air Force. When he was facing the enemy, he shouted, "Super Sky Lightning launch!" As a result, no missiles were fired from under the wings, and the aircraft was shot down by the enemy. The feeling of falling suddenly woke Wang Zhong up, and he sat up sweating profusely. Nelly took a fan and looked at him with a puzzled look on her face. What's wrong? Wang Zhong shook his head. It's okay. Have you been fanning me? Yeah. Nelly nodded. You said it was hot before going to bed. I said it was hot and I didn't ask you to fan me all night. What should you do if you rest on your own? Nelly, I'll catch up on your sleep while you go out to fight. Wang Zhong stared at Nelly. Isn't it just daytime? Aren't you hot? I'm okay. Nelly shrugged. Maybe it's because I'm thinner. Wang Zhong sighed. I'm not fat either. Okay. What time is it now? Nelly looked at Wang Zhong's watch on the bedside table. Wang Zhong picked up his watch and looked at the time, then got out of bed and stood up. Okay, it's almost time. It's time to send the Procenians on their way. Then he noticed that Nelly was hesitant to speak, and asked, What? You want to come too? Nelly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Wang Zhong hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. No, this is a battlefield, you can't come. Nelly, I have been on the front line in Shastka. I also learned how to shoot a pistol. I can be your bodyguard. Wang Zhong smiled. There are not many places on the front line where pistols are useful. Once you learn how to use a submachine gun, I will let you be a guard. At this time Vasily opened the door and came in. I heard that you woke up, General. Oh, I didn't see anything. Vasily backed out of the house while still pulling the door handle, trying to close the door. Wang Zhong, that's enough, stop creating inexplicable scandals for me. It's all your fault for all the outrageous rumors I have now. Come in, release the door handle, and stand still. Vasily stood at attention at the door. Yes. Wang Zhong asked, are the troops all up? Many people didn't sleep last night. Didn't you hear them singing at night? Wang Zhong, no. All units will gather together and check weapons and vehicles for the last time. When the time comes, they will set off in the same order as last night. The first to set off was the Jeep reconnaissance unit. When they left the village, smoke billowed, as if tens of thousands of cavalry were galloping. Wang Zhong stood at the entrance of the village and watched them set off, while Yan Chen ate as much as he could. He switched to the bird's eye view and found that the smoke and dust were even more spectacular from the bird's eye view. He couldn't even see how many people and horses there were in the rolling red dust. Facing this scene, the enemy will 100% misjudge the strength of their troops and will be timid during rescue operations. This time, Wang Zhong did not want to surround the point for reinforcements. His goal was to eat the enemy in front of him, so it was best if the enemy did not reinforce. He arranged the sniper unit just to cover up the truth. After the jeep convoy set off, Wang Zhong turned and walked towards the tank destroyer unit waiting to set off. The infantryman on the plug-in vortex destroyer joked, General, do you want to personally command this vehicle? The battalion commander of the Annihilation Battalion was explaining something to his opponent. When he heard the infantry's words, he immediately turned around and said, General, do you want to come in person? Then I will be your gunner and you will take command. Wang Zhong, no, it's just shooting from a long distance, so my ability is not very useful. What he means is that his own plug-in is not very useful. After all, this plug-in is most effective when used in mobile combat. Squatting in pits and ambushes may not be much better than observing with the naked eye. The commander of the Annihilation Battalion obviously misunderstood. How can it be possible that your skills cannot be used? You are the commander with the most victories in our army so far. Wang Zhong, it won't happen soon. After all, I am already a commander, and there will not be many times when I can personally charge into battle. General Rokosov, who just rushed into battle and dealt with enemy planes 12 hours ago, said so. Vasily said next to him, literally narrating. At this time, Chief of Staff Alexander said, it's time, we should set off. Wang Zhong made a gesture, the sniper team is setting off. The encirclement team is following you. The commander of the Annihilation Battalion saluted Wang Zhong, then turned to his subordinates and said, remember the radio call sign and follow closely. Let's go. The subordinates ran towards their respective chariots as fast as they could. The battalion commander himself climbed into the car in front of Wang Zhong, got into the combat room with his lower body, put on the headphones and picked up the microphone. Sniper team, follow me, let's go. The engine of the vortex roared, and a large column of black smoke spurted out from the nozzle on the side. Wang Zhong smelled the strong smell of sulfur dioxide and took a few steps back, staying away from the retreating troops. 15 vortexes passed in front of him one after another and rushed to the battlefield. At this time, the sentry of the 401st Provisional Infantry Division nearby pointed at the sky and shouted, look, the plane. Wang Zhong looked up and saw 24 white track clouds in the sky. This is strange, because propeller aircraft rarely produce track clouds below 7,000 meters. The track clouds in the movie Fury were all caused by heavy bombers at high altitudes. Wang Zhong took a bird's eye view and discovered that these aircraft turned out to be B-24 Liberators. Is this United States of time and space so generous? To the Liberator? On Earth, Army only gave MZ a 2-engine attack aircraft like the A-20, but not for heavy bombardments. The most important thing is that Wang Zhong, as a participant in the aid negotiations, is very sure that 4-engine heavy bombers were not mentioned in the negotiations. Is the aid provided in the form of additional terms during the aid process? Wang Zhong said to Vasily, bring the walkie-talkie, I'll say hello to the Air Force. Vasily immediately took the walkie-talkie from the jeep next to him, it has been adjusted to the frequency used by the Air Force. Wang Zhong took the walkie-talkie, the ground calls the air fleet, the ground calls the air fleet. A moment later, an impatient voice came from the walkie-talkie, if you are calling for ground support, I'm sorry, we are at an altitude of 9,000 meters and cannot support you at all. We can't even see you. Wang Zhong, no, I just called you. According to the intelligence we obtained, the enemy has arrived in Yisk. We are not here to blow up the place. You can solve the problem yourself. Wang Zhong was speechless. He wanted to tell his name, maybe he could change the bombing location. At this time, a familiar voice intervened in the conversation, the 4th Attack Aircraft Group called the ground. We are a little below the bomber. Maybe we can take care of your target. Wang Zhong changed the perspective and found the P-47 fleet as expected, but their height was much lower than the bombers, so it was difficult to notice from the bird's eye view. Be careful with them, the bomber is too big. Wang Zhong, the enemy's vanguard is in Yisk. Repeat, the enemy's vanguard is in Yisk. The other side replied, you said we really can't bomb the place name. After all, we don't have navigators like bombers. We don't even know where we are now. Wang Zhong, have you seen the village on the ground? The village is flying due west. If you encounter something heading east, it will be blown up. All units of the advance team are moving westward, so as long as they look in the right direction, they won't bomb wrong. The Air Force responded, I understand. Leave it to us. I also wish you success in blocking the enemy. It seems that the Air Force misunderstood and thought that Wang Zhong's troops were going to stop the enemy. Unexpectedly, they were pulling out teeth from the tiger's mouth. During this period of communication with the Air Force, half of the Annihilation Battalion that served as the main force of the Tiger fight also set off. Alexander said to Wang Zhong, it's time for us to set off, General. Although I think it's better to leave it to the soldiers, but you won't stay in the rear, right? Wang Zhong, of course not, let's go. Radio and I will take a car together. After setting off, Wang Zhong kept calling the troops by radio. This time, these troops are under his command, so when the radio contact is made, the vision of these troops will be briefly obtained. Although these views cannot highlight the enemy and are much less effective than his own perspective, they are still much better than verbal reports from the troops. Wang Zhong relied on this method to grasp the situation of the entire army in real time. His capable reinforced battalion was thus deployed in an area about 10 kilometers long and wide. The 2 motorized reconnaissance companies at the front were like 2 tentacles of an insect, outflanking them from the north and south of the hunting target. Prasen Army. Lieutenant Linden was awakened by a rapid knocking sound. He rubbed his eyes, got up and pushed open the turret hatch. His whole body ached from sleeping in the tank, so he looked very ugly. The captain who commanded the infantry troops outside had an even more ugly expression, the enemy has passed us. Judging from the smoke and dust, the number of enemies is very huge. As he spoke, the infantry captain pointed to the north. Only then did Lieutenant Linden discover that there was terrible smoke and dust from the north, and it looked like thousands of troops were advancing. He turned around sharply and saw smoke and dust in the south. Oh shit! He immediately picked up the microphone, adjusted the radio station, and shouted, 217 calls 210, 217 calls 210. Soon, the voice of Company Commander John came over the radio, what's wrong with 217? I saw at least 100 tanks passing our position and heading towards you. Repeat, 100 tanks. New. As soon as John finished speaking, an infantryman next to him shouted, akin. Linden looked at the infantryman and saw that the infantryman was pointing toward the sky. He raised his head and saw 24 white lines in the sky crossing their heads. Linden immediately realized what it was, there are 24 heavy bombers rushing towards you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 339 Encountering the Enemy. Yisk is under the control of the Prasen Army. In addition to Colonel Busey's battle group, a battalion of tanks and accompanying infantry arrived yesterday evening. Prasen's tank battalion is different from Ant's tank battalion. Ant's tank battalion and tank regiment are the same organization with different names, with a total of 21 tanks. Prasen's tank battalion is generally called an armored battalion. It is now configured with 3 No. 3 companies and 1 No. 4 company. There will be 80 number 3 vehicles and 28 number 4 vehicles. Generally, Plausen's armored division will have 2 such armored battalions plus 1 Panzer Grenadier battalion, as well as a large number of auxiliary troops. So an armored force equivalent to half a division arrived in Yeisk. Together with the original armored forces of the Busai battle group, 200 tanks had already filled all the open spaces in Yeisk. As a city without railways, it is not easy for Yeisk to find so many open spaces. Railways mean there will be a large number of cargo yards, and cities with railways are generally more industrialized, with more cars and parking lots. Just more. Anyway, Yeisk is now crowded with tanks and armored vehicles. So when Colonel Busey heard on the radio that car number 217 and Captain John reported that 24 4-engine heavy bombers were coming this way, his heart dropped. He threw down his earphones and shouted to the staff officer next to him, "Air defense alert. Let the infantry release smoke to cover the tank assembly area." The staff officer immediately turned around and ran outside. The Busey battle group formed an air defense force, and Prosan's air defense forces all carried hand-cranked air defense alarms. They regarded the sounding of alarms as part of the air defense operations. Soon, air raid sirens sounded throughout Yeisk. After the staff came back, he said to Colonel Busey, "How about we set off now? Even if we are crowded in the city with smoke cover, we will suffer heavy losses if we are covered, especially our infantry. High-altitude bombing against the moving convoy, the effect is very poor." Colonel Busey looked serious. "The armored battalion that just arrived yesterday is not in our original attack formation. If we set off hastily to avoid the bombing, we will fall into chaos." Colonel Busey's original plan was to set off to pick up the anchored forward after breakfast and equipment inspection. As the leader of the entire unit, a platoon of the 333rd Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion has already set off. This platoon has been reinforced with 2 number 2 tanks, for a total of 3 tricycles, 4 half-tracks and 2 no-2s. Yesterday, the leading company reported that the enemies that killed the reconnaissance group did not have weapons exceeding 20 mm, and they should be light infantry. The firepower of the motorcycle reconnaissance platoon is enough to deal with ordinary light infantry. As for the other troops in the battle group, the staff has already compiled the order of departure. However, the tank battalion that arrived last night was not in this departure queue. If they all leave the city now, they will definitely fall into chaos. So after a brief hesitation, Colonel Busey made the decision, "If we don't attack, we will just conduct air defense in the city. The city is so big, and they may not be able to bomb our parking lot. When the bombing is over, we will set off in accordance with the original departure order. The tank battalion that has just arrived will wait for us all to set off before deciding on the departure time." Chief of Staff, yes. The 3rd Company and 1st Platoon of the 333rd Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion of Prosan, which had already set off, actually heard the communication between Captain John and vehicle number 217. When the platoon leader heard the news of 24 heavy bombers, he raised his head and glanced at the sky. Already they could see the track clouds of high-altitude bombers. The platoon leader was speechless. "This reminds me of the time when we entered Ant. At that time, the bombers of the Prosan Air Force also flew to the hinterland of Ant in overwhelming numbers. Things are changing. At this time, the sun was just rising from the east, so the platoon leader could only squint his eyes when looking at the sky, so he did not see the swooping fighter jets full of bombs. By the time he saw the fighter jet, it was too late. Enemy plane. Airstrike." While the platoon leader shouted, the first diving fighter had already pulled up. Then the platoon leader saw a bomb inserted into the road in front of the half-track he was riding. The bomb's delayed fuse prevented it from detonating immediately, so the platoon leader had time to tuck himself into the half-track and let the surrounding steel provide a modicum of protection, at least psychological protection. The next moment he felt light and airy, and he immediately realized that the half-track had been lifted into the air. Before he could react, the car crashed to the ground and the platoon leader fainted. After the air raid ended, the sergeant in car number 2, who was following the platoon leader's car, stuck his head out of the car. He noticed at the first sight that the platoon leader's car had overturned, and shouted over the radio, "Deputy platoon, the platoon leader's life or death is uncertain. It's time to you commanded." Prosan's platoon usually has only one officer, and the deputy platoon commander is the sergeant major. Generally, the sergeant major will have a better relationship with the soldiers. Sometimes soldiers would even prefer a master sergeant to command them. The deputy platoon leader's voice came over the radio, "It just rolled over, right? Open the tailgate and see if you can rescue people. Don't just roll the car over, as it may cause secondary injuries." "Understood." The sergeant immediately ordered the leader of his squad, "Open the tailgate and rescue the people inside." At this time, the machine gunner of the half-track vehicle suddenly said, "Look! There is smoke ahead." The sergeant looked ahead and saw a lot of smoke. He stood up and picked up a telescope to observe. Prosan's squad leader usually had to command machine guns, so he would be equipped with a telescope. Through the telescope, only the enemy's small car could be seen, and the marching column behind it was completely blocked by smoke and dust. The sergeant has never seen the small car at the beginning. It may be equipment from the United States. Damn it! The sergeant cursed, picked up the radio microphone and shouted, "The enemy's large force is approaching. The enemy's large force is approaching." The deputy platoon leader was very calm. "Don't panic, it may be the enemy's light infantry, number 137, number 138, spread out to the left and right wings." Clear. The two number 2 tanks immediately spread out to the left and right wings, so the platoon's main marching column and the two tanks parked on the road formed a division sign. But the tank commander was frightened at first. Such a big smoke, is it the enemy's tank force? My 20mm gun can only be polished by the T-34. At this time, the car at the front began to shoot at this area with its vehicle-mounted machine gun. Tank commander, if the enemy dares to charge towards the tank, this is definitely Ant's tank unit. Release the smoke and retreat quickly. The deputy platoon leader hesitated for a second and then ordered, "Release the smoke and retreat." At this time, the sergeant of the number 2 car asked, "What about the platoon leader? He may still be alive. I don't care about this much anymore. Get out quickly." The number 2 tank had already activated its smoke tube and fired smoke bombs. Although the sergeant of the number 2 vehicle wanted to say something else, he still carried out the order and operated the smoke grenade launcher of the half-track vehicle to fire. Wang Zhong suddenly received a call from one of the two troops bullying the enemy. "Khwarizm calls Genghis Khan, and Khwarizm calls Genghis Khan. The enemy in front of our team releases smoke." Repeat, "The enemy in front of our team releases smoke." Wang Zhong responded while switching angles, and sure enough he saw enemy smoke in front of the enemy team's Willis Jeep. Then Wang Zhong discovered something. Although the field of view shared by the troops was not highlighted, this field of view was not blocked by smoke. As long as the enemy is not hiding in the smoke, he can see it. Of course, the dust from the enemy's vehicles would still interfere with his vision, but it would not make him completely invisible. The Willis Jeep was dragging a broom behind it, so the smoke was so thick that I couldn't see clearly. In short, Wang Zhong clearly saw that the Prosens in front of the Jeep convoy had two number 2 tanks. These two number 2 tanks could beat the crap out of the Jeep convoy. But it's different now that the enemy starts running. The armor of the Panzer II tank is actually just like that. The side and rear armor can be penetrated by the M2 heavy machine gun. The most important thing is that if the enemy flees, if the bullying troops do not pursue him, the enemy may react and strike back, which will be dangerous. So Wang Zhong ordered, "Continue to pursue and strive to annihilate the enemy." According to the code word agreed before departure, striving to annihilate the enemy means, keep in contact with the enemy and put enough pressure on it. Even if the Prosans eavesdropped on radio communications, there would be no problem. Understood. The bullying troops probably didn't know that the enemy had number 2, so they answered very firmly, "Strive to annihilate the enemy." Colonel Busey's brows knitted into knots. "Were you attacked by an air strike?" "Yes, and we also encountered an enemy tank unit." The chief of staff looked serious. The life or death of the reconnaissance platoon leader is uncertain, and the remaining troops are retreating to Yeisk under the leadership of the deputy platoon leader. "Captain John, this must be one of the 2 armored units reported by Car 217. Colonel Busey nodded. "Is the new tank ready to move?" Captain John looked embarrassed. "Not yet. The fault has just been eliminated. The technicians from the maintenance battalion are installing the road wheels. It will take a while." "How long is 1 o'clock?" "Captain, you should know better than to use such vague words on the battlefield." Captain John, "Yes. 8 hours maximum, Colonel. 8 hours to install a wheel." The Colonel was shocked. Captain John, "At most. If it's quick, it can be completed in 5 hours. Colonel, how proud are you after 5 hours? Captain John spread his hands and said in a very helpless tone, "There is no way." In order to ensure the best walking ability, the new tank uses double rows of road wheels. Each disassembly and assembly requires a day or 2 of work. The maintenance battalion has done its best. Colonel Busey was speechless. "So you can't participate in the next defensive operation? It seems that the only thing we can do is let the boys in long control number 4 get some anks." Captain John also smiled. "Of course there is no problem." At this time, the air defense siren sounded again outside, and Colonel Busey and others immediately fell down. However, after waiting for a long time, the bomb did not fall. The door of the headquarters suddenly opened, and a staff officer came in to report, "The Air Defense Battalion requests to lift the air defense alert. The enemy's heavy bombers are not here to bomb us." Colonel Busey stood up cursing, "How much more unreliable intelligence are we going to receive this morning?" Chapter 340 Battle of Annihilation, Silver Update 710. Chapter 340 Battle of Annihilation, Silver update 7/10. Lieutenant Linden had been listening intently to the radio of friendly forces after Ant's plane flew overhead. Then he heard reports of a motorized reconnaissance battalion approaching him. He took off his earphones directly and looked at the driver and electromechanical personnel who were doing repair work. The latter happened to be wiping his sweat, looked up, and met his eyes. "What's wrong?" The driver was a veteran. He seemed to understand the situation just by looking at Lieutenant Linden's expression, but he still asked. "Lieutenant Linden, the enemy counterattack group is rushing towards Colonel Busey's battle group, and we have no support for the time being." The pilot was speechless. "That's right. But it's strange, why didn't the enemy attack us? Isn't it easier to kill our little vanguard than to destroy Colonel Busey's battle group?" Lieutenant Linden shrugged. "How should I know?" At this time, the alert infantry suddenly shouted, "Unconfirmed armored vehicles appear in the northeast." Lieutenant Linden immediately looked to the northeast, and sure enough he saw an armored vehicle advancing in the wheat field. Just looking at the height of the vehicle, it felt like an assault gun. At this time, the sentry on guard on the other side also shouted, "There are also those in the southeast. It's on the front too. We're surrounded on 3 sides." At this time, Wang Zhong had no time to care about the Willis Jeep Brigade, which was chasing the enemy's armored reconnaissance force. His Tiger fighting troops have already engaged the enemy. The 15 Vortex vehicles were divided into 3 groups and approached the small enemy force lying on the prairie from 3 sides. The Vortex on the front is less than 2,400 meters away from the enemy. The vortices outflanking the north and south are still maneuvering and are farther away. The infantry troops carried by the Vortex had already dismounted and formed a skirmish line in front of the Vortex. A total of 1 company of infantry advanced with the Vortex, with 1 platoon deployed in each of the 3 directions. Wang Zhong assigned walkie-talkies to the platoon level. On Earth, this was a configuration only available to the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War. As the U.S. military had the most radios in World War II, walkie-talkies were assigned to the company level. Wang Zhong got it right in one step, and assigned walkie-talkies to the platoon level according to the establishment of the U.S. military in the Vietnam War. In order to give full play to the role of walkie-talkies, he also specially selected 2 high school graduates to learn radio technology, master general troubleshooting skills of walkie-talkies, and simple coordinate measurement. High school students are really precious. It is too luxurious to have all high school naval infantrymen. They must be condemned, Navy Red Deer, Army General Rokasov thought so. However, the radios currently assigned to the platoons are not functional for the time being, because the artillery of the division and army has not kept up. The walkie-talkie currently attached to the infantry platoon in front of the Vortex can only be used as an eye position for Wang Zhong, and it is still an eye position without highlighting. Wang Zhong repeatedly called these infantry platoons to ensure that he could clearly see the enemy's movements. Surrounded on 3 sides, well, considering the location of the reinforcements, this enemy force has been surrounded on all sides. The total strength of the surrounded enemy forces is about 300, including 4 new heavy tanks and 8 Panzer III tanks, 4 Panzer IVs, 20 half-tracks, and possibly a company of infantry. If it could be highlighted, Wang Zhong would be able to determine how many enemies are surrounded by just looking at the number of the unit they belong to. Unfortunately, highlighting is a welfare that only exists within the range that Wang Zhong can see with his naked eyes. The eyes of the troops do not have this special effect. So Wang Zhong could only try his best to nod. Not to mention, he felt like watching ants move. The enemy clearly discovered the Vortex, and the tank began to turn its muzzle. The bodies of several vehicles on number 4 and number 3 followed and turned together, and they were divided into 3 attack groups visible to the naked eye. The remaining tanks probably had their tracks damaged by the Air Force, so they stopped in place and turned their guns. Wang Zhong connected the radios of the 5 Eddy vehicles approaching from the front, close to 1,500 meters, and fire. The distance is controlled by your command. Yes. Soon enough, the Panzer No. 6 tank with tactical No. 218 opened fire. The 88mm gun roared, and Wang Zhong could clearly see the smoke and dust raised by the storm from the muzzle from a bird's eye view. Wang Zhong clearly saw the flight path of the artillery shell. He hit the back of the Vortex numbered 461 with lightning speed. As a result, because the incident angle was too small, he was suddenly bounced away. Wait a minute, isn't the enemy trying to use a lob to attack the top? Wang Zhong frowned. If this is the case, it means that the Proson gunner took it for granted. Battleships can shoot horizontally across the deck because the battle distance is far, often more than 10 or 20 kilometers. Now you are 2 kilometers away from me. After the enemy number 218 opened fire, number 220 also opened fire immediately. This time the shell accurately hit the gun mantelet of the number 458 Vortex tank destroyer. Wang Zhong snorted disdainfully. At this distance, the 88-meter gun wants to penetrate the Vortex mantelet. Really thinking too much. However, The huge impact of the direct hit caused car number 458 to temporarily slow down and gradually fall behind. The members in the car were probably stunned. This is quite common. High-power shells hitting the armor may cause the members in the vehicle to faint temporarily even if they don't penetrate. The fainting time may only last 3 to 5 seconds. Sure enough, car number 458 began to speed up again and caught up with the advancing friendly forces. The enemy began to fire one after another. But whether it is the 43-fold 75mm gun, the main gun of the long-barreled number 4, or the short 88, the main gun of the new heavy tank, it seems that there is nothing that can be done about the frontal armor of the Vortex. The scene of 5 vortexes advancing under enemy fire reminded Wang Zhong of the video of the Russian Maggot tanks rampaging on the enemy's position that he had seen before crossing. Suddenly, the 460 vortex stopped. Wang Zhong was shocked, thinking that the enemy had caused the first wave of casualties before our army opened fire, but after a closer look, he found that the track was broken. The assault gun was useless if the track was broken. Perhaps because of this, the hatch of the 460 vehicle was opened, and the commander threw a few smoke bombs, and then climbed out of the vehicle under the cover of smoke. The enemy fired for 2 minutes, and the 458 vortex suddenly stopped, turned the body to aim, and then fired the first shot at lightning speed. The impact caused by the muzzle storm of the 100mm gun was more spectacular than that of the 88 gun and the 75 gun. The moment the gun was fired, the destroyer's vision was ruined, all of which was the smoke and dust blown up by the muzzle storm. The Vortex destroyer was relatively short and was directly blocked. Wang Zhong immediately turned to the enemy and saw a Type 4 tank on fire. The members were climbing out of the car. Some of them were on fire and had to roll on the grass to put out the fire. Well done. Wang Zhong couldn't help shouting, and then he realized that he couldn't see the battlefield directly. So he pretended to be the tiger hunting team and reported to him. Except for the unlucky one with broken tracks, all the vortices in the front opened fire. As long as the Type 3 and Type 4 were hit by 100 guns, they would definitely be finished. Even if there was no ammunition depot explosion, they would catch fire until they were completely burned. However, several new heavy tanks were still strong. Wang Zhong looked at the distance and found that the commander of the front vortex was too impatient and stopped shooting too early, resulting in a distance of 1,700 to 1,800 meters from the new heavy tank when he opened fire. It would be a miracle if he could penetrate at this distance. Wang Zhong picked up the walkie-talkie and was about to give an order when he remembered that this micro-operation looked like a certain bald man. While he was hesitating, Chief of Staff Alexander, who led the frontal attack team, said, "General, our 100 guns seem to be unable to penetrate these new Plassen weapons." Wang Zhong, why panic? It must be too far away. Advance to 1,500 meters and test again. Don't underestimate the damage effect of only advancing 300 meters. The order was transmitted through radio waves. Wang Zhong was satisfied to see that the tank destroyers that had stopped in the front maintained a simple horizontal formation and continued to advance forward except for the unlucky guy whose tracks were broken. On the way forward, another tank destroyer stopped. Wang Zhong hurriedly took a closer look and found that the tracks were broken again. But this obviously did not shake the determination of the frontal detachment to attack. At this time, the tank destroyers on the north and south sides that were encircling also turned their bodies and rushed towards the small group of Plassen troops that were surrounded. And the Vortex tank destroyers deployed in front of the enemy stopped at a distance of 1,400 meters from the enemy. They opened fire again. Wang Zhong saw a flash of light hit the front armor of the new heavy tank number 220, which seemed to hit the driver's observation window. The next moment, the hatch of the number 220 vehicle opened, and the members climbed out with their buttocks and urine flowing, and then black smoke came out of the rear of the vehicle. The open fire was the last to appear. Looking at the burning number 6 tank, Wang Zhong felt so distressed, thinking, "What are you doing, Prosan people? Put out the fire. This is the equipment I need." The number 217 vehicle was the second to be hit. It was originally rotating the turret, but the shell flew over and caused a large circle of sparks to fly near the turret seat ring. The turret stopped the next moment. All the Prosan tank soldiers jumped out of the car. Wang Zhong nodded his head. Wow, none of the 5 people were injured. Wang Zhong began to reflect whether he had put too little explosives in the shells, and hit the tank without killing the members inside. While thinking about these things, he watched the Vortex fight the Tiger tank. The other Type 3 and long-barreled Type 4 tanks had all been blasted, and some had been burned to charcoal. There were still 2 Type 6 heavy tanks that survived, and they were fighting tenaciously. At this time, the infantry had quietly approached the enemy. The thread shears opened fire, and the enemy infantry was also paying attention to the tank battle. They didn't expect to be attacked, let alone attacked by a silent automatic rifle. Wang Zhong watched an ant sergeant holding a thread shear and firing, killing about a squad of people. As a result, The other enemies were all paying attention to the armor-piercing confrontation between the two new types of armored vehicles, and they didn't realize that they had lost a squad. When the thread shears in the hands of the infantry had knocked down nearly 80 people, Prosan finally realized that he was being attacked, and the officers and non-commissioned officers began to organize the battle. Although the Ant infantry lost the advantage of the surprise attack, the battle just now had put them in a favorable position. The fire net formed by the thread shears quickly knocked down the enemy's accompanying infantry. The armored soldiers who got off the car noticed this and tried to contact the new heavy tanks that were fiercely shooting, but were stopped by the Ant infantry. By the time the third Tiger was destroyed, the anti-infantry had temporarily controlled the battlefield and were about to take the last new tank as a trophy. Wang Zhong shouted, Don't throw 3 flasks at the last new tank. I'll persuade them to surrender. Chapter 341 Subdue the Evil Tiger. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he took the walkie-talkie and thought for a while, then handed the thing to Vasily. I don't understand, Prosen, you come to persuade me to surrender. Vasily, me? No, I don't have the confidence to convince the proud Prosen people. Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, in this way, I will ride a white horse and run in front of the enemy and talk loudly. You don't have to worry about what I say. Anyway, you will translate when I speak. Vasily was shocked, the tanks are still fighting and bombarding us with cannons. Do you just appear in their sight like this? No, I can't let you take this risk. Wang Zhong smiled slightly. Yes, it is very dangerous to appear on a horse within the range of enemy tanks. But Wang Zhong has a plug-in and can clearly see the direction of the enemy's car body and turret. The tank's main gun and coaxial machine gun can only hit the target pointed by the barrel, while the hull machine gun fires at the front of the vehicle. To be honest, when you clearly know the enemy's status, it is much easier to avoid the tank's running line than to avoid the infantry's gun line. After all, even if it is an electric turret, its rotation speed is only about the same, which is much slower than humans turning the muzzle. What Wang Zhong needs is just the courage to face the tiger style single-handedly and the possible unexpected death. But what Wang Zhong lacks most now is courage. There are 2 types of courage. One originates from ignorance, just like the Zulu people rushing towards Maxim. The other comes from knowing the horror and cruelty ahead and still moving forward with head high. Wang Zhong's courage is the latter. He has seen bullets and bullets, and he has danced with death. He whistled, and sure enough, the neighing of Bucephalus came from the distance. The horse may have felt that the artillery fire disturbed it from grazing, and hid far away, and now it ran over happily. Wang Zhong got on his horse, picked up the red flag as usual, inserted the tail end into the support point on the saddle, held the flag with one hand and rode forward. Vasily looked at his back, then at Senior Sergeant Major Grigory. The Sergeant Major motioned to the driver to start. Vasily asked, Are we going after him? Grigory shrugged, No, we will stop at a distance where you can hear him shouting. It is estimated to be about 2 kilometers away from the enemy. Vasily asked again, Aren't you going to fulfill your duty as a guard? Grigory, when he does this kind of thing, it doesn't matter whether he has guards or not. He should leave it to the angels who protect the general. You're right. Vasily picked up the walkie-talkie and adjusted it to the frequency commonly used by the Prosen army. Grigory asked, Can you do it? I already have an idea. In fact, the key to persuading surrender is not what I said, but the general's pressure. Vasily shrugged, so I will be more aggressive. Wang Zhong paid attention to the movement of the last car number 217 while planning the route. The front of the tank cannot be accessed. Fortunately, the tank was paralyzed in yesterday's air raid, so we only need to worry about the direction of the turret. Of course, due to the limitation of the firing range of the vehicle's machine gun, Wang Zhong could not keep circling. After 3/4 of the circle, he had to turn back and run. The moment of turning back was the most dangerous, and he might be blown into powder by the tank cannon. But as long as your movements are sudden enough, the enemy won't be able to react. The sense of crisis brought about by dancing with the god of death stimulated Wang Zhong's adrenaline secretion, making his whole body enter a state of excitement, and even his brain's thinking began to jump. So what he is thinking now is, I just need to use a slide shovel to rush into the bilge of the Tiger tank, throw in 2 grenades, and the battle is over. I can capture the Tiger intact. With this idea in mind, Wang Zhong moved forward. The place where he just stayed was 5 kilometers away from the actual battle location, so he had to advance more than 3 kilometers before he could enter the enemy's sight. The jeep commanded by Grigory followed Vasily 200 meters behind him. In this way, the group passed through the area where the advance group was deployed. Many people should have seen the red flag held by Wang Zhong, but unfortunately Wang Zhong did not have a walkie-talkie at hand and could not hear their conversation. Finally, Wang Zhong passed the vortex where the first track was interrupted, indicating that he was only 1,800 meters away from the enemy. Several armored soldiers stood up in the grass and shouted to Wang Zhong, "General! What are you going to do? It's dangerous ahead. Stop." Wang Zhong looked back at the jeep commanded by Gregory and pointed at the tank soldiers. Gregory immediately directed the jeep to turn, drove to the tank crews, and asked about their status. Wang Zhong's continued to move forward. Soon Wang Zhong passed by the front formed by Eddie, which had ceased fire according to Wang Zhong's order just now. Their commanders may have obtained the information through the radio, so they all opened the hatch cover and got out of the commander's command tower. Wang Zhong passed through the vortex line in order to make the last number 6 tank notice him. After all, the tanks were shooting at these vortices, and it was impossible for the gunner not to miss the white horse and red flag passing through the gun mirror. Sure enough, the main gun of tank number 217 turned in the direction of Wang Zhong. Without saying a word, he turned the horse's head and kicked the horse's belly while turning it around. Then Busy Faraz started running and was far away from the direction of the Prussian cannon. Wang Zhong just ran around the enemy tank and shouted at the same time, "Prussian tank crew, give up. We can penetrate your vehicle body at any time, but you can't effectively penetrate the body of our new tank destroyer. Frontal. And your accompanying infantry are finished. There will be no good results if you resist." Vasily held a walkie-talkie and said loudly, "If you don't surrender, I will personally board your tank and blow your heads off one by one with my pistol. Your relatives and friends will receive a letter saying that you die because of stupidity and overestimation." Grigory looked at Vasily. "Although I don't understand Prussian, I feel that you did not translate according to the original meaning." I said, "The general's pressure is the key. To the Procenians, we have mysterious powers, such as prayer hands and sound arrays. They will really believe that the general is the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Tank." Vasily paused and added, "We are secularists, and of course we know that is impossible. Look at our teachings. St. Andrew's rewritten teachings believe that all miracles are scientific phenomena, but we have not discovered them yet. It's just a related rule. Just like when we thought that flame was a holy thing given by God, we later discovered that it was just a violent oxidation reaction. But Procon is different. Look at their propaganda. The blessings of technology will eventually replace the glory of God. They admit that divine arrows, sound arrays, and prayers are all the glory of God, and they are the same as technology. Something that is unparalleled in its favor." Gregory raised his eyebrows. "It sounds like that." "That's it? So believe me, the enemy will be frightened by my words." Lieutenant Linden first noticed that the turret was rotating. The turret had maintained a fixed angle from the beginning, because the number 217 experimental heavy tank was now paralyzed, and the enemy was an assault gun that had stopped and concentrated on shooting, so the shooting entered point to point. Link. The sudden movement of the turret means the target has been destroyed. Lieutenant Linden immediately turned to the front. He had been observing the situation around him just now. Because the turret was rotating, Lieutenant Linden did not see the thick smoke from the destroyed enemy assault gun for a while, so he looked for it and said, "Sure enough, the enemy's armor is of poor quality, and continuous hits will always induce armor fatigue. Hey, the enemy is fine." The gunner trembled and said, "Commander." "Lieutenant. Don't worry about the enemy's assault gun, it's coming, he's coming." The gunner changed 2 pronouns in a row, but finally felt it was inappropriate and replaced it with a banned word, "He is coming. Bringing death and destruction. He is coming riding on that gray horse." Lieutenant Linden heard the roar of horses. He turned around and saw a knight holding a red flag high and galloping on the grassland. "That's a white horse." Lieutenant Linden corrected him. He didn't know why he was distracted to correct such an unimportant matter at this time. At this time, Ant's Prussian language with a heavy accent came from the earphones. "If you don't surrender, I will personally board your tank and blow your heads off one by one with my pistol. Your relatives and friends will take over. I received a letter saying that you died because of your stupidity and overestimation of your abilities. Because the Prussian tank radio and in-car communication share a set of lines, everyone in the vehicle can hear the sound received by the onboard radio, but only the commander's microphone can send sound on the radio, and other people's microphones can only in-car communication." The gunner was extremely nervous. "I can't catch up with him. The engine speed is too low and there is not enough power to rotate the turret. Driver. Increase the speed. Driver, right away." Then I heard the engine roar, and then the turret speed remained the same. The engine can't change speed. It was probably shaken by yesterday's bombing. "Turn it by hand." The driver shouted. The gunner immediately pulled out the hand crank handle and started shaking it wildly. In addition to the commander's position, there are crank handles on the vehicle that can work together to rotate the turret. The gunner shook his handle wildly with everyone and shouted, "He is out of the sight of my gun scope. I can't catch up with him. He is coming to kill us. Calm down, we are in a tank. There are 56 tons of steel around us to protect us." Lieutenant Linden scolded, When he turns to the front, shoot him with the hull machine gun. These things are not a big deal, even if he is a god, he will die even if he is hit by MG-34. While speaking, Lieutenant Linden followed the knight with his eyes. Suddenly, Lieutenant Linden was a little envious of this knight. He was holding his own flag and riding a white horse on the battlefield. Isn't this the scene described in knight novels? Lieutenant Linden felt damn romantic on the cruel battlefield full of blood and fire. He even felt that if he could ride like this once, even if he died, it would be worth the price of admission. At this time, the knight had already run around the tank and was about to enter the firing range of the machine gun on the front body. Lieutenant Linden raised his hand, "Get ready." However, the enemy suddenly turned and easily crossed the firing line of the main gun and coaxial machine gun. Lieutenant Linden cursed, he turned. "Look, this guy is afraid of the frontal machine gun's range of fire. Stop turning this way, the turret is turning back." Linden suddenly stopped and saw that the gunner had somehow taken the MP-40 assigned to the commander in his hand and turned on the safety. He recited silently, a grey horse appeared in the clouds, and its name was Death. All living beings on the earth felt that the end was coming / whoever bows down to the beast and its image will. "Linden, you are committing treason. You are an honorable member of the Asgardian Knights." The gunner laughed loudly, "Haven't you seen the facts clearly? The invincible war machine of the Prasen Empire was destroyed as soon as it entered the battlefield. Linden, we also destroyed 2 enemy assault guns. From Prosan's perspective, they couldn't tell that they stopped because the tracks were broken. They only saw the members jumping out of the vehicle. It can only be said that the enemy has an advantage on this battlefield. We are all lying down. If we mobilize, the enemy will not win so easily. As long as we feed back the data, the production tanks will have better armor and better performance. Deep penetration." The gunner laughed. Linden tried his best to ignore the muzzle of the submachine gun and said, "You will not fire on me. Think about the party at my house before leaving for the front line. Didn't you and my sister have a good talk? You will not let my sister distraught. Calm down and give me the submachine gun. Gunner, if you kill that general, you really won't be able to go back." The next moment, the gunner opened a hatch on his side and leaned his upper body out. Lieutenant Linden didn't have time to stop him. "We surrender!" The gunner shouted, raising his submachine gun. "We surrender!" Chapter 342 Tiger Style suddenly loses its flavor. When Wang Zhong saw that the enemy had surrendered, he let out a long breath, and then broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, think carefully about the time when he turned sharply in front of the enemy's gun. If the enemy opened fire, then only Neo, the savior, could be saved. Neo in the Matrix dodges pistol and rifle bullets. I dodge 88 cannon shells. When Neo sees me, he has to light up my cigarette, okay. Wang Zhong was less than 100 meters away from the Tiger at this time. He was not stupid. Of course he would not compete with the Tiger's turret at a distance of 1,400 meters. Isn't that a fool who thinks he has a long life? Moreover, Wang Zhong dared to charge like this because he was particularly familiar with the Tiger tank. He knew that the turret of this guy was too heavy, and there was not enough power to drive the turret to rotate at full speed when lying down. He is not just a half bucket of water who can only read the paper data in the game. If the enemy increases the speed of the engine and increases the power supply, you will know it as soon as you hear the sound, and it will not be too late to take measures when the time comes. However, the enemy did not increase the engine speed throughout the entire process, and the turret just turned slowly. Is there a malfunction? After all, it is normal for trial production models to have a high failure rate. Wang Zhong swung the reins and drove Bucephalus closer to the prize. For some reason, the white horse held its head high and looked very proud, as if it had defeated the tank. To be honest, without targeting the vortex here from a distance, there is no way the enemy would surrender. When Wang Zhong came to the last number 6 tank, the infantry had already boarded the vehicle first. He took away the MP-40 held high by the surrendered tanker, opened all the covers of the tank, used a thread-cutting machine for each cover, and aimed the thick barrel inside. Tanker. After being hit in the face by a bullet from the weighing weight launcher, Wang Zhong couldn't even imagine how miserable his end would be. Wang Zhong looked at the first person to surrender. Why did the gunner commander come out to surrender? Why didn't your vehicle commander come out? The enemy gunner looked confused. Wang Zhong gestured to the infantry, walkie-talkie. An infantryman took out a walkie-talkie from his backpack and handed it to Wang Zhong. The enemy gunner squinted his eyes and looked at such a small walkie-talkie with an expression of disbelief. America. Wang Zhong shook the walkie-talkie in his hand and said. The gunner nodded. At this time, the commander also stood up under the attention of the 2 weight launchers, and stretched his upper body out of the turret. Wang Zhong, Vasily, come here and translate. On the road. Vasily's voice suddenly became louder and softer. It could be heard that the road there was very bumpy, and the walkie-talkie and people were sometimes far away and sometimes close. At this time, the infantry pointed to the southeast. Wang Zhong looked over and saw the jeep coming this way. During the few minutes they waited for Vasily's arrival, Wang Zhong and the surrendered commander and gunner stared at each other with big eyes. Wang Zhong decided to take a look at the car first. So he jumped out of the car and began to look at the iconic staggered road wheels of the No. 6 heavy tank. Sure enough, it looked very complicated from the outside. The road wheels are not just 2 rows staggered, each road wheel has an ingenuity. It is 3 thin road wheels put together to form a work structure. The upper and lower halves of this I-shaped structure have different thicknesses. On one side, there are 2 small road wheels attached together, and on the other side, there is a single piece. That's all. When putting them together, Proson's engineers also made the 2 rows of road wheels mirror images like an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Just by describing it in words, you can tell how complicated this thing is. Such a complex design is adopted to improve the passageability of the tank. But on Earth, after Santoku himself tested the captured T-34 and Sherman, these 2 suspension systems are of different schools. They also admitted that the improvement in passing performance of the complex staggered road wheel pair was limited. Because this thing has a diminishing marginal effect, after reaching a certain level, efforts to improve it will be very limited. Both T-34 and Sherman are trying to find the best balance between passability, reliability, and maintainability. Santoku engineers only pursue the ultimate passability in everything. Do you understand the spirit of craftsmanship? Do you understand oil paper bags? Prosen seems to be the same here. Wang Zhong shook his head. Ant was limited by his industrial level. He couldn't build such a large turret ring and didn't have such a good engine, so he made a vortex to deal with it. He would wait until the United States showed its power to upgrade Ant's industry before building it again. Awesome tank. You, Proson, have such a good industrial level, how come you have the problem of wasting tonnage? The army is wasting tonnage on staggered road wheels, and the navy is wasting tonnage on, who knows what. Wang Zhong shook his head at the staggered road wheels. This walking mechanism is not good. If they really want to use this thing on a large scale, the logistics will be ruined. At this time, several Proson tank crews were escorted out of the tank, but they couldn't understand what Wang Zhong was talking about, so they just looked at each other and did not express their opinions. Vasily finally arrived and spoke to the prisoners in Plozin, and then the enemy commander immediately asked Vasily questions in Plozin. Wang Zhong, what did he ask? Ask the general what he thinks of staggered road wheels. I know what staggered means. Wang Zhong pointed to the road wheels of the heavy tank, that's what it means. Vasily's eyes widened, wow, is it so powerful? After all, the sight of the staggered load-bearing wheels will awe the naked eye. Do you think the picture above is just here? No, these are the road wheels already arranged on the track. With a sense of awe, Vasily asked seriously, so, what's your evaluation of this road wheel? Wang Zhong, this traveling mechanism places too great a burden on logistics, but the passing capacity has not been greatly improved. It is a very bad design. After Vasily finished translating, the tanker who was probably the driver spoke a lot emotionally. Vasily, what he probably means is that originally Prosen didn't want to use such a complicated running gear, but it got stuck in the mud last year. The running gear of the No. 4 tank performed very poorly on Ant's bad ground. Wang Zhong laughed loudly, don't worry, our T-34's performance is also very bad. Even after half a century, General Ni will still be a strong enemy of all armored vehicles. When he laughed, the Prosen people were frightened and didn't know what he meant. After Vasily translated, the prisoners were embarrassed. Let's laugh together, it doesn't seem too good, but hearing Ant's most famous general laugh at himself about his own T-34, it seems like it's time to laugh. Wang Zhong left the captives who were trapped in place and circled the tank, muttering something while doing so, vertical armor, 88 gun. I thought Proson could come up with something different. Vasily translated it intact. The expressions of several Proson prisoners became ugly. Wang Zhong paid no attention to them and continued to observe the trophies he had finally obtained. The Earth Tiger style is so powerful because when it comes on stage, its opponents are all crooked melons and jujubes. Mazi's T-34-85, which can fight tigers, only entered the war in 1944. On Angs's side, whether it was the Firefly tank destroyer or the Jackson tank destroyer, it was only after 1944. But things are different now. Wang Zhong has a vortex in his hands. Although the output is destined to not be high, after all, he can restrain the tiger at a distance of 1,500 meters. 1,500 meters. Neither the T-34-85, Firefly, or Jackson on Earth can reliably penetrate the tiger's high-hardness armor at such a long distance. After all, the vortex uses the Navy's 100mm gun, and its caliber is larger than that of the brothers used to fight tigers on Earth. The Firefly's 17-pounder gun is actually 76.2 mm in caliber, the T-34-85 main gun is 85 mm, and the Jackson tank destroyer is the largest, also but 90 mm. What's more, the main gun of the Vortex is not only thick in pipe, it was developed by the Navy as a dual-purpose high-level and flat-type gun. The anti-aircraft gun must have a high muzzle velocity. If the muzzle velocity is high, it has the potential to be used as an anti-tank gun. In short, Wang Zhong enthusiastically circled the Tiger pose twice, but his interest was completely gone. After all, there is a vortex in the hand. If you look at the Tiger style being hit by the vortex, you won't be able to fight back at all. When fighting against each other at 1,500 meters, the eddy current meant that the tracks were interrupted and the ability to move was lost. The Tiger was bombed. Of course, the Tiger has a turret, which is still better than the vortex, but it has nothing to do with the word invincible. Once the machine tools from the United States are in place, it's time to consider moving the IS-3 heavy tank over. Isn't the IS-3 heavy tank with a 100 mm gun more powerful than the Tiger? Vasily asked from the side. General? Don't you have anything to ask? After all, this is what you want to capture with such enthusiasm. Wang Zhong, suddenly I realized that the design of this thing is not as good as I thought. Our vortex is much stronger than it. He said this to Vasily, but Vasily translated it directly to the Prosen people. The expressions of the prisoners were even more ugly. Wang Zhong continued, look, this staggered road wheel is rubbish. The vertical armor design is rubbish. The 88 gun was originally good, but we have better guns. Of course, it is not completely without merit. Look at this, there are traces of being hit by eddy currents. The quality of the Prosen armor steel is indeed good. The other thing is the sights. I bet this car has amazing optics too. Wang Zhong took 2 more steps and said, there is also an engine. An engine that can push such a heavy body must be very good. We can copy these and they will definitely become the cornerstone of our army's new tanks in the future. Vasily translated them all. The prisoners looked at each other, and then the commander asked questions on behalf of everyone. Vasily translated, is your vortex perfect? Wang Zhong, of course it's not perfect, and there are many shortcomings, but if you look at it, your new tank was designed to fight T-34 and KV. It completed the task brilliantly and made these 2 tanks unable to fight back. My vortex is designed to hit your new tanks. You see, it has completed its task very well. Your new tanks have no power to fight back. Wang Zhong spread his hands and waited for Vasily to finish the translation before adding the final blow, you Prosen are not as good as you think you are. Our designers, engineers, and scientists are not worse than you. You are still boasting what kind of outstanding race are you, that's all. Wang Zhong paused for a moment to strengthen his expression, that's it? Chapter 343 Basic Principles of Recording, Silver Alliance Update 810. Chapter 343 The Basic Principles of Recording, Silver Alliance Update 8/10. After completely defeating the captive self-confidence, Wang Zhong waved his hand, take them away. Acting Chief of Staff Alexander watched the prisoners being brought into the car, and then came up and said, we have inspected several new tanks that were destroyed, and we have determined that they have no recycling value. Is this intact one to be towed back? Wang Zhong, yes, removing the tracks and dragging them back will damage the running mechanism, but there is no better way now. In fact, he was not sure whether the Tiger could dismantle the tracks and tow it, but he had seen Mazi treat the Leopard 2A6 like this before traveling through time. If the Leopard 2 could do this, then the Tiger should also be able to do it, right? Compared to Wang Zhong, who was not too sure, Alexander immediately gave the order to the mechanics who specially brought Tiger Catcher. While the mechanics were busy, Wang Zhong picked up the walkie-talkie and started calling the blocking team. Genghis Khan calls Wanyan Aguda, Genghis Khan calls Wanyan Aguda. Aguda is listening, Genghis Khan, please speak. Are your troops engaged with the enemy? There is no contact with the enemy. Repeat. There is no contact with the enemy. Agu is finished. Wang Zhong handed the walkie-talkie to Vasily and said to Alexander, it's a pity that the sniper team didn't catch up. The vortex should also be able to avoid the enemy's long-barreled number 4. An ambush in a preset position will probably cause heavy losses to the enemy. Before Alexander could speak, Vasily, the adjutant, spoke first, then we take the initiative to attack. Wang Zhong, impossible. Although the vortex successfully passed the big test, it is a tank destroyer after all. It is used for defense. The lack of a turret will have a big impact when attacking. There was such a report during World War II on Earth. When the Santoku Arden counterattacked, both sides found that the assault guns were difficult to use during the attack and were too restrictive. Attacking still requires turrets. Wang Zhong now has the vortex in his hand, which means he has the strongest shield, but he really has to attack the vortex. In addition to the lack of a turret, the body's overemphasis on frontal protection is also a big problem. After all, the vortex weighs so much, and with such a reliable frontal face, the side is naturally not very good. It is estimated that it will be used by heavy-duty plus in military vehicles such as Pak-40. Anti-tank guns penetrated randomly. Proson's anti-tank gun is considered heavy if it is 70 mm or more, so the 75 mm Pak-40 is a proper heavy anti-tank gun. But in order to build a better tank, we have to wait for all the machine tools and other aids from the United States to be in place. Forget it, I won't consider this kind of thing that I don't even think about completing within this year. After eating this small vanguard unit of the enemy, we can only count it as having some snacks to fill our stomachs before the main meal is served. The appetizer is the Spusai battle group. At this time, Vasily, who was cleaning the battlefield, came over with a document package. I found an infantry captain, and this is his map package and document package. Wang Zhong immediately urged, look. Vasily opened the map first. Oh, it's a very detailed map, but it was updated the day before yesterday. This vanguard battle group was attacked by air raids on the second day after it set off, and was paralyzed in place. On the third day, Wang Zhong led the advance team to reimburse it. The map should have been updated on the morning of the battle group's departure. Vasily looked at the map carefully. What is in Yisk is the Busi battle group. The main force of the battle group is the armored battalion of the said armored division of the Asgard Knights. It has strengthened the Grenadier Company and a large number of affiliated troops. How? It doesn't feel like there's a lot of it? Wang Zhong, Plosin's battalion is a large battalion, with at least more than 70 tanks. Their armored Grenadier Company is also very large, with 20 squads. Then the battle group has also strengthened heavy tanks, and its strength cannot be underestimated. At this time, Wang Zhong did not know that the enemy had received reinforcements from another armored battalion last night. In fact, in front of him was the entire armor strength of said division and one half of the armored grenadiers' strength. After a brief thought, Wang Zhong said, Vasily, please take note. After analyzing the captured enemy maps and intelligence, I am ready to concentrate superior forces and launch an annihilation battle within 2 to 3 days to eliminate the enemy's Busai battle group. Vasily finished writing quickly and raised his head, then. Go back and send it to Pavlov, with a copy to General Turgenev at the headquarters. Vasily made a few more notes, then raised his head, why don't you tell us about our latest trophy? No need to mention it, anyway, this thing will eventually be sent to the Ordnance Bureau for testing. But remember to mark the locations of the remaining 3 new heavy tanks on the map and drag them back as much as possible. We have one car that is not enough for research, we should divide it, give it to the Allies and let them know the level of Prosen's new tank. Vasily wrote vigorously. Wang Zhong waited for him to finish writing, then turned to Acting Chief of Staff Alexander and said, let the Tiger hunting vortex move westward and join the blocking force. Send out reconnaissance teams as much as possible, carrying walkie-talkies. According to the call sign book we captured before, there are 2 reconnaissance groups are operating on the battlefield, so be careful. At this time, the Prosen army. At the headquarters of the Isk-Busi battle group, Colonel Busi frowned and muttered to the map, what's going on? What about the promised raid of 1 or 200 ant tanks? Having said that, Colonel Busi probably guessed what was going on. Commanders at all levels in war will more or less falsely report the enemy's strength and exaggerate the difficulties they face, either to excuse their own mistakes or to ask for more reinforcements. Therefore, even if the enemy does not deliberately release false news, commanders at the middle level and above can still get a lot of false news during the war. Colonel Busi had participated in all the battles since the Plosin Empire launched its conquest of Europa, so he naturally knew this. He looked at John, the commander of the reinforced new heavy armed company. Your Lieutenant Linden is the source of this false report. John shook his head, maybe the enemy deceived him. How to cheat? John spread his hands, I don't know, maybe there is a broom tied to the back of each car. Colonel Busi looked at the map again, pondered for a while and said, send out the reconnaissance team again, and also invite the Air Force to conduct reconnaissance. It is definitely not possible to just stay in the city like a blind man. John nodded, I support it. Although John was only a captain, the new heavy tanks he commanded were the main reason why Colonel Busi's attack went so smoothly, so his opinions naturally became important. What's more, Emperor Reinhard has high hopes for the new tanks. This company commander may become a popular figure in front of the Emperor in the future. Colonel Busi does not want to offend this captain at all and seeks his opinion on everything. The colonel gave the order to his chief of staff, and then continued to look at the map. At this time, the communications staff rushed in and said loudly, report, the enemy's radio communication has been intercepted and has been recorded. Colonel Busi was overjoyed, quick, let it go. Where's the translator? The translator immediately opened the door and came in, I'm here, Colonel. You translate. After saying this, Colonel Busi nodded to the communications staff officer. So the staff officer took out the tape recorder and pressed the button to start the tape. Soon, Ant language floated out from the speakers. Translation, Genghis Khan calls Wanyan Aguda. John frowned, Genghis Khan? Why do you use this as a call sign? Maybe it doesn't make sense, Colonel Busey said, gesturing to the translator and communications staff to continue. Translation, Aguda answered Genghis Khan and said that no reinforcements were sent. Colonel Busey and Captain John looked at each other, and then John made a gesture of invitation to Colonel Busey, who had a higher military rank. Colonel Busey said, "We have lost contact with vehicle number 217 half an hour ago, no, with all the heavy tanks in the vanguard formation. Considering the current situation, the vanguard may have been completely destroyed. The enemy has left troops to block us, which means they are wary of us setting out to rescue the surrounded friendly forces. And the rumored super large-scale armored attack wave did not come. I think the so-called enemy armored attack this morning was completely a deception operation to make us ignore the surrounded friendly forces. Obviously they accomplished this goal very well." Captain John nodded, but immediately said, "Then how did the enemy get the new heavy tank? Their tank guns should not be able to penetrate your tanks. Even the ZIS-3 heavy anti-tank gun can't do it." Just as the colonel was about to answer, the deputy of the communications staff opened the door and came in. "Report. The Air Force just passed by our armored assembly area on the western outskirts of the city and dropped a recording." The colonel muttered, "Why is it the tape again?" John urged, "Hurry up and see what's on the tape." Colonel Busey nodded to the communications officer, and the new tape was loaded into the recorder. A gentle voice came from the loudspeaker, "Everyone from the Busey battle group, our aircraft received a radio message at 12:30, and the recording is now presented to you." After the words fell, after a brief pause, a roar in Prasen language came from the loudspeaker, "If you don't surrender, I will personally board your tanks and blow their heads off one by one with my pistol. Your relatives, your friends will receive a letter saying that you died because of your stupidity and overestimation of your abilities. This time you don't even need a translator, everyone present can understand." Colonel Busey cursed, "Damn, that sounds like you're trying to persuade us to surrender." John frowned, "It shouldn't be. The new heavy tanks with bad tracks still have combat effectiveness. How can the enemy destroy their will to resist? Just rely on this kind of clumsy threat? No, I don't think my subordinates will be affected by this. Scared by a threat? And this threat looks strange if you look closely. You board the tank yourself, but you can't open the hatch from the outside. Is there a step missing between boarding the tank and shooting the head with a pistol? Colonel Busey, that's what you're thinking about. No, this is very important. What did the enemy use to break the defense of the new heavy tank?" Colonel Busey was speechless. Maybe it was Rokosov who cut it open with a knife. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 344 Lure the Enemy Deeper. Captain John thought for a few seconds and shook his head. The enemy should be fighting in close combat and using Molotov cocktails to solve the problem. Another strange thing is, why didn't we receive their radio? The battle group chief of staff looked at the communications staff officer. The communications staff officer immediately replied, "If our radio receiving antenna is still deployed, we may be able to receive it. But this morning it was said that an enemy heavy bomber was coming to bomb, so we took away the deployed antenna in accordance with air defense doctrine. The battle group is nearly 10 kilometers away from the vanguard led by Captain Hans, and without an antenna it is very likely that they will not be able to receive their vehicle-mounted radio. Of course, it is also possible that their tanks have insufficient power generation, resulting in insufficient radio output. Or it simply malfunctions. Yesterday they reported encountering heavy bombing by enemy planes, and they may have encountered it this morning as well." A round of explanations from the communications staff. Captain John nodded. "Proson attaches great importance to radio. There will be an electrical engineer and a communications engineer in the maintenance class attached to the armored company. They will work together to ensure the normal operation of the armored company's radio. But these maintenance troops will not charge on the front line. When the armored company performs combat missions, these troops will usually stay with the troops supplying oil, and will not come up with the oil trucks until the armored company stops. Radios are easily damaged by airstrikes and shelling, especially the antennas outside the tank." Captain John nodded. "The possibility of being bombed with all malfunctions does exist. Colonel Busey, we should take the initiative. No matter whether the 4 new heavy tanks are destroyed or malfunction or break down, we should recover them. In this way, the Empire can collect them according to the wreckage. Modify the design plan." Colonel Busey stared at the map and said, "Let's turn around the motorized reconnaissance force that is currently running towards Yisk and see what the enemy is that has been chasing behind them." On Wang Zhong's side, he watched the technicians remove the tracks of the captured tanks, sandwich them one behind the other with tractors, and take them away. At this time, the soldier carrying the radio shouted, "General! Khwarezm is calling. Wang Zhong took the walkie-talkie. I am Luo Genghis Khan, please speak. The enemy reconnaissance team that had been retreating suddenly turned around. When Wang Zhong heard this, he immediately changed his perspective and quickly located the Khwarezm team and found that they were being chased everywhere by two No. 2 tanks and a group of half-tracks. However, it has been 4 months since the reconnaissance team received the Willis Jeep, and they are quite experienced in driving this kind of Jeep. They led the Procenians around on the grassland, but there was no reduction in personnel at all. Wang Zhong had read the memoirs of Earth Santoku Mountain Chasseur machine gunner. The memoir mentioned that the American-made small Jeep, referring to the Willis Jeep, driven by Mizzy was very difficult to hit, and it often took hundreds of ammunition to eliminate it. A Jeep. The barrel of the MG42 must be replaced after 400 rounds. So experienced machine gunners would ignore these little Jeeps and focus their firepower on trucks and half-tracks. The current scene seemed to verify the words of the experienced mountain hunter machine gunner. The Jeep was dragging a broom behind it, and the smoke it created was bigger than a tank. In this case, even the elite Prosen gunners couldn't hit the speeding Jeep. Wang Zhong, Khwarezm, Grandma will like it? Repeat, Grandma will like it? This code word means to let them lead the enemy to the front of the ambush position. Khwarezm understands. Genghis Khan, look at us. Khwarezm is over. Although the communication ended, the field of vision was still maintained for about 30 seconds. Wang Zhong kept watching them deal with Prosen's machine guns and machine guns. The Mizzy driver even turned at an angle to allow the vehicle's machine gun to shoot at the enemy. Finally, the vision faded, and a mist covered all these images. Wang Zhong switched the perspective back and called another reconnaissance team with a walkie-talkie. After the call was connected, Wang Zhong took a look at their location. Good guys, they were almost on the outskirts of Yisk. Wang Zhong hurriedly ordered, Termai, stop quickly, you are about to leave the radio range. Don't approach the city, repeat, don't approach the city. Termai received it. At the same time as he responded, Wang Zhong saw the convoy speeding on the grassland turn around. Only then did Wang Zhong feel relieved. Prosen army. What we were chasing just now were some light vehicles. They may have dragged a plow or something, creating a huge plume of smoke. The voice of the reconnaissance platoon leader came over the radio. Colonel Busey scolded, earlier you reported that it was an enemy tank force. Platoon commander, the information we provided was incorrect, Colonel. In fact, they were also led astray by friendly forces' intelligence, but the platoon leader did not make up for his mistakes. Colonel Busey's expression softened, very good, you bravely took the responsibility and did not excuse yourself. You are a qualified soldier. Regarding this false alarm, write it down in a report when you come back, and I will tell my superiors the situation is clear. Explaining the situation means that he will help shift the blame to the first person who spread the false information that 100 tanks are outflanking us. Superiors like Colonel Busey generally have a good reputation among the soldiers. The colonel looked up at John, it seems that we have been completely deceived. The enemy must be weak in strength, so he deceived us. I think we should attack, seize this fighter plane, snatch back the new tanks, and annihilate this daring enemy. Wang Zhong, the intelligence we captured and the aerial photos sent by the Air Force yesterday show that the enemy in Yisk has only one battle group, consisting of an armored battalion, a grenadier battalion and accompanying troops, with less than 100 tanks. We can consider annihilating them. In order to make the enemy take the bait, we can pretend to retreat before destroying the enemy's reconnaissance platoon. For example, let some vehicles create smoke and dust behind the ambush position, and then let some vehicles retreat in front of the enemy. Vasily, then the destroyer troops would have to deliberately leave a half-track or a tank with an antenna. Wang Zhong, just do it, you give the order. Vasily was shocked, I gave the order myself. Wang Zhong, let's practice. Think about how Pavlov split my combat intentions into specific instructions. Vasily thought about it for a moment, and began to imitate the Chief of Staff's approach, breaking down Wang Zhong's combat intentions into different orders and issuing them to each unit. After Vasily finished, Wang Zhong praised, you are already like an experienced staff officer. If you practice more, you will be promoted to a school officer. Vasily looked sad, then use my head like Pavlov. Wang Zhong glanced at Vasily's thick hair, isn't it still early? At this time, a call came from the radio, Talahutai is calling Genghis Khan, we are engaging the enemy. Wang Zhong immediately adjusted his vision and saw the vortex of the sniper team shooting, the half-track transporting the accompanying infantry was driving back loaded with soldiers and trophies, and there was a lone Willis Jeep behind the position creating smoke and dust. Further away, the vortexes of the Tiger fighting team were coming to merge, creating a large amount of smoke and dust. This makes it look more like a long line of people escaping. The vortex quickly wiped out Prosen's reconnaissance platoon, leaving only a half-track with a long antenna. The shells kept hitting them around them, but they just barely missed. Wang Zhong felt that the gunners of the sniper team were showing off their skills. It stands to reason that with such a density of firepower, Meng was blinded by hitting this vehicle. As a result, all the shells passed over the enemy's head. Suddenly, the vortexes gradually stopped shooting, and Wang Zhong immediately realized that the troops were pretending to have finished firing the shells. It can only be said that Wang Zhong's somewhat cheap tactical style has been passed on to his troops. After the ceasefire, a report from the sniper team came over the radio. Genghis Khan, we have run out of ammunition, and an enemy vehicle has escaped. Wang Zhong, I understand, retreat. Genghis Khan is over. The enemy is going to run away. Colonel Busey stood up decisively after hearing the report. We can't let them run away, let alone bring the new tanks back, and attack according to the original march plan. Colonel Busey turned to Captain John. Can we get support from heavy tanks? The wheels haven't been installed yet. Captain John said seriously, I can only wish you a happy hunting. He stood up and saluted Colonel Busey. The colonel returned the favor. Wang Zhong's jeep unit first discovered the Plosan army coming out of Ysk. When he received the report, he immediately switched perspectives and directly witnessed a drag racing meeting on the grassland. The Plosans sent a team of motorcycles and jeeps to race, trying to drive these guys running like hares away from the main march. But it's not that easy. The Willis jeep might be lighter than the Plosan three-wheeled motorcycle, and it has pretty good horsepower, so it wouldn't be very useful on this kind of grassland without mud. The Plosan motorcycle team was like swatting away flies, driving away one and then turning around and another one approaching from the side. The whole scene is very much like the drag racing battle in Mad Max, replacing the grassland with the Gobi Desert. It's exactly the same. Seeing that the jeep could not be driven away, the pros runner started shooting with the MG34 on the motorcycle. However, in this bumpy state, the target was still the running Willis jeep. How could it be possible to hit it? Willis jeep's counterattack is basically stroke, with full dodge on both sides. Wang Zhong thought that it would be useless to fight like this. The most effective weapon in drag racing is a pumpkin. Throw the pumpkin. As for the enemy's main force, a large number of Panzer III tanks were lining up in a single column, advancing on the road at a speed of 20 km per hour. The length of the marching column directly exceeded Wang Zhong's field of vision, which meant that it was more than 2.5 kilometers long. Seeing such a long marching queue, Wang Zhong couldn't help but mutter, is this an armored battalion or a grenadier battalion? At this time, he suddenly saw the ambush position of the vortex ahead. Most of the vortex was parked on a hillside, and very shallow pits were dug, reducing its already low height. The main body of the destroyer was blocked by tall wheat fields, with only the periscope sight and the commander's observation tower. Higher than wheat. Wang Zhong suddenly discovered something. The enemy convoy was coming towards the ambush position. If this is a sea battleship bombardment, this is the legendary T-shaped formation, which is most suitable for exerting firepower and can concentrate fire to sink the enemy's leading battleships one by one. But this land battle does not require concentrated fire. As long as the 100 guns penetrate number 3, there will be no survivors left. In other words, it is impossible to quickly annihilate the enemy in this situation, and it will inevitably develop into a shooting from both sides in the future. But now that the enemy is almost within sight of the ambush troops, it is too late to adjust, and the vulnerable sides of the vortex may be exposed to the enemy. We can only make do with it. Wang Zhong blames himself very much because he got high watching Crazy Max. However, the commander of the Whirlpool Battalion is also not very good at academics. I have clearly taught him that when ambushing, he must form a formation on the side of the enemy's marching column. I obviously taught you this. This battalion commander is back. I want to put him in solitary confinement and let him think about it. Chapter 345 Outflanking and Counter-Outflanking. Colonel Busey heard the sound of cannons and immediately asked the vanguard, what's going on? Who is firing? This sounds like a big caliber. The vanguard's answer was a series of screams, we were ambushed. The company commander has been killed, and half the company has been wiped out. Colonel Busey, who are you? Second Lieutenant Hans, commander of the 3rd Platoon. You are the commander. I ask you to identify the enemy's direction and fire a signal flare. Now, immediately. Colonel Busey saw a flare take off in front of him and fall straight ahead. Busey raised his eyebrows. Why should the firing position be placed in the front for an ambush? No, why can half the company be wiped out at once if it is placed in the front? It took less than half a minute from the time Colonel Busey heard the sound of artillery to talking to the vanguard. It was a bit too scary to reimburse half an armored company in half a minute. Lieutenant Hans, can you see the vehicles used by the enemy? Can't see. I can only see the smoke blown up by the wind from the muzzle when the enemy fires. The enemy uses a Rokosov bunker. Colonel Busey's frown deepened. Rokosov bunkers required a great deal of time and labor to construct. Even if it is a simplified version of the Prussian army, It will take a long time to dig a bunker that can completely hide the body. However, when the Prasen army passed by this place yesterday, there was no trace of the ant people. The reconnaissance planes of the Prasen Air Force have also passed by here many times, but they still haven't seen the ant army who are doing soil work. Colonel Busey quickly ruled out the possibility that the enemy had dug a bunker, at least not a complete bunker. Then he remembered the report of the platoon leader of the motorized reconnaissance platoon who had narrowly escaped death. He said that he did not see any ant tanks. Colonel Busey quickly made a judgment: it was an anti-tank gun dragged up by a motorized vehicle and hidden in a wheat field. The enemy has obtained a large number of mobile vehicles from the United States, and some of their anti-tank gun units may be completely motorized. Motorization refers to the use of motor vehicles to tow and maneuver. The anti-tank artillery unit of the Prasen army is completely motorized, all towed by half-tracks and Opel trucks. The ants may learn from Prasen's organization and give priority to motorized anti-tank gun units. On the basis of this judgment, Colonel Busey ordered the entire battle group, immediately launch an attack formation. There are enemy anti-tank gun positions on the hills in front. Let's outflank them. Vasily took the earphones a little further away from him and reported, the enemy thought they had been intercepted by our anti-tank guns, and thought that our anti-tank gun units had been motorized. Wang Zhong smiled. How could he, the chairman of the Equipment Review Committee, not know whether there were motorized vehicles? In fact, ant troops have very few anti-tank artillery units that can be motorized, and most of them are still mules and horses. Wang Zhong, continue to monitor. Vasily nodded and continued to put his ears on the headphones. Parked next to him was a telecommunications vehicle supported by the United States, an M3 half-track equipped with a large generator, a high-power radio and a huge radio antenna. This antenna always reminded Wang Zhong of the roofs on the tanks used to protect against drones before he crossed over. However, this roof was hollow, as if it had a grape trellis attached to the vehicle. Relying on this telecommunications car, Vasily was able to hear radio signals that he could not otherwise hear. After all, Wang Zhong's headquarters was almost 5 kilometers away from the actual fighting place at this time, and the signal strength of the Prasen people was already very high. Weak. The electrical technician in the car looked at Wang Zhong and said, this thing is so powerful. Whether it's a generator or a radio, we definitely can't make it. Wang Zhong corrected him, if we can't make it now, we won't know for sure in the future. The technician nodded. Wang Zhong's troops were equipped with a large number of radios, and then the demand for radio maintenance also increased. Then he unfortunately discovered that there were not that many radio-related talents at all. The church opened a flying club to train pilots, but it did not open a radio club because it did not think that radio was so important at that time. If it had thought of it, only the platoon leader's car in Ant's tank platoon would have a radio. There is no other way. Wang Zhong can only train at night school. The technician on board this telecommunications vehicle was trained at night school. His military uniform has a night school graduation medal. This medal is established to reward those who successfully pass the night school examination. Their families also receive a certificate that entitles them to an extra can of spam per day. Many went to night school for the medal and the cans of spam for their families. This one is one of them. Noticing Wang Zhong staring at his medal, the young technician was a little embarrassed. At that time, my family wrote to me, saying that rationing had begun. I was worried about my 2 younger brothers, who were at the age where they eat more, so they attended night classes. Fight for spam cans. Now I regret a little bit, because the famine my father said did not come. Although the supply of sausages by the doctor is indeed low, and he can only eat fish 1 day a week, and there is fish on weekdays, but I am not hungry at all. Anyway, I don't seem to need this can of spam every day. At this time, the canned spam is no longer the canned spam that was used at the beginning of the war. The current canned spam is just bacon, which can only solve the problem of the presence or absence of meat. Only people in the United Kingdom will find it delicious. Wang Zhong, you mean to change the reward to vodka? No, I have no objection to the reward. After all, I was originally afraid that my family would starve. Since there is no possibility of starvation, I still want to be a combatant. The technician looked enviously at the pile of medals on Wang Zhong's chest as he spoke. Wang Zhong also looked down and said, we are not fighting for medals. I know, it's to regain the motherland. He is indeed a person who can pass the night school examination to become a technician. You have taught me many times. Wang Zhong, but you still have a desire for medals. Who could not long for it? Just because you can brag in the pub? Wang Zhong asked. The technician was very embarrassed. Wang Zhong was about to continue educating technicians, and Vasily said, according to the eavesdropped calls, the enemy formed a formation and wanted to outflank our ambush position. Wang Zhong, notify the Whirlpool camp. Vasily immediately picked up the radio and called the battalion commander of the Vortex Tank Destroyer Battalion, Aguhitsaguda, Valdecho River calls, Prasen is ready to outflank your position. Wang Zhong raised his horizons and made a new discovery. It seemed that when the staff officers around him contacted his subordinates, they would also be regarded by the plug-in as being able to directly command the troops. Oh my god, I finally don't have to hold the radio and howl at each unit. Walkie-talkies are very heavy. From now on, you can call the counselor or Vasily, and I will pose next to you to look cool. Actually, I'm looking at the bird's eye view. Wang Zhong decisively struck a cool pose and cut the angle to see what was going on. The battalion commander of the tank destroyer battalion divided the troops into two parts. The first part had 15 tanks shooting at the enemy on a small high ground. The second part was arranged behind the small high ground, with 5 tanks on each side and 5 tanks on each side. The remaining 5 tanks were obviously reserves. Wang Zhong understood at a glance that the battalion commander had long realized that the enemy would outflank him. He was ready to show the Prasen people a light wing spread when the outflanking enemy began a pincer offensive. But Wang Zhong had a better idea. He directly said to Vasily, "The Annihilation Battalion is ready. Tell the battalion commander to follow his idea and say that I approve his idea." Vasily was shocked, temporarily turned off the sound function of the walkie-talkie, and said to Wang Zhong, "I don't even know what he is thinking." Wang Zhong remembered that Vasily couldn't see the bird's eye view, so he prevaricated, "I know the commander of the Annihilation Battalion, and I can probably guess his plan." "Vasily, not only do you remember all our names, but you can also guess our plans. Wow, are you so awesome? Wang Zhong, hurry up and convey my meaning." Vasily immediately conveyed Wang Zhong's meaning to the Annihilation Battalion. After finishing the communication, he looked at Wang Zhong, "You want me to contact other troops, right?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, call 2 jeep troops at the same time." The technician who just talked to Wang Zhong said, "I will cover the 2 frequencies together. You can call their radio call signs separately." Wang Zhong patted the technician on the shoulder with satisfaction, "That's a big help, well done." Soon, Vasily handed the walkie-talkie to Wang Zhong, "Take it off, the commanders of both armies are on the line." Wang Zhong picked up the walkie-talkie, "I am Rokosov. The reason why I do not use a radio call sign is because the next mission is very dangerous and requires great courage from you. I cannot use a code name to give such an order." He said this to highlight the sense of ceremony, show that he attaches great importance to the 2 troops and this mission, and can boost morale. Sure enough, the commanders of both armies responded energetically, "Please give the order." "General, we will definitely complete the mission." "Wang Zhong, I ordered you to circle around the enemy's troops and use machine guns to disrupt the opponent's formation." "General, we can't penetrate the enemy's tanks. But you can force the enemy's commander to get into the tank. After their vision is restricted, they can find a way to get close to the tank and throw incendiary bombs." Wang Zhong's tactics were used by the African black uncle to check the colonel's tanks. He had just been inspired by watching a jeep racing with an enemy's 3-wheeler. Isn't the dry grassland on the ground the same thing as the African grassland? Willys Jeep and Toyota pickup trucks are similar, even more flexible. So why not give it a try? Moreover, Wang Zhong himself also avoided the tank's line of fire on horseback. If Busy Faras could do it, why not let Willys Jeep try it? At this time, one of the 2 commanders asked, "If we refuse to carry out the mission, you will personally lead us, right?" Wang Zhong, "Yes. So do you want to refuse?" "No, we believe in you. Promise to complete the mission." Another commander also replied, "Guaranteed to complete the mission." Wang Zhong, "Let's go." He handed the walkie-talkie back to Vasily and cut the angle. In the first 10 seconds after the call ended, Wang Zhong still had a view of the troops. He could see the jeep starting up, dragging billowing smoke and dust towards the enemy's flanks. Chapter 346 Have you seen the Pika War? Wang Zhong was actually very nervous after giving the order, fearing that if he tried this decision, the troops would be sacrificed and suffer many casualties in vain. Uncle Hay's tactics are sometimes not suitable for everyone, just like the Indian tactics are not suitable for everyone. At this time, the disadvantages of the plug-in are reflected. The vision can only be obtained during communication, but military communication cannot be chatty. After understanding the situation as quickly as possible, the order is issued, and it's over. In other words, Wang Zhong's front-line vision cannot be sustained all the time. Keeping in touch with the assault troops all the time may interfere with the commander's judgment and lead to unfavorable results. So Wang Zhong could only let Vasily contact the Annihilation Battalion again, under the guise of asking the Annihilation Battalion to report the situation again, and see the situation of the assault troops through the Annihilation Battalion's vision. Then Wang Zhong saw the jeep cavalry bravely rushing towards the enemy's armored column that was being deployed and had not yet launched an attack. The jeeps all over the mountains reminded Wang Zhong of the way he led the Imperial Cavalry to charge when he played Mount /U0026 Blade 2. The key is that the 2 jeep troops dragged brooms behind their vehicles, so the smoke and dust were particularly large, and it looked very powerful. The jeep convoy began to fire. No matter how much Plausen's commander liked to stick his head out to get information, he had to retreat into the tank at this time. However, Plausen's latest Type 3 and Type 4 tanks both had commander's towers, so Wang Zhong had no idea how much impact forcing them to get into the tank would have. The enemy's body machine gun opened fire. However, the body machine gun had no means of aiming, so it could only be fired based on the feeling first, and then adjusted according to the trajectory of the tracer bullet. It was indeed a bit difficult to hit the running jeep with the body machine gun. And there was so much smoke and dust. Wang Zhong observed anxiously for a while and found that the memoir he read before crossing over was not lying. It was difficult for the machine gun to hit the running Willis jeep. The mountain hunter machine gunners still used the MG-42, and the enemy tanks should be equipped with the MG-34 now, which should be a little worse in terms of firing rate. Moreover, the hunter machine gunners used a 42mm with a tripod, which was much more accurate than the tank's hull machine gun. Wang Zhong had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the enemy firing, but the shells didn't even touch the side of the running jeep. It seemed that Colonel Ka was wrongly blamed. His tank was defeated by the pickup truck not because of his weakness. The elite Prosan armored soldiers couldn't hit the running Willis jeep. At this time, Vasily's call with the Annihilation Battalion ended, which meant that Wang Zhong's vision could only be maintained for a short while. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly realized that the Prosan people had taken measures, and saw that the hull machine guns of the Prosan tanks were all firing in one direction. They no longer chased the specific jeep, but created a fire coverage area, so that the Willis jeep would hit its head and bleed in this area. In the blink of an eye, the drivers of 3 jeeps were shot. The driver of a jeep fell off the car, and the steering wheel was crooked. The car turned at a large angle and was about to drift on the grassland. Unfortunately, the weeds quickly blocked the wheels and the car turned over. The machine gunner jumped and fell to the ground, and was crushed by the reversed car. Fortunately, when the jeep convoy set out, they knew that this mission was extremely dangerous, so they asked everyone except the driver and the machine gunner to get off the car. 1 second before the vision sharing disappeared, Wang Zhong saw another jeep being hit, and the other jeeps all avoided the coverage area of the Prosan people. The picture sharing ended. Wang Zhong was shocked. Damn, Colonel Ka is still a rookie. Look at the Prosan elite tank driver, he knew what to do immediately. Prosan Army, 5 minutes ago. Colonel Busey was supervising the deployment of various units. A communications staff officer jumped off the radio car, ran to the colonel in panic, and saluted, "Report to the colonel. We have intercepted the enemy's radio, and the enemy commander claims to be General Rokosov." Colonel Busey's head was numb. Who? General Rokosov? The 2 armored grenadiers beside the colonel widened their eyes, and one of them shouted, "Is it that Rokosov? Rokosov who annihilated more than 100,000 of us? Aren't we going to be surrounded?" The colonel cursed, "Asshole. The Imperial Army just won a great victory in the Primorsky fortress. We cut through the enemy's position like a hot knife cutting cheese, but Rokosov scared you? So useless." Just as Colonel Busey was about to continue, a communications soldier jumped off the radio car and came to the communications staff and whispered a few words. The colonel asked, "What's going on?" The communications staff, "Come over and listen for yourself." After that, he made a gesture of invitation, so Colonel Busey came to the infinite tram angrily and took the headset handed over by the signalman. When he took it, he heard someone exclaiming on the radio. "The enemy is rushing towards us, all over the mountains and plains. Calm down. Report the radio call sign and pay attention to communication discipline. If you don't report the radio call sign, you don't know who is talking, and you can't tell which side is under attack." 231. 231 is under attack by the enemy. The radio call signs within the Prosan troops are basically their respective tactical numbers. Only troops use things or animals as call signs. If a unit within the unit wants to contact other units outside the unit, it can use the unit call sign plus the internal digital call sign to refer to itself. Here, 231 is the call sign of the armored company deployed on the left side of the team. Before Colonel Busey gave the order, another cry came from the radio, 251 was attacked, the enemy is everywhere. Busey, this is number 1, 231, 251, calm down, how much loss is there now? No loss, repeat, no loss. The enemy is firing at us with heavy machine guns or machine guns. Only heavy machine guns and machine guns. Yes. It sounds like the other side has calmed down, the enemy seems to be some barrel trucks. Why do they use barrel trucks to attack the armored forces? Many Plausen soldiers saw the Willis Jeep for the first time, so they thought it was a vehicle similar to the barrel trucks of the Plausen army. In fact, the Willis Jeep is much lighter. Colonel Busey, destroy these vehicles. Sorry, Colonel, they are too fast and can't be hit at all. The colonel thought for a moment and said, if you can't hit them, concentrate firepower on one area. As long as the density is high enough, you can always hit them. After driving the enemy away, continue the original operation. After that, the colonel put down the microphone and cursed, being panicked by a mere barrel truck, is this still the Asgard Knights? At this time, the colonel's adjutant said, this is Rokosov. If it is him, it can explain why he easily ate our vanguard before. He may have some strange plans. Are you scared too? Colonel Busey glared at his adjutant. Adjutant, Rokosov is the lover of the new Tsar of Ant. He will definitely get a tilt in manpower and support. The sudden and fierce reception of the Ant Air Force before can explain us? Think about the heavy bombers that passed over our heads this morning. Colonel Busey pursed his lips. It seems, a little reasonable. When the Busey battle group set out from Ysk, they received a report from the rear military station saying that the enemy had dropped a large number of bombs. Judging from the amount of bombs dropped, it could not be a twin-engine bomber, but a heavy four-engine bomber. Being able to mobilize a heavy four-engine bomber. Thinking of this, Colonel Busey also felt that there was something fishy going on here. At this time, the chief of staff came over, the troops are ready to encircle, let's go. Our armored forces in the front suffered heavy losses, and the losses from face-to-face shooting with the enemy in the preset positions are too great. No. Colonel Busey looked at the chief of staff, what do you think the enemy's intention is to suddenly use highly mobile light armored forces to attack our flanks? The chief of staff thought for a while and said, it may be a desperate attack. Some generals in Ant are not good at fighting, but they are brave. In addition, I have read a lot of Ant's literary works. There is a tendency of self-destruction in their culture, which can also explain why they would rather self-destruct than surrender since last winter. Colonel Busey, but the enemy's commander is Rokosov. The chief of staff's eyes widened, Rokosov? That Rokosov? That Rokosov, White Horse General Rokosov, Imperial Iron Wall Rokosov, Victory Star Rokosov. The chief of staff hesitated, this. Does Rokosov also have a tendency to self-destruct? Colonel Busey asked. Chief of staff, if his actions are true, I think he has them too. Think about it, he rode a horse to lead the KV to attack us, which is clearly a tendency to self-destruct. Rokosov is undoubtedly an anti-style hero. If this kind of hero does not self-destruct, he will achieve great things. He paused and said, since Rokosov ordered these light armored troops to attack us, this behavior is not simply self-destructive. He must have a purpose. After the chief of staff finished speaking, Busey's adjutant said, smoke. The anti-people may lack smoke bombs, so they use light armored troops to create smoke to cover up the actions of the enemy's follow-up troops. Colonel Busey took over the adjutant's words, we thought that 100 tanks were just false news and the enemy was very weak, so we attacked. But in fact, the report of the vanguard was correct. They really saw 100 tanks. This is Rokosov's trick. In fact, the anti-people have concentrated a large number of tank troops and are ready to eat up our battle group. The chief of staff suddenly realized, so that's it? Colonel Busey, we have to retreat to Ysk. Rely on Ysk for defense and wait for our follow-up troops. You, organize the retreat immediately, select volunteers to stay and snipe Rokosov's armored forces, and hold them back. The chief of staff saluted, yes. This is Wang Zhong. Vasily, the jeep troops reported that the enemy seemed to have left behind a rear guard and began to retreat. Wang Zhong immediately switched the view, and saw that the enemy who was entangled with the jeep troops was retreating. There were about 15 Type 3 tanks left behind and spread out in the field. From the positions they occupied, these vehicles were aimed at blocking. Wang Zhong switched back and looked at Vasily with surprise, why? Why did they run away? Vasily shrugged. The effect of the pickup tactics was not as good as Wang Zhong expected. Wang Zhong originally thought that the jeep troops might be able to get close and throw incendiary bombs to knock down some tanks, but they did not. It is not easy to find a gap in the enemy tank cluster and rush to a distance where incendiary bombs can be thrown. If you think about it carefully, Colonel Ka was defeated by a pickup truck because the pickup truck had not only a heavy machine gun, but also an RPG rocket launcher, while Colonel Ka's tank was a modern main battle tank, and it was useless if it was hit by an RPG from the side and rear. Wang Zhong's pickup truck unit did not have an RPG. Damn, we should ask the United States for some bazookas. Although this thing is not as famous as the Iron Fist, it is actually very useful. Acting Chief of Staff Alexander asked, what should we do now? Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, our tank destroyers are afraid that the enemy will rush up and fight, but since the enemy has occupied the position and wants to fight a blocking battle, we will push up and shoot at the enemy. Order the destroyer battalion to start the attack. Although I don't know what kind of decision-making process the enemy went through to make the decision to retreat, it doesn't prevent us from eating their rearguard troops. Wang Zhong said with a gluttonous smile, As an appetizer, it's not bad. Chapter 347, The Grand Confrontation of Fate. After Wang Zhong's order was issued, the commander of the Annihilation Battalion threw all the vortices that were originally hiding behind the high slope into the attack. The vortices spread out a line of nearly 2 kilometers long and opened fire at a distance of 1,500 meters. The enemy tanks that stayed behind were hit one after another. Although the armor-piercing shells of the 100mm gun had limited killing effect on the members when attacking the enemy's new heavy tanks, they were surprisingly effective when attacking the Type 3 tanks. They caught fire when hit, and few surviving tankers climbed out of the tanks. The grassland was full of artillery sounds, and occasionally there were sounds of Proton tanks exploding. Colonel Busey was in his armored command vehicle. His adjutant was wearing headphones and listening to radio communications on the battlefield. Suddenly he said, "The rear guard is calling." Colonel Busey frowned slightly and picked up another pair of headphones and put them on. As soon as he put them on, he heard someone shouting on the radio, "The enemy is not an anti-tank gun group hiding in the bushes, but an assault gun. The enemy's assault guns are starting to advance. The enemy's assault guns are killing us. Oh my god, the Type 3 tank was destroyed like a toy. Oh my god, we can't penetrate the front of the assault gun at all. Mom." Colonel Busey took off his headphones with a complicated expression. The adjutant kept wearing headphones, picked up the latest identification atlas, turned to the assault gun section and said, "The enemy's assault guns are mainly Su-76 and a small number of 57mm gun carriers that have been encountered. These weapons can penetrate the Type 3 tank, but the Type 3's 50mm gun can destroy these assault guns. We don't have the old Type 3 equipped with 37 guns." Colonel Busey had a serious expression. "It may be a new weapon, which can explain how our new heavy tanks were lost." Colonel Busey leaned back in his chair, his upper body shaking with the bumps of the car, thinking with a serious expression. "Adjutant, the enemy and we developed new weapons at the same time, and also restrained our new weapons." "Colonel, this." Colonel Busey coughed and reminded with a serious expression, "Be careful what you say." The adjutant shut up. The colonel glanced at him and continued, "Return to Yisk and immediately report the news of the enemy's new tank destroyer to the higher UPS. Tonight you will personally lead the team to receive the fleeing soldiers and obtain their first-hand testimony." "Yes." The adjutant nodded. When Wang Zhong rode the Bucephala to the battlefield, only the burning Proton tank was left on the grassland. In the jeep behind him, Vasily shouted, "General! Be careful of the enemy hiding in the grass." Wang Zhong waved his hand. "Enemies hiding in the grass? Are you kidding? Do you think my highlight is fake?" Wang Zhong scanned the battlefield and thought that the goal of capturing officers alive would probably not be achieved again. Even if he was caught, he would be severely burned. With the current medical level, it is hard to say how many days he can live, let alone speak. At this time, a gust of wind blew in the face, carrying the smell of hot steel, the smell of burning fat, and the smell of a little meat fried in a frying pan. It should be the tanker in the tank who was burnt. This is the smell of the battlefield after the war. At this time, a jeep drove over and stopped in front of the warhorse. The captain in the car saluted Wang Zhong, "General. The 1st Motorized Company of the 51st Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion has returned from the mission of encircling the enemy." Wang Zhong saluted in return, "Thank you for your hard work. How many soldiers are still alive?" "Quite a lot. After all, when we were encircling, only the driver and the machine gunner were in the car. There were a total of 15 jeeps, and 7 returned." Wang Zhong raised his hand and saluted the captain again, "Salute your courage. Nothing can make up for the precious lives of soldiers, but I promise that every soldier who died will receive a medal, and their families will be properly taken care of." After a short pause, he said, "The living soldiers will also receive medals, I promise." The captain smiled, "Medals and the like are not as good as vodka, that is real. Of course, there will be vodka and cigarettes." "That's great." At this time, another jeep drove over from a distance. The captain pointed at the jeep and said, "That's the 2nd company, they are back too." While speaking, the jeep arrived in front of Bucephala. The 2nd company commander stood up in the car, saluted General Wang and exclaimed, "This car is great, it consumes less fuel, and it runs faster than the best military horse." Bucephala turned his head to look at the captain of the 2nd company, snorted, and looked at the boss. Obviously Bucephala was disdainful of arguing with the captain. "Wang Zhong, how many of you came back?" "We tried to get close to the enemy and throw Molotov cocktails, but we suffered heavy casualties. Only 8 vehicles came back, and the machine gunners of 3 of them died." Wang Zhong repeated what he had just said to the 1st company. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2nd company commander said, "We don't have long-range anti-tank weapons. Even if we install 25mm anti-aircraft guns on jeeps, we can give the enemy tanks a hard time." "Wang Zhong, I will consider signing a new aid agreement with the United States and get you some rocket launchers or recoilless guns. The first company commander smiled and said, that's great. Although it's a bit disappointing to say this, the things of the United States are really good. Wang Zhong, yes, since it's a good thing, we should make full use of it. At this time, a vortex came over, and the commander of the tank destroyer battalion came out of the fighting room and saluted Wang Zhong. The loss report of the whole battalion has been counted. In the battle to destroy the enemy's new tanks at noon, 3 vortex tanks had their tracks broken. We have confirmed the situation with the radio. 2 of them have completed their own repairs and are rushing to gather. 1 is waiting for a tractor to pull. In the blocking battle just now, 5 vortex tanks had their tracks broken, 1 had its sights broken, and the other vortex tanks left in Trinca are still being repaired. Now there are 23 vortex tanks that can operate normally. Wang Zhong, will the armored soldiers of Plassen think of aiming at the tracks in that situation? Yes, it's outrageous. The commander of the tank destroyer battalion nodded, although they are enemies, they are still worthy of admiration. Wang Zhong, don't admire the enemy. These elite enemies will cause us serious losses. I'm sorry. The battalion commander lowered his head. Wang Zhong waved his hand, we should celebrate the victory today, don't be so dejected. Let's celebrate the victory, Vasily, sing. Vasily turned around, Filipov, oh, he's in the infantry, he didn't come up. Then I have to come. Vasily took a helmet and clapped his hands while starting to sing. Wang Zhong, no, victory, why sing? I still have the last grenade, sing a victory song. Vasily scratched his head, I can't think of a song to sing victory for a while. Then let's sing something festive. Vasily thought about it and started to sing Black Skin Girl. The cheerful melody was indeed very festive. Wang Zhong began to clap his hands to the rhythm, and even Bucephalus followed and started to move his legs. In the early morning of July 13th, eagles nest in the heart of the Prosan Empire. Emperor Reinhard put down the documents in his hand and rubbed the Jingming Ake appointment vigorously. At this time, the door opened, and Giles and 2 confidential secretaries entered the study. The emperor frowned, what's wrong? It's probably not a good thing for the confidential secretary to come to see me at this time. What's wrong with the front line? Giles, there is indeed bad news. The attack on the enemy's Sukhayavli front in the first phase of Operation Blue did not go smoothly. Not smooth? Didn't we strengthen the spearhead with new heavy tanks? Didn't it say that it can easily destroy all the enemy's tanks? Giles, but today the enemy has invested in a new weapon, an assault gun. We lost 4 new tanks. When the leading Bussy battle group tried to rescue, it was ambushed by more than 30 assault guns and suffered heavy losses. The emperor sat in his seat and looked at Giles with a puzzled look, assault gun? Our new heavy tanks were destroyed by the enemy's assault guns. This is the report of Colonel Bussy on the front line. He is the commander of the leading battle group of the said division. And Giles showed a hesitant expression. Emperor, and what? Giles, the enemy's commander is General Rokosov. What? The emperor stood up, but his legs hit the table and he bent over in pain. Giles, so I am hesitating whether to tell you now, I am afraid you will have insomnia tonight. Can I sleep well if you don't tell me? Our new tanks were destroyed by the enemy, and they were defeated by assault guns. The emperor came out from behind the desk, came to Giles, snatched the telegram from his hand, and began to read. Giles quietly gestured to the confidential secretary, so the 2 confidential secretaries left the study and quietly closed the door. After reading the telegram, the emperor cursed, this damn Rokosov. He must have made the weapon. Raberville said he was in charge of school education because he lost power in the political struggle, and he came up with a new weapon. Let Duke Redwissy come here immediately, I want to question him. Giles, it may not be Rokosov who came up with it. It must be. The emperor interrupted his best friend, I can feel that it must be him who came up with it. I can feel that there is a grand and fateful duel between him and me. It must be like this. Giles was a little helpless, but seeing that the emperor was in an excited state, he retreated to the next best thing, how about tomorrow, it's so late today, you can't stay up late anymore. No. I want to question him now. Now, right now. Why do I stay up late? It's because these guys below are useless. Giles immediately walked to the desk and picked up the phone, please answer Redwissy. Duke Wyke's mansion. Duke Redwyke entered the study, carefully observed the emperor's expression, then looked at Giles and asked with his mouth, what's wrong? Giles also responded with his mouth, say whatever you want. The emperor asked, your Krat Bureau said that Rokosov lost power in the political struggle and was exiled to the school, right? As a result, he developed new weapons and hit our troops hard. Duke Redwyke immediately said, new weapons. The Krat Bureau has many reports, and some say that Rokosov is responsible for the development of new weapons. The emperor widened his eyes. Then why didn't you report to me? Because Rokosov's appointment as the school principal has been confirmed by other sources, we think the two pieces of information are contradictory, so we exclude reports without other sources. The emperor slammed the table. Now Rokosov has appeared with new weapons. You good-for-nothings, didn't you expect him to take on the dual role? It's a waste to have this Krat Bureau under your name. Let the Krat Bureau provide me with intelligence directly. Duke Redwisi was embarrassed. Yes, it can, but the amount of intelligence provided by the Krat Bureau is very large, and most of it is inaccurate. Emperor, then I will organize people I trust to analyze the intelligence of the Krat Bureau. This agency is directly under me. After that, he slammed the table hard, causing the water cup on the table to jump up, and then tip over to the side, and the tea inside spilled all over the table, like spreading blood. Chapter 348, United States journalists arrive at Yarsk. Chapter 348 United States reporters arrive in Yarsk, silver plus 9/10. In the early morning of July 13, reporter Mike felt the train brake and climbed up from the haystack. He saw the soldiers in the sealed car still resting, and even the military priest was writing letters with the light of a small flashlight. Mike, do priests also write letters home? Of course, priests of the saintly school can, and secular priests can do it even better. The military priest smiled slightly. Mike looked up at the vent of the sealed car and said, "It's already daylight outside, why don't we just open the door? It's so hot and stuffy in here, and it smells like men's sweat." The priest looked at the vent and nodded. "You're right, Mr. Mike, I was so focused on writing that I didn't notice it." "Mike, are you writing something important?" "Arranging funeral affairs." The priest said calmly, "The most sacrificed on the front line are the military priests, even higher than the rear machine gunners of the IL-2, so I must arrange funeral affairs." As soon as the voice fell, the light of the flash temporarily illuminated the sealed car. "Robert." Mike raised his voice, "Is it not good to take pictures at this time?" The photographer said to the priest, "Leave me an address, I will give this photo to your family." "Thank you." The priest looked very happy. Seeing that the owner didn't mind, Mike gave up. He stood up, walked to the door, and tried to open it. The military priest hurried over to help, and with the joint efforts of the two, the door slid open, revealing the fields in the morning light. Maybe because we are very close to Yarvik, we can see many houses and electric poles in the fields, which is not an ordinary grassland scene. The priest accompanying the army said, "Further east from here, the grassland is endless, there is not even a wheat field, and shepherds with sheepdogs will wander on the grassland with their sheep." Reporter Mike, do you mean they are still nomadic now? It is not easy to eat up all the pastures in one place. The church has organized mobile medical teams and maintenance teams to provide services to these shepherds. In addition, they will drive the sheep to a fixed shearing point every year during the wool shearing season. The priest paused and continued, "The grassland will make the Prasen people look good, it is not inferior to general mud." Reporter Mike, but the headquarters still it was decided to stop the Prosans on the west side of the steppe, and even sent Rokosov there. Because we can't let the Prosans enter the steppe too early. The priest replied, "Besides, the generals in the headquarters may have other ideas. Anyway, if we can delay a little longer, our preparations will be more complete. Every month we delay, more soldiers will be added to the troops." He stopped, looked at reporter Mike, and added, "Every month we delay, more supplies will be shipped from the United States. For this, I am actually very grateful to my friends in the United States." Reporter Mike scratched his head, he was a little embarrassed. At this time, more buildings appeared outside, and it was obvious that the train had entered the real suburbs of Yarvik. Factories and chimneys began to appear, and Mike even saw anti-aircraft guns covered with camouflage nets. The train slid into the station area and entered the dispatching yard, where the branch line leading to the locomotive repair shop could be seen. The switchman holding a green light stood on the side of the road and waved to the train. Finally, the platform appeared, and the civilian officer who came to pick up the station held a writing board and looked at the list of train cargo clipped on it. Behind him, workers who were helping to unload the goods lined up in a row. Suddenly, Mike's eyes were attracted to the opposite platform. "Hey, Robert, come and see." He took a photo of his partner who was filming the people on the platform. "Look here. Don't film the workers on the platform. Look at that." Robert turned around and saw that at first sight, and his eyes widened. Oh shit, take a photo." It was a square tank, which looked like it might be more than 60 tons, with the Iron Cross logo of Prosan on the turret and the body. The tank was parked on a flatbed truck for transporting armored vehicles. The tracks had been removed, and 2 of the road wheels were broken. The remaining road wheels even exceeded the range of the flatbed truck and were suspended outside. This tank was so wide. The porter was moving the tank's tracks and road wheels onto another flatbed truck with the anti-fighters. Mike, this is definitely the enemy's new tank. Proson's new tank. Rokosov captured it? Robert, his partner, was no longer able to answer and kept taking photos. Without waiting for the train he was on to stop, reporter Mike jumped onto the platform and rushed towards the train carrying the tank. The photographer was a step behind him, but he also tried his best to catch up. 5 minutes later, Mike finally arrived in front of the Proson tank and found that it looked more intimidating from a close distance. Oh my god. He grabbed an officer. Is this captured by General Rokosov? Definitely. The officer laughed and said, of course, when General Rokosov came, he had heard that Proson had used new tanks to beat us, so he was determined to capture it. And now it's here. Another officer said, I heard that there are 3 more, but all 3 were destroyed, and the engineering troops are working hard to recover the wreckage. The officer at the beginning took back the conversation. Fortunately, our army has many recovery and maintenance troops. Other armies probably would have thrown them there if they were destroyed. Mike keenly caught the keywords and asked hurriedly, are you an officer of the 1st Mobile Army? Yes, I am the commander of the 5th Support Company of the Logistics Brigade directly under the headquarters of the 1st Mobile Army. The officer nodded to his companion. He is the commander of the Motor Vehicle Brigade of the Army. We all worked in local factories. The general said that professional technicians were needed, so I joined the army. Mike, this is the result of the 1st Mobile Army, right? It is the result of the advance team. The general led a battalion of tank destroyers and a group of jeeps to seize this, said the commander of the support company. The commander of the motor company took over the conversation. I heard that when only this one tank was left, the tankmen of Prosen still wanted to resist stubbornly. The general held a red flag and rode a white horse to persuade them to surrender. When they heard that General Rokosov had come, they surrendered. Mike, is this a surrender? Wasn't it captured by killing the people inside with a grenade? No, if you don't believe it, go in and see. There is not even blood in the tank. It is very clean, just like a new one. Mike, then where can I interview the surrendered Prosen tankman? The commander of the motor company and the commander of the support company looked at each other and looked embarrassed. These Prosen tankmen are now under the close supervision of the judge. You need the consent of the bishop of the group army to see them. Mike asked hurriedly, where is the bishop? The commander of the support company raised one hand and pointed. When reporter Mike turned around, he saw the bald head of Popov, the bishop of the group army. There are 2 bald heads in Rokosov's headquarters, one Pavlov and the other Popov. Mike happened to know both bald heads. Thank you very much. Mike said goodbye to the 2 company commanders and turned back to find his partner, but found that his partner had climbed onto the flatbed and was taking pictures of the behemoth. So he shook his head and ran to Popov alone. As soon as Mike ran to Popov, the army bishop recognized him and said, isn't this a reporter from the United States? When Pavlov called me, he said that you were arranged on the train to the side. Is the journey smooth? Mike nodded repeatedly, and then said, I want to interview the surrendered Prosen tanker, who drove this tank. Popov pointed to the barely accessible carriage. Okay, they are on this train. In order to transport them, I also asked the local railway department to dispatch a separate passenger carriage. Mike turned his head and saw an ordinary passenger carriage. In this situation, even the wounded have to sit in a sealed car. The specifications of the passenger carriage for prisoners are indeed very high. Mike, I'm going up. Go ahead, the Inquisitor on guard recognizes you, you're a celebrity here. Wait a minute, do you speak Prosum? Mike smiled, did you forget that Prosum and Anglo belong to the same language family? I've learned Prosum, and I can have simple conversations. Is that so? Good luck to you. Popov nodded. Mike then turned and ran towards the train. The Inquisitor guarding the door nodded to him and let him go, but reporter Mike had no impression of this Inquisitor. When he got on the train, Mike found that it was a car full of Prosum prisoners, and several of them were wrapped in bandages and hung with 4 bottles. Mike asked in Proson language, excuse me, who is the commander of the tank with tactical number 217? A thin Lieutenant Proson raised his hand, me. Mike looked at him, are all these your team members? Lieutenant Proson, not all, those wearing light-colored uniforms are infantry. I can only command those wearing dark armored uniforms. Mike, you are a lieutenant, right? The rank of armored troops seems to be different from that of ordinary Proson troops. I'm not sure. Yes, I am a lieutenant. Mike, can you tell me about the process of your surrender? The ants at the station are all dressed in magical clothes. Mike noticed that the lieutenant glanced at the sergeant next to him. Is it related to the sergeant? The sergeant looked at Mike. I was the first to surrender. At that time, we were pointed at by the barrels of 7 or 8 new assault guns. We couldn't penetrate the front of the assault guns, but the assault guns could easily kill us. I just chose a way that would allow us to go home smoothly. Mike was shocked. Didn't Rocasso personally persuade you to surrender? Lieutenant Proson, yes. He rode a white horse, holding a red flag, and walked towards our machine guns and guns. Mike's eyes widened, walking towards you. Yes. Didn't you fire your guns? Our scopes couldn't catch up with him. Couldn't catch up with him. Reporter Mike repeated Plausen's words in surprise. What do you mean? Do you mean he rushed to you like a flash of lightning? At this time, an infantryman in a light-colored uniform said, he circled and approached the tank. I saw it with my own eyes. I thought he was going to chop the tank with the red flag in his hand. Just like the rumors. Rumors. The veterans who fought against his troops all said so, saying that he could chop tanks with a knife. Said the infantryman. At this time, the lieutenant said, he didn't chop our tanks with a knife. He used a new assault gun and defeated us. As soon as the voice fell, someone else in the infantry said, there is also a new submachine gun with a very long range and no sound. It can kill dozens or hundreds of us silently. Mike raised his eyebrows, with an expression of picking up a treasure. Chapter 349. Reporter Mike, can you tell me more about the new weapons? The Plausen infantryman looked puzzled. Aren't you allies? Do allies keep secrets from each other? According to the agreement signed last year, the United States and the United Kingdom will exchange intelligence on their weapons, but this exchange requires one of the parties to know that there is such a weapon and then make a request. In addition, for the captured Plausen military equipment, the Allies need to share technical intelligence so that the Allies can prepare early. If the Allies propose to send a technical team to conduct on-site mapping, the countries cannot refuse. Reporter Mike did not explain this to the Plausen people, but just perfunctorily said, I think our diplomats or military attaches should know, but I'm just a reporter. Please describe the weapon to me. The infantryman thought about it and said, it looks a bit like an extended version of the PPSH submachine gun. At this time, another infantryman interrupted and said, when firing, it's like two people having sex, pa. No, it's like my mother is whipping my butt with a stick. Another infantryman corrected his companion. Hey, the reporter is asking me. Let me answer. The infantryman who was interviewed first raised his voice. Reporter Mike, this is a weapon that makes a very low sound when fired, right? It is smaller than ordinary weapons, and there is almost no flash, and the smoke is very small. On the battlefield, you can't tell where the bullet came from. The infantryman Plausen, who just interrupted again, even our good sergeant was deceived. He thought the enemy was on the other side at first, and found a cover based on this judgment, but was hit by the enemy. Reporter Mike, good sergeant. It's the good sergeant, from East Styria, about twice our age, and takes care of us like a father. The infantryman Plausen who spoke lowered his head and sighed, what a pity, I thought the good sergeant would accompany us throughout the war. The other infantrymen also lowered their heads. It can be seen that the good sergeant is widely respected among the infantrymen. Reporter Mike, at least you can survive this war, while your peers still have to endure the test of war. You just need to stay in the prisoner of war camp, eat well and sleep well every day, do some work in the factory, and then you can return to your hometown and participate in the reconstruction of your hometown. The infantry looked at each other. Reporter Mike added, you don't still think about winning, do you? The infantry looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on the armored lieutenant at the beginning, the Plausen prisoner in the carriage, who had the highest rank. Armored lieutenant, the command said that this year they will force Ant to surrender. The Ant people still fought a mess in the first half of this year. In the first half of the year, more than 100 days, Ant also suffered more than 1 million casualties, just 5,800 a day, which adds up to 1 million. The corresponding casualties of the Plausen people should be around 300,000, so this armored soldier said this. Moreover, in the last month of the first half of the year, the Ant army gave away a lot of money, and the exchange ratio became even uglier. It was originally 4-1, but now it has become that Ant has to pay 6 people to eliminate 1 Proson. At the beginning of the second half of the year, the attack of the Southern Army Group on the Suhayavali front was even more devastating, defeating many Ant troops. Reporter Mike smiled and said, you did perform well, but can you perform better than last year? Last year, the Ant troops in your encirclement were all irreversible losses. How many Ant soldiers have you killed this year? Those injured soldiers will be veterans when they return. Last year, you were most likely to defeat Ant, but you failed. This year, you believe that you can defeat Ant, who has learned and grown in the war. Isn't it strange? Mike paused and added, what's more, Ant now has the support of the United States. Do you know how strong the United States industrial capacity is? As a United States citizen, although Mike often jokes about Uncle Sam, when it comes to this moment, he is still very proud of the country behind him. It is natural to be proud of your country and your nation. Unfortunately, Mike's pride only inspired the fighting spirit of the Prosan people. The armored lieutenant said, I don't know how strong the United States industrial capacity is, but I know that Prosan's technology is the best in the world. Mike sneered, then the world's best technology was beaten by the ants, whom you regard as an inferior race. Lieutenant Prosan was just energetic and ready to argue with Mike, but he suddenly wilted. Mike continued to question, they are also new weapons. How many ants vehicles did you destroy? 3. Lieutenant Prosan said firmly, I saw 3 assault guns stop and the members ran out. Mike, those are actually broken tracks. Mike didn't know that the 3 vortexes had broken tracks, but he was a reporter. The Prosan people obviously didn't know how powerful the United States reporters were, and they didn't even doubt it. It might be that Mike's acting was too good. The Prosan people looked at each other, and one said, broken tracks mean withdrawal from the battle, which can also be considered a victory. Another said, the enemy is an assault gun, and it is ambushed, which limits the use scenario. Our Type 6 heavy tank is more versatile. For example, if the track is broken, we can continue to fight if the track is broken, but the assault gun can only abandon the vehicle if the track is broken. This argument was quickly supported by all armored soldiers, who said, yes. When we were surrounded, we all lay down. If the assault gun faced the situation, it would have to surrender, but we continued to fight. If we didn't lay down, and rushed up to fight the assault gun in close combat after the smoke, it would be uncertain who would win. It's not the assault gun's credit that we lay down, it's the Air Force. Ant's Air Force paralyzed us, and we were actually defeated by the Air Force. Yes, the Air Force. It's not the credit of the assault gun. Ant's assault guns would have died even more miserably if they encountered the Stuka. Reporter Mike looked at the Prosan people with a surprised face and completed the logical loop, thinking to himself, who said that the Prosan people were rigid and didn't know how to adapt? At least they know how to adapt when it comes to excusing themselves. Mike, wait a minute, you were bombed by the Air Force? IL-2. No, it's a dive bomber. Ant learned from our Stuka. Mike raised his eyebrows. He knew that there were no dive bombers among the aided aircraft, and Ant had not developed a new single-seat dive bomber. So he asked tentatively, do those dive bombers look like a bottle flying in the sky? That is, the kind used by babies. The Prosan people looked at each other and nodded, yes, very similar. It should be because they use air-cooled engines, so they are so short and thick. Mike slapped his thigh, hey, that's the United States P-47 fighter. You were paralyzed by the fighter, and it would be even worse if you encountered our United States bombers. Wait and see, the United States just defeated your allies' fleet in the ocean. 4 aircraft carriers were sunk. The United States will counterattack soon. The Fuzu Empire will be finished first, and then it will be your turn. Lieutenant Prosan stood up, we will defeat Ant this year, end this prolonged war, and then face you head-on. Mike and the Prosan stared at each other, and then the flash came on. Mike's partner Robert said in answer, not bad. I bet it's a good photo, Mike, you can consider organizing an article around this photo to make it more explosive. Your special report on Ant is now the flagship product of our newspaper. Remember the telegram sent by the newspaper, make more developments like night novels, isn't this it? Mike responded helplessly in answer, the telegram also said readers like Duke Rokosov like movie stars, obviously the protagonist of the development like a night novel should be Lieutenant General Rokosov, who wants to see a United States reporter and a Prosan knight-like duel, or this kind of verbal duel. No, I think I can start with the Prosan people looking down on the United States, and I will write a great article that readers will be furious after reading it. Just say that Prosan wants to destroy Ant, and then land on Umbrella through the Black Bell Strait between Ant and the United States. After Mike finished speaking, Robert laughed, good. Very good. Mike continued along the same line of thought, write that after Prosan opens the channel with the ally Fuzu Empire, he will pass on his advanced technology to the Fuzu Empire, so that the Empire can turn the disadvantage back. Robert gave a thumbs up, good. I felt that it would work as soon as I heard it, and it would sell like hotcakes, this issue. Not only that, war bonds will also sell like hotcakes. Mike, not only that, some people in Congress question the necessity of our aid to Ant. We should concentrate our forces on the Western Front and take action against the Mamluks and the Kingdom of Sardinia as soon as possible. His Excellency the President will definitely like our report very much. The 2 United States journalists laughed face to face. Prosan was confused next to him. Mike, that's it for this issue. I have to write the report quickly and send it to the country, together with your film. Robert, not interviewing Rokosov. Not for the time being. I have a feeling that Rokosov will soon achieve another major victory. He might even the casualty ratio of Ant and Proson this year. Wang Zhong, it is obviously unrealistic to expect to even the casualties in one battle. He glanced at the officers and soldiers who participated in the battle today. The quality of Proson's troops is still there. We have the tactical advantage today. However, according to the statistics of the bodies and wounded recovered on the battlefield, our actual exchange ratio is 1 to 1.6. We have a slight advantage. We racked our brains to gain such a great tactical advantage, but the exchange ratio is only a little bit ahead. It is unlikely that we can directly launch a frontal offensive and wipe out the Plasan troops on a large scale. Wang Zhong looked at the map. Therefore, our tactical goal remains unchanged. We will concentrate the forces of an army group to annihilate 1 or 2 enemy divisions and force the enemy to temporarily stop the offensive. Our strategic goal is to delay the arrival of the enemy along the Valdai River until September, and use the vast grassland and muddy season to drag down the enemy's logistics. Chapter 350 Suvorov Operation. Wang Zhong, the code name of the operation is Suvorov. In the Second World War in the history of the Earth, there was no military operation named after Suvorov, but there was Bagration. Bagration was also a famous Russian general in the Napoleonic era, so Wang Zhong felt that he could imitate him, starting from Suvorov, to Kutuzov, and then to Bagration. When Bagration came, he would destroy the Prosan army like a whirlwind, and the first 2 would eat up the enemy troops one by one, and train Anti's troops by the way. Now Anti's troops are too bad. Even Wang Zhong's carefully trained mobile army can only fight the Prosan people 55 to 50, and other troops fighting the Prosan people is not a meat bun hitting a dog. When the anti-army accumulates some experience, and the Prosan veterans die again, it is estimated that they can fight the Prosan people head-on. The good news is that compared with the Russians on Earth, Anti actually performed well. In the first 8 months of 42, the Russians still annihilated a considerable number of troops. Before Hayangrad, the Russians suffered 1.5 million irreversible losses. And Anti faced the much stronger Prosan, and the total casualties were only 1.5 million, and a considerable part of them were annihilated in the siege of the coastal fortress. The main anti-quick victory faction was eliminated. The largest scale offensive launched in the first half of the year was General Gorky's action on the Duva River. Then when the action was blocked, General Gorky decisively stopped the offensive and turned to seek to stabilize the ferry on the east bank of Duva. Precisely because the losses were less than those on Earth, the troops in the hands of the anti-command are now far more than those of the Russians on Earth. Unfortunately, more veterans did not seem to make Anti's troops much stronger. It may also be that Prosan is too strong. After Wang Zhong told his subordinates about his determination, Vasily raised his hand. It's useless for you to tell us. The highest rank here is colonel, and there is not even a general. Acting Chief of Staff Alexander said, are you ignoring me, a brigadier general? Well, it's useless to tell us this except for you. Vasily spread his hands. You might as well tell us how you plan to drive a jeep in the future. At this time, the commander of the reconnaissance battalion spoke on behalf of everyone. We have summarized our experience internally. In the future, when dealing with enemy tanks in the wilderness, we must try to keep a distance of 800 meters and force the enemy to use artillery to attack us, which can effectively reduce casualties. You still plan to deal with enemy tanks? Wang Zhong, today, I asked you to contain the enemy to prevent the enemy from outflanking and fighting with the vortex. Normally, the flanks of the vortex should be covered by anti-tank guns and armored units. Tomorrow, the anti-tank guns and armored units will arrive, and you will not be needed. As for the tactical determination just now, I was sorting out my thoughts. Vasily, you have said this tactical decision twice. Twice. Wang Zhong was shocked. Vasily, yes, you said it yesterday, but you didn't say it in front of everyone. Wang Zhong scratched his head. Is that so? It's better to say it a few more times. When Pavlov comes, I have to tell him. Tell me too. A familiar voice came from the door. Wang Zhong turned his head and saw Popov's bald head. The army bishop came in and saluted Wang Zhong. The army bishop followed the second echelon vanguard to Trinka. Wang Zhong returned the salute, and then pointed at Alexander, acting chief of staff. Quickly arrange for the follow-up troops to disperse. Don't crowd in Trinka, it will be terrible if the enemy bombards. Popov pointed to the colonel behind him and said to Alexander, you go to connect with the military cadres. I will listen to the general's battle determination here. Wang Zhong, you have completely shirked your responsibility. I am the military bishop. I have started to command, which means that the military commander is finished. That's not a good situation. I hope I will never have the opportunity to command the troops. Popov shrugged and changed the subject. But you don't have to worry. After all, our military commander is Rokosov. The god of death will salute you when he sees you. Wang Zhong, don't add to my legend. Popov shook his head and said, do you need me to add to your legend? As soon as we arrived in Yarvik, We heard that you tore apart the new tank of Proson with your bare hands and captured a new general. Wang Zhong frowned. Is the rear so outrageous? The enemy we fought today may not even have a brigadier general. Vasily interrupted and said, maybe the people took the skull on the collar badge of the enemy's armored soldiers as the symbol of generals. He fiddled with his collar badge as he spoke. I heard people in the tavern say that the collar badge of General Proson had a skull. Wang Zhong, tavern, huh, Vasily. When did you go to the tavern? We stayed in Yarvik for only 1 day, right? Vasily, I saw some people saying this in the tavern in Yebeo. Find out the place. I never left you in Yarvik. Popov laughed, then walked to the map, glanced at it and immediately said, the forward is so close to Yeysk. Wang Zhong, reconnaissance troops, a small team with radios. Our army has a large number of radio equipment, so we use this advantage to control the grassland as much as possible. How many enemies are there? Popov asked again. Wang Zhong, quite a lot. The original intelligence said that the enemy Buse battle group had an armored battalion and an armored grenadier battalion, but when they came out in full force today, it didn't look like there were so few troops. Maybe the enemy Asgard Knight said division has already arrived in Yeysk. Popov was shocked. Then aren't we at a disadvantage in terms of manpower? There is only 1 armored destroyer battalion, 1 tank battalion and 1 anti-tank artillery battalion in total, and even the Guard's 1st Mechanized Infantry is not fully in place. The vanguard of the 225th Division will not arrive in Yarvik until tomorrow. The entire army will arrive on the 16th. Wang Zhong, so tomorrow we have to bombard Yeysk and pretend to attack the city. Popov, it depends on these 122. 152 and the tractors assigned to them in the 2nd echelon will not arrive until tomorrow morning. Wang Zhong, I have received the artillery unit from the front army. If nothing unexpected happens, they are moving towards us. They will be deployed here at that time. As he said, he picked up a pencil and drew an area on the map. Popov was shocked. I went to the front headquarters. Anyway, I don't dare to trust this front, especially General Andrei. Wang Zhong narrowed his eyes and asked, why, you don't feel good about him? Yes, I feel that this person is very stubborn and self-willed. The personnel files of the church also evaluate him in this way. That is, the reinforcement army is your army, and he dare not command you casually. To be honest, a general dare not command a lieutenant general's army casually. This doesn't sound like a unit that can win a battle, Wang Zhong muttered in his heart. However, he also had some ideas about why the situation was formed, so he didn't say what he thought. It's better to say that he is happy that the front headquarters will not give blind commands and let himself play. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Popov looked at his expression and obviously had his own guess. He said, perform well, future general, His Majesty Belinsky and His Majesty the Tsar are looking forward to it. Wang Zhong, I will. Popov, in addition, only 122 will be found to have problems by General Prosen tomorrow. Which artillery regiments 152 do you want? I will rush over overnight to make sure they will go to the designated location to participate in the bombardment tomorrow. Wang Zhong really didn't remember which artillery regiments the front army had allocated to participate in the battle, so he turned his head to look at Vasily. 197th Heavy Breakthrough Howitzer Regiment, 204th Heavy Howitzer Regiment. Vasily immediately reported the unit number, and at the same time tore off a piece of notepaper, quickly wrote something in pencil, and handed it to Popov. The station is here. Good boy, you have learned something else besides shoveling feces. Popov took the note and looked at it, then raised the note. Then I'll go. Wang Zhong nodded and watched him leave. At this time, the commander of the reconnaissance battalion stood up and said, we are also going back to the troops. If the bombardment fails to scare the enemy tomorrow, we will have to fight a tough battle. Wang Zhong, go. The officers stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as they left, Nelly came in with a big plate, dinner. Wang Zhong slapped his head and said, wait a minute, call the leaders of each unit and let them eat before leaving. Vasily ran out of the room immediately, leaving Nelly and 2 map-making staff officers in the room. The 2 staff officers looked at each other and decided to run away. Wang Zhong, you 2 finish the assignments on the map. Don't worry about anything else. Nelly brought the plate over, put it on the table, and suddenly said, today's casualties are not as many as before. Yes, after all, our training has improved, and we have tactical advantages. Wang Zhong replied, wait a minute, you are not right, the losses on the first day of Araki were not great. No, I remember it very clearly. On the first day of Araki, I saw corpses lining the square in front of the church, and the wounded filled the hospital. But today there are only more than 100 corpses, and there are still vacancies in the field station. Wang Zhong thought about it. The small losses on the first day of Araki were for a division of tens of thousands of people. In fact, the casualties on that day were nearly 1,000. But today's losses are really small, even if you count the number of heads, it's small. Wang Zhong, are you happy that there are fewer casualties? Yeah. Nelly nodded. Wang Zhong, then can you touch my head like a mother rewards her child? Nelly showed a contemptuous expression. But she still reached out and gently stroked Wang Zhong's head. Good boy, you did a good job, your efforts paid off. Wang Zhong, it's a pity that our other troops can't achieve such an exchange ratio. Many of our casualties today are new recruits in the infantry unit. We tried so hard to educate them and wanted them to survive, but in the end. Wang Zhong felt the hand stroking his head become heavier. It's not your fault. Nelly said gently and firmly. Chapter 351 Major General Wit and #039, Confusion. On the morning of July 14, Wang Zhong was brushing his teeth when he heard the faint roar of cannons outside. The artillery position was west of Trinca, closer to the enemy, so the cannon sound came from the opposite direction of the sun. Wang Zhong stopped, feeling a little uncomfortable. Nelly looked at Wang Zhong, who had stopped in confusion, and looked blankly in the direction he was looking, only to see an ordinary corner of the wall. Finally, Wang Zhong found the reason why he was not used to it. Before, the artillery was always behind me, but now the artillery is closer to the front line than me. Nelly, what are those who ran to the front line yesterday to face the enemy's tank muzzle talking about? Wang Zhong looked surprised. You know I faced the tank muzzle. Everyone says so. As long as you do something brave on the battlefield, the whole army will know it immediately. When I was fetching water yesterday, a corporal from the reconnaissance battalion next to me seemed to be driving their battalion commander to a meeting. The corporal sat on the hood of the jeep and described your behavior vividly. He also said that it was your bravery that gave him the courage to drive a jeep in front of the enemy's tank muzzle. Wang Zhong keenly noticed a detail. That's not right. The reconnaissance battalion should not have seen the scene of me facing the muzzle to persuade surrender today. This corporal is bragging. Nelly, maybe he didn't see it with his own eyes, but you really faced the muzzle, didn't you? Think about the child in the lady's belly. They can't live without a father. Compared to whether there is a father or not, Wang Zhong took out his toothbrush and said solemnly, whether he is a slave or not is more important. I am fighting for my children not to be slaves. Nelly hesitated and put the cup of water into Wang Zhong's hand. Rinse your mouth. Rinse well. Rinse the tooth powder clean. There is no spare capacity to produce toothpaste now, especially the soft tubes for toothpaste. There is no time to produce them at all, so the tooth powder distributed on the front line, brushing with a toothbrush, feels like smearing lime on the teeth. Wang Zhong rinsed his mouth carefully, and just as he put down the cup, Nelly handed him a towel. This towel was actually washed with warm water, and it smelled slightly fragrant. Nelly saw Wang Zhong sniffing his nose at the towel, and said, it's the perfume given by our landlord Ancia. She said that during the Civil War, her husband always came back from the war and was always smelly, so she has been preparing perfume for so many years. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. What about her husband? I remember that the landlord's family has no spouse. Nelly, I don't know, and I didn't dare to ask. Wang Zhong shook his head. Why should I not ask? We haven't mobilized to the point where all the old men in remote villages join the active service. I have contributed to this. It's true. Wang Zhong's efforts have at least saved Ant from losing 2 million people. If we count the number of people who persuaded the generals of Ant not to attack rashly but to fight a defensive counterattack, the number may be even higher. After washing up, the sound of artillery outside continued, which was to disguise the appearance of firepower preparation. Wang Zhong glanced at Nelly. You should catch up on your sleep. You fanned me all night last night, didn't you? You also chased away mosquitoes all night. Nelly said. Wang Zhong, there are mosquitoes in such a northern place. Last summer, everyone was fighting fiercely, and Wang Zhong was still a grassroots commander. When it was time to sleep, he basically fell asleep and didn't pay attention to the problem of mosquitoes at all. So he was quite surprised. After saying it, he realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Could the people of Ant not know whether there were mosquitoes? So he hurried to make up for it. I mean, what are mosquitoes? Now that things have come to this, I can only pretend to be a dandy young master who is ignorant of the sufferings of the world. I don't know what mosquitoes are. Nelly has an expression of caring for her silly son. It is a flying insect that sucks human blood. Wang Zhong had a vague guess that the people around him had guessed that he was a time traveler. They behaved so normally, maybe someone had come here before. For example, that Andrew looked like a fellow villager, but he might not be a fellow villager from Ceres, so he did not climb Mount Narita. He might also be a fellow villager from the Yuan dynasty, and was scared by the divine wind. If Saint Andrew is a fellow villager, then many things can be explained, such as the church's respect and trust in him. For example, how could Saint Andrew, a person who lived more than 100 years ago, foresee that quantum mechanics might be able to explain various miracles? While Wang Zhong was distracted, Popov's bald head broke into his field of vision, and the angle just reflected the light of the morning sun, which dazzled Wang Zhong's eyes. Popov said loudly, "Fortunately, I went to the 204th Heavy Howitzer Regiment last night. This regiment has a lot of new recruits, and the commander has no experience. He even planned to set off this morning. I scolded them and forced them to come overnight, so that they caught up with the shelling this morning. Wang Zhong, thank you for your hard work. Actually, the 197 Heavy Howitzer Regiment is enough. The 152 guns are enough to fool the Prasen people. That is definitely not as effective as the 204 Regiment. This regiment has the B4 heavy gun, our old friend. 203 millimeters. It will definitely give the enemy a hard time." Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, "So good. When I was organizing the mobile army, I didn't include them in the organization because the B4 howitzers were too heavy and inconvenient to maneuver. Popov, it's really too heavy. 5 guns broke their tracks on the way here. Fortunately, part of the support brigade of the group army has arrived and sent tractors. After 3 hours, these guns can also join the bombardment." Wang Zhong, the bombardment was over after 3 hours. Popov was a little surprised, such a short bombing time? What if the enemy doesn't wait for the attack and sees that we are small in number? Wang Zhong shook his head, "The Prasen people won't do this. They will let reconnaissance planes conduct reconnaissance to confirm the situation. Sometimes they are quite rigid in fighting. Even if the enemy attacks, we are ready to block it. The enemy does not understand the performance of our vortex, and they will act more cautiously when they are blocked." As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, Vasily opened the door and came in, and immediately said, "And the enemy is afraid of the name Rokosov and will be extra cautious. Don't talk nonsense. As a commander, we cannot exaggerate the enemy's fear of us. This is wrong." Wang Zhong glared at Vasily, then pointed at Popov and said, "The bishop happens to be here. Let the bishop educate you." Popov cleared his throat, "Be lenient if you anticipate the enemy. Maybe the Plozans have a certain fear of Rokosov, but our commanders must not take this fear into consideration. They must treat the Plozers as I don't know who our commander is thinking about." "That's right." Wang Zhong nodded repeatedly before reacting, "Isn't that right? Why do you think the enemy will be afraid of me? What should I be afraid of? Did you hear that? There are 203 heavy artillery. According to the report of the headquarters, this is Rokosov's favorite heavy firepower." Colonel Busey lay on the ground, assuming a standard anti-artillery posture, and said firmly. As he was speaking, a 203 mm heavy artillery piece happened to land nearby, and a large amount of dust was knocked down from the ceiling. In order to prevent the dust from getting into his mouth, Colonel Busey closed his mouth and swallowed the second half of the words. Heavy artillery shells landed one after another, and powder kept falling from the ceiling, so everyone in the room kept their mouths shut and endured the shaking in silence. I don't know how long it took, but the firepower preparations were over. Colonel Busey got up and said, "Quick. Enter the defensive position set up yesterday. The enemy is about to attack. Maybe the infantry has already reached 50 meters in front of the position." Captain John Christopher also got up, "I'm going to join my tank company." He came to the headquarters this morning to get the city defense map so that he could know how the tanks should support the defense line. Colonel Busey, go. It all depends on your tanks. If it is true as the vanguard troops said yesterday, only your new tanks can face those assault guns. Captain John saluted, turned, and dashed out of the headquarters. Colonel Busey glanced at the adjutant and said, "If I die for my country, you must break out alive and give my letter to my wife." The adjutant's eyes were filled with tears. "Yes, I will definitely do it, Colonel." Suddenly, there was loud gunfire in the west of the city. The adjutant scolded, "Damn Rokosov, he is really cunning, he actually attacked from the west of the city. It's a pity that our defensive position last night was omnidirectional." Colonel Busey frowned, "West of the city." Suddenly, he pressed the chief of staff's shoulder, "Will the follow-up troops of said division be coming up today?" "Yes." The chief of staff of the battle group looked at the time. "I'll go, it's already this time. The shelling prevented us from noticing the passage of time." As he spoke, he strode to the phone and picked up the receiver. "Hey. Pick up the defense forces in the west of the city. The phone is disconnected? Why don't you connect it quickly?" He dropped the phone, ran to the radio, and put his hand on the radio operator's shoulder. "Call the western troops and ask them to confirm whether the incoming enemy is an enemy. Confirm whether the incoming enemy is an enemy. It would be terrible if a friendly force is hit by mistake. Radio operator, use plain code. Just use the clear code." What time has it been? The key is to stop accidental attacks as soon as possible. An hour later, Major General Witt, the commander of the said division, entered the headquarters of the Busey battle group in Yisk with a disgraced look. He said to Colonel Busey, "Okay, my division headquarters was almost wiped out by you, Colonel." "Gentlemen. Colonel Busey, the troops have just been bombarded by enemy heavy artillery and are quite nervous." "Major General Witt, I just heard that you were bombarded by heavy artillery, so I rushed forward quickly. When my division headquarters arrived, I could at least stabilize the morale of the troops. But you almost killed me. My command vehicle was wiped out by your one shot, and the division chief of staff and the vehicle went up to the sky together. Fortunately, I was sitting in the tank at the division headquarters, otherwise I would have to go on the road with the chief of staff. Can't you recognize the iron cross on the command car?" Colonel Busey dared not speak. But Captain John of the heavy tank company said, "It is normal for the division column to be unable to see clearly due to such huge smoke and dust." Major General Witt turned to John, "Commander of the new tank company, the Emperor has high hopes for you and your tank company, but you were beaten up by Ant." "John, it was the enemy air force that blew up the tracks of one of our tank platoons. It was normal for the tanks to be unable to move and lose the assault gunfire. We still have 2 platoons of 8 tanks intact, and we can still fight the enemy's assault guns. I am confident. There is no invincible armored vehicle in this world. Our Panzer VI tank is like this, and the enemy's new assault gun must be the same." Major General Witt looked at John's face carefully. Very good, very good. If I hadn't just walked away from the hell gate set by my own people, I would have appreciated you, Captain." After speaking, Major General Witt turned to the map in the room. "Report the situation." "How many enemy attacks have you repelled?" "0 times, Colonel Busey said." "Commander Witt, what? 0 times. The enemy prepared such fierce firepower, but did not attack." Colonel Busey said, with a very confused expression. The confusion also passed to Major General Witt. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 352, The Prasen people missed the best opportunity to attack. On the morning of July 14, after the initial artillery preparation, the battlefield became strangely quiet. Wang Zhong's side was short of troops, and the battlefield area of an army group was actually full of infantry squads with radios scattered in the fields. From Wang Zhong's bird's-eye view, he was reminded of the feeling when he played the ranking battle of Red Dragon back then. Wang Zhong's Red Dragon rank reached the colonel, so he still had some experience. The battlefield of Red Dragon was like this. On the battlefield that was more than 10 kilometers wide, it was full of infantry squads or smaller reconnaissance squads with observation and aiming equipment. A platoon often controlled an open area of 1 or 2 kilometers. If the enemy launched an attack, the rocket launchers in the rear would immediately cover the battlefield, and the Air Force would roar in at the same time. This was also the standard configuration in the Cold War era. After all, the Cold War era was about firepower. It was useless to have too many people on the front battlefield. If you covered it, everything would be gone. But in this situation, Wang Zhong felt very uneasy when he looked at the empty front of his army group. The firepower of the army group should be able to destroy the enemy who attacked rashly, but the problem lies in whether the firepower of the army group can fall on the enemy in a timely and accurate manner. Wang Zhong's artillery didn't have a fire control computer, and the artillery had just arrived, so they didn't have time to calculate the firing parameters in advance. Even if the infantry could accurately report the enemy's coordinates, the artillery units would have to calculate for a while, and they might not be able to hit the target accurately, so they had to calibrate the firing. In the past 10 minutes, the infantry on the front line might be swallowed up by the enemy. The situation will be much better tomorrow. The artillery regiment will calculate some common firing parameters in advance, and they can correct them after receiving reports from the front line. In short, Wang Zhong is a little nervous now. The good news is that in addition to the Annihilation Battalion, he also has the battle-hardened 1st Guards Tank Battalion, that is, his old unit, the tank battalion with the most enemy kills, and 90% of the battalion are veterans. Some veterans have been promoted to other units. In critical situations, the 1st Guards Tank Battalion can be put in to carry out a counterattack. Wang Zhong prayed that this critical situation would not happen. The enemy had the long-barreled Type 4, and there should be 2/3 of the new heavy tank companies. These high-threat units should be handed over to the Vortex. His old unit is still driving the T-34W, and there is not even a Sherman. However, if the enemy finds out the position of the Vortex and sends out armored forces to encircle it, then in order to protect the Vortex, only the 1st Battalion of close tanks can be deployed. Wang Zongblinka paced back and forth in the command post, waiting for the enemy to make a move. East of Yisk, the position of the 1st Mechanized Infantry Tank Destroyer Battalion of the Guards. The commander of the destroyer battalion leaned out of the commander's tower above the Vortex fighting room and observed Yisk in the distance, muttering while observing, The enemy is not moving. If we don't attack, won't they come out to see? The gunner of the battalion commander's car said, then let's shoot them. I see people on their defense line moving in the sight. You are crazy, this is 3 kilometers, and our scale is only 2,200 meters. The gunner said nonchalantly, we can estimate it roughly and then slowly calibrate the fire. No, it will expose our position. The battalion commander scolded. Vortex is very suitable for ambushing on this kind of grassland. The height of the grass is just enough to cover the tracks. Although the fighting room is higher than the grass, as long as you put on a straw hat, you can't see it at a distance. Last year, Proson's infantry division often used the low appearance of the assault gun to ambush Ant's tank troops. Now the situation has changed, and it is Ant's turn to ambush Proson. Unfortunately, the enemy is hiding in Yisk City and doesn't come out. Only occasionally can you see Proson infantry popping out of the window through the telescope, but it will disappear soon. Probably some Proson recruit who is very curious about the front line. Recruit Andreas was pressed to the ground by Corporal Korek. The corporal scolded, are you going to die? All windows are dangerous. My last deputy shooter was shot dead for sticking his head out of the window like this. That was the Carolingian campaign. We surrounded the United Kingdom's expeditionary force and tens of thousands of Carolingians in a small seaside town. The deputy shooter is called Hans, a silly Hessian boy. He just stuck his head out to see the numerous enemies on the beach, and then he was finished. After saying that, Corporal Korek looked up at the window, and no one was shooting in this direction. So he let go of the recruit, sat down against the wall, and put his left hand on the machine gun tripod. The heavy machine gun was set inside the hole in the wall. This was a specially dug hole in the wall, and there was creepers outside for cover. The ants probably didn't think that this was a machine gun bunker. The machine gun and the tripod were all in the shadows of the house. Even if they started shooting, the ants might not be able to see the position of the machine gun if they didn't pay attention, and no one could concentrate when being strafed by the machine gun, because everyone was busy getting their bodies lower at that time. And those who were not strafed by the machine gun wanted to see the position of the machine gun clearly. Sorry, the wall would block it? No wonder Corporal Korek boasted that this machine gun position was the crystallization of all his combat experience from the Melania campaign to the present. New recruit Andreas turned over, sat up, and glanced at the corporal. The ants are not good fighters. That's what the quartermaster of the training camp said. Korek, they are indeed not. Last year, I blocked their breakout outside Igzikov. I fought for a day and fired 20,000 rounds. 5 gun barrels were broken. The ants left at least 1,000 bodies in front of my machine gun position. They didn't even think of using mortars or anything to counter my machine gun point. I was prepared to die there. The backup machine gun team was in the second position, waiting for me to misfire so they could take over. In the end, they didn't wait until the time to fire. The machine gun excluded the people from the backup machine gun team. The others were all carrying ammunition and gun barrels for me. The ant people just kept dying and dying, as if going to the god of death was just a battle. Outing. Korek shook his head. I heard that it was because their crown prince personally led the charge and died for his country. It is understandable. Their courage is admirable, but to be honest, they are indeed not excellent warriors. No, not qualified soldiers. Qualified soldiers will kill me with mortars or rifle grenades instead of giving me a level 2 iron cross. Korek pointed to the second level iron cross that was slightly exposed at the collar. Andreas asked strangely, then you still won't let me stand at the window? Because you don't need to be a qualified warrior to hit you standing stupidly at the window. Your behavior is stupid. On the battlefield, whoever is stupid will die. Corporal Korek stopped, looked at the recruit, and changed the subject. Where are you from? Eastern Styria. East Styria is a duchy, so big. Where is Styria? Andreas, Tilia, a small city to the west of the duchy's capital. Corporal Korek asked again, how many months have you been training? 6 months. Before that, I joined the Imperial Labor Camp and worked on the Carolingian Western Wall fortifications for 4 months. At the end of the work, I took a month's leave. Then the call-up letter came, and I joined the supplementary barracks near my hometown. The Western Wall, the coastal fortifications built by Plozin in the Carolingians, included a series of strongholds and fortresses, as well as numerous minefields and anti-tank piles. Corporal Kolake was speechless. Caroline is a great place. The girls are warm and good-looking, and the food is delicious. There are no faults except that the bread is a bit hard. It's a pity that their work efficiency is too low. You didn't sleep with a Carolingian woman in the Carolingians? Andreas shook his head. No. The work at the Western Wall is very tiring, and I basically sleep during my breaks. I even met the commander-in-chief of the Western Front, Marshal Lunsteyer, who was an old man like my father. No. Maybe older than my dad. Corporal Korek, What did the marshal say? The marshal spoke to us and said that the enemy was across the sea. Because of Grand Duke Meyer's negligence, the enemy was able to gather 1,000,000 troops and could land at any time. In short, he told us that the Western Wall is very important. Corporal Kolik, and what? Then? We will build the Western Wall, and from time to time, United Kingdom planes will come to bomb and take pictures. No, I'm talking about you, after you leave the labor camp. Then I joined the supplementary barracks. The first month was internal affairs and formation training. It was said that this would allow us to become real soldiers. In fact, I had learned these things when I was a child in the Imperial Scout camp, so it was unnecessary. Andreas shrugged, but starting from the second month, training that didn't exist in the scout camp began. Andreas talked endlessly about what he saw in the training camp. It was obvious that he had wanted to talk to someone about this for a long time. Finally, Andreas told how they boarded the train and said goodbye to their families on the platform. Corporal Korek suddenly interrupted him. Is there any girl saying goodbye to you? Yes, my sister said goodbye to me. She thought my military uniform was very handsome. You've never been in love, have you? The corporal asked. Andreas was a little embarrassed. Is this an important thing? We never fall in love there. If the adults of the two families add up, we are going to get married, and then we can borrow cattle and seeds from each other, and horses, mules. Love only happens in books, right? Maybe if I went to university in the capital of Styria, I would fall in love, but I didn't. Corporal Korek shook his head. Listen to me, if you have time to talk, at least find a prostitute to sleep with. War is such a bullshit, huh? Andreas stared at the corporal. The ants are not as bad as advertised, right? When we were supplemented, it was the third line of troops marching into camp. I thought at first that our supplementary troops were divided into 1, 2, and 3 battalions. It was later discovered that the other battalions were also the 3rd or 4th battalion. Is this calculated based on the batches of troops that were replenished? Before us, the 1st and March 2nd battalions had already replenished the said division. Corporal Korek took out a cigarette and banged it on the wall to compact the tobacco. He replied, the 1st marching camp is okay, they are all returning from injury. The 2nd marching camp has some technical soldiers. The 3rd marching camp has some technical soldiers. The camp is as you see it. The Seed Division has only lost 3 battalions since it entered the war, which is much better than the enters. But, I said, war is such a bullshit thing. No matter how elite the soldier is, he will die when it is time to die. The corporal handed the prepared cigarette to the recruit, but he refused. Corporal, looks like this morning's shelling hasn't given you the thought of smoking a cigarette or a drink. But trust me, you'll need it in the future. As he spoke, he stuffed the cigarette into the recruit's pocket. Chapter 353. More are coming. While the frontline soldiers on both sides were chatting to kill time, the power in Wang Zhong's hands was increasing every minute. Units under the 1st Mobile Group Army kept getting off the bus at Jarvik and driving over in battalion units, with new battalions arriving every hour. Acting Chief of Staff Alexander was almost overwhelmed, with new battalions to arrange for him every hour. Wang Zhong assigned Vasily to him, and he and Popov watched them spinning around. Popov sighed, sometimes I'm glad that I'm just a bishop, especially as your bishop, you will do most of the things that I should do for you, so I will be more free. Wang Zhong shrugged, I'm just not sure whether your bald head can successfully boost morale, so I did it myself. Popov was speechless, I don't want to be bald myself. Just wait and see. Men are like this when they get older. You are just young. You may be balder than me in the future. Your children will ride on your neck by then. Go up, touch your head and shout, I am a witch, please tell me with the crystal ball, who is the most beautiful woman in the world. Wang Zhong burst into laughter. Is this a variation of the Snow White story? At this time, someone entered the door. As soon as he saw Wang Zhong, he laughed oh ho ho ha ha. Wang Zhong, okay, Yegorov, I saw you, don't block my door. Popov, look, men become bald when they get older. Isn't this another example? Yegorov was stunned for a moment. Why was I teased about being bald as soon as I entered the door? I'm not bald yet. Come on, Popov said. Wang Zhong pointed at the map, look at the locations of the units in the guards and choose your division headquarters address. Yegorov looked at the map and joked, don't you ask me about the situation on the road. Wang Zhong, how is the situation on the road? The Plosin Air Force attacked us, but missed. The anti-aircraft artillery battery on the train worked. Yegorov paused, pointed to a point on the map and said, this sign, is this a farm? Wang Zhong, yes, I visited it in advance. There are 2 houses and a stable. My headquarters is here. This grassland is so vast and empty. If it were in Hazalaya, there would be at least 5 more villages on the map, plus small farms dotted here and there. Popov, the soil below this grassland is not black, and it is not that fertile. In many places, only weeds can grow. Unlike the black soil in Kosalia, the grass outside the farmland is so high that car wheels can be rolled in. But Salia is too fertile, and the grass is so lush that it can restrict the movement of wheeled vehicles. Only tanks can walk on flat ground. If this were in Kosalia, Wang Zhong wouldn't have been able to let the reconnaissance troops race yesterday. If they couldn't race, they might be outflanked by enemy armored forces, and the vortex might be crushed and beaten by tanks with turrets in close combat. But Wang Zhong hopes to fight on the land of Hazalaya. Unfortunately, the last Hazalaya land is around Borsk, which is also the last Hazalaya land controlled by Ant. If Duke Mishkin is defeated, he can only push south into the mountains and defend the mountain passes. Wang Zhong waved away the sudden nostalgia, to be precise, the homesickness for his second hometown, and said to Yegorov, "Go and command your troops. The enemy may see through our delaying strategy at any time and launch an attack." Yegorov smiled, "Don't worry. At first glance, this area is full of grass and is not suitable for defense. However, we have few infantry and many technical weapons. We are really not afraid of shooting at us on such open ground. Everyone is willing to shoot at us. There is no place to hide, and the one with the most firepower wins." Wang Zhong's group army is not suitable for fighting in areas with poor visibility, such as dense forests. Fighting in such places requires a lot of infantry to open up the field of vision. Wang Zhong, be careful, the enemy is mainly armored, and it is also suitable for fighting in the open. Leave it to me. Yegorov saluted Wang Zhong, then turned to Alexander, "My chief of staff, come with me. I cannot command the army without a chief of staff." Alexander looked at Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, go ahead and fulfill your responsibilities. Just hand over the army headquarters to Vasily." "Vasily, me?" Alexander smiled, "I believe you can do it, musician." As he spoke, he patted Vasily on the shoulder and saluted Wang Zhong. Yegorov walked out first and shrank his shoulders when he passed the gate, as if he would be stuck by the gate if he didn't shrink. After the two left, Wang Zhong looked at Vasily and shook his fist at him, meaning come on. Vasily was speechless. At this time, the communications staff reported, "The 2nd Tank Destroyer Battalion is calling. They are about to arrive and ask where to replenish fuel. Vasily, tell them that there is an oil station along the road. If you see a silo in the distance, it means you are almost there." The communications officer immediately turned around. The organization of the Tank Destroyer Battalion was proposed by Wang Zhongxian. Previously, Su-76 and the like were regarded as self-propelled artillery and were organized into self-propelled artillery battalions, while anti-tank guns were directly called anti-tank artillery battalions. Before the vortex, the Ant army did not have armored vehicles like Wang Zhong, which could only be used to fight tanks, so it was organized into a separate tank destroyer battalion. In the future, Hellcats and Wolf Guan sent by the United States will also be incorporated into tank destroyer battalions. But now there is only a full-time tank destroyer called Vortex in the Ant army, so the 3 tank destroyer battalions currently organized are all in Wang Zhong's group army. The 2nd Tank Destroyer Battalion is an affiliated unit of the 225th Infantry Division, and the troops arriving now are all troops of the 225th Infantry Division. Wang Zhong, didn't the 225th Division send a vanguard force? Pavlov would not make such a mistake. He must have organized part of the 225th Division's command organization into a vanguard force and sent it over. This kind of thing should be done by the division. The advance team is responsible for the arrangements. Before Vasily could answer, someone else entered the door of the army headquarters. It was Lieutenant Colonel Eugene Brigadier General. "Popov, it seems that the advance team has arrived. Why did the military chief come first? Those standing in front of the attack should be the staff officers and the clerk." Brigadier General Eugene looked bitter, "Because I was originally a clerk." "Wang Zhong, you are the mine manager, aren't you? That's also a senior clerk. I'm better at arranging marches than commanding troops to fight. General, you'd better give me the rank of Brigadier General and Acting Division Commander. I can be a colonel." "Wang Zhong, not at this stage. As a school-level officer, you were the one with the best performance last year. After all, your troops did not retreat and tenaciously sniped the enemy. You were promoted to Acting Commander of the 225th Division because of your military merit. In the Ant Army, a large number of outstanding colonel officers were promoted to Brigadier Generals last year, commanding troops at the division and brigade level. The High Command was not sure how these people would behave, and Wang Zhong was not sure either. Fortunately, the 225th Division commanded by Brigadier General Eugene is a unit under his command. At worst, he can just go down and command it himself. Wang Zhong was pretty sure that his ability to command a division was pretty good. But now he will not tell Brigadier General Eugene this. He wants to try to see if the mine director can learn warfare. After all, this man is now considered a Rokossov faction and is a general who Wang Zhong knows deeply. Brigadier General Eugene, except for digging trenches and fighting defensive battles, I'm really not good at anything else. Are you good at working on maps and arranging marching formations? Vasily asked with sparkling eyes. You are the advance team of the 225th Division, so you are responsible for arranging the marching of your division. Brigadier General Eugene, that's no problem. I also brought documents and staff. That's great. Vasily was overjoyed. The army's staff is still in Yebeo, busy sending carloads of people onto the train. The clerks and staff sent here have stayed in Arvik. Now I, the captain's adjutant, am the only one who plays the leading role here. There was originally Alexander who could take the lead, but he was asked to leave again by Yegorov. Wang Zhong held his chin and suddenly said, a special headquarters should be organized to be responsible for such complex transfer work. It is too messy like this. Popov agreed, yes, after all the troops have arrived in the combat area and deployed, this headquarters will turn its attention to the transportation of logistics, so that everything will be in order. It just so happens that our army's dependence on logistics is particularly serious. After all, the first mobile army had too many guns. When it was formed, I didn't think about the organizational problems of rushing to the battlefield quickly. Mainly, Wang Zhong only had the experience of commanding a division. Division-level units used trains to move long distances. Basically, Pavlov and his staff could handle it. There was no such thing. So troublesome. Now, based on what he saw and heard, Wang Zhong intuitively felt the need to add a unit of 30 to 50 people specifically responsible for commanding the transfer of troops. With such a headquarters, the transfer will definitely be much smoother. The military staff will not need to be distracted by long-distance train transportation and will only be responsible for the last 50 kilometers from the military depot to the front line. By the way, Wang Zhong also deeply understood a question that he couldn't understand before traveling. Why did Zhu Raihe's drill also include unloading the train at the train station? What's so good about this drill? Now he found that he really needed to practice, and he couldn't do it without practice. The first mobile group army has never practiced this. It is in a hurry now because the staff are indeed very capable, especially a certain 6th-level civilian Colonel Karateyev who is stationed in Arvik. If the staff officers and clerks are even less capable, it will be a mess. Wang Zhong looked at Brigadier General Eugene who was busy like a clerk, and he felt grateful from the bottom of his heart for the Prussians' caution. If they attacked now, he didn't know what the situation would be like. We need to make a tentative attack. Major General Witt said while looking at the map. After the enemy prepared firepower, he never attacked, which made me feel that this was a delaying measure. In fact, the enemy was not ready to confront us head-on, so he deliberately frightened us. Colonel Busey was shocked. The opponent is that Rokossov. Major General Witt, it is precisely because it is Rokossov that we have to doubt this. He is very cunning. He may pretend to attack and prepare firepower, but in fact the real purpose is to buy time for the follow-up troops to arrive. Colonel Busey, is it possible that you are playing into his hands? Yesterday we saw an exquisite double trick. We saw through his first trick and thought the enemy was weak, so we attacked and were almost defeated. Hundreds of his tanks were eaten in the wilderness. Major General Witt, have you seen his hundreds of tanks? Seen it with your own eyes? Colonel Busey, shut up. Major General Witt, that means seeing is believing. Send a motorized reconnaissance battalion to find out the enemy's situation, especially to see if there are hundreds of tanks. Chapter 354. Recruit Andreas and Corporal Korek were chatting when they suddenly heard the sound of an engine. The corporal came to the window facing the city of Yeysk, looked out, and saw motorcycles and wheeled armored vehicles of the motorized reconnaissance battalion passing by on the street. Andreas also came over. What's going on? Didn't you say that the enemy is going to attack? The enemy didn't come, so we sent people out to conduct reconnaissance. Corporal Korek said, that's what makes us machine gunners. We don't have to do this kind of thing, and it's not our turn to organize patrols. Patrol team? Andreas asked doubtfully. I participated in the patrol team during the training camp. Korek asked in surprise, is there also a patrol organized in the country? No, our training camp is in Melania. There are Melania's guerrillas around it, called the National Salvation Alliance. It is said that in the coastal provinces, there are United Kingdom aircraft that will airdrop weapons to them. These weapons are transported inland and attack us from time to time. Korek scolded, these bitches, when we attacked Melania, many of them did not have enough to eat and had no jobs. The Great Depression destroyed everything. We asked them to join the glorious empire, and they are still ungrateful. Korek paused and asked again, you joined the patrol, and then what? It was a siege on the Allied stronghold. Our patrol team was responsible for the peripheral interception. We discovered several guerrillas. The second lieutenant leading the team fired a signal flare in the direction of the enemy. We recruits fired our guns in the direction where the signal flare fell. You can't see where the enemy is at all. Then the second lieutenant called for a ceasefire, and we ceased fire. I didn't feel like we were participating in an actual battle at all. I thought to myself that we must have hit nothing. But then we found 4 corpses, and we had no idea how we were hit. After listening to Andreas' words, Corporal Korek laughed. It's a good experience for new recruits. When you are a machine gunner, you can't see who you hit most of the time. Most of the time you just hold your hand. The handle of the machine gun moves from side to side at a constant speed. Aiming is determined by the handwheel on the tripod. How many turns of the handwheel you turn will determine what the trajectory of the machine gun looks like. The machine gun fixed on the tripod actually has a very small vertical range of movement. To significantly adjust the pitch of the machine gun, you have to rely on the handwheel. The scale on the machine gun is only useful if the machine gun is disassembled and fired only on a bipod. When mounted on a tripod, the handwheel acts as a scale. Korek continued, a machine gun on a tripod can even hit a person 1,500 meters away. Do you know what a person looks like 1,500 meters away? It's just an ant. You can't aim at it. It's physically impossible, unless you put a sniper scope on your machine gun. Just turn the handle to the 1,500 meter position and shake the handle like this. The corporal made a motion of shaking the handle of the machine gun from side to side. That's how the battlefield is. Being able to see exactly who you hit is a special case. And to be honest, it's better not to be able to see it. When you see it, you will realize that you are killing people who are about the same age as you, and you will have nightmares. This is especially important for us machine gunners. Remember what I said about Ixikov? Andreas nodded. Remember, Corporal, you used more than 20,000 rounds of bullets to eliminate thousands of Enters. Yes, they went to clean up the battlefield afterwards and asked me to come with them, saying that I could get some loot from the ant people, but I refused. Andreas, in order not to have nightmares. Corporal, to avoid nightmares. Isn't that natural? At this time, there was the sound of tracks pressing across the road below. Andreas looked out the window curiously. The corporal said, it must be the number 2 tank. The only reliable fire support for the reconnaissance force is the 20 gun on the number 2 tank. They will be beaten to death when they encounter the enemy's armored forces. Sure enough, Andreas saw the number 2 tank mixed in with the motorized reconnaissance force. He said, number 2, they are everywhere in Melania. There are also number 1 tanks. The National Guard division is equipped with a lot of equipment. Number 1 can no longer be seen on the front line. The engineers still use them, using them to throw explosive packets like trebuchets. The corporal made a gesture. Andreas lay on the windowsill, looking at the advancing reconnaissance battalion below, and asked, Corporal, if the reconnaissance battalion finds that the enemy really has no intention to attack, will we attack? When we attack, will we operate the machine gun on the tank? Of course not. When the time comes, we will sit on half-tracks and follow the infantry. When necessary, the platoon leader will shout, get off you pigs, and the machine gunners will occupy the high ground. Then we will climb to the highest point within sight. The building may be a barn, a small slope, or a wreck. And? Andreas asked. Then go up and shoot until you die. The corporal shrugged, I feel like I should die in Ixikov. After all, the second machine gun team is ready. It just depends on when the Enters come to claim their money. This is my life. Andreas didn't know how to answer it, so he could only lie on the windowsill and watch the reconnaissance team drive in. And army, position outside the city. The battalion commander of the 1st Tank Destroyer Battalion was observing the enemy. It's strange, how come the black smoke of the fire is mixed with white smoke like sand and dust? Then he saw the enemy's motorized reconnaissance team leaving the city. He immediately picked up the microphone, Genghis Khan, the enemy has left the city, it is a motorized reconnaissance unit. The direction of leaving the city is not within my attack range. The turbulence gun scope scale is 2,200 meters, which was set by Lieutenant General Rokosov himself. Even if there is a farther scale, with the level of Ant's optical lens, it is impossible to shoot accurately, so the 1st Tank Destroyer Battalion really can't take care of the enemy's reconnaissance unit leaving the city, and can only report to the higher level. At this time, a strong voice came from the radio, let the armored unit deal with it, the 1st Guards Tank Battalion, it's your turn. The commander of the Tank Destroyer Battalion frowned, this violates radio discipline, right? You can't say the number, wait, Division Commander. Yes, it's me. I just arrived and don't know what your call sign is. Anyway, the reconnaissance battalion that was eaten out must not let the other side find out that we didn't attack because the infantry was not in place. The battalion commander was embarrassed. He could hear that the second half of the sentence was to fool the Prosan people, but he kept muttering in his heart, can the Prosan people believe such a fool? At this time, the voice of the commander of the 1st Guards Tank Battalion appeared on the radio. Division Commander, you are finally here. So we are under your command now. Yes, the General's Tank Brigade has arrived, all new tanks, your duties as the reserve are over. Now you are under my command again, Yegorov. The commander of the Destroyer Battalion frowned. The gunner, who also heard the conversation on the radio, asked, such an obvious flaw, can the enemy believe it? The general said that we should be lenient with the enemy, isn't this a violation of this principle? The commander of the Destroyer Battalion shrugged. At this time, the sound of an engine came from the right rear. He turned his head and saw the smoke in the distance. It should be the 1st Guards Tank Battalion that was dispatched. At this time, the jeep unit responsible for monitoring the other side reported, there are also enemies leaving the city on our side, about the size of a reconnaissance company, with Type 2 tanks, we can't deal with it. Igorov, the tank battalion of the 225th Division will handle it, don't worry about it. Report. Major General Witt turned around and looked at the staff, if you have something to say, just say it. Radio monitoring, heard the conversation of the anti-army, and confirmed that the enemy unit number in our northeast is the 225th Division. The enemy number in the southeast is unknown, but the commander is called Yegorov. Major General Witt's brows were twisted into a knot. Yegorov. His adjutant immediately stepped forward, he is Rokosov's favorite general. According to the communique of the headquarters, he has followed Rokosov since the city of Ronys and has experienced many battles together. He is a very powerful enemy. Major General Witt, so the one in our southeast is Rokosov's direct line of guards 1st Mechanized Infantry. What is the origin of the 225th Division in the northeast? Everyone present shook their heads. Never heard of it? Without the title of guards, it should not be an elite unit, right? Major General Witt shook his head, but Yegorov trusts this unit very much. At this time, someone came in to report, the reconnaissance unit leaving the city in the southeast reported encountering an enemy tank unit. After notifying us, they lost contact and are estimated to have been destroyed. Colonel Busey said confidently, look. A reconnaissance company was beaten to the point where it had no ability to report. With the poor shooting skills of the ants, at least dozens of tanks were firing in unison. Report, said the communications staff who came in first, we also intercepted a conversation. The man who claimed to be Yegorov claimed that there was no attack because the infantry did not come up. Major General Witt paced in the room with his hands behind his back. At this time, the chief of staff of the said division said, we have 2 complete battalions of armored forces. Although the 1st Battalion suffered some losses yesterday, it was mainly the Type 3 tanks. The number of long-barreled Type 4 tanks in combat readiness this morning was 27. The 2 battalions together have 58 long-barreled Type 4 tanks, plus Captain John's 8 new heavy tanks and 150 Type 3 tanks. We can definitely go out of the city and fight the enemy. Major General Witt thought for a while and asked Colonel Busey, are you sure that it was some assault guns that destroyed our heavy tanks? Yes, it was assault guns. Colonel Busey said firmly. No, Major General Witt said to the Chief of Staff, assault guns are good at defense, and our armored attack is exactly what the other side wants. Call back the reconnaissance team heading northeast, so as not to lose scouts in vain. Send a telegram to the army group, my division is besieged by the heavy group of anti, please ask the follow-up troops to catch up as soon as possible. After a brief pause, Major General Witt continued, also copy to the headquarters of the Southern Army Group, especially emphasize that we have encountered Rokosov. Dinner with friends in the military fan circle. I am a child of a large compound. Many of my friends who grew up with me are now working as military directors, that is, military directors for film and television dramas. Today, they came to my place for dinner and pointed out a lot of mistakes. Most of them are insignificant details. There may be 2 things that have an impact on the novel. One is that my friend said that it is unreasonable to use imported machine tools to produce heavy tanks, because the turret seat ring can be welded in sections and does not have to be formed in one piece. So I am a little conservative about the research progress of Anti's weapons. In the future, Anti's army can have some equipment advantages. In addition, I think too highly of the quality of the individual soldiers of the Russians. According to my friends, I now let the Russians in the book play with high-level synthesis, which is impossible in history. It's still the same problem. During World War II, the Russian junior high school and high school students were basically concentrated in the Navy and Air Force. There were not so many qualified people in the infantry, and they couldn't handle it. So in the future, I want to modify my concept. I want to fill the mobile army with big soldiers to fill the line and act as the eyes of the artillery, and then add some super standard weapons to the small number of elites equipped with all high school students. I have said so much, do you see what I mean? Yes, I have to take a leave today because I am accompanying a friend. This is a necessary sacrifice in order to write a better plot in the future. I will try to update earlier tomorrow. That's it, good night. Chapter 355, The Situation Before Suvorov and #039, S Action. On the Prasen side, the 10th Army headquarters of Army Group South. The commander of the Group Army, General Poker, now has a distinguished guest, the commander of the 6th Army, General Wilhelm von Frederick. He had just poured the general a drink, and before he could raise his glass, the communications staff broke into the command room. General. Admiral Poker frowned. Although he was unhappy, the troops were in combat and it was obviously inappropriate to ignore the telegrams from the front line, especially in front of his peers. So General Poker made a gesture, and his adjutant immediately stepped forward to receive the telegram. The front line said division reported that it was attacked by a heavy troop group led by Rokosov. We already know that Rokosov is here. The attack was frustrated today, right? Admiral Poker behaved unusually calmly in front of his colleagues. When I said yesterday that Rokosov had arrived at the front line, I expected that today the attack will be frustrated. General Wilhelm von Frederick, commander of the 6th Army, asked, so you have a plan? Of course, Rokosov is a tough guy. In order to advance quickly, we need to bypass him. During last summer's battle, General Moltke's 2nd Armored Group kicked his stinky stone, and his foot was sprained. In the end, General Moltke bypassed him, and then he had no choice but to break through. It is said that more than half of his division was eaten. General Poker stood up and drew on the map, Seed's division will resist him from the front, and then put in 2 armored divisions and 2 Panzer Grenadier divisions to break through on his north and south sides. On the map, the signs of an armored division and an armored grenadier division were drawn on the north and south sides of the said division. By the 18th, I can launch a pincer offensive against Rokosov. The enemy's Sukhayavli front has a weak overall combat effectiveness. It can rely on morale to support it for a while relying on the city, but unfortunately, this area is full of large. The only city in the grassland, Ysk, has been captured by us. Admiral Poker looked very proud. Soldiers are faster and faster. We once again defeated the ant people in terms of speed. Rokosov had no choice in the face of this vast grassland. He could only retreat to Sukhayavli. Along the river, rely on the cities along the river for defense. Admiral Wilhelm von Frederick nodded approvingly. It's a very reasonable idea. Speaking of which, I also have a fate with this Rokosov. Admiral Poker's adjutant, you too. Admiral Pork, did you fight him in last summer's battle? No, at that time my 6th Army was following the 1st Armored Group. His famous Battle of Pionnier battlefield was less than 100 kilometers away from my headquarters. Later when he defended Luchtov, my army was dealing with the remnants of the enemy in the Bogdanovka encirclement. My headquarters is less than 50 kilometers away from his battlefield. Adjutant, Generals. Admiral Pork, you were nearby in 2 of the 3 battles in which he was defeated. This is the 3rd time. I will not make the mistake of confronting him head-on. The adjutant finally couldn't bear it anymore. Your Excellencies. Admiral Poker finally looked at the adjutant. What's wrong? This doesn't look like you. Adjutant, the said division did not attack. The division commander reported that the leading battle group encountered fire in the morning and immediately switched to a defensive state. When the division headquarters arrived in the afternoon, it was discovered that a large number of enemy tanks were planning to launch a pincer offensive against the said division. Admiral Poker was stunned. What? Rokosov attacked? Admiral William reminded, he also organized an attack in the winter battle last year and quickly surrounded our heavy troop group in Kalinskaya. Have you forgotten the photo of him personally escorting the captured general on a parade? Admiral Pork slapped his head. Damn it, I remembered it when you said that. When I saw the photo, I had a nightmare one day, dreaming that I was also arrested and paraded on the street. I think it must be my brain on purpose. Forget about this. Admiral William, you won't let Rokosov eat Division Seder, will you? Of course, hell, of course not. Admiral Poker stood up and ordered to the adjutant, call the chief of staff in. No, I should go to the map room. Admiral William also stood up, I'll go with you. The 2 of them walked towards the map room like this. As soon as you enter the map room, the first thing you see is the deployment map of the first phase of the entire Blue Plan. The 10th Army was the spearhead of the first phase. The 6th Army was the second offensive echelon, following Admiral Wilhelm's 10th Army, and the forwards were now just beyond Admiral Poker's line of departure. In last summer's battle, Prosan adopted the principle of concentrated use of tanks. Most of the armored units were in 4 armored groups. But after a year of fighting last year, when summing up their experience, the Prosens found that so many armored units were concentrated together, which placed too heavy a burden on logistics, and Ant's poor logistics simply couldn't keep up. The result is that the armored group rushes forward for a week before stopping to wait for the troops behind it. That is to say, the Enters performed too poorly and failed to seize the gap where the armored forces were out of touch, otherwise it would be unthinkable. In fact, some outstanding commanders in Ant discovered the opening and launched a counterattack, but unfortunately they had too little reliable power. Ant's armored forces performed extremely poorly last year, and even if the commander noticed the opportunity, he could not seize it. The infantry units did manage to seize some fighters, but the scale was limited and insignificant in the Grand Summer campaign. By the way, Rokosov was one of the few commanders who discovered the fighter plane and captured it. Unfortunately, he only had one regiment at the time, and the rest were a mess of auxiliary units. All in all, while the Ant people are summing up their experience, the Prasen people are also summing up their experience. Therefore, before the Blue Plan, the armored cluster was split into smaller units and assigned to each group army and infantry to advance together. The overall attack speed was slowed down, effectively avoiding disjoint. There are 3 armored divisions, 3 armored grenadier divisions, and 6 infantry divisions under the 10th Army. Counting the total strength of the troops directly under the army, it is about 220,000. The stronger 6th Army, with 300,000 men, follows the 10th Army as the spearhead and is responsible for expanding the breakthrough area and extending the occupied area to both sides. General Poker briefly recalled the missions of himself and his friendly forces, and then the Chief of Staff, who was busy at the map table, said, "How bad is the situation of Sator's division?" "Chief of Staff, you mean battle damage?" "They reported last night." "I'm talking about their current situation." "Never mind the battle damage." The Chief of Staff pointed at the map. "I just updated the situation. It seems that the Seed division has not been attacked yet, but was blown to pieces by heavy artillery." "Admiral Poker, how many troops does Rokosov have?" "I don't know." The Chief of Staff said bluntly, "We don't know how many troops he commands. At present, we have got 2 designations. One is Rokosov's old unit, the 1st Guards Mechanized Infantry Division, and the other is a new designation. 225th Infantry Division, organization unknown." "Admiral Pork, are the people in the headquarters just for a living?" "Rokosov's name has appeared for 3 days, and he still hasn't figured this out yet." "Chief of Staff, the Air Force is conducting aerial reconnaissance, maybe." "To hell with the Air Force. Where are the 4 divisions preparing to participate in the pincer offensive?" "Chief of Staff, they have already deployed to both wings. It is not appropriate to cancel the deployment order now and let them rush to support Yeisk. It will cause great chaos. I suggest that the troops originally prepared to defend Yeisk speed up." Admiral Poker touched his chin, "And the troops originally engaged in a pincer offensive continued to carry out the operation, is that so? Eat the Rokosov heavy troop cluster? But can our group army eat this cluster?" As a guest, Admiral William remained silent. Hearing Admiral Poker's words, he couldn't help but said, "The troops commanded by Rokosov have been increasing. During the siege of Kalinskaya last year, Rabelais just think that he commanded an army. Could he be the front commander now?" "General Poker, front army, you mean? We should ask the army group for its opinion." Admiral William, "Anyway, your pincer offensive won't be ready until the 18th, right?" "You're right. Let's work hard to transfuse Seed's troops first so that they don't get eaten. Let's see what the army group says." Meanwhile, Castle, the summer palace. Olga, trying to maintain a solemn expression, sat in her chair. In front of her was an easel and a huge canvas, and the royal painter was painting. Suddenly, the cat on Olga's lap discovered something. Without any warning, the cat jumped off her knee and ran away quickly. "Olga, ah! It ran away. I'm going to catch it?" "No, cats or whatever, I can just draw them based on my own feelings." "Your Majesty, are you probably trying to sneak into the map room of the headquarters by taking the opportunity of looking for the cat?" Olga begged, "This is a critical period now. Lieutenant General Alyosha Rokosov's troops are fighting on the front line. I'm going to the map room to watch. You can't direct battles, and that's not your job. But painting a portrait is. This is going to be hung in the gallery. There are all the monarchs of the Antonov dynasty. How can you be missing?" Olga pouted. "There may be no Tsar after the war, and these portraits are destined to be included in museums." She muttered quietly. The painter was shocked. "What?" "Olga, I told you to hurry up and finish the drawing. Then I can go to the map room to supervise their deployment of troops." As soon as he finished speaking, General Turgenev entered the studio. Olga was overjoyed and stood up directly. As a result, the royal robe she was wearing was a bit too heavy and she almost lost her balance. "General Turgenev." She stood firm and asked, "How is the situation?" "General, Rokosov is preparing to take advantage of the enemy's penetration too deep to fight a short battle of annihilation." The staff of the operations department believe that the idea is feasible. We are mobilizing forces to provide the Rokosov group, which is the first mobile army, with reinforce. Olga, he can win the battle again, right? I don't know. General Turgenev said with a straight face, even Rokosov may lose the battle. Olga, don't say that. My duty is to report the worst possibility to His Majesty the Tsar. General Turgenev paused and said, but you can have the best expectations. Chapter 356 Unexpected Reinforcements. July 14, 2230, Village Trinka, controlled by the Ant Army. Wang Zhong came out of the army headquarters and looked at the red in the sky. Although it was the second year of the time travel, he still felt very novel when he saw the sunset at 10 o'clock in the evening. He was just sighing when Nellie's voice entered his ears, "Are you done? Do you want to have a midnight snack?" Wang Zhong turned his head to look at Nellie. "Oh, sure. Didn't you prepare midnight snacks for everyone in the division every day? Why don't you do that now?" Nellie shrugged, "Because the girls who used to help me prepare midnight snacks are now in Yebeo and didn't come with me." Wang Zhong was shocked. "Did other people help you prepare those things before? I thought you did it all by yourself." Nellie looked at Wang Zhong speechlessly. "How is it possible? There are hundreds of people in the division. Preparing midnight snacks for everyone is a big project. It's just that when it was distributed at the end, I pushed the senior officers and staff to eat." Wang Zhong, "Huh? I always thought that I was eating a loving midnight snack made by Lolita's mother at night." At this time, Wang Zhong's mood was just like discovering that Santa Claus was actually his father and that Ultraman Tiga was a child in a suit. Nellie looked at Wang Zhong. "Don't call me mom. If you want to eat now, I have to make it myself." Wang Zhong, "Then I want to eat frosted cakes and drink milk." "No. I can only use our army's rations as ingredients. How about canned spam, rye bread, and vodka?" Wang Zhong scratched his head. It seems that the field kitchen team's ability to stir-fry sugar color and make braised pork is Ceres' specialty. "No, there is something more important to confirm." "Nellie," he asked seriously, "did you also use our army's rations for midnight snacks last year?" "Yes." Nellie nodded. "In other words, the variety of food in the supplies is not as rich as last year. I don't know if the supply situation next year will be worse." Seeing Wang Zhong looking thoughtful, Nellie said, "A lot of the food supplies are raised locally. This place is poor, so it's like this. If you were in Yarvik, I could get you some frosting, cookies, or other delicious food." Wang Zhong, is that so? Wait a minute, do you know what I'm thinking about? Nellie raised her right hand and circled her index finger on her temple twice. "I can think about it, too. If you think about the question you asked and the previous topic, it's easy to understand what you mean." Wang Zhong, "So, am I overthinking? In fact, our food supply is okay. Yeah. It was really difficult last winter, but it's getting better now." "I see." Wang Zhong just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Popov leading Sufang and several unfamiliar ants into the small courtyard where the headquarters was located. Sufang smiled as soon as she saw Wang Zhong. Nellie looked at her with her eyes drooping. Popov took the initiative to speak. "This is the senior nun Sufang who just arrived. She dash. Let me tell you." Sufang stepped forward and saluted Wang Zhong. "Respected Lieutenant General Rokosov, I am here to lead the Druids of the Folklore Research Society to help in the battle on the orders of the Patriarch." Wang Zhong, "What is Druid?" "Druid?" Sufang repeated. "Folklore Research Society and Druid?" Wang Zhong carefully looked at the ants following Sufang. Judging from their age, they are indeed old enough to become swamp witches and forest witches. As for their looks, the wrinkles on their faces can indeed play evil witches on a CRPG set as long as they put on makeup, especially the kind of witches who live deep in the swamp and eat children. But the clothes these ants wear are very modern, suitable for guest appearances as investigators on the Thul who set next door. At this time, the leading auntie spoke up. "No wonder the general looks so confused. I told you long ago that we should put on our clothes before coming here." Wang Zhong, "Outfits?" One of the aunties put down the suitcase in her hand, opened it, and showed Wang Zhong the contents. The box contained a necklace made of dried chicken feet, a worn-out cloak, a voodoo doll, and other things that exuded an evil aura. "Wang Zhong, if you come here wearing these, I might order the guards to shoot you." Popov put his hand on Wang Zhong's shoulder. "Relax, these are our researchers, and like the quantum physicists at the Institute of Physics, they are all committed to cracking the truth of the mysterious power." "Use dried chicken feet to crack it?" Wang Zhong asked back. At this time, the auntie showing the chicken feet said, "Physicists talk about de Broglie waves and Planck constants, but we don't understand them. But you see, even if we don't do these mysterious things, we can still study the laws of mysterious power." Another auntie echoed, "The key is a lot of experiments, and then summarize." Wang Zhong, Okay, okay, I get it. The church doesn't plan to put all its eggs in the basket of physics, so it has done something else, right? I guess there is also an institute of mysticism. Sufang, yes. There is also a scripture institute, which mainly studies the impact of chanting on mysterious power, changing the pauses and tones of chanting every day. By the way, I read their journal every issue. Wang Zhong nodded. I already understand the efforts made by the church in cracking the mysterious power. Now what I want to ask is, why are you here on the front line? Anti-Chicken Claw, use druid spells to help you win. We have mastered some druid spells in a more scientific way. If we use them on the battlefield and win, we can effectively strike the Chongsheng sect. Wang Zhong, I thought the Chongsheng sect had been destroyed. Before he finished speaking, he thought of the Prosan who was scared crazy before. Maybe the Chongsheng sect still has a market, but they are all hidden. Wang Zhong, okay, I roughly understand what His Majesty the Patriarch means. What can you do? Summon tree people? Or call a flock of crows to cover the sky and prevent the enemy air force from attacking? Sufang laughed. General, you are so humorous, Sufang stopped and carefully observed Wang Zhong's expression. Are you not humorous? Wang Zhong, I think that since the divine power can guide rockets to track enemy aircraft, it seems nothing strange to summon tree people. Unfortunately, we can't do things that only exist in legends. Don't expect us to summon strange shapes in the forest to attack the enemy. The ant shook her head, but if you want a 2-hour fog, we can still do it. Wang Zhong's eyes widened. Say it again, what can you summon? And, the sacrificial materials we have now can summon a 2-hour fog. We have reproduced it 3 times. The test site is on the grassland at the bend of the Suhayavali River. The time is from 907 to 909. There are 3 experiments in total, all in summer. The spell used is also the spell of the local druid section. Chapter 357. Is it magic or a trick? 30 minutes later, Trinca village church. I never thought that I would rely on mysticism on the battlefield. Wang Zhong looked at the folklore researcher who was setting up the ceremony and said to Popov. Popov looked at Wang Zhong with some surprise. You haven't thought about it? But before Wang Zhong could answer, Popov found the answer on his own. Yes, you have never been a devout believer. I have been following you for 10 months, and you have not prayed once. Wang Zhong was shocked. As a Sarishian, he had never had the habit of praying. He would always pass by a temple by chance, no matter whether it belonged to God or Mizu, and he would go in and pay homage. There is no such thing as praying when praying, and it has nothing to do with piety. That is, when I see a temple, I come here and light some incense. In the past, when he still had change on him, Wang Zhong would take a piece of steel and throw it into the merit box. Later, he paid electronically and threw it away. Now Wang Zhong finally realized that Popov was a clergyman. I didn't pray in front of the clergy for a year and I sweated my brother out. Popov laughed loudly. Don't be so serious. We secularists don't follow these formalistic things. They are the dregs of the saintly sect and have been abandoned. Yes, yes. Seeing that Wang Zhong was relieved, Popov changed the topic, but not praying at all is a bit too much. Most of the soldiers are devout secular believers, so you have to be more considerate. Wang Zhong, how do you think it's meaningful? For example, before charging, chant a prayer loudly. Say a prayer. When Wang Zhong mentioned reciting prayers on the battlefield, he thought of Warhammer 40k. Do you also need to nail a long scroll with scriptures on the armor? Then you have to give me the power sword and bolter first. The style of painting is completely wrong. Popov, isn't this difficult to do? If you don't remember the prayer, just read it from a book. I will give you this old Andrew's Bible. The folded pages in it are all suitable for use in sermons. Sentence. As Popov spoke, he took out a tome that could see the traces of time left by the naked eye. Wang Zhong, I feel that if I take this holy book and recite it before the troops charge, it won't take long for everyone to say that this book in my hand is a sacred object of the religious order and can summon the angel army. Popov laughed loudly. When you put it like that, I also think that my old book looks a bit powerful on the outside. In fact, it is just an ordinary holy book that follows an ordinary priest around. I bought it at my own expense when I first joined the seminary. Only 1 silver coin. Wang Zhong, such a thick thing only costs 1 silver coin. After all, we are in the industrial age. 300 years ago, a holy book like this would have cost 10 gold coins, so it might not be possible to buy it. Wait a minute, Wang Zhong suddenly discovered a blind spot. Were silver coins still used a few decades ago? Yes, the use of paper money is only a matter of the past 30 years. Wang Zhong asked Popov seriously, how old are you? I'm 55. I entered the seminary when I was 8 years old. At that time, the seminary mainly taught things from the holy sect, while the secular sect was secretly spreading them. Wang Zhong, is it because the productivity development was not enough at that time? In fact, Wang Zhong just said casually based on what he had learned. The economic base determines the superstructure. Secular ideas are also part of the superstructure. They will inevitably spread first in places with developed industry and commerce. Popov stared at Wang Zhong with wide eyes. I can see that although you haven't prayed, the Holy Scripture has always been in your heart. Hey, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. While thinking this way, Wang Zhong's facial muscles twitched into a smile. The wine and meat passed through the intestines, but the Holy Scriptures remain in the heart. Popov pressed his hand on his old book. Then I took it? No, leave it to me. I only remember the meaning, not the specific sentences. Don't worry if the prayer before the formation goes wrong, and it will be difficult to explain. Popov laughed for the third time. At this time, Wang Zhong turned the topic to using mysterious power to fight wars and said, I remember that Carolingians seemed to use witches' spells to fight against the Prosan invasion. Yes, they used it. Popov looked at the folklorist who was preparing. It caused an infectious disease, but Prosan used penicillin to eliminate it. Penicillin is amazing. Wait, isn't penicillin just penicillin? In an instant, its coolness is gone, right? The magic of a witch defeated by penicillin is too weak. Popov continued, the drug penicillin seems to be mass-produced using a kind of melon as a culture medium. Was the rounding witch's magic defeated by the melon? Popov, then this melon was introduced to the territory of Plozin from the United Fruit Company of the United States. The United States defeated the witch's magic? Hey, it suddenly makes sense. After speaking, Popov shook his head and changed the topic, so I'm not sure whether magic can help us defeat Prosan tomorrow. It's best to make two plans. Wang Zhong, I will. At this time, the main force participating in the operation tomorrow, Lieutenant Colonel Semyon, the current commander of the 31st Guards Infantry Regiment, entered the church and saluted Wang Zhong and Popov. Commander, Bishop, the commander of the battalion and company of the 31st Regiment has assembled according to your order. Please advise. Wang Zhong stood up. Okay, let's go to the headquarters and don't disturb the folklorists preparing for the ceremony. After speaking, Wang Zhong strode towards the gate and asked, by the way, how is the morale of the troops? Morale is high. I heard that the armored forces have achieved results. Now everyone is eager to fight. Lieutenant Colonel Xiamiao said, after all, they are your old troops. Wang Zhong, they? Why don't they recognize you, a foreign monk? Nothing, after all, the previous commander was Major General Yegorov, which may be a bit of a gap in comparison. I don't have an outstanding record. When the war started last year, I was a lieutenant colonel, and I am still a lieutenant colonel this year. Lieutenant Colonel Xiamiao smiled bitterly, I don't know why you added me to your elite division. Wang Zhong smiled and said, General Turgenev of the Military Affairs Department is a real man. They won't arrange people randomly. When tomorrow's assault is over, you will also have results. I hope so. Lieutenant Colonel Xiamiao said. At this time, the two talked while entering the courtyard of the army headquarters. The battalion and company commanders of the 31st Regiment were inside. When they saw Wang Zhong, they immediately stood at attention and saluted. Wang Zhong glanced over and saw many familiar faces, so he randomly pointed to one, Filipov, why haven't you become the battalion commander yet? Are you working hard? Filipov, no, Vasily is still a captain, and he hasn't been promoted to a colonel, has he? Then you should work hard this time and be promoted to a colonel before him, and then I can say your name in front of him every day to humiliate him. Wang Zhong said, looking back at Vasily, the adjutant naturally has to follow the chief officer all the time, and Vasily is now half of Wang Zhong's guard. Filipov smiled, Vasily, it's a pity that you can't come this time. Vasily, report to the general, I apply to participate in the assault. No. Before Pavlov comes, there are a lot of things for you to do. I will consider it when Pavlov comes with the army headquarters. Wang Zhong replied, and then gestured to everyone, go in. After the group entered the room, Wang Zhong handed a stack of photos to Lieutenant Colonel Semyon, pass it around, this is the ISK terrain from aerial reconnaissance. While everyone was passing it around, Wang Zhong pointed to the schematic diagram on the blackboard and said, this is a simple map drawn by Vasily based on aerial photos. Folklorists will hold a ceremony overnight tonight, and it is expected that fog will begin at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So the firepower preparation will start at 4 o'clock, with an hour of preparation, and strive to blow up all the barbed wire and mines outside the enemy. It can't be too early, because we have never opened fire at 3 o'clock before. While preparing the firepower, you will advance to the departure line in secret. Wang Zhong drew a line on the schematic diagram with chalk, the engineers have confirmed that there are no mines up to this line. After the fire preparation is over, you can attack in the fog. The silent weapons should have an unexpected effect in the fog. Filipov raised his hand. General. Wang Zhong, you say. Filipov, the fog in the morning is because the ground temperature is low and the water vapor condenses. Will there be fog after the fire preparation? Wang Zhong, scientifically speaking, no. But our science cannot explain some phenomena, such as tomorrow's fog. I mean, if there is fog tomorrow. In the movie Apocalypse Now, after the F-4 ghosts dropped napalm bombs, the wind direction was changed, and the surfing paradise suddenly became an ordinary beach. So Wang Zhong believes that after the fire preparation tomorrow, there will be no fog without the influence of supernatural things. On the other hand, if the fog forms immediately after the fire preparation, it means that the folklorists have really led to the power beyond modern science. Unlike the spells of the Carolingian witches, the spells that can be defeated by penicillin make people suspect that they just used some kind of biological weapons. Maybe it is a biological weapon left by the ancient super civilization, which is mastered by the witches. Oh, no, if this is the case, then the fog may also be caused by the activation of the weather control satellite in the sky. Wang Zhong was distracted, and suddenly saw Sufang Batu Wenjisu waving at the door. Wait a minute. He waved to the officers and walked quickly to the door. What's wrong? Sufang lowered her voice. The headmistress asked me to come and tell you not to prepare for fire before the fog. If you want to prepare, prepare now. But we need to stop 2 hours before the fog comes. Wang Zhong's brows twisted into knots. If I hadn't really seen the magic arrows chasing the enemy's planes, I would have suspected that you folklorists are actually liars. Do you know that the Air Force Meteorological Department reported to me that there is a possibility of fog tomorrow morning? Sufang, I don't know what the Meteorological Department said, but I can tell you that there will definitely be fog tomorrow morning. Chapter 358, Run, Vasily. Wang Zhong looked at his watch and sighed to Sufang. Anyway, I can prepare the artillery fire 2 hours in advance, right? Sufang nodded repeatedly. Wang Zhong turned around and shouted, Vasily, call the artillery command post and tell them to fire 2 hours in advance. The artillery command post was also built by Wang Zhong after learning from the United States. The United States has a kind of simultaneous bombardment. Artillery units of different levels are equipped with different types of cannons. After coordination, the firing times are different, but the artillery shells fall at the same time. Because they fall at the same time, the intensity of firepower at the same time is several times denser than normal fire. On Earth, only the United States could do this during World War II. Later, other countries began to learn from it. The artillery command post was responsible for coordinating the artillery bombardment, and there were a bunch of mathematicians in it. There were no computers in this era, so mathematicians could only calculate the shooting elements by hand. Wang Zhong learned from the experience of the United States and set up an artillery command post at the group army level. For the convenience of communication, this command post is not set up together with the army headquarters, so it is necessary to call to inform the plan changes. Vasily raised his head when he heard Wang Zhong's voice. 2 hours early, right? Right. Vasily nodded and turned to make a phone call. Wang Zhong looked at Sufang. Is there anything else? No more. General, it's a pity that Miss Ludmila can't accompany you to the front line. If you have dash. Neely suddenly appeared, standing next to Wang Zhong, looking askance at Sufang. Wang Zhong, what do I have? If you need anything, I mean, if you need to talk to Miss Ludmila, you can come to me. Wang Zhong recalled the mental call he had made with the poetry monk before. It seemed like it was the first time he had spoken to Olga. Thinking about it this way, things seem to get weird. Talking to the sister who admires me through the mouth of the chanting monk who has always wanted to seduce me, just reading the words will bring up many dirty associations. Wang Zhong, I am a pure soldier. When I am on the front line, I will not think about the love between children. Brother Sufang, you are also a priest. The Eastern Saint sect should set an example in our army in all aspects. Sufang nodded, okay. Then I will continue to be with everyone at the Folklore Research Institute. Is your mission to deal with them? Wang Zhong asked. No, I am responsible for suppressing them when they attract bad things. After saying this, Sufang smiled and left. At this moment, Wang Zhong had a series of very thulhu imaginations. What kind of bad thing could it attract? Make it clear. Can Vortex's 100mm gun deal with it? What about the borrowed B4 howitzer from the heavy artillery regiment? It would be bad if you can't deal with it. After Sufang's figure disappeared, Neely took out a bag, reached out and grabbed a handful and sprinkled it in the direction Sufang left. Wang Zhong asked curiously, what are you spilling? Salt. Neely looked at Wang Zhong and raised the bag in her hand. It's still rock salt. It will definitely work. No matter how powerful the evil is, it will be wiped out. Wang Zhong reminded her, Su Fang is a high-ranking nun. Don't let the court find out that you rub salt into the secular high-ranking nuns. Nellie was speechless and put away the salt, looking very regretful. Wang Zhong, okay, it doesn't matter if you let it go. In the worst case, I'll call His Majesty Belinsky. Don't worry, I'll continue with the meeting. Nellie, okay. Do you want to prepare midnight snacks for the infantry officers? Wang Zhong looked into the room. The meeting was interrupted by Su Fang, and the officers were chatting freely. But looking at them all pointing at the photos, they must also be discussing tomorrow's battle. Looking at the young man, no, his peers, Wang Zhong's expression softened, be prepared, prepare well. After all, some people will not be able to come back tomorrow night. Nellie nodded. She was about to leave when Vasily ran back out of breath, report. Nellie was startled and looked at him suspiciously. All the young officers in the room stopped discussing and looked back at the door. Vasily, the phone line was poked by a field mouse, and the communications camp is checking the line. That's why you're so loud, field mouse. Filipov shouted, and all the officers in the room laughed. Wang Zhong did not smile and said seriously, the situation is urgent. We can't wait for the communication battalion to fight the field mice, so we send out the messengers. In this era, radio security capabilities were extremely poor. Only the United States experimentally developed frequency-hopping radios, which could prevent enemies from eavesdropping, but they did not yet have the conditions for large-scale equipment. Therefore, important information in this era was either sent via encrypted telegrams over the radio or over the phone. If these failed, people would be sent. In the end, when there was no other option, the information would be sent via radio. Obviously there is no need for a radio to go from the army headquarters to the artillery command post. The radio needs to translate and encrypt the message before sending it out, and then decode it after receiving it. It is so verbose that it is better to send a messenger to run over. Vasily, the messenger was sent, that's why I came back. Just, to report on the field mouse's great deeds. The young commanders and fighters in the room burst into laughter again. At this time, Yegorov's voice came, it's normal for voles to bite off telephone wires in summer. This place is relatively barren. On the black soil of Hazalaya, voles are 3 times fatter than here. Wang Zhong turned around and saw Yegorov, and asked, why are you here if you are not staying at your division headquarters? You called my soldiers here, can't I come over and take a look? Yegorov asked. This time, because the situation was urgent, Wang Zhong called the 31st Regiment directly and called them over after he issued the decision to attack to all the troops. Wang Zhong, nonsense, what if the enemy attacks? The Prosan people will not attack at night. Besides, you called all the company-level commanders of my infantry battalion. If the enemy really breaks through, it's not my fault. Commander, you should bear the blame. Wang Zhong scratched his head, not really, there is no tank unit that can't attack on the prairie. And tanks are not easy to move at night, and you can't see anything. Yegorov spread his hands, yes, so you see, you also think there is no problem with me coming over. Wang Zhong, okay, tomorrow, depending on the situation, we will also need armored forces to work together, you can come and listen okay. Also call Brigadier General Eugene of the 225th Division over, his division is basically in place. Vasily saluted immediately, I will call the acting commander of the 225th Division. Yegorov, you gave the main attack to your old unit, the 31st Regiment, and only let the infantry of the 225th Division make a feint attack. Would it be suspected of bias? Wang Zhong said to Yegorov seriously, I chose you because such a battle requires the troops to have strong personal initiative and every soldier to have the courage to find a chance in the fog alone. I think only the 31st Regiment can fight such a battle. The 5th Peshchensk Regiment needs to practice more. Yegorov turned his head and shouted to the young officers, did you hear that? Only we can do it. Don't embarrass yourself tomorrow. You must convey the general's trust to every soldier and tell them that even if they are alone and can't identify the direction, they must go in the direction of the shooting. Okay. Everyone in the room answered in unison. Wang Zhong asked, continue to study the photos. Have you figured out the trick? Report. Filipov stood up, can you ask the locals to come and talk to us? There should be many people fleeing to Trinka or even further east. Before Wang Zhong could answer, Vasily came in, Eugene, the acting division commander, is on his way. Yegorov, has the telephone line over there not been bitten off by the voles? Vasily, if it is also broken, I will find the judge. Wang Zhong put his hand on Vasily's shoulder, don't find the judge, go to the church first and call the parish priest. I want to ask him something. If there are refugees, then the local church must be responsible for resettlement, and it is right to ask the parish priest. Vasily turned around, okay, I ran to the side to make a phone call just now, and this time I have to run to the church. Although the distance is not long. Wang Zhong, don't complain, it's better than carrying manure. Yegorov said in a cheering tone, run Vasily. Vasily ran away. This wall is a low wall, said Ivan, a refugee from Yeysk. Adults can climb over it. But there are a series of courtyards inside, which are not connected to each other. Once you enter a courtyard, you must keep going inside to the street. Filippov asked, can the wall between the two courtyards be blown up with explosives? Refugee Ivan widened his eyes, explosives? I don't know how powerful explosives are. Filippov, it's about the same as the explosives used in mining. Refugee Ivan looked confused. Yegorov, come on, the old farmers here have never seen mining. There is not even a stone mountain nearby. Look at me, Ivan, how big a hammer can be used to break this wall? Ivan clenched his right fist, we can break it with a hammer as big as our fists. Yegorov cursed, why is the brick wall so thick? You may need to bring more explosives. Filippov snapped his fingers, understood. At this time, the sound of a car engine came from outside the door. Wang Zhong looked outside the door and saw Vasily leading Brigadier General Eugene of the 225th Division in. The first thing Eugene did when he came in was to sigh. Wang Zhong, what's wrong? There are so many officers and soldiers. Your sigh has an immeasurable impact on morale. Eugene quickly shut up, and then explained helplessly, I'm just a mine manager. It's too difficult for you to command a division to attack. Your division is a feint. Yegorov said, if you really can't, just let your soldiers shout Ura in the fog. Eugene shook his head, no, I have also seen the Prosan people, and they won't believe it this way. Tomorrow my troops must enter the city. At least the Prosan people must suffer casualties, and the Prosan machine guns must be fired, and they must shoot into the fog. Wang Zhong pointed at Eugene and said to Yegorov, our mine manager said he didn't understand, but he really talked about it one by one. Popov smiled and said, I think Brigadier General Eugene can command an army group. How about you give it to him? Igorov, no, the soldiers will have opinions. Everyone wants to be under the magician on the battlefield, the undefeated Rokosov. At this time, there was another engine sound outside. Wang Zhong, Vasily, go and see what troops are coming in the middle of the night. Vasily stood up, okay, I'll go and see. A moment later, Vasily led General Tadeusz, the commander of the 1st Division of the Melania People's Army, in, report, the vanguard of the Melania People's Army has arrived. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, so fast. Tadeusz said in and with a heavy accent, the chief of staff arranged it well. Wang Zhong, how many troops are there in the vanguard? Tadeusz, a battalion of infantry. Then you should reinforce the 31st Regiment. Come here and I will tell you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 359 The Silence Before the Storm. Wang Zhong spent 20 minutes carefully recounting the information just now. Tadeusz nodded, understood, in short, treat it as smoke covering the entire battlefield, and conduct close combat in the smoke. Wang Zhong, yes, we are all silent weapons, which means that as long as a gun is fired, it will definitely not be one of our own, and there will be no accidental attack. Tadeusz, on the other hand, once an accidental attack occurs, the friendly forces may die silently. The attack sectors must be allocated to avoid accidental attacks. Wang Zhong, it's useless. I have been a ghost in the smoke myself. I know how chaotic that situation will be, and accidental injuries are definitely inevitable. The good news is that there are far fewer of us than the Procenians. The possibility of hitting one of our own people as sexuality is greatly reduced. Tadeusz smiled and said, we are like little fog monsters, destroying them silently. Wang Zhong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this familiar term, little fog demon. Ah, it's the monster in our Melania legend. It will come with the fog, hurt people in the fog, and use illusions to cover up its whereabouts. Tadeusz shrugged, typical logic with self-consistent superstition, because the little fog monsters always come with the thick fog, so no one has seen them, but when they leave, they use illusions to cover their tracks, so no one finds the traces they leave. Wang Zhong nodded, I understand. So the little mist demon doesn't exist. At least no one I know has seen it, I mean, not while sober. Have you seen it after taking fungi? Vasily slapped his thigh, we can pretend to be little fog monsters and scare away the Procens. Wang Zhong, don't be stupid. The Procenians once used penicillin to deal with the magic of witches. If they really encounter a small mist demon, they will only shoot at it, and then send the body to the Imperial Academy of Sciences to receive a reward. This must be the case. Tadeusz, in Melania, only children are afraid of little fog monsters. I always feel that this is just made up to scare children and prevent them from going out to play in foggy weather. There are many real dangers in the fog. As he spoke, Tadeusz put away the simple map and photos. I'm going to have a meeting with the company and platoon commanders to introduce the situation. Yegorov, it's almost time for us to leave. There are a lot of things to arrange. I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. Wang Zhong, okay, here we go, let's talk. He lowered his head and looked at his watch. It's 0029 hours on July 15th, just right. Others lowered their heads, pulled up the small knob on the watch to stop the hands, then turned the knob to set the time to 0030, waiting for Wang Zhong's command. Wang Zhong, okay. Everyone pressed the knob at the same time to resume movement of the watch. I wish you good luck. See you in Yisk tomorrow. See you in the city. See you in the city. Everyone got up and walked down. Wang Zhong noticed that Lieutenant Colonel Xie Miao looked very nervous, so he patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. The Prasens are really skilled in fighting skills, but the most important thing in the fog is courage. Take courage. After speaking, Wang Zhong patted Xie Miao's back and pushed him out of the headquarters. Afterwards, Wang Zhong took a nap until he was awakened by the sound of artillery. He sat up and looked out the window. The birds hiding in the grass were awakened by the sound of the cannons and flew into the sky noisily. The grassland was still dark, with the occasional flash of heavy artillery fire. Wang Zhong was dumbfounded. This was the first time his artillerymen had attempted simultaneous firing attacks in actual combat. This project had often failed at the Kubinka training ground before. The mathematicians' calculations are very accurate, but ants' artillery can never perfectly execute the mathematicians' intentions, so the firepower density of the bombs is also erratic. I hope they perform at a super level this time. Commander Witt lay on the ground and exclaimed, this density of firepower. It feels like 10 artillery regiments are firing at us. Shooting at the same time will cause inexperienced generals to misjudge the artillery force that is shooting at them. Prosan has no generals to confront the United States head-on, so this is an area they do not know. If Rabelais was more powerful, he might be able to steal information about the United States' tactical habits, but unfortunately Rabelais is not that powerful. Now a room full of Prosan officers were lying on the ground, maintaining anti-cannon postures, and some of them were holding their heads with their hands. The earth-shaking shelling continued for an unknown amount of time, and finally stopped. Commander Witt got up. It's not yet dawn, why did we stop? Attack at this time. Night fighting is a problem for most armies, and there are only a few armies that are good at and actively seek night fighting. For example, the Gamonde Special Forces of the United Kingdom often conduct sneak attacks at night on the Prasen facilities on the Western Front. Colonel Busey also got up. I'm afraid it's not an attack. This is Rokosov's habit of bombarding us while we sleep, trying to kill us. Major General Witt came to the window of the headquarters and looked out the window. No, the intensity of firepower I heard just now shouldn't mean that the houses near the headquarters were only damaged so much. The Chief of Staff came to the window. He had only replaced the fallen Chief of Staff for less than 24 hours, and he was still a little timid when he spoke. Indeed, the number of artillery shells is definitely more than this. Isn't the center of gravity of the bombardment the urban area? Colonel Busey also looked closer to the window and observed, but the explosion density of the shell just now is definitely not my imagination. Major General Witt pondered for a few seconds and said, this is fire preparation. The main goal is to destroy the barbed wire and mines outside our defense zone. It is nighttime now. The engineering troops cannot repair these in the dark. The enemy is going to attack. Let the troops be ready. Now. The Chief of Staff confirmed. Yes, now. Let the troops be ready for battle. Major General Witt said. Wang Zhong paced in the headquarters, looking outside every time he walked to the window. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. It doesn't look like it's going to be foggy. He exclaimed. Popov, didn't Filipov say yesterday that the fog in the morning is caused by the heat from clear weather dissipating to the high altitude, which then causes the water vapor in the low altitude to condense? There are a lot of scientific words here, and I, a theology student, only half understand them. But you should understand, General. Wang Zhong, I understand, I just forgot. Popov, this is not your first time commanding an attack. Why do you act like a new soldier on the battlefield? Because he used to charge ahead by himself, driving his small tank. Wang Zhong turned his head and saw Pavlov entering the room. You are finally here. He stepped forward and gave Pavlov a hug. I thought you would come with the last troops on the 16th. I left a few trusted staff officers and clerks, they will arrange the last troops well. Pavlov punched Wang Zhong on the shoulder. I heard that you have already exchanged fire with the enemy. Really, you are waiting for the whole army to arrive. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Zhong pulled away. I can't help but be anxious. Look, We can only put the headquarters in this kind of village now. If we don't meet the enemy, we will fight with the enemy by the river. Pavlov, it's not like we haven't fought in urban battles. Wang Zhong, that's different. The vortex has taken key protection. The side is unreliable and can't fight in urban battles. This vast grassland is where the vortex can play a role. We have already hit the enemy hard on the grassland. I already know. Pavlov patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder. Calm down now. You are the commander of the army, not the regiment commander who used to charge with a small tank. Wang Zhong nodded. In fact, he really wanted to participate in the attack himself. After all, he had a plug-in, and he knew the enemy's position in the smoke, and the enemy was within a range of 2.5 kilometers. The commando he led would definitely be able to go straight to Huanglong and capture the enemy commander alive. But on second thought, there was no idea how many enemies there were within these 2.5 kilometers. He didn't know how long it would take to check them one by one, and it was a situation of a surprise attack in the fog, so it was not sure how much effect it would have. Moreover, his plug-in was equivalent to marking people on a small map, and it was not really a frame that could be shot directly, let alone a big gyroscope. How much effect he could play as an infantryman was still debatable. Moreover, the enemy was now organized and had the will to fight. If they were not killed by random shooting in the fog, Wang Zhong might be hit by one of his bullets. Reality is not a game. If you don't die from a bullet, you will have to lie in the rear for half a year. Wang Zhong was reluctant to abandon the troops he had worked so hard to build. Therefore, let the soldiers under his command come to attack. He had raised them for half a year, equipped them, trained them, and opened night schools, and let them learn knowledge and why they were fighting every day. It was time for them to play a role. Wang Zhong can definitely be said to love his soldiers like his own sons, and now it's time to use soldiers like mud. After the enemy's morale is broken, he can use the plug-in ability to capture the enemy's senior officers from the chaotic army. At that time, Wang Zhong can leisurely check who the enemy is one by one without worrying about stray bullets and grenades. Thinking of this, he came to the window again. Why is there no fog yet? The firepower preparation has stopped for so long. Why haven't the enemies come yet? The new recruit Andreas yawned. Corporal Korek was very calm and smoked silently. Andreas turned his head to look at the corporal and asked curiously, "Why do you hide like this when you smoke, corporal?" "The light from the cigarette butt." The corporal said, "If you don't want to be shot by snipers, just hide and smoke." "Andreas, I heard that many of the snipers of the ants are women. Have you seen them?" "No." The corporal shook his head. "I would rather never see them in my life, these damn nuns of death." Andreas sighed, "I would like to see it. Women on the battlefield, how novel. Fighting and working in factories should be men's jobs." Obviously he is still full of curiosity about the battlefield. Although he has seen several trucks of corpses, a recruit can't become a veteran just by looking at corpses. Corporal Korek still smoked silently. Andreas hesitated and asked, "Corporal Kolek, you are not nervous, are you? Are veterans nervous too?" "No, I won't be nervous just because of the battle. But I have a bad feeling today. When you come back from a battlefield like hell, you will gain this ability. You can sense danger, even future danger." Corporal Kolek suddenly opened up. "I have tried it before. When I was marching, I suddenly didn't want to take a step, so I turned to the side. Guess what, when I stepped on it, I found that the enemy's pressure mine was right next to my feet." "Andreas, then you can save one leg." "One leg?" Corporal Kolek shook his head. "Ants mines will take more than one leg from me. If I or anyone else stepped on it, the machine gun platoon on the march would be gone." "Is it that powerful?" "That's how powerful it is. The mines dug out later were so big." The corporal gestured. Andreas was so surprised that his mouth was wide open. At this time, the machine gun platoon leader appeared. "Is there anything wrong?" "No." The corporal replied, "Even if there is something wrong, we are not the first to find out. The machine gun group found the enemy first, which means that the infantry covering us is finished." "Is that so?" The platoon leader was obviously a rookie who had just graduated from the military academy. He was a little timid in front of the senior non-commissioned officers. "Corporal, sir, are you a junker nobleman?" "I guess so." The platoon leader replied. "That won't work. You have to show the junker nobleman style and shout 'Stop talking nonsense, pigs' to us." The corporal said. "Platoon leader, stop talking nonsense, pigs." "Like this?" "No, no." The corporal shook his head. Andreas said, "The quartermaster shouted more authentically, and the junker nobles should be like that." The platoon leader was about to speak, but suddenly stopped and looked outside. The two men in the machine gun crew also looked back through the creepers to the outside of the bunker. "The fog is very thick." Andreas said, there will always be such fog in the valley in my hometown in the morning in summer. When I was a child, my mother scared me, saying that there would be a little fog monster in the fog, which would eat children. Corporal Korek frowned, put out his cigarette, came out of hiding, lay down in the shooter's position, opened the compression plate and checked to make sure the belt was normal. After closing the compression plate, he pulled the bolt to put the machine gun in a ready state. Chapter 360 Raid in the Fog. The machine gun platoon leader asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" "Corporal, the artillery fire has just been prepared and the barbed wire fence in front of our position has been rolled up. We will not repair it until dawn. If the enemy wants to take advantage of the fog to attack, they will directly cross those obstacles." "Andreas, this fog attack. What? Do you think the little fog demon will kill the ant people?" Corporal Korek had just finished speaking when he heard the words "akin" floating in the fog in the distance, followed by a crackling sound. Then someone shouted, "Taiwan, they killed Hank." Then the explosion drowned out the yelling. Corporal Korek opened fire, shouting as he fired, "The little fog monster can't throw bombs. The ants are coming up." The design of this machine gun position is to completely abandon aiming. The machine gunner only needs to fire irregularly and shake the handle at will. Andreas lay beside the corporal, holding the ammunition belt in his hand. The MG-34 can shoot without the need for a secondary shooter to support the ammunition belt, but the failure rate will be slightly higher. When the primary shooter dies, the secondary shooter has to fire alone. Andreas's heart was pounding, as if it would burst out of his throat at the next moment. He was extremely nervous, but the only thing he could do was hold the ammunition belt. He could see neither the enemy nor the faces of his comrades, only the muzzle of the machine gun was constantly spraying flames. Corporal Korek shouted, "Reload." Andreas's body moved on its own, and long-term training made him like an automatic machine. He cooperated seamlessly with the main shooter Korek and quickly completed the reload. The shooting continued, and Andreas felt as if the world had been swallowed by the fog, and all that was left in the world was the island beneath his body. Suddenly, a grenade was thrown from the fog and fell into the room where the machine gun was. Andreas was stunned, staring blankly at the grenade and its smoking fuse. Corporal Korek pushed him aside. "Roll." Andreas' body moved on its own, rolling away from the grenade. Corporal Kolek followed suit. The sound of the explosion was much smaller than Andreas expected, but the debris that kept falling on him proved the power of the grenade. And stuff is powerful no matter what it is. Corporal Korek immediately returned to the machine gun. As soon as he picked up the handle of the machine gun, an ant rushed in from the firing port, holding a weapon with a barrel as thick as a water jacket. Corporal Korek opened fire, and the ant soldier was immediately shot, and his chest was instantly beaten to pieces. But he glared at the machine gun, and for a moment Andreas thought he was going to keep fighting. After all, ant soldier did not continue fighting. He fell backward and blocked the opening of the machine gun with his huge body. Andreas was about to step forward and push him away, but Corporal Korek shouted, "Quickly retreat. One infantryman means there is a second one, and our covering force is finished." The corporal picked up the submachine gun, pulled Andreas, and started running wildly. "Machine gun!" the recruit yelled. "Never mind the machine guns." The next moment another grenade was thrown in from the gap next to the body of the ant soldier. This time the grenade obviously held in Ant's hand for a while and exploded the moment it came in. Clouds and fog engulfed Andreas' vision, and he suddenly remembered that it seemed that when the enemy came, there were more than two of them in the machine gun position. "Where's the platoon leader?" Andreas asked. "How did I know?" The corporal yelled, "Can you walk on your own? If you can, don't let me drag you. Follow me." With that said, the corporal let go of Andreas' arm, held the submachine gun in both hands, and fired into the fog. The angry curses of the ant people came from the fog. Corporal Korek rolled to the side and hid behind a low wall to change bullets. At the same time, something hit the place where the corporal had been standing, making a crackling sound. "No gunfire!" Andreas shouted. "Hush!" the corporal said as he pulled him to the ground, where the bullets immediately came over him. Korek whispered in a very low voice, "Haven't you noticed yet? The enemy will fire at anything that makes a sound. Their weapons fire without sound or light, so as long as there is gunfire, they are the enemy. Andreas, we were supposed to pick up the enemy's weapons just now. If you pick it up, you will die. Shut up and follow me. We will also move towards the sound of machine guns. We can find the rest of our platoon." The corporal had already led Andreas to familiarize himself with the transfer route many times, and had also seen all three backup machine gun positions. Even if the fog was thick now, the two of them could still find the way. Suddenly, there was a loud noise next to it, and then the sound of something collapsing. Andreas shrank his neck in fright. "Corporal Korek, The enemy is using explosives to demolish the courtyard wall so that they can bypass the fire blockade on our road. Let's go quickly before the enemy bypasses other machine gun groups. After saying that, the corporal jumped into the fog first. Andreas hurried to follow, but tripped over something. When he turned around, he saw the platoon leader lying on the ground. His left shoulder had been smashed. It didn't look like it was the bullet hit, more like some kind of blunt instrument that completely shattered his shoulder. Andreas suddenly felt out of breath. He breathed heavily, but it felt like he was drowning, and his chest became more and more stuffy. He suddenly remembered the legend of the little fog monster. This kind of monster would come with the fog and get stuck in people's necks. Just then someone tapped him on the shoulder. Andreas screamed strangely, but someone covered his mouth. "You don't want your life." It was the corporal, and the corporal dragged him away while silent bullets hit the wall behind Andreas. After dragging Andreas back, the corporal slapped him in the face and shouted in an angry voice, "Wake up, stupid people will lose their lives." Andreas replied subconsciously, "That's how my father beat me." "Fuck you, follow me, I'm never coming back." The corporal jumped up like a cat and dove into the fog. Andreas stumbled to follow, and the burning pain on his cheek made him sober. The two of them ran like this, and in front of them was the fire of the second machine gun group. Andreas felt that the fire was like a ship trapped in the fog seeing the light of a lighthouse. The ship was heading towards the lighthouse when another explosion suddenly occurred next to it. The air wave caught up with Andreas from behind and knocked him to the ground. Andreas's head was buzzing, but the ant language coming from behind made him wake up. He stood up and continued running towards the lighthouse ahead. Relying on his body's muscle memory, he rushed into the bunker and saw that the corporal was already one step ahead. He collapsed directly next to the corporal, leaning against the wall, gasping for air. The corporal patted him on the shoulder. "Good, I didn't let the little Miss Demon catch you." "I saw the platoon leader," Andreas said. The platoon leader was dead. His shoulder looked like it had been smashed with a sledgehammer. The collarbone was broken. Corporal Korek, then he was lucky. He died directly and it was not particularly painful. Lucky. Andreas, he's dead. Yes, I'm lucky. If it's unfortunate, my spine will be broken and I can't move at all. I'll just be paralyzed there, watching my life go by. I won't be discovered until the battle is over when the battlefield is being cleaned. The pain has not disappeared during this process. The severe pain tortures you, but you can't even twitch your facial muscles. Andreas shut his mouth. At this time, he heard a voice speaking in ant language next to him. The corporal shouted, "Grenade." Before he finished speaking, the grenade was thrown in and landed at the feet of the two of them. The corporal picked up the grenade, threw it out of the bunker with his backhand, and then said to Andreas, "It's not safe here anymore. The Anders have come around. Let's go." He turned to the machine gun team and shouted, "Go quickly. Go to the next position." The machine gun crew immediately began to remove the machine gun from the tripod. The corporal hesitated to speak, and pulled Andreas to start the transfer in advance, and the two rushed into the heavy fog. "Damn it, what's going on with this fog?" he cursed as he ran forward. "Damn it, what's going on with this fog?" Major General Witt cursed. Because of the heavy fog, the Prasen army that was attacked in the fog was in chaos. The staff officers went crazy and shouted with a microphone, "Hey! Please be louder. Where was the breakthrough? What the hell is the little Miss Demon? Fire at it? The body can be handed over to the Imperial Academy of Sciences." Major General Witt looked at the busy staff and suddenly said, "It just so happens that at this time, my experienced chief of staff is not here because he and my best staff were blown up into the sky by friendly forces." Colonel Busey, who was also holding the phone, twitched his cheeks. He stood up, "I'm going to find out what happened and stabilize the chaotic troops." "You'd better go," Major General Witt said. The colonel saluted, turned around, picked up the hat on the table, put it on and left. At this time, the acting chief of staff came to Major General Witt. After summarizing the current situation, "The enemy took advantage of the heavy fog to surprise us. I know this too. Just listen to the gunshots outside." Major General Witt scolded, "Say it's useful. The enemy used silent weapons, so they had a great advantage in the fog. In addition, the soldiers from Styria said they encountered a small fog demon. This seemed to be a monster in their folklore. Major General Witt, then shoot it and give the body to the Imperial Academy of Sciences. The Empire will reward the discoverer." The acting chief of staff continued, "In addition, the phone can no longer contact the outer positions in the southeast and northeast of Yeysk. It is speculated that the positions have been lost." Major General Witt paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, he said, "Let the armored troops leave the city. They have radios for each other and armor protection, so they can maintain calm." After leaving the city, they can form a defensive formation on the grassland outside the city. They can pull up the fully formed panzer grenadiers, also follow the tanks out, and do not leave the half-tracks on the way out of the city. Major General Wood paused and then said, I will also go with the armored troops to prepare the tank platoon attached to the division headquarters. Acting Chief of Staff, Colonel Busey also. Major General Wood, let him collect the chaotic troops, and first take the troops that are not in chaos out of this quagmire. Chapter 361. The thick fog suddenly dissipated. Yegorov was not at his divisional headquarters at this time, but like Rokosov, he ran to the front line and was with the 1st Guards Tank Battalion. His chief of staff, Alexander, was as incompetent and furious as Pavlov, and the bishop who accompanied the army also ran over after failing to persuade him, saying that he was going to hold him down with his body before he personally charged. Yegorov's opinion, I won't charge physically. I'm not Lieutenant General Rokosov. I know the limit. The bishop looked at him sideways. Oh, really? Yegorov was about to speak, but suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. He looked in the direction of the city. The fog was still very thick at this time, and nothing could be seen 5 meters away. Bishop, what's wrong? SHH. Did you hear the engine sound? No, it's the engine sound of our tank, right? No. Our tank just keeps the engine running, without gear, so the sound is not so loud. This is the engine sound of a tank that is moving. If the tank is not in gear and the engine is just idling, the sound is loud, but not as loud as a moving tank. The bishop also held his breath, listened carefully for a while and said, indeed, the sound of the engine. The enemy in the city has moved and is moving away from us. Yegorov, phone. The signalman immediately came over with a portable phone, picked up the receiver and handed it to Yegorov. Yegorov, connect to the division headquarters. No, the army headquarters, I can't get used to it. The bishop smiled and said, after all, the general is your teacher. A dozen seconds later, a male voice came from the receiver, army headquarters, please speak. I am Yegorov, looking for General Rokosov. Wait a minute. After waiting for another 20 seconds, Rokosov's voice came from the receiver, I am Rokosov, what's wrong, Yegorov? The enemy has left the city, the engine sound is very loud, I guess the tank troops have all left. Got it, can you guide the artillery fire? No, the visibility here is only 5 meters. We can only hear the sound, but we can't see anything. I see. I'll find a way. Wait a minute, from which direction can you hear the sound? I want the specific direction. Yegorov was about to speak, but an idea suddenly occurred to him. He lowered his head and took out a compass. He looked at the scale carefully and said, it's about 30 degrees west of our north. Okay. Continue monitoring. Before the fog dissipates, you can adjust the position of the vortex and try to open fire as soon as the fog dissipates. Yes. Rokosov hung up the phone. Yegorov returned the receiver to the signalman and looked at the bishop in confusion. The general asked me the direction of the sound, but didn't ask where I was. What does he want to do? The bishop spread his hands. You have been with him for a year, and you don't know. I'm a newcomer, how can I know? Wang Zhong obtained Yegorov's position through the plug-in, marked it on the map of the army headquarters, and then drew a line to the northwest. Pavlov, what is this? Yegorov heard the enemy's engine sound. I'll draw it. Connect me to Brigadier General Eugene of the 225th Division. A few seconds later, Vasily handed over the receiver. The Brigadier General is waiting. Wang Zhong took the receiver. Brigadier General Eugene, your troops should have heard the enemy's engine sound leaving the city. Ah! Did you hear it? Let me confirm. Wang Zhong cut the field of view, and Brigadier General Eugene was indeed not on the front line, but stayed in his division headquarters. He was a normal commander. Because the call was connected at this time, the specific situation of the division headquarters appeared in the place where Wang Zhong's plug-in was originally just a division headquarters symbol, and it can be clearly seen that Brigadier General Eugene was asking his chief of staff. The chief of staff personally picked up the receiver of another phone and began to ask the troops. Immediately afterwards, Wang Zhong discovered that he could not directly see the front line in this situation. Obviously, when Vasily was calling the people below beside him, he could see the situation below. Could it be that the key lies in how many communication tools were used in the process of information transmission? While Wang Zhong was thinking, Brigadier General Eugene got the answer and reported, I did hear the engine sound, in the southwest direction. Understood. Adjust the position of your tank destroyer battalion to ensure that the tank destroyer battalion is facing the enemy when the smoke clears. For a moment, Wang Zhong wanted to ask the 225th Division to send a reconnaissance team with a radio to find the enemy's position. But then he realized that this was impossible. First of all, it would be difficult for the reconnaissance team to figure out where they were in the fog. Second, it was unlikely that a single soldier radio would directly contact the army headquarters. Even if the fog had no effect on the radio communication distance, it would not be possible. The army headquarters is too far away from the front line now. So Wang Zhong said to Eugene, "That's all, be careful." At this time, Eugene reported, "General, according to the plan, we are making a feint attack, but the front line reports that it is going well. We have already penetrated deep into Yisk." "Wang Zhong, stop and hold on to the spot to avoid encountering friendly forces in the fog." "Yes." Wang Zhong hung up the phone and drew another line on the map. He looked at the map for a few seconds and shook his head. "No, the accuracy of determining the enemy's position in this way is too low, and it will only waste artillery shells. I have to go to the front line myself." "Pavlov, no. There is such heavy fog, what if there is a car accident?" "Wang Zhong, I will go on horseback. Bucephalus will take me to the front line smoothly." "No. Even if Bucephalus is a divine beast that can run wildly in the fog, it won't work. Think about how far away from the front line we are now. If you ride over there, the fog will almost dissipate." Pavlov stared at Wang Zhong, then picked up the receiver of the phone and handed it to him. "You can call the front line. We set up an anti-tank artillery position last night, and the phone is connected to the position." Wang Zhong curled his lips. "You are right." He took the receiver. "Connect to the anti-tank battalion of the 225th Division. The Annihilation Battalion mainly uses vortexes and is an armored unit, while the anti-tank battalion mainly uses anti-tank guns, which are infantry guns. The Annihilation Battalion did not set up a position, so there was no telephone line, and the anti-tank battalion's position could naturally pull a telephone line." Soon Wang Zhong saw that among the units of the 225th Division, a unit representing anti-tank suddenly lit up, and he gained the battalion's vision. Wang Zhong immediately moved over, but found a thick fog, and even the anti-tank battalion's position was not very clear, and nothing could be seen in the distance. "Who?" The battalion commander of the anti-tank battalion was still asking. "Wang Zhong, it's me, Rokosov." "General." The voice on the other end immediately became respectful and raised by 8 degrees. "Did you hear the engine sound?" "Yes, judging from the distance, it is not our tank and it is moving away from us." "Wang Zhong, direction." The battalion commander immediately reported the direction, using the scale on the compass like Yegorov. "Keep alert." Wang Zhong threw down the sentence, hung up the phone directly, and remapped on the map. Pavlov shook his head. "The accuracy is still too low. If we can hit the enemy like this, there will be no need for an artillery observation post. Let's wait for the weather to clear up." The people from the Folklore Research Association said that the fog will last for 2 hours. There is less than an hour left, and the enemy can't run away. Wang Zhong looked at his watch. It was indeed less than an hour. Now even if he rode Bucephalus and set off immediately, he would not be able to reach the front line. Only by driving can he reach the front line before the fog dissipates and use the plug-in to determine the enemy's position. After a brief thought, Wang Zhong made up his mind. "We can't let the enemy escape. Gregory, prepare the car. At this time, we can only trust Gregory's driving skills." "Pavlov, no. I don't agree." "Popov, you also say something about him." Popov was sitting next to watch the show, and was suddenly shocked when he was mentioned. "Ah, me." Vasily suddenly shouted, "Look outside." Wang Zhong turned his head and found a ray of sunlight falling on the windowsill of the headquarters. Pavlov was shocked. "The fog has dissipated in advance, this magic is too unreliable, right?" Popov had an expression of seeing a ghost. "No, it was an expression of seeing the apparition of Saint Andrew." "Wang Zhong, look. The fog is starting to dissipate, and I won't be in danger if I go to the front line." "Pavlov, the fog is starting to dissipate, and our artillery observers can see the enemy tanks, so you don't have to go to the front line." Wang Zhong was stunned. "Huh, it seems so. Damn, my chance to show off with the plug-in is gone. What about the 2-hour fog?" Suddenly, he realized that there was something more important. "No, the fog is gone, the enemy might recover. We only sent 2 regiments and 1 battalion in, something might happen. Order the 401st Provisional Infantry Division to move forward. Into the city." "Pavlov, that division is not under our command." "Who cares? It's in our combat zone, it's our troops, hurry. Use our trucks to send them into the city, move quickly, before the fog completely dissipates." Pavlov immediately turned around to implement the order, and Popov looked at Wang Zhong and said, "I think this time it's not that the researchers of the Folklore Research Association are not good at their skills, but that a pair of big hands dispelled the thick fog." "What big hands?" "Hayek's big hands. You, a clergyman, also understand economics." While Wang Zhong was complaining in his heart, Popov continued, the fog helped us when we attacked. When the enemy left the city and we needed a clear shooting range, the fog quietly retreated. General, please allow me to report this to the church headquarters. Wang Zhong said seriously, what is there to report? It's just that the spell doesn't work. I even think that this fog is not caused by magic, but natural fog. Didn't the meteorological department find the previous meteorological data? There will be fog in the season. Popov shrugged, you are right, then report it according to this caliber. After about 15 minutes, the phone rang. Wang Zhong passed Pavlov and picked up the phone directly, this is Rokosov. Yegorov's voice came from the other side, the fog has dispersed a little, and I seem to see where the enemy's tank troops are. They set up a circular defense position outside the city, a circular one. Damn, the enemy commander is quite classic. Wang Zhong cut the field of view. Since Yegorov can see the enemy, he can naturally see it from a bird's eye view. Seeing the enemy's formation, he wondered if he had seen it wrong. It's really a circular formation. And the prosons were turning on their headlights, so if anyone came through the fog, they would be blinded by the headlights. No, now is not the time to sigh. Yegorov, I have calculated the enemy's coordinates, please fire at the following coordinates. He reported a series of coordinates. Wang Zhong, got it? Let the artillery fire immediately. You also mobilize the Annihilation Battalion and the Tank Battalion to see if you can take advantage of the enemy being bombarded to get within 1,500 meters, no, 1,800 meters to open fire. It's safer to be farther away, and it's okay to fire more shells. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong modified the last digit of the coordinates, Igorov gave us the coordinates, fire according to these coordinates. Chapter 362 Close Combat. Plausen's army, 15 minutes ago. When Major General Witt saw the first ray of sunlight in the sky, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the Chief of Staff came to him, saluted and said, General, it has been confirmed that there are 2 armored battalions that have retreated, with a total of 90 Type 3 tanks and 44 Type 4 tanks. Major General Witt was shocked and interrupted the Chief of Staff's report, why are there so many Type 3 tanks? Plausen's armored battalion usually has 70 Type 3 tanks and about 28 Type 4 tanks. The results of the current inventory show that there are more than 50 Type 3 tanks and more than 10 Type 4 tanks left in the city. Chief of Staff, last night's shelling destroyed many tanks. The commanders of the 2 armored battalions believe that they have driven out all the tanks that can be driven. Major General Witt shook his head and gestured to the Chief of Staff to continue reporting. Chief of Staff, 6 companies of the Armored Grenadiers Regiment ran out, and each company lost about half of its vehicles. Major General Witt frowned. The Armored Grenadiers of the said division are a large regiment, with 16 companies, each of which is also a large company. In addition to infantry, there are also various weapons groups, reconnaissance, and logistics, with a total of more than 200 people. Now 2,000 people are left in the city. The armored battalion also has accompanying infantry, so if you count it this way, there may be more than 4,000 people left in the city. Now you can still hear dense gunfire in the city. The enemy's weapons are all silent weapons, so these gunshots should all be made by Plausen soldiers. Major General Witt looked up at the sky and confirmed that the sun was getting brighter and brighter. Then he said to the Chief of Staff, once it clears up, return to the city immediately and help the troops in the city retake the occupied city. The Chief of Staff looked like he was about to say something, but Major General Witt looked at him and said, just say whatever you want to say. Chief of Staff, we are an armored division and are not good at urban combat. We should wait for the follow-up armored grenadier division to catch up. Major General Witt shook his head, you don't know yet, our follow-up armored grenadier divisions are placed on the north and south sides, and General Bach is preparing to launch a pincer attack on Rokosov. Huh? The Chief of Staff was shocked, is that so? That's what the secret telegram said the day before yesterday. Didn't you read it? Oh, the day before yesterday you were not the Chief of Staff, not even a senior staff officer, so it's normal that you don't know. The Chief of Staff remained silent. Major General Witt, anyway, we have to return to the city. There are still thousands of our brothers fighting in the city. We can't leave them alone. As he spoke, the fog dissipated a lot. After all, the sun shone down, which is the best weapon to dispel the fog. As his vision gradually recovered, Major General Witt suddenly saw something on the grassland in the distance. He picked up the telescope. With the excellent performance provided by Zeiss optical lenses, Major General Witt saw the famous T-34 tank of Anti parked on the hill in the distance, and it was a big-headed model. This big-headed tank has been almost firmly tied to the name of Rokosov in the past year, so that now the Proson army will think they have encountered Rokosov when they see the big-headed T-34. The Proson command had to issue a document emphasizing that Rokosov would fly a unique red flag and that his vehicle would use the tactical number 422. Because of this, Major General Witt carefully confirmed that there was no tank with a red flag in the telescope. The tactical number was really unclear and could not be confirmed. However, Major General Witt saw that in front of the tank, there was a burly anti-officer looking in his direction. Then he saw that the officer seemed to have taken the radio headset from his entourage, actually a telephone receiver, too far to see clearly. Major General Witt immediately shouted, "Communications staff, monitor the enemy's radio communication channel, the enemy may be reporting to the higher authorities." Yes. The voice of the communications staff came from the direction of the communications vehicle. Major General Witt waited for 10 seconds, but did not receive the report from the communications staff, so he asked, "Didn't you hear it?" "No, no one is talking on the enemy's radio channel." Major General Witt frowned. "Is he on the phone?" "What do you think, Hank?" Suddenly, the Major General remembered that his partner, the experienced Chief of Staff, had been sent to the sky by friendly forces. He cursed, and then thought of the culprit, so he asked, "Did Colonel Busey run out?" "No." The Chief of Staff reported. Major General Witt curled his lips. At this time, he suddenly realized that Colonel Busey might be the most experienced senior officer in the army besides him, but he ended up staying in the city like this, which seemed not good. Before he could think about it carefully, the officer and in the telescope returned the communication tool in his hand to his subordinates. The call ended. What did they say? Major General Witt saw the officer start to give orders to the people around him, and then the anti-armored troops on the hill began to move. "No, there are other things besides the armored troops." Major General Witt looked at the moving grass in surprise. When they stopped moving, he thought they were taller grass. Enemy assault guns. Major General Witt suddenly realized that he should not attack the city now, but should launch an armored assault while the enemy was shifting positions. He turned around and shouted, "Order the armored troops to deploy a wide wedge formation. The target is the hill in the southeast, start the attack." The enemy has a small number of tanks, and with the assault guns, it is equivalent to the number of our number 3. We also have the latest long-barreled number 4. At this moment, Major General Witt heard a whistling sound in his ears. He immediately realized that the shell was coming towards him, so he lunged forward. "Get down." Shells fell. And instead of shells falling one after another like ordinary shelling, hundreds of shells fell in an instant. Of course, Major General Witt did not know that this was simultaneous firing. He made a judgment based on past experience. "Oh my God, at least 10 artillery regiments are shooting at us." When the division headquarters was shelled last night, Major General Witt was not in the area with the most intensive firepower. Based on this, he believed that the target of the shelling was to destroy the defenses, and ordered the entire army to enter a state of combat readiness. Now, he was right where the firepower was thickest. "Oh my God!" he yelled. Anyway, when avoiding the cannon, he had to open his mouth wide to balance the air pressure inside and outside the skull, so he could just shout and vent his tension. When Colonel Busey heard the sound of cannons, he immediately ran to the window, lay on the windowsill and peeped out. Sure enough, he saw dense artillery shells falling outside the city. The armored force has been shelled. It is estimated that we will not receive reinforcements for a while. He turned to the captain behind him and said, "We can only drive away the enemies entering the city by ourselves. Captain, in addition to the defense personnel everywhere, we have gathered 100 people and concentrated our submachine guns." Colonel Busey left the window and stood up straight in the house. "Very good, I will lead the team myself. We have occupied this place for 3 days, and the beans are more familiar with the terrain, although this is their country. Give me a submachine gun." An MP-40 was immediately delivered to the colonel. The colonel checked the gun, pulled it open and there was a bullet in the chamber, then reset the bolt. The guard handed over the magazine bag. Colonel Busey took one look at it and cursed, "Why is it the ant's magazine bag?" "It's easy to use," the guard said. "It's more comfortable to use than our magazine pouches, and it's bulletproof on the chest. This is the equipment used by the ant troops who entered the city today. I have never seen other ant troops use it before. We only captured a little bit. In fact, this was a chest pendant copied by someone from our army, and it was immediately well received by the infantry. Unfortunately, it could not be promoted to other troops in Anti, because other troops either used wave sand drums to splash water, and the drums could not be put into the chest pendant. Or even pull the big bolt in Mosin Nagant, and there is no need for this chest hanger. But this chest strap is just right for holding MP-40 magazines." Colonel Busey frowned. "What about the enemy's silent weapons? Have they been captured?" "Captain, we have 4 here, and other troops in the city must have captured some sporadically." "Colonel Busey, send one out of the city to ensure that the High Command and the Imperial Academy of Sciences can get the sample gun." As he said that, he took over the ant equipment and was about to hang it on the armed belt. The guard hurriedly said, No, this is not hung on the armed belt, but worn on the upper body like a vest." You see what else can be done here? The grenade can be reached by raising your hand. The design of this equipment is great. I think it should be evacuated together with the enemy's weapons. Colonel Busey nodded, then send one back. Proson's equipment is still in a state where everything can be carried on the shoulders, and everything that cannot be carried on the shoulders is stuffed into the belt, so the belt, to be precise, the armed belt, is very heavy. Colonel Busey finished dressing with the help of the guards and said to the captain, after we start the attack, you will hold on here. This building cannot be lost as a support point. Suddenly, there was a sound of explosions behind Colonel Busey, and some soldiers exclaimed, be careful. The ants are coming from behind. Colonel Busey held up the MP40, take care of them first. Let's go. Come on, this is the enemy's firepower support point. Lieutenant Colonel Semyon shouted, occupy this place and set up machine guns, and you can control the main roads in the city. Early this morning, Brigadier General Eugene of the 225th Division issued an order to the troops not to advance to avoid accidental damage. However, the situation was so chaotic in the fog that a large number of infantrymen of the 225th Division did not receive this order. Lieutenant Colonel Semyon's team was one of them. The radio operator following him got separated in the fog, so he led the troops forward. We did encounter some infantry guards on the road, and there may have been accidental attacks, but the fog made it difficult to see clearly. Anyway, Lieutenant Colonel Semyon took all the infantry he met and rushed all the way here. The explosion just now collapsed the entire wall, and the door of the courtyard was wide open. Lieutenant Colonel Semyon was holding a spiral shear, shooting at the doors and windows on the other side to suppress the enemy, and rushed into the courtyard. At this time, the door on the first floor of the building opened, and an officer Prasen jumped out, holding a submachine gun and shooting at Lieutenant Colonel Semyon. The lieutenant colonel was shot immediately, but he tried his best to support his body and glanced at the enemy's collar insignia, only to find that he did not recognize the officer's collar insignia. After all, the military ranks of the Asgardian Knights are different from those of ordinary Prasen troops. Lieutenant Colonel Semyon raised his gun and fired at the enemy. The enemy's body shook and he leaned back against the doorframe, struggling to hold on and continue shooting. Lieutenant Colonel Semyon fell backward under the impact of the bullet and fell heavily to the ground. Lieutenant Colonel Proson dropped his gun and slowly slid down the doorframe. The Proson soldier crossed his spread legs and rushed towards the ant soldier who rushed in, and a fierce hand-to-hand combat began. Chapter 363, The Front Line without Rokosov. As soon as the hand-to-hand combat began, the ants began to have the upper hand. It was not because the ants were big, but because the guns in the hands of the ants had higher stopping power. The Prosons were a specially concentrated commando, equipped with MP38 and MP40 submachine guns, and fired pistol bullets. As long as they did not hit the vital parts that would kill them in one shot, the target would most likely continue to move. The weapons in the hands of the ants fired reduced charge rifle bullets, which would cause huge damage no matter where they hit, and the Prosons fell down after being hit by one shot. This point is very critical in hand-to-hand combat, because everyone is splashing water at close range, and whoever has a higher stopping power per shot has the upper hand. Yes, whether it is ant or Proson, they will shoot when they get the chance to shoot in hand-to-hand combat. In addition, the weapons in the hands of the ants are heavier and very sturdy, and they are very effective as hand-to-hand weapons. Fierce hand-to-hand combat soon unfolded in every corner of the city. Filippov used the butt of his gun to hit a Proson soldier from bottom to top and flew into the air. Without waiting for the enemy to land, Filippov quickly resumed his submachine gun shooting posture and looked for enemies to shoot. As a result, he found that his squad had killed all the opponents. 5 minutes of rest, reload the weapons, and confiscate the grenades on the enemy. Misha, you stand guard. The corporal nodded after receiving the order, and immediately rushed to the pile of firewood by the wall, sticking his head above the brick wall to guard the direction of the road. Others began to turn over the bodies of the Proson people. Suddenly, someone shouted, "There is a living one here." Filippov turned his head and rushed over in 2 steps. He found that it was a Proson soldier with a shoulder injury, with his hands raised high. "Kill him and it will be over once and for all," the corporal on the team said. Filippov held down the corporal's gun. "We are General Rokosov's troops." The general hated Proson so much, but he didn't torture the prisoners. At most, he just shot him in the shoulder and let him go. The corporal's expression softened. "Okay, you're right. Then let's shoot him in the shoulder too." "No, the situation is different." Filippov turned to the private with a bandage on his shoulder. "Grisha, you stay. I can still fight." "I know, that's why I left you to take care of the prisoners. What's the point of leaving you if you can't fight? You did a good job today. I saw you kill a Proson man taller than you." The private stopped arguing and looked at the prisoner with resentment. "Filippov, you'd better tie him up." Others continue to follow the order just now and load the magazine. Anti-infantrymen usually carry 3 full magazines in addition to the magazines on the gun, but everyone's magazines have been almost used up by now. In addition to the magazines, everyone will also carry some loose bullets in the bag behind them. The specific number of people to bring depends on their own load-bearing capacity. Now Filippov was giving everyone time to take out the spare bullets from their backpacks and put them into the magazines. He also checked the empty magazines in his chest mount and took out the spare bullets to fill them up. While filling the magazines, he suddenly heard Grisha say, "Who has extra bullets? Give me some." He looked up and asked, "Why, you didn't bring enough?" Grisha spread his hands and said, "I didn't expect that I would live to empty all the magazines." "Shit, who can give me some?" Everyone shook their heads, and someone replied, "Everyone's magazines are almost empty, and they may not be able to fill their own." Grisha sighed, put the empty gun behind his back, and picked up the enemy's MP40 on the ground. "Last year, I thought the submachine gun of the Prosan was the best designed weapon in the world. I even planned to use it to fight the entire war." As he said this, he skillfully pulled out the magazine to check the amount of ammunition inside, and then inserted the magazine back and skillfully loaded it. Filippov, why not? Because there are better weapons. Prosan's submachine gun is light and easy to use, but it is obviously not as good as our new gun. This thing can only be fired blindly at a distance of 100 meters. Filippov, it is a submachine gun, which uses pistol bullets. Don't be too picky. That's right. It's barely enough in urban warfare. Filippov finished loading the last bullet. Now he has 2 full magazines. With the half-empty magazine on the gun, he should be able to fight for a while. He inserted the magazine into the chest sling and put it away. He looked down at the watch and looked at everyone's situation. He decided to extend the rest time for a few minutes, at least until everyone put all the spare bullets into the magazine. At this time, there was a time when the shells broke through the air above their heads. The veterans looked up at the sky. Bombing outside the city. I heard the engine sound in the fog just now. The enemy armored unit probably ran out of the city. Everyone heard it? I guess the shelling was to bomb the armored unit. Filippov, don't chat, hurry up and arm yourself, there are still many enemies waiting for us to kill. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads to load bullets. After a while, seeing that everyone had finished arming, Filippov stood up, "Let's go. Now that the fog has dissipated, there is no need to worry about accidental shooting. Go to the direction of the dense gunfire and restore contact with other troops as soon as possible." On Prosan's side, Andreas followed Corporal Korek and ran to the edge of the city. "Corporal Korek, there's a motorcycle." Andreas also saw the motorcycle, which should be the motorized reconnaissance battalion's 3-wheeled motorcycle with a bucket. Corporal Korek stepped forward and quickly checked it, then skillfully smashed the lock with the butt of his gun and stepped on it. Andreas was shocked. "What are you going to do? Didn't you hear the engine in the fog? The troops have withdrawn, and we are now leaving the city to chase the main force. Is this okay?" Andreas asked worriedly. "If the troops did not run out of the city, we would certainly have problems doing this. If we encounter the supervision team, I will be shot, and you will go to the punishment camp to prove yourself. But the troops have left the city, and we are just following orders. Get in the car." Andreas hesitated for a moment, but still did what the corporal said, and then the corporal began to step hard on the pedals to start the motorcycle. Suddenly, he stopped fighting with the pedals and looked up at the sky. Andreas was a new recruit and didn't understand what the whistling sound in the sky meant, so he could only imitate the corporal's actions and look at the sky. "Corporal, bombing outside the city, why?" The 2 men had been running on the ground, and they had not reached the commanding heights after the fog cleared, so they did not know that the said division troops had just driven out of the city to avoid being attacked by the infantry in the fog. Finally, the corporal shook his head. "Never mind, let's go." He stepped hard on the pedal again, and the car finally started. "Corporal, you control the machine gun in the car bed. Although I think the machine gun is mostly useless against the enemy's armored forces after leaving the city, it is better than nothing. In addition, it is still quite useful against the enemy infantry before leaving the city." Andreas held the back of the machine gun and put the butt against his shoulder. "I'm ready." The corporal stepped on the gas, the motorcycle started, and soon ran on the narrow street. Yegorov saw through the telescope that his tank battalion and tank destroyer battalion had moved to their positions, so he shouted to the communicator on standby beside him, "Phone." The receiver was immediately delivered to him. "Yegorov, transfer to the army headquarters, hello. Switchboard. Hello." After shouting several times, he angrily returned the receiver to the communicator. "The field mouse has bitten the telephone line again, send someone to check the line. Bring the walkie-talkie. The military bishop, do you want the artillery regiment to stop shelling?" Yegorov pointed to the distance. "Nonsense, look at the artillery bombardment, you can't see where the enemy is at all. If the artillery doesn't stop, we can't destroy the enemy. The bishop, maybe they don't need us anymore. How is that possible? The enemy must still have armored forces left. Artillery can solve many problems, but artillery is not omnipotent. The Sign-Alman handed the walkie-talkie to Yegorov. Call the headquarters. Yegorov picked up the receiver. Commander. This is Yegorov. Our formation has been deployed. Stop the shelling and leave it to us. Rokosov's voice came from the other side. Are you sure? The enemy has a lot of long-tube no-4s, right? Yegorov raised his eyebrows. Are there a lot? I guessed. Lieutenant General Rokosov said, my guess is always right, isn't it? Let's shell for 30 more minutes. Yegorov, okay, you are the boss, you have the final say. After putting down the receiver, Yegorov turned his head and said to the adjutant, send someone to drive a jeep to pass the order. Stop the shelling after 30 minutes and get ready. The adjutant saluted and left. The military bishop looked at the dense barrage in front of him and said, why, the lieutenant general still trusts his artillery more. Igorov, he is good at this. At this time, the guard next to him shouted, General, look over there. Yegorov turned his head and saw smoke and dust rolling on the broken dirt road between the 1st Guards Mechanized Infantry and the 225th Infantry. A troop was coming from the direction of the army headquarters. Bishop, Melania's 1st Division. Igorov, that's not right. Our army's troops are highly mechanized. The infantry rides in M3 half-track vehicles, which produce more smoke and dust than this. This looks like a bunch of cars. At this time, a Willis Jeep drove over, and the Brigadier General of the Army's Motor Vehicle Brigade got off and saluted Yegorov. The Motor Vehicle Brigade has been ordered to escort the 401st Provisional Infantry Division through the defense zone. Yegorov raised his eyebrows. Transporting rookies into the city to grind meat? When did Rokosov become so cautious? Bishop, now there are most of our 2 large regiments in the city, with a force of about 6,000 to 7,000. There shouldn't be any problems. You can hear that the gunfire in the city has become sparse. The commander of the Motor Vehicle Brigade spread his hands. I am following orders. Yegorov, it's good to let the rookies learn some lessons. Call the troops in the city on the radio and tell them that the brothers of the 401st Provisional Infantry Division have entered. Be careful of accidental injuries. The Sign-Alman immediately took the walkie-talkie and started calling. Yegorov continued to use a telescope to observe the enemy armored forces covered by the bombardment. He always regarded them as the big fish and the city was just a bonus. Why does 30 minutes take so long? Chapter 364 Tanks roar in the wilderness. Why is this bombardment lasting so long? Major General Witt shouted while lying on the ground. But his shout was completely swallowed by the shells. For a moment, Major General Witt wanted to give up the artillery defense and just lie on the ground. It was tiring to hold on like this, and his survivability might not be improved much. But in the end, he decided to maintain the anti-artillery posture. The bombardment continued, and suddenly he heard a snap, and the glass of the watch exploded, and the scattered glass fragments scratched Major General Witt's forehead. Major General Witt was shocked. Since the watch glass couldn't stand it, it was impossible for the person to be fine. Then he found that his nose had been bleeding for a long time, and the nosebleed was flowing out of the nostrils and dripping on the ground. He had been keeping his mouth open to balance the pressure inside and outside the skull. Major General Witt immediately lay on his side, took out the first aid kit from his body, and took emergency measures to stop the bleeding. Every Plauson soldier has received relevant training and can deal with some less serious injuries by himself. One of them is nosebleed caused by shells. After Major General Witt finished the treatment, he simply turned over and lay on his back, feeling the vibration of the earth through his back and feeling the fierceness of the enemy's firepower. Gravel and sand kept falling on his face. He closed his eyes and let his eyelids resist these small pieces. Suddenly, a voice said in his ear, the glorious Imperial Armored Corps, the Asgard Knights, did not die in the tank duel, but were blown to pieces by heavy artillery. What a irony. He opened his eyes and tried to find the person who spoke, but sand fell into his eyes, and his tear glands immediately began to secrete, trying to flush the sand out. And the voice continued in his ear, new weapons seem to have changed the form of war, but in the end, artillery has the final say. Who are you? Tell me your name. Major General Witt shouted. The man just laughed. Damn witchcraft. It must be hallucinogenic gas. The ants mixed poison gas bombs in the shells. In fact, it wasn't. Major General Witt was just blinded by the explosion and had hallucinations. The shells were still falling, and the bombardment seemed to never stop. The shelling has stopped. Yegorov shouted in surprise, it's our turn. Wait until the smoke clears and we'll beat the enemy. The military commander, in this situation, Should we move the anti-tank guns to cover the flanks of the destroyer battalion and the tank battalion? You're right. Given the situation in the city, and a wave of infantry has just been added, there shouldn't be any armored vehicles rushing out of the city. Order the anti-tank guns to start moving and occupy the Gamma 2 position. Yegorov gave the order. In the combat plan, several anti-tank gun positions had been planned long ago, and even the divisional engineers had built simple fortifications on these positions, and the covering machine guns had been deployed. Soon, smoke appeared over the anti-tank gun positions. Rokosov's army's anti-tank guns were all motorized, which was also learned from Prussian. Prussian's anti-tank gun units were all motorized, while most of the heavy guns and infantry guns were still mule horse-powered. The First Mobile Army even motorized its heavy guns. The anti-tank artillery hung the cannons on the back of the M3 half-track vehicles and various tractors, dragging a lot of smoke and dust to the new position. Yegorov used a telescope to observe the anti-tank guns, and then turned his attention back to the enemy. The smoke and dust from the bombardment had been blown away by the morning wind, and the outline of the Proton tank could be seen. Major General Witt got up and wanted to observe the position of the ants, but when he picked up the telescope, he found a crack on the eyepiece. He ignored the crack and raised the telescope to look at the enemy position found before the bombardment. The ant officer was also looking here, but there was no tank around him. Major General Witt turned his view and found that ants' tanks had been deployed on the grassland, and the haystack of the assault gun had also changed its position and was deployed facing his own troops. Major General Witt used the front outline of the enemy tank as the main measurement object, adjusted the scale on the telescope and began to estimate the distance. Soon he came to the conclusion in his mind, the enemy was lined up at a distance of 1,800 meters. Major General Witt turned his head, ordered the armored forces to deploy. The enemy wants to shoot back at us. We have never been afraid. No one responded to him. Major General Witt, Chief of Staff? Hoffman, his adjutant. No one responded, but a young staff officer ran over. I'm afraid you can only order me. The Chief of Staff and Hoffman are both injured and unconscious. Major General Witt, let the armored forces launch an attack. If the enemy wants to shoot back, our long-barreled number 4 is more than enough to deal with the T-34. Let the new tanks deal with the assault guns. Yes. Captain John Christopher poked his head out from the top of the turret and looked around. He clicked his tongue slightly and began to perform his duties, picking up the microphone. Report from each vehicle, report from each vehicle. I'll go first. There is a problem with the running mechanism of number 201. One wheel may be broken, but it does not affect mobility. After all, the number 6 heavy tank has so many road wheels, and breaking one does not really affect the overall mobility, but will gradually break other wheels. There may be something wrong with the turret number 202. The rotation speed has dropped a lot now. Maybe it will have to be cranked manually in a while. Number 203. Is your scope okay? Suddenly someone interrupted the orderly report. John looked at the gunner. Scope. The gunner immediately put his eyes on the sight and began to operate the knobs. Self-check in progress. There is indeed a problem, but I need a definite reference to readjust it. The sight is often blown up by artillery fire, and it can be calibrated by finding a reference at a certain distance. As for how to judge whether the sight has a problem, either you can know it when the shell flies away, or you can rely on the experience and intuition of the old gunner. And John's tank company is full of experienced veterans, and they can directly feel when the gun mirror is crooked when they aim. John, recalibrate the sight. Number 203, you drive forward, and tell us the change in the odometer reading when you stop. The driving distance on the odometer is only an estimate based on the rotation of the engine and transmission mechanism, but this situation can be made up for now. It's better than not calibrating at all. 203 understands. John watched number 203 leave the front line and move forward. At this time, an order came from the radio. Attention all tank units, the long-barreled number 4 company will deploy the formation, target the enemy T-34. New heavy tanks, target the enemy assault guns. Deploy the formation immediately. John cursed, in this situation, engage in a tank battle with the enemy. At this time, someone climbed onto his tank. He turned his head and saw the face of the number 211 tank commander. My car's radio is broken, and the track is broken, so I can't participate in the attack. Any instructions? John, go to the maintenance company and use a tractor to tow your tank away. Captain of number 211, are you sure? The enemy is right in front of us. We can stay and cover our retreat, just like the enemy's KV tanks last year. John, execute the order. And we are attacking. Even if the said division is exhausted here, the follow-up armored forces will follow. We don't need to consider covering our retreat. Now find a tractor. The tank commander saluted and jumped off John's number 201. John took the microphone. Are there any other people who can't join the battle? Keep reporting. Number 204, the running mechanism is damaged, we are also stranded, and can only stay where we are. Go find a tractor to tow your tank away, your battle is over. Others continue to report. Number 205, our tracks have also been blown off. Isn't the effect of breaking the tracks by artillery too good? John was shocked. He looked back and saw that the number 3 and number 4 tanks belonging to the said division began to move, but a large number of tanks were also paralyzed in place. It seems that the damage to the tracks by the artillery fire is very large, and even the number 1 road wheel at the front of the long-barreled number 4 tank has fallen off completely, and the tank is also lying on the ground. The report in the headset is still continuing. Number 206, everything is fine with us. Number 212 is fine, and by the way, number 211 may have a broken radio. I saw his tank commander went to find you. He found me. I ordered them. In a flash, a beam of light flashed in front and hit the armor of the number 203 tank that was ahead, and it was bounced away. Even John, who was wearing headphones, could hear the loud noise of the shells. Assault gun. John shouted, the enemy is attacking us. Number 203. Turn sideways. While he was shouting, number 203 had already turned sideways, so the second shell hit the side of the car body and bounced off again. The flying shell passed over John's head, landed not far away, and bounced off again. The voice of the commander of number 203 was very calm. It was a large caliber anti-tank gun with a very high initial velocity, but it didn't penetrate us because the distance was too far. John was trying to find the assault gun that fired. However, that thing was hiding in the bushes and could not be seen at all. More shells flew towards number 203 and then bounced off. We are fine. Some people were knocked unconscious, but they should wake up soon, they have already woken up. Igorov watched the Vortex main gun being bounced off by the enemy's box tank and cursed, this thing is really strong. It seems that it is a bit too much to want to penetrate it at 1,800 meters. Change the target quickly. Don't focus on the enemy's turtle shell. But the Annihilation Battalion was still firing. Igorov, give me the radio, I want to call them and let them shoot those Type 4s. The enemy started shooting at Type 4s. As the voice came from the headset, John saw the head of a Type 4 flying into the air. Damn it! He shouted, everyone, calibrate the main gun. 203, what is your reading? Calculated according to 93 meters. Each vehicle adjusts the sights and adjusts it according to 93 meters. Okay, talk. 202 is ready. 204 is ready. After all the vehicles reported, John waved his hand, armored troops, move forward. Don't lose to the enemy. Chapter 365, Until Death, Silver Extra 1010. Chapter 365, Never Give Up, Silver Extra 10/10. Yegorov saw the square new tanks moving forward through the telescope. Tisk, he said in amazement, the enemy's tank commander made the wrong decision. Although I am an infantry officer, I know he must be wrong. The bishop who accompanied him also held a telescope beside him, maybe they saw where the vortex is. How is it possible? It's so far away, and the smoke from the vortex is so big that even if you can see it, it will be blocked. Yegorov shook his head, I roughly understand what he thinks. He thinks only his tanks can fight against the vortex, so he ordered to move forward. After that, Yegorov turned to the Prosen tank group that was maneuvering to the flank and said, that choice is the right one. Leave the vortex's firepower area and go around it. The vortex has no turrets and is not very effective against this kind of tactics. The bishop, and we have moved the anti-tank artillery group to the side. Yegorov smiled, yes, that's it. We still have 30 T-34W as a mobile force. I feel we can win. At this time, the enemy's new tank opened fire. Yegorov was shocked, did they really see the location of the vortex? We don't know the exact location of the vortex without the map. The next moment, the shells fell in front of the vortex position, exploded into a ball of white cotton, and quickly blocked the view. Yegorov slapped his thigh, I forgot they had this thing. The next moment, other enemy tanks also opened fire, and smoke bombs quickly covered the front of the vortex position. Yegorov pursed his lips, thought for a few seconds, and then ordered, let the vortex move and retreat to the second preset position. The military bishop, the second position is used to meet the enemy leaving the city. The second position is on the high ground, and it can snipe a wave of enemies. It's good to retreat after being covered by smoke. Also, contact the 225th Division, the enemy tanks are coming to us, and ask them to attack from the rear. The radio man immediately began to relay the order, and Yegorov continued to observe the enemy. He discovered something, the grass on the enemy's assault road is relatively high, Maybe we can do something about it. Let the accompanying infantry of the Guards tank battalion get off the vehicle and hide in the grass behind the smoke. Bishop, facing the steel behemoth with the flesh and blood requires great courage from the soldiers. Don't worry, our soldiers lack cultural knowledge, but they do have courage. Yegorov said. A few minutes later, the accompanying infantry of the tank battalion in the telescope got off the vehicle and dispersed into the green tent. Yegorov also saw that some infantry wanted to drive the Willis jeep into the grass, but the wheels were immediately entangled by the green grass. The grass was too high, only tracked vehicles could enter, and it was estimated that even the half-track M3 would not be easy to drive in this kind of grass. But this kind of grass can hide infantry. Plausson's army. Captain John was satisfied to see that the smoke bomb completely blocked the field of view of the enemy assault gun. The cooperation of the No. 4 long tube unit made the coverage of the smoke unprecedentedly expanded. Captain John, no matter how powerful the attack is, it's useless if it can't hit. Go full throttle and charge. At this time, his car had passed the No. 203 car, which was used as a calibration target. Captain John shouted to the commander of the No. 203 car, "Let's go. Attack together. Let's see the performance of the new assault gun of the Ant Army." The exhaust pipe behind the No. 203 car spewed thick smoke and caught up with No. 201. All the new tanks that could still move advanced towards the enemy assault gun position. Captain John also reminded on the radio, "The assault gun's firing range is not good. We must maneuver as much as possible to force the enemy to turn the car body to aim at us." In fact, aiming an assault gun is far from as simple as in those games in later generations, mainly because the operator of the assault gun does not have the third-person perspective in the game, and only has the little information seen from the very narrow observation hole. Even if the assault gun has a commander's tower and the commander has a better field of view, there is still a delay in his conveying the order to the driver. So the assault gun is only suitable for occupying positions for long-range sniping. Once it enters a close combat within 500 meters, the disadvantage will be very large. The Plausson army was equipped with a large number of Type 3 assault guns and had rich experience in using them, so they were of course very clear about this. No. 201 rushed into the smoke curtain wall they had laid out, and John ordered, "Load the smoke bombs, and immediately fire a new row of smoke after the smoke comes out. The enemy will definitely move their positions. Although we don't know where the enemy's new position is, it's always right to fire the smoke first." Everyone responded in unison, "Understood." No. 201 rushed out of the smoke first. "Fire, quickly." The gunner fired, and the shells fell about 300 meters ahead, exploding a ball of white. At the same time, the enemy's shells whizzed in and flew less than 1 meter from the side of No. 201. Immediately afterwards, the enemy's artillery sounded. The shells were obviously much faster than the sound. Captain John looked in the direction of the artillery sound, and only saw the smoke when the enemy fired, and couldn't see where the assault gun was at all. But it was enough to know the enemy's approximate position. "Turn the turret 35 degrees left. The enemy is on the hillside. Reload the smoke bomb." While giving the order, John turned on the radio so that all tanks could hear it and turn the turret in advance. "The enemy volley is coming." It is obvious that the enemy who fired first had good skills and fast aiming, but unfortunately he fired too hastily, or it may be that he lacked experience in shooting at moving targets. Now there is an angle of 35 degrees between the direction of travel of No. 201 and the enemy's shooting line. This is a moving target for the enemy. John watched at least 10 shells flying towards him from the turret. Soon enough, his tank suddenly turned sharply to the right, and all the shells that had been fired missed the target, whizzing past the tall grass in front of the vehicle. John laughed, "Well done, Kyle, the driver. Fooled them all." "It's not me." Kyle yelled, "Our road wheels are screwed. It's slipping." No. 203 broke out of the smoke and fired as soon as the smoke came out. Its gunner deliberately fired a little lower, so the shells landed between the enemy position and John Company. Smoke immediately obscured the shot. There were still shells coming through the smoke. Car No. 203 was hit in the front, slowed down and stopped right next to car No. 201. The commander of 203 turned around and looked at Captain John. The next moment, the shell aimed at the No. 201 car came through the smoke. The enemy obviously adjusted the aiming point based on the last seen position. No. 203's car company was hit by 7 or 8 shells, and fire erupted from the commander's hatch, turning the commander of No. 203 into a burning torch. The scream almost tore John's eardrums. The next moment, the 203's hull ammunition exploded, and all the openings in the turret were opened. The commander's body also flew into the sky, spinning in the air, and finally landed in front of car No. 201. No. 203 turned directly into a fire. John witnessed the whole process, but in his mind was still the last look back at the commander of 203. Not a muscle twitched, so he didn't have any expression, he just looked at John. At this moment, John knew that as long as he lived, he would never forget this face. It will appear in all of his nightmares until he dies. Commander! The gunner shouted, command us. John turned off the radio, turn the turret 50 degrees to the right, target ants T-34, and destroy the enemy freely. Gunner, I'm familiar with this. At this time, more number 6 tanks rushed out of the smoke. Because of the 203 shot just now, these tanks were not sniped by the enemy. John clocked in on the radio again, I can't move forward. The deputy company commander will take over the command. The enemy is 35 degrees to the left of us, on the hillside. Deputy company commander, understood. Each vehicle fires smoke grenades to the left to ensure cover and advance toward the enemy in a spiral. The remaining 4 new tanks just passed through the number 201 vehicle. At the same time, No 201's main gun fired at the T-34 group, immediately turning one T-34 into a ball of fire. Then the enemy also releases smoke. John was shocked, the Anters actually know where we fire from. Can they accurately block our vision? Gunner, this is Rokosov's unit, the most elite unit in Ant's army. It is said that the exchange ratio between them and our armored units is very amazing. Each vehicle crew destroyed more than 10 of our tanks. John was speechless. Pilot Kyle, what's next? John, check how bad the condition of the road wheels is and whether there is any possibility of field repair. Yes. The driver immediately took off his headphones, climbed out of the tank, and landed on the side of the tank to check. He immediately reported, it's hopeless, 4 road wheels are broken. As soon as he finished speaking, a big man named Ant suddenly jumped out of the grass and cut the driver's throat with a knife from behind. John was shocked and looked down to find the MP40 issued to each tank. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another Ant climb onto the tank from the other side. He immediately shrank his head, closed the hatch of the tank, and locked it. Lock the hatch. The enemy infantry is right next to us. Then he desperately discovered that there was light shining in from the driver's seat. It was obvious that the driver had not closed the hatch when he got out. The next moment, a grenade was thrown in. The electromechanical man swooped down and landed on the grenade. Then Ant's damn grenade was so powerful that it blew up the entire electromechanical crew, and the fragments flew against the bottom of the tank. Most of the fragments were blocked by the bottom plate of the turret basket, but some rebounded fragments hit the gunner's feet, and he screamed. John was done thinking. Soon enough, the sound of Prosin machine gun came from outside the tank. A large number of bullets hit the tank armor, making a crackling sound. John and the loader looked at each other in confusion, while the gunner took out sulfa powder from the medical bag and sprinkled it on the wound, grinning. John picked up the submachine gun assigned to the vehicle crew, carefully opened the hatch, and stuck his head out, only to see a half-track driving out of the smoke, with 6 Prosin soldiers scattered beside it. There are enemies in the grass. John shouted. The machine gunner on the half-track vehicle immediately started shooting at the grass. The bullets broke many grass stems and green juice flew everywhere. Then, the front wheel of the half-track vehicle was caught in the grass and came to a stop. The driver yelled, damn. The grass is too high? No way, the half-track vehicle can't move forward. A corporal climbed onto the tank and said to John, retreat, we don't know how many ants are in the grass. Let's retreat, at least to a place where the grass is shorter. John originally wanted to say, we can wait until the smoke clears and continue fighting, but the next moment he remembered the face of the number 203 commander. Okay. He looked down at the car, can you leave? Gunner, no problem, just a minor injury. John nodded, okay, the combat mission of the number 201 crew is over, abandon the car. The current mission is to try to get back. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 366 Armored Melee. Yegorov watched the enemy use smoke bombs to cover the vortex's firing range again. Sukabuli, it's all smoke. He cursed. The military bishop, the Prosons like to use smoke to block the firing range of the divine arrows during Melania, and they used smoke to the extreme during Carolingian. Now we use the divine arrows for air defense, and they use smoke to block our direct fire power. Yegorov shook his head and ordered, let the vortex move, don't fight close combat with the enemy. I understand why Rokosov emphasized the mobility of the assault gun so much. He expected the Prosons to use smoke in this way. In fact, it didn't. Yegorov, General Rokosov has calculated every step of the enemy. He even wrote an article predicting how Proson will lose in the future. The bishop was a little embarrassed, are you talking about his great article? It is an analysis of the future trend based on the current conditions and situations. Don't talk about it as if a wizard is predicting the future. Yegorov, you are not familiar with the general. I have been with the general for a long time. I have followed him since the beginning of the war. I tell you, he must have seen through the future. He has this feeling. Let's not talk about that first. The bishop interrupted Yegorov. The Annihilation Battalion retreated, and we should retreat too, otherwise the enemy tanks will rush to us. Yegorov looked at the battlefield and found that it was indeed the case. The next sniper position of the Annihilation Battalion had run behind him, and now the Annihilation vehicle was passing by him with billowing smoke and dust. Let's go too. After saying that, Yegorov turned and walked towards the jeep. The signalman reported at this time, phone. From the army headquarters. Yegorov raised his eyebrows, is the phone connected? Give it to me. After all, if you start moving, you have to pull the telephone line again, and you may not be able to use the phone for dozens of minutes. Taking the receiver, Yegorov said loudly, I am Yegorov. Rokosov, what is the situation now? The enemy used smoke to offset our advantage and tried to engage in close combat. The Annihilation Battalion is using mobility to deal with the enemy. When Yegorov reported, Wang Zhong had seen the situation clearly from a bird's eye view. There were two large smoke areas on the battlefield, and the smoke was basically spread horizontally. It can be seen that it was smoke bombs fired by direct fire guns. Smoke bombs fired by indirect fire guns are in groups, because the landing points of indirect fire are random on the circular surface, and cannot form this kind of smoke wall. In other words, the enemy tanks used artillery-fired smoke bombs to block the superior long-range firepower and tried to approach the battle. It's a bit like the tactics of the US Sherman Squad against the Tiger in the movie Fury. Wang Zhong was shocked. When he was giving the design indicators to the Vortex, he was only concerned with the armor-piercing and 1,500 meter stable penetration of the Tiger's front, forgetting that the Proson military giants in this time and space were good at using smoke. Now he was extremely grateful that he did not sacrifice the mobility of the Vortex to improve the defense. In this situation, the Vortex can still use mobility to move positions. From the bird's eye view, it can be seen that there are more than 1,000 meters between the enemy's heavy tanks and the Vortex cluster. Obviously, the Vortex group can still ambush the enemy again. Wang Zhong suddenly realized something. He hurriedly shouted, Yegorov, move quickly. Why did you run so far ahead? You are not allowed to go to the front line in the future. From the bird's eye view, the enemy's heavy tanks and Yegorov are less than 800 meters away. There is even a direct line of sight. Yegorov, I was just about to run, you called me, I had to answer. While Yegorov was talking, Wang Zhong saw that the commander of a Tiger tank had noticed Yegorov and was pointing in his direction. The next moment, the Tiger tank's turret began to turn. Release the smoke quickly, go quickly. Wang Zhong hung up the phone directly, and then used the remaining vision to watch Yegorov hand the receiver to the signalman, and then gave orders to the guards. The guards began to throw smoke bombs. The Tiger tank fired, and the shells fell not far from Yegorov. Yegorov got in the car, and the driver gave gas before he sat down. The car started to speed, and then drew an S shape on the grassland, just like when Yegorov was drunk. The guard platoon continued to set up smoke, and another car bravely moved sideways to try to attract the attention of the Tiger tank. At this tense moment, the vision was broken. Wang Zhong was like reading an online novel and was hit by a broken chapter before the climax, and he couldn't help cursing. Pavlov was shocked, what's wrong? Wang Zhong switched back to the headquarters perspective, nothing. Yegorov ran to the front line, and ended up in danger. Pavlov and Popov looked at each other, and then said, you also know this is wrong. Popov, why, you finally don't plan to personally command the small tank to charge in the future. Vasily, he plans to charge on horseback. The three generals in the room looked at Vasily, the little captain. Vasily was originally amused by his own words, but now the smile froze on his face. He quickly put away his smile and touched his nose, well, it's better to charge in a tank. Popov, I think it might be safer to just ride a horse. No, Wang Zhong said decisively, how can riding a horse be safer than driving a tank? Popov, you have to believe in science, you are a secular bishop. Popov spread his hands, maybe there is a scientific principle for this, but we don't understand it yet. Maybe there is some quantum entanglement or de Broglie wave protecting you. You know what, that's really cool, a knight protected by quantum mechanics. At this time, two Melania People's Army officers entered the room and saluted, General. Wang Zhong casually returned the salute and asked, what unit are you? The lieutenant colonel leading the team, Tank Destroyer Battalion. Wang Zhong, great, come to the map, now is the time to need your vortex. He came to the map first and gestured to the two officers, we took advantage of the fog to launch an attack in the morning. The enemy commander was very smart. In order to avoid the armored forces being easily destroyed by the infantry in close combat, he pulled the troops out of the city first. Now they are fighting with the armored forces of the Guards 1st Mechanized Infantry here. It is obvious that only the lieutenant colonel of the two Melania officers understands Ant language, and the major behind him is confused. Lieutenant Colonel, are you going to let us go to support? Wang Zhong, yes, there is a good anti-tank position here, and remember not to go here. This area is a swamp and the tanks will sink into it. The lieutenant colonel took out the map from his map bag and began to update the information on the map. Wang Zhong did not disturb them, but turned to Pavlov and said, confirm the situation of the 225th Division. Where are their armored forces? When bombarding the enemy, Wang Zhong ordered the armored forces of the 225th Division to bypass the city, but the road was a little far and they were not in place yet. Pavlov immediately picked up the phone and began to confirm the situation. This is Pavlov, connecting the 225th Division. Wang Zhong watched Officer Melania complete the update of the map information with professional techniques. After the lieutenant colonel completed the update, he handed the map to the entourage behind him to watch, looked up and said to Wang Zhong, we will rush to support immediately. Wang Zhong nodded, turned around and shouted, Nelly. Nelly came in from the side door with expectation, what's wrong? Wang Zhong, ask the kitchen to give Melania's boy some food that he can eat while driving. Nelly nodded and turned away. Lieutenant Colonel Melania, we are indeed a little hungry, but just eat some cookies. No, believe me, eating something good can boost morale. Wang Zhong waved his hand, go. The two Melania officers saluted and turned away. Front line. Yegorov pointed to the front and said, stop over there. On that slope. The driver immediately turned the steering wheel, so the Willis Jeep went all the way up the hill less than 10 meters high. As soon as the car stopped, Yegorov stood up and looked at the high ground he had just left with a telescope. Now it was covered by the smoke released by the guard platoon, and the smoke also blocked Yegorov's vision. He could not see the enemy's new heavy tanks. Yegorov cursed and looked to the other side, just in time to see a T-34 of the Guards Tank Battalion 1 on fire. The enemy's long-barreled No. 4 had circled around and was firing at the T-34 of the Guards Tank Battalion 1. Yegorov frowned because he saw that many enemies and a lot of firepower had been shot away. What the hell, the enemy's shooting skills have declined. Have they recruited a lot of new soldiers? He muttered. The bishop also stood up and observed with a telescope, and agreed while watching, it does feel like the shooting skills have declined. But this is not okay, we should release smoke to force the enemy to continue to approach, so that our anti-tank guns can play a role. Our division has an advantage in the exchange ratio of enemy tanks. Yegorov, you are right, although I don't like smoke, but this is how it should be, radio. The radio was immediately handed to Yegorov, who shouted, I am Grizzly. Wild Wolf, release smoke to force the enemy into the range of the hounds. Wild Wolf understands. Along with the answer, the T-34 in the field of vision began to fire smoke bombs, and soon a curtain wall was created, forcing the enemy to continue to move. That's right, now the 1st Guards Tank Battalion also carries smoke bombs, all learned from the Prasen people. Plosen 16th Armored Battalion, the battalion commander's command tank stopped on a high slope. The battalion commander took the microphone and asked loudly, our firepower attack is not efficient enough, are you just eating? Report to the battalion commander, the site was damaged by the shelling, and the accuracy of long-range shooting has decreased. It is recommended to rush over and shoot directly at close range. The battalion commander scolded, didn't you think about calibrating the site before the attack? We are ready to adjust, but the attack order has come down. The battalion commander, forget it, it's too late. We can't give up the advantage of long-range shooting. The tanks that can hit the enemy will share the ranging data later. You make temporary adjustments. Now, move southeast and bypass the enemy's smoke. Yes. Guards 1st Mechanized Infantry, anti-tank artillery position. Dmitry stood up straight and observed the enemy's movements with a telescope. The enemy tank cluster chose to bypass the smoke from the side, and soon it would enter the range of the anti-tank artillery position. Dmitry put down the binoculars and ordered the artillery company he commanded, get ready. Push the enemy to 500 meters before shooting, and strive for a higher hit rate. Listen to my command. He looked at the enemy again. This was not the first time he faced the attack of enemy tanks. He was a veteran who had fought with General Rokosov since Luchtov, and they only had 3 guns in Luchtov. And now, he commanded a fully equipped anti-tank artillery company. The enemy tank passed the target. Dmitry raised his hand and chopped it down heavily, fire. The 57mm anti-tank gun hidden in the bush opened fire. Dmitry, fire as fast as you can. Fire hard. Because it was a fully equipped anti-tank gun unit, one gun could have 5 or 6 loaders, and shells were continuously fed into the gun barrel, and it could fire almost every 3 seconds. The firepower attack swept the enemy tank unit like a storm. Chapter 367, The End of Major General Witt. Major General Wood saw smoke from shooting suddenly appearing in front of the tank front line and quickly raised his binoculars. Within seconds, he was sure the armor had encountered an enemy anti-tank gun emplacement. In the past year, the Ant Army's anti-tank artillery unit caused much higher losses to the Prussian armored force than the tank unit. Of course, the Prussian tank crew also had extensive experience with anti-tank gun positions. They will first try to find anti-tank gun positions, use grenade attacks, and once the grenades fail to solve the problem, they will release smoke and then rush towards the anti-tank gun positions. Most of the time last year, the tank density on the front of Prussia's offensive was much higher than the density of anti-tank guns. In addition, the Ant Army basically used 45mm anti-tank guns last year, so the frontal threat to the Panzer III and IV tanks was not high. Then the shooting skills of the Ant gunners were very poor, so most of the time the Prussian army did not rely on smoke, but eliminated these anti-tank gun positions through crossfire. Yes, the Ant anti-tank gun positions caused a lot of damage, but most of the positions were breached and the tanks subsequently slaughtered the Ant infantry and gunners on the positions. It's just that Ant's other units performed too poorly, so the anti-tank gun unit became the number one threat. Now the commander of the armored battalion seemed to follow last year's experience and ordered the troops to turn to the anti-tank gun position and launch an attack on the position. To be precise, the position was originally on the armored battalion's outflanking route, and he only needed to turn the front of the vehicle to the left. You can rush to the position in just a dozen degrees. Major General Wood held a telescope in one hand and a fist in the other. Quickly, destroy them. Show them how powerful they are. Unfortunately, from his position, he could not see the effect of the tank group's attack. He could only see Prussia's tanks catching fire one after another. A fire basically meant that the tank would be burned down and completely lost. As for the stopped tanks, Major General Wood did not know whether they were destroyed or whether their members were stunned and stopped temporarily. Suddenly, the Ant's T-34 tank appeared from the side and began to attack the flank of the Prussian tank. These Ant tanks have superb shooting skills, and one shot can stop a dozen advancing Prussian tanks. The commander of the armored battalion ordered the tank troops on the flanks to turn around and engage in a melee with the Ant tanks. Last year, as long as it entered a melee, the Ant tank could only be beaten unilaterally. Many of Prussia's new tank aces last year were medals obtained by continuously opening T-34 cans in the melee. But this batch of Ant tanks is obviously different. They don't have the blind problem of the T-34 in the past. Because they are all big-headed T-34Ws. The monthly combat report in March this year specifically mentioned that when encountering a big-headed T-34W unit, it cannot be treated as an ordinary T-34 unit. These tanks are often driven by armor experts from Ant's side, and with the addition of a separate commander, their situational awareness capabilities are incomparable. Major General Wood was extremely worried. He could see that his armored forces were in trouble and were gradually losing ground. What are the heavy tanks doing? Hurry up and destroy the enemy's assault guns, come and help us. Major General Wood cursed. The new chief of staff said cautiously, the enemy's new assault guns are powerful, it will be good if our new tanks can hold them back. Shut up. Major General Wood scolded, my troops are melting. Damn it, if the shelling hadn't crippled so many tanks, we should have had a strength advantage. Suddenly, someone shouted, General, look. Major General Wood turned his head sharply and saw smoke appearing in the north. It was obvious that armored troops were marching on the grassland. The Major General immediately raised his telescope. Is it a friendly force in a pincer offensive on both wings? Then he saw the silhouette of a tank racing across the steppe. Tilt the armor. The Prussian tank currently does not have sloped armor. The Ant tank troops are outflanking from the north. Major General Wood shouted, prepare to defend. All the tanks lying in the nest have been stopped for maintenance. When the members get on the vehicles, they can at least be used as fixed forts. Where are our anti-tank guns? Adjutant, report, it was almost blown up by enemy shelling. Armored units have better resistance to artillery fire, but soft targets such as infantry suffer heavy losses. Major General Wood waved his hand, forget it, just relying on the firepower of the paralyzed tanks is enough. The enemy's T-34 can't do anything to our new tanks. Just 2 new tanks lying down can beat the enemy. The infantry. The troops have made good use of the wreckage of the half-track, it's your turn to use the incendiary bombs in your hands. At this time, the impacting T-34 stopped and fired the first round. Immediately, a fire broke out one after another lying in the nest, and several tanks should have been shot, but as long as the members did not abandon the vehicles, they would not be able to tell. The Prussian tanks also opened fire, but most of them were shot away. The Major General frowned slightly, then shouted, it's a scope. The lying tank indicates that the heavy artillery shell exploded very close to the tank. Since even the road wheels and tracks were damaged, the more fragile optical system cannot be unaffected. Major General, recalibrate the scope. At this time, the new heavy tanks lying in the nest opened fire. The first wave of shelling caused the two T-34s to burst into flames and stop. The members of the car jumped out of the tank with fire and rolled on the ground. The new heavy tank continued to fire, and the 88mm main gun smashed the ant tank like an egg with a hammer, turning it into burning scrap metal. The ants fought back, and the shells hit the heavy tank and exploded into white cotton. Smoke bomb. The ant people also learned it. All the heavy tanks lying in the nest were hit by smoke bombs and were covered tightly with white smoke. Immediately afterwards, ants T-34 began to clean up the Plossin tanks that had not calibrated the sights. It should be said that the Plossin fixed turret. For a time, the entire Plossin position was in a sea of flames, with burning tanks everywhere. The ants also shot at the wreckage to make sure it was on fire, so they wouldn't suddenly come to life and cause harm to the ants. The fire illuminated Major General Witt's face. At this time, there were footsteps behind him. He turned around and found that it was Captain John. "General." Major General Witt said to the adjutant, "Gather the vehicles that can still be driven, take the surviving tank crews with them, and retreat along the way we came." The surviving infantry gathered, and I personally led the mission to cut off the rear. Lay smoke grenades, force the enemy tanks to come up and engage in close combat. The adjutant saluted. "Yes. Major General Witt, you lead the retreat team. Also, bring the staff officers with you. Take them all with you." The Chief of Staff was surprised. "Should I go too?" Major General Witt: "Yes, you just have no experience. You will become a qualified Chief of Staff in the future." The Chief of Staff opened his mouth, but in the end no words came out, but the corners of his eyes were moist. Major General Witt waved his hand. "Act quickly." Captain John stood at attention and saluted Major General Witt. "Salute to you." At this time the guard shouted, "Stop, who is it?" A three-wheeled motorcycle drove over. The driver was a corporal, and the person holding a machine gun in the motorcycle was a private. Neither of them wore the handsome leather jackets of the motorcycle unit. "We are the messengers of the 16th Panzer Grenadier Regiment," said the corporal. "The Grenadier Regiment is still fighting in the city and is asking for support." Major General Witt shook his head. "There is no support. You two are the leaders of the retreating troops, so leave quickly." The corporal's expression relaxed. He saluted the general and drove his motorcycle straight to the assembled automobile troops. The smoke set by the infantry had formed a curtain wall in the north, so Major General Witt could not see the movements of the enemy armored forces, but he could hear the sound of the engine getting closer and closer, and the noise from the gearbox. "The ant tank's gearbox is really loud," he thought. On the other side of the convoy, the surviving tank crews and the wounded were all put into vehicles that could still move. The adjutant seemed to want to come over and report, but Major General Witt waved his hand. "Let's go. Let's go when you're ready." The adjutant saluted the Major General from a distance, and then took off his golden adjutant sash. After the death of the chief officer, he was no longer an adjutant. Major General Witt watched the convoy heading west. An infantry captain came to him and saluted. "General, the remaining Panzer Grenadiers are ready." "Give me a submachine gun," the Major General said. The captain immediately took off his submachine gun and magazine bag and handed them to the Major General. The Major General put these on his back and took out a wooden handle grenade from the captain's grenade bag. "I have one last grenade," he read. "Captain, what?" "Major General, the ant language is a song that the ant people like to sing recently. Since this song became popular, the number of prisoners we captured has decreased by 60%. Most of the ant people will hold grenades and die with us before being captured. I thought they were crazy, but now, I might be crazy too." He had the grenade in his belt. It seems a bit nondescript for an officer to have such a grenade on his arm. Major General Witt didn't care about this at all. He put his hands behind his back, smelled the smell of burning corpses in the wind, and said, "This wind, this feeling, this is the smell of war." Soon enough, an unknown tank rushed through the smoke. This tank has a thick barrel on the body, and a turret on top of the tall body with a thinner barrel. The machine gun fire from the tank swept towards the Major General. The captain pounced and pinned Major General Witt to the ground. The Major General lay on the ground, pressing the grass blocking his view with his hands, and then he saw a brave Prussian soldier holding an incendiary bomb and rushing towards the tank. Then the door on the side of the tank opened, and an ant soldier jumped out, shooting with a submachine gun. Then the second ant soldier jumped out, the third, the fourth. The Major General looked at the 7 infantrymen who jumped out of the tank in shock. Is this actually an infantry fighting vehicle? The next moment, the cannon on the tank body opened fire, and the high explosive bomb hit the wreckage in front, sending the Plosin soldiers who had just stood up from the grass into the sky. Major General Witt opened his mouth. At this time, another infantry fighting vehicle rushed through the smoke, and then another infantry squad came down from above. Fierce close-range infantry combat was in full swing, but the Anders had the firepower of infantry fighting vehicles. For the first time, The Prussian infantry was at a disadvantage in close-range combat. The Anders began to efficiently massacre the Prussian infantry at the rear. They gradually approached Major General Witt, who was lying on the ground. The Major General looked at the captain who had just thrown him down, and found that his expression was dull and his pupils had dilated. Apparently he was shot as he tackled the Major General. The Major General pushed the captain away and struggled to stand up. He did not pick up the submachine gun, but picked up the grenade, pulled the fuse, and rushed towards the Anders holding the grenade. The machine gun hit the Major General in the shoulder, knocking him to his knees. The next moment, the grenade exploded in his hand, turning him into a bloody mist. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.